surface change. The air.
What's up, chatters? What's up, chatters? Midnight Suns, are sis? Don't worry, they're gonna show some stuff. I gotta catch up on all the stuff I missed though, because I'm obviously I started pretty late. Let me set the TikTok stream and we should be good to go. What's up, Bonza? How you doing? What's everybody doing today? You already know I had to bust out the Twitch theater for this one. We got the Twitch theater going on for this one. I haven't used one of this in a while. You already know we get down.
$129 my time cheered.
X100.
Let's start this right.
What game category do I even put? Because we're watching multiple games. I don't even know. I gotta pick a game category for TikTok because I can't put it in nothing. I might just leave it on Street Fighter, I guess. Actually, let's do Tokon. So we'll look at Tokon gameplay first. $129. Thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate it. Okay. That box working? Oh, it is nice. Magic gameplay? Yeah, right now.
Oh my god. So I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to do this and then.
That's K7 and Diaphone playing.
Oh, okay, yeah. This character looks really complicated. It's gonna look like we need a lab test for this one.
Yeah, I missed this. This came on like literally an hour ago, so I'm gonna rewind it.
And then.
Actually, no, I don't need to rewind it. It's an hour gameplay. There's tons of gaplay out. Like I saw a Magneto combo do like 60 or 70% of someone's fucking health, and they were flipping out or something like that.
I guess so.
Apparently, Magneto's crazy damage. Off
so
like a hit from like half screen.
Cancel unique early, and then you get this.
Oh, so
like he can hit you from like full screen, just take like 90% of your health or some crap. Do Magneto's damage.
Oh, it tracks me.
Yeah,
okay,
that's actually
wow.
so cool.
I wonder if there's a way I could.
But they don't full screen it? I'm trying to see it full screened.
Can I can armor through it? Okay, cool.
Well, that's kind of cheap though.
That is pretty cheap. She seems like a decent zoner. Yeah.
And she got the Eno dash too. That's why I want to play her.
Yeah, the Eno dash?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see what else I got.
Oh wow, my live already got restricted on TikTok. That's crazy.
Teleport,
Okay, I can't watch
teleport,
Evo,
Lariat, Rocket,
I guess,
Beam,
on TikTok, so I'm just gonna end it.
Oh,
her
so
unique.
They
here's
won't
a
let
really
me.
Interesting thing. So if I do,
They shot my
like-
my TikTok stream
wait,
instantly.
what the?
Damn. You can't even watch
Let
party?
me see something.
A tournament? Damn, bro. What's the use of this app then? It's just useless. Nah, they shot it instantly. I don't know. Maybe
Wait, I
it's
thought
because
you
they
could
detected I put
teleport.
Watch Party in the title. I don't know.
I don't know.
They shot that shit
Oh, I
instantly.
see. So yeah, down. Yes, the down special.
Okay, I guess I
So
just
down, and then you
won't
can do
stream on
down,
TikTok
like
today.
that.
So
So
down, to hold the direction to teleport. And
They shot my shit in 2
I
seconds.
think you just have 2 options.
Oh, okay.
They wasted no time. Damn.
No,
That was quick.
Oh wait, I think I can
That's all
choose
good.
which one I go to.
Yeah.
I'll just
Maybe
turn a
the
TikTok
little
stream
up,
on
the middle one,
after
right, or
this
left,
when
you
we
go
start
to the
gaming.
corresponding one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Damn.
So it's like down
They
back,
wasted
down,
no
and
time.
down right.
Okay.
That's crazy.
So like if I do down back, and then I'll get the close one. If I do down
I
forward,
think my food's
I'll
here.
get the far one.
Are you sure it's not just forward?
Yeah, obviously I woke up late because I told you guys if I keep streaming last night, I'm gonna wake up dummy late, which is exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. That is literally exactly what happened. Took sale pools. That Ringe? There's Ringe. Yeah, you can't have nothing on TikTok.
I have to do down forward, I think, because it's
This
a
is
down
Wolverine.
motion.
Yeah.
Man, cooking on the
then- wait, one second.
wolf.
And then if I
Damn,
do,
can they full screen it though?
Oh, and then I can also spawn kind of above, I think.
That dangerous. She has like traps she can put
No,
down.
I
Oh, she
think
can
you
teleport
can
to the
only
Try to use
traps.
meter.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's probably a meter thing for sure.
Tokon is next year, right? No, it's in a couple months. No, it's this year.
And then,
If Tokon was next year, I'd be pissed. What's? Let me see the stream out.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
I think your meter's
that was
just
a lot
faster.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a lot faster.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that
think your
was-
meter's
that was
just
a lot
faster. And then I think that's it for his specials.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Lariat. I'm
Oh,
guessing like
oh, wait.
Lariat plus
What the
assist,
fuck?
probably pretty cheap.
Yeah.
And then you have this like you actually have like 2 Lariats. You have this is probably like a combo tool, so it's like
Yeah.
oh, that's her wall break.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see. Okay.
And then
There you go. Stream's been
see, I see,
tweeted.
I
Yeah, I'm not on vertical on YouTube. It's in horizontal.
Well, just
I don't want
finish
it to be
my health bar,
vertical
and
for
then
you-
we'll just
for
get into the game on the
YouTube.
next one.
what's up?
You want to just finish the rest of my
today.
health bar and let's get into the
Yeah,
game on the
let's
next one?
play. Oh, I have assemble. So
What's up,
the way
Ultra?
you do the new super,
There's probably like a bunch of Tokon footage out today.
Years now.
There's
so-
Chenser and Sherry. What are they doing over there? Special events. They're doing nothing. Be right back. This is Twixio. Dude, there was a Tokon exhibition. That's why I need to pull up. I don't know what channel was on though.
yeah. So,
Because the top 8 for the exhibition is today.
Oh my gosh.
but that's actually mad sick.
What channel was it on?
Oh, you got the whoosh in the or
What
web
channel was it
scroll in the
on?
background. That's cool.
Was it on the official Evo channel?
Because I want to try
Might
like
have been, hold on.
Magneto Danger. I feel like could be kind of cheap.
Nah, I'm talking about there was an exhibition. Or not exhibition. It was just the
I
tournament.
think I'll be trying.
There's a day 1 Tokon tournament today. Well, not day 1. Well, there's a Tokon tournament
I'm not
today.
really that interested in Black Panther, but
And they
I
were
love
streaming some of the
Black
matches. I
Panther's
don't.
But it's not my kind of.
It was on Arx's channel?
But she does look really sick with this.
Oh, did they show anything at the DOA thing?
We'll do Spidey and we'll do Star Wars.
I don't know who's back. So I'll play Wolverine.
We're live?
I'm gonna try tagging a lot. I know.
Hello, folks. Welcome to day 1 of EVO. This
Can't show shit. Oh, is this a tournament? Are you serious?
profile. Beautiful job using that break hold. Use
This
the
is a
meter.
tournament.
So early on in the match. Oh my god, amazing. Have the whole system.
They didn't announce shit?
Here.
Maybe they're gonna save it for the end. Okay, that's whack.
All right, taking your guaranteed damage. What you gotta do?
Alright,
I love
okay,
this
where's the
system.
Arxis? We can watch. I want to watch that exhibition. I mean the tournament. I know the finals is later today for the Tokon. Here, you want to look at it. The finals is at like 9 p.m. Avatar panels at 7. Oof. Okay, so that's 10. That's 10 for me. So we're gonna watch the Avatar one Tokon exhibition or pre-release tournament is what it is. I keep saying exhibition. It's pre-release tournament. That one's 9. Okay, that works. So we're gonna watch Tokon at 9, and then after that we're gonna watch Avatar 10. That's 5 hours from now. So we have tons of time, don't worry. But I want to watch the Arxis. Well, I want to watch some of that tournament from earlier. So that's the tournament finals. I didn't get to watch the pre-matches earlier. They better have VODs open. Oh my god, I swear to god. Oh, thank goodness they do. Diaphone. Ooh, okay, here we go. Now this is an actual tournament. The first match is starting soon. I need to catch up on all this shit before the tournament later. The finals later. First match is Diaphone versus I don't even know. But let me go get my food real quick. You guys can watch. You guys watch. Maybe I shouldn't set the game to special events. Just probably set it to the actual game. Special events. Just probably set it to. Oh, let me set the co-stream thing. I don't know if I can co-stream on the main broadcast. I forgot to sign up for it. You are not allowed? Oh shit, yeah, I forgot to sign up. I forgot to sign up to co-stream. I might have sold. I think I co-stream 2x1 though, hold on. Fuck, I can't. I forgot to sign up to co-stream. I fucking sold. Evo 4. Oh, it's right there anyway. Okay, one was on break, except this.
Oh my goodness, yep. S3 Super, charmed. I'm almost certain this.
Why is the camera so low?
Almost certain. That girl is gone. She took her heart indeed. That is going to be a KO on the screen. One more round needed for the duo so they can advance.
Oh, it's so low.
I'm not gonna lie, Demi-Urge, we really need to adapt to. I'm not gonna lie, Teemo kind of getting around your shield almost in more ways than one here. I believe though, good to be able to break out the armor.
Damn.
Barry's there. Gets the side switch.
Highway robbery. Arxis bundle for $20. Which one?
And that's definitely against the corner.
Which bundle is that?
Deception to follow up with it again. And
hold on, let me go get my food.
Demi-Urge able to break out of the corner, avoid Foxfire set up here, and with the extra bit of armor off a shield lead in.
Finally got a hit right there, but unfortunately he's gonna get tagged immediately, so you know what that means. The break is gonna come out for the duo. Oh, got tagged in here. Can't get too much up with them.
Hey, we can't get too dicey with it. Teemo, there to stop you in your tracks and try to lead him with the armor, of course, coming in off the attack. This is from Aubrey. Full handshake. Of course, off a full rush.
Gonna stop throwing good. This means hearts on fire.
S1 Super to lead into it off the corner again. And Aubrey gone. Out of the hands of Mewtwo and True Devin. So now it's just down to a solo Teemo for the first time in a hot minute.
Gonna Teemo do it by himself, floating for a long time. You might be able to force out the break. That's already huge.
Uh-oh, with Braum Bomb to lead up into it, and now Aubrey knocking down your front door. Forward throw.
Another one. Good command grab on the other side. I see the smile come through. He's like, you know what, that was kind of cute. I'll give you that one.
Love to see it. Big shield, big hammer, big Poro, and an even bigger super coming in out of Demi-Urge right now. So equalizes it, at least 1-1 in the rounds, but set point at least for one other survival.
And I really like that head knocking out of Demi-Urge right there. Says, you know what, I can't do this. All right, this is definitely possible for me.
Okay, Campfire leading off the skill of Fell, but Demi-Urge able to break it out of it. Try to use Braum Bomb to lead up. That's understandable.
He's trying to face forward. Not going to be close enough for the battering ram. But guess what? Delayed too much on the jump heavy, so the parry time was going to be there and gets to set up to guerrilla warfare.
Uh-oh. Off the mushroom stack though. And now with Limit Strike to lead into it. Get it off the poison debuff. And Demi-Urge. Oh, that's a lot of life lead gone here.
More mushrooms. You shouldn't have. Come here.
For me, the net up. Back into the corner too. Didn't even need the extra bit of mushrooms. That's fine. It's for finesse. It's for flair.
And the flair is going to boom me up right now. No, drop the combo. Went for air throw. 2 sets me interrupt. Force the break. A chance for Braum.
Oh, tried out Braum Bomb, but immediately just got countered. And after Teemo rip, off the lead and shield charge though. And Aubrey, the stubby too well, but that's fine though. Mostly using projectile game.
Trade in the air, not going to lose much off of it. Yo, but the 2-8, the back dash off of it too, immediately to the level 1 so he can't break. And there it is. Beautiful stuff by the duo from Germany, taking it over Demiurge.
And with the S1 Super and their new and true Devin, honestly starting to look like a threat here even this early in pools.
Yo, this is what I like to see. The duo action as of lately has been growing. I'll be telling people time and time again. It's something that was very hard in the beginning, but then after seeing the success from people like Sonic Fox and Enzim, and we tend to forget one of the first few duos that was out there, K7 Diaphone.
Right.
And then also, I'm going to also mention Leffen and Super Noon,
Yes.
taking a risk. After seeing that, people start seeing it as more viable. You start to see it more and more with people coming through and realize like, yo, if me and my partner in sync, we can do anything, and that's exactly what we start to see.
Oh,
Just out the flush.
goodness. Oh, tiny little flush. But yeah, I will add your point. We are starting to see the added danger in duos. Like we mentioned previously, and we will talk about time and time again. It takes two people, one singular brain to
it's
get that
Tento.
through. But when it works, it works.
What the
That's
hell?
the scary part about it. You saw the absolute tear that Sonic Fox
That
and
last
them
night.
have been on lately. It's some scary work.
It was literally just in the stream last
Absolutely
night.
insane. Only a few have been able to take them out.
He looked tired as hell.
And performed the way they wanted, but Combo Breaker showed that they were stronger.
He looked about tired as hell.
Japan also didn't perform the way they wanted to, but still, they're showing the signs that they can be consistent. And showing
What's
that
up,
they
Booty
have
Slammer God? That is a ridiculous name still.
Who
What's
knows?
up?
You might see another random fusion dance come out in the near future, and then we're terrified.
It's a ridiculous
And
name.
you never say never. We should be getting a couple of players coming up here. If I'm
Humble
not
Bundle, what
mistaken.
is
I'll let
this?
You handle that, Tento.
Yo, Papa Gong? Papa Gong? Papa Gong?
Evo collection.
You know, I like that.
Wait, so how does this work?
Papa's coming through.
You buy it for how
Another
much?
duo coming on the
Oh,
stage.
hell no. $339 value.
Okay.
What do you
Let's see
get?
what
You get
actually
all
got
of
going on
this?
here. I feel this year everyone has been weirdly dripped out. Am I weird in saying that?
No, everyone has their own purpose style. I don't knock.
So you can
anybody
pay
who
this
does.
price
Try something new
for all
Get
these
out there,
games?
as long as you know you're not smelling. That's the only thing I
If I
ask.
speak, I'm in trouble.
This seems
So
too good to be
I'll
true. What?
Leave it at that. That's all,
Yeah,
that's all I'm
maybe.
saying.
Oh, but some of these games are really
I'm
old.
not gonna go any further.
No, I'm not going to shame anybody.
That's my biggest
I
thing
feel
right
we should
there.
leave it here.
That's all it is. But we're good to see. I'm loving that. Like I said, I'm just truly loving the more duos that we're seeing. I remember them.
Damn,
duos
1,900
kinda
sold
rolled off
already.
early. For some people, they're like, yeah, I don't feel like this is the wave. But you're starting to see it change.
Keys
and it's
expire.
really been incredible.
Agreement before July 17. Damn.
I'm not
That's
gonna
fucking
lie, but, you know,
crazy.
yeah, one fuse that I feel
Yeah, that's
bad
a
with the
ridiculous
other,
deal.
If I'm not tweaking out,
Okay, let's look at the
Yeah,
Tokon
look.
shit. I'm changing the game to Tokon. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh shit! They're playing Kenshiro in exhibition.
Got him. Oh, he's on him. He's on him. Get on. No punish.
Shit, Kenshiro look hype.
I'm getting anxiety, dude. There's just so much damage left on the table.
Wait, let me look at one round. Yeah, I think he is broken because what I've been seeing, the damage I've been seeing him do is crazy.
Oh, I like the punish. Oh, no, he's activated. He's getting overheaded.
That stun thing he does,
Man, that
it looked like the
sticks on
combo's
you
over,
quite
but
a
it's
lot.
not.
Yeah.
You can't JD during any of that. So
Oh, was that a
I would
cross
say that
up?
was a good 2 seconds of being under the affliction of not being able to justify.
Was that a cross
You're
up?
gonna get overheated.
It's pretty
Yeah, he
bad.
can just,
Yeah,
like,
that's
full on delete your
definitely-
defense
that's
or
what he
something
wants to
like
do in your
that.
face. It's like, all right.
No, that move
already
looked
got the
crazy.
mark on you.
That
You
move
can't
looked
do anything now.
crazy.
You're just gonna have to block, eat all this,
that's
and
the
then make all
move.
these combos.
You think the combo's over? Nope. It just stuns you when you get up.
Oh, we gonna finish him here. You got no
he's
meter
really
though. Did he kill with this? Maybe. Not scaling too hard.
If no meter, yeah, he can't.
Oh,
Wow.
That
Did
was
he just
so
reflect it?
active.
Did he
did that
reflect
so
it?
early.
The fuck was that? What was that?
all right, guys, give it
What
up.
the fuck was that?
Give it up for our two competitors.
Wait till the end.
What?
Oh,
Nice try, Sonya son.
What the
He does
fuck?
that to me all the time also.
Oh hell no! No, that character look cheap. No, that character look cheap. Okay, let's look at the Tokon pre-release tournament. We gotta catch up on it because the finals for this tournament is later tonight.
Enjoy the action we're about to see. We're about to see a new build coming through, so take your notes.
This is a new Tokon build.
Out there as well. To start things off, we have Diaphone. and King Jobber to the stage. Let me go this way. My bad. I'm getting in the way. Like I was going to play. I haven't played yet, so I kind of want to play. But these two cats will be our first competitors for this single elimination. First to 2.
It's a single elim.
Only get 1 life. 1 quarter. That's all your mom gave you. For Carnage, like I was, not gonna happen. You will be
The yipes. There's yipes.
so there's a little bit of that team.
But the venue looks exactly how I remember it. You still come booth is bigger though.
They gotta start with the X Mansion, by the way. The loser will be able to pick their stage because, as you know,
I think it's lagging because I have all this shit
the
open.
stages have different distances and things like that that may be beneficial or a nerf to certain characters, to certain teams, and certain styles.
Oh wait, no, it's lagging because I'm rendering a video.
Made it to play the new
It's almost
team
done. Today's
for
video is
content.
rendering.
There you go,
Got
Diamond.
14 minutes left.
Video, bro. So if he loses, that's the reason why he's not playing any of the beta teams like the other people might be doing out here. He is playing
Magneto,
They're
the
dapping it up. The very
all
first match here at the pre-release tournament.
No,
y'all
they didn't
ready
say
for
the fountain
Token?
yet.
Yes. Nice little audience here. Mag on bag.
The all black? The all black Mag?
From what I saw, I haven't got to see a lot, but I got to catch a little bit of the play. Oh, these cats were, well, I'm not going to catch anything right now because they're, whoa,
Penny
come on.
You know Penny was in the game?
I would take that. Buddy like me would take
No,
that.
they're at
100%.
Evo. Okay, you don't know what Evo is.
Give me
Evo is the biggest fighting game tournament in the world. And they show, I mean, it's a big fighting game tournament and stuff. And like companies that made other games, like ArcSys is there because they made Guilty Gear. So they're in a tournament for Guilty Gear. But they also have a pre-release tournament for their other game, Tokon. Not out yet.
character, too.
Think of it as like that.
Anyway,
Think about it as like the World Cup, but for fighting games. That's what Evo is.
Talking about Max, real quick.
If that makes any
Character's
sense.
more like a zoning type, it seems. He's got like the pull system, magnetism, whatever you want to call it. Being able to magnetize people with, I think, like heavy and certain specials. That leads him to be able to pull them in for some
PWC was bigger price pool. That's about it. They got bigger money.
I feel like I'm
But
in the way a little bit. Yeah, let me get this.
The Saudi government funded the hell out of EWC because he owns it.
Yeah, there's that wall splat.
They got more money, but that's about it.
That's
It's not bigger.
Previous betas. And one thing I saw a lot of Jobber doing was doing a lot of like defensive option, doing the counters.
And then these dudes know how to play these characters.
Divo could also do a counter back at him and punish him for that. Locks out the assist for a while too. Boy, quick one.
About to get louder.
Jobber getting done in.
Oh my god, my shit's lagging. Because I'm rendering a video, so I'm done. I'm sorry. There you go. But that shit's still lagging. Wait, it's not even me.
Show over the Doom.
But I thought it was me.
One thing I also want to see when
It's
it
not
comes to
me.
this exhibition and then also the game itself is, are we running like one character all assists? Are we doing like 2 characters?
This is Magneto's theme? Yeah, that shit's not me. I just don't think it's me.
Show over the Doom.
I watch on YouTube.
One thing I also want to see when it comes to this exhibition and then also the game
Whose theme is
itself
this?
Is,
This
are
shit
we
fire.
running like one character all
Oh, the
assists?
cross
Are
up.
we doing like 2 characters, 2 assists? Or are we using every
Nah, King Jobber looking OD. What?
In terms of when am I going to break the wall? What am I going for here? Oh, okay, there we go. Another defensive
Magic.
option played.
Yeah, Magneto's a zoner in this game. He like can like destroy objects and shit, push and pull all that stuff. You know the average Magneto shit. But like when he does combos and shit, it leaves like objects on the screen, and he can like pull it to enhance his other skills or something like that.
Like King Jobber win, you will not let you forget it.
Yeah, he can like pull objects from like off the stage or something. Like I don't remember what the hell they said. And see, he just uses assist, and now you see that metal in the air right there.
Here for Jobber, utilizing a lot of the defensive mechanics right off the rip. There's momentum going. Magnetic.
Oh, he missed.
Retribution whipping.
So why is this shit lagging, bro? Okay, I'm so sorry. My video's almost done rendering. It literally says 10 minutes left.
Was that a hit confirmed?
Fuck, we're gonna do 720p until this video's done rendering. Maybe it's because I have the Twitch theater open, but I have that shit paused. It literally never does this. Okay, let me close this.
Sticky with the blicky.
Yeah, let's see if that works.
Sticky with the blicky. And you get the follow-up with the bar.
I might have to watch the
Miss Marvel assist to get the pickup. Again, if Diaphone knows, he could do that.
Oh, what is that drill? Is that dangerous?
Punish him for it.
That shit still
He needed those on one touch and he gets it.
The Yasmin gameplay be here? Yes. Our gameplay channel's already out though. You mean like footage? Gameplay footage? Yeah, I'm sure.
The pressure on.
Ooh, nice cross up.
Oh, the cross up is dirty. One of the mechanics with the Magneto, from what I heard, is like he drops stuff on the ground, a little bit of littering.
Ooh, empty
allows
jump
him
low.
to, like, block projectiles. There's a lot of anti-projectile play. Over again. Defense right back at him. Oh, that drill is so devious. If you watch any of Chrome Alchemist's content, which you should,
warned you.
you've seen how
Nah, the whole
that
black
assist can
Magneto
be.
is sick.
It's
You
so
take your assist and take assist, but no, I think you can, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Magnetism, pull him close.
Took his helmet off?
You have to change stage now. The loser picks the stage.
What's up, Talon?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, like zoners love longer stages.
Who are your favorites to win Evo?
The rush down characters.
Depends on the
rush down
game.
Teams would like.
Because different people are competing for different games.
Oh, Magic.
For Street Fighter, I want Shiner Punk to win.
See a lot of cool, devious things from Captain America players.
Y'all
watch the Evo Japan exhibition.
The 2X.
A lot going down in terms of like the wall splat. Into like the
who don't want to win
ricochet.
2X?
Or like I'm assuming.
On
a meaty
Diaphone,
scenario.
I
I don't
guess?
know the frames right now. Y'all don't either. I'm assuming that's a meaty scenario.
Yeah, I want Diaphone to win.
Goichi and Sonic Fox. If you didn't watch that back.
Diaphone are like K7.
Okay, start out with 2-1 point here for Q Jobber. Oh, just too shy to get anything off.
Fucked my ankle up at work today and fell down a hill. What the hell? You need to be careful.
Combo, man. All I know is one thing.
You need to be careful, dude. What the hell? Oh!
Nice jumping. No 2H. Diaphone, no anti-air.
This is my power. And he just pulls you down. Damn, Magneto looks sick in
And we
this
get
game.
the break. He's got a character. See at the top left.
That's his throw? Oh, shit,
Look how
that Betty
visually-
assist.
What's the best way to put this? It's very obvious to see what things are going on. Like when you get a character, you see it. The game's letting you know when there's a wall break scenario. Like you can tell immediately who's getting what character, whose assist is where, when you can switch. You even see the bar right there winding down in terms of the timing, switching your character.
No, let me see some Magic gameplay. Come on, man. Now, I tried Magic. Her
From the
known was
top
like
rope.
gigantic, bro. Them things are huge, bro.
Not looking good for Jabba right now. I can't lie, man. Yeah, pretty simple combos right now. Just catch him low. A lot of these cats have not been able to play extensively, so you're not going to be seeing anything super.
Bro?
Pulls him close for the
The fuck was that?
Nice interrupt. Not going to get done for Phil.
Yeah, reminds you of fighters because made by the same people.
Jobber trying to say somewhat solo with the Doom.
Well, why is the game in 30
Figure out
FPS?
How are you going to do your team? Are you going to go
Production.
singles? Are you running multiple characters?
There we go.
I
No,
like
no,
this
it's back to
dude,
30
honestly,
FPS.
Mag Doom.
Production.
Carnage, and then like an assist. Back all that up. Speaking of assist, that one's good. Danger, the drill might be like one of the best assists in this game.
Yeah, that
so
assist
far.
looks crazy. It stuns you for 10
Utility
years.
off the rip seems like it's amazing.
Yeah.
Double air dash, doesn't matter. The Jobber. Finger lasers.
Oh, the Captain America DP?
That assist is doing everything. That's the second time
What
he's
the
been tagged
fuck?
by it.
She just tackles down from the sky? Nah, Danger's assists looking crazy, bro. This is like a really good assist character.
2H from King Jobber. Not gonna be able to anti just yet. Tags and cap.
Yeah, you ain't got your busted
attack,
Z tier ultimate here, huh?
And that is Jobber out of here. And Diaphone moving on.
Admirable.
Diaphone takes it.
However, you should have knelt before me.
Damn, you should have kneeled before me.
Had the chance.
I love the fact that they're using the same voice actor from
Diaphone,
Rivals.
I have to ask
from
before
Rivals,
you leave.
for Magneto.
And maybe this is for your YouTube, for your content. Well, we'll
Really
wait for the
love
loser
that.
to get off the stage. I'm sorry, Jobber. I love you, bro.
You
I
did
love
a
you,
really
bro.
fucking good job with Magneto.
You're taking some characters.
We can put this food away.
I gotta ask, how do you feel about Magneto?
For all I gotta say is, look at the character all these people are playing. Look at all the other Magnetos in this tournament. That's all I gotta say. I 1 hour practicing this character. Everyone's playing their beta characters. We'll see. If I can somehow manage to pull this off, Magneto's gotta be cheap. I do think he's a pretty good like.
He does look cheap.
Because basic corner to corner combo he has, it goes full. And you get
Oh hell
no!
nah.
I think is really important in this game.
Yeah, we promoter and nerfs.
Asking that 8. Yeah, sure. Anyways, he's pretty good.
All right, nice in-depth insight from Diaphone as well as an OS. If he loses, thank you, Diaphone. You move on to the bracket.
That's the next match.
Ooh, okay. He is right that some people want to play their other characters, the ones they played previously in the beta. Now, let me get the next matchup here. Let's see. Lord Knight and Nerd Josh to the stage. Oh, no, I'm yelling at y'all. Y'all right there. Come on up. Let's see if Lord Knight picks a blind character or not. That man's been in the cut of anime games since forever, since some of y'all been born. Of course, Nerd Josh, man of many games, genius mind in the fighting game community, has worked on some of your favorite games or has given input or has found great tech in some of your favorite games around the years. So I feel like, again, you have a lot of players out here that have been no stranger to like picking up a game and figuring out things really quick with it. These are two I would definitely go to, especially Nerd Josh.
Fear Magneto.
I wonder what teams are going to play. I feel like Magic, for no particular reason. I feel like Magic.
I'm telling you guys, this feels so weird not being at Evo after going to the last two.
I think he told me he was going to play, but I forgot. I love the guessing game of like who's going to play what. What character are they going to pick?
I'm a Mogu hoodie.
Especially in a pre-release tournament.
Hero.
You want the cheapest thing, ASAP. Whatever's the dirtiest. And somewhat the easiest. Danger Assist does look like he's going to I was talking to Chrome earlier.
Danger?
You watch his content once again. I'm going to keep referencing
her assists look really good.
He does so much for the Tokon community along with
What I'm looking at right now, her assists look really, really good.
A lot of those cats out there making a lot of content for the game already, analyzing every bit of footage that they see that's been dropped. But that
hit the gym? Yeah, I couldn't hit the gym today.
So dang good to
I'm putting it here after stream.
And only hit for the extensions too as well. Okay, what are we seeing here? I think I saw Iron Man. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Select them buttons first. Let's see if I was right on the call for Lord Knight.
Let me see if I can get this going. Hold on.
We've only had a few hours to grind these things out a little bit. Again, ain't gonna be nothing crazy in combos. Adaptations. Ooh, Panther.
We're seeing BP?
Followed with that
BP?
combo breaker, if I'm not mistaken.
BP?
Penny, that's been a very popular pick. Or pick Magic, pick Magic. Yeah, see, I told you. And then on Nerd Josh's side, Tobey Maguire fit right there. Penny Parker, Magic.
All right, there we go. I was gonna try and get the
locked in these teams.
Apply for the co-stream thing.
First time we're seeing.
If I can apply for it in time, maybe they'll approve me by tomorrow.
I guess Spider-Man, but still.
I applied for it, but I don't know if I'm gonna get approved in time. Whose theme is this? Oh my God, Spider-Man's theme. They fucking hate this theme.
Yeah, have the extension off the spirit toss that she has. Is like kind of the way to play. She's good in like find like conversions and things like that. Fine pickup right there. Oh.
I'm uploading today's video.
I don't know if that was a throw or not. My man said, oopsie. Dash up low. We're in there.
Oh shit, the Sherry combos. Oh, it dropped.
Feels like for a lot of these cats, they like to start off like with just one character. They're not really focused on unlocking the next character, going for no throws up in the corner to do so. They're really focused on just going with a single.
It's day 4 of Blade to Max.
Oh, the web sling to get in.
I said, look at this.
Stocks up with the blessing, boss. I believe that allows you to get like an extra hop. It also move it to be even more dangerous.
Three minutes left. Okay.
Okay.
Video will be up in like 10-ish minutes or something like that.
There. The counter, stop the pressure, stem the bleeding a little bit.
Oh, we promoted pretty early this video, so hopefully that long.
And there again.
That's the other days for Road to Max.
Just say, is it gonna be some sort of countering once again? We haven't really seen a lot from Lord Knight's side. Holding it, one more touch. Bro, the tosses, the throws. Looping him continuously up in the corner.
How you doing?
If it works, you just keep doing it.
There we
That's
go.
just because you were talking about. Danger, Mad Dangerous, the wall splat, plump, dog. Oh. He's also been really going for a lot of throws. Like, that's his game plan to get like back throws and like keep the pressure up. Okay, the X extension. Causing the assist.
Is that an overhead? That shit look fast as hell.
It was an overhead. The game even tells you.
Oh my god, it is an overhead.
Blessing's a box.
That overhead is fast as hell. No, that has to get nerfed. No, Sherry's overhead. Did you see how fast that was?
Yeah, you see your just. I feel like
that does not look reactable. Like what do you mean? Did you see that?
In like a throw.
Unless it's like only the second part that, because it's like a spin.
No, they are just throwing
unless it's only the second part of overheads.
Oh, on the way down, it's a punish. What? Oh, I thought she got knocked out, but she was the one to get the hit. Josh up too. Full stock of characters, full stable. A Warriors on the side of Lord Knight.
My ghost Psylocke is in the background. Drop her, please, bro. I see her.
Yeah, it's almost got a pickup right there. Maybe $5.
Free her, please.
But the jab doesn't work there. On the way down. Again, early days. Game ain't even out yet. Mash trying to figure it out. My man is
the webs.
The stream with web.
The webs.
Throwing that web everywhere. There, Josh. Getting clipped on the jumping though.
Yeah, she looks fast as hell too. I mean, she has to be fast. Black Panther.
That's like assist for assist. I feel like Lord Knight's throwing out his just to stop what happens after Dangerous assist comes out.
It'd be weird to see a slow Black Panther.
After the drill pulls up. Nice. That was a perfect counter on that defensive mechanic.
I can't wait to play Sherry. You gonna play Sherry? I want to play Magic.
Denied. Off the low though. Once again. Over the corner.
Damn. Lord Knight takes it.
Making nerd Josh. Feel that pressure up in the corner. Yeah,
final round.
All even in rounds. Lord Knight getting a handle on how to use this character. Again, it just been, it feels like one character. They have them all unlocked. Dang near at least. But overall,
no one's throwing.
Like they haven't looking to unlock characters. It's all about the one.
Here I go.
Tag just waits to come on the way down. Section with the unique.
Delivery, he says. Man says delivery.
How you pick it up?
Goddamn Peter Parker. What's up, editing? I see you, dude. I'm stopping by. Yo, that magic assist looks good.
Around that might be the way.
Fire.
Now that I really think about it. Gotta worry about like 2 or 3 characters trying to figure out what they're trying to do and their uniques, what their different system mechanics are. Because all these characters are playing different. They all have like something that they're doing different. By minimum, they're uniques, and then obviously.
Damn, he got sat on my penny.
Lucky with the spider drop.
What?
That's a good pull.
Man
right
got
there.
sat on my penny. That's GG's, no? It's first to 1.
Yo, people are locked in.
Wait, what? Is it first to 2?
A fighting game's up in the crowd too as well. Checking it out with us.
2? Okay. That's first to 1. Let me pull up the Twitch theater back up so my videos on there.
Locked out with the assist. Penny also very universal with her assist. Her fireball one looked like it was really good over at the Evo Japan exhibition, and over here also.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of thrash.
Oh, you try to cross him up.
That makes
He's already
sense.
out of the corner. He been left. Nice catch the assist. A little bit of damage, a little bit of gray life. Adding up when you catch the assist there.
Fuck, it already started lagging the more I opened it.
The zoning.
That's hilarious.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh.
Controller
Feel like
disconnected?
that. Big drop. But
Wouldn't be
what?
an
You
evil
know
without
the
controller
game,
issues.
so it could be way worse. Could be way, way worse. Wall splat. So he's going for the damage right there.
Oh yeah, doesn't he have like web
Little
loops
setups
with
right
that?
now. It's not so deep that people have like frame type things.
Oh shit, he got BNBs. Hold on.
A lot of wall splats more than going for the wall breaks. Like finding the moves that go for the wall breaks rather than like get another character or get them like be knocked down after the transition. Oh yeah, piecing him up continuously. Parker assist.
Oh, that actually hit.
Oh, I think he's
Overhead.
trying to hop over once again. Got caught with the air-to-air.
If he pulls his webs and then does a normal, it counts as overhead because he's in the air.
I think it's a second hit. The overhead. They both can't be overheads, right? We'll learn later. I'll ask later. I'll play later. What's up, boss? Hop.
Damn.
We brawl with that one.
It's hot outside. Isn't there like a heat wave
That's why
in
to put
like?
a game on the board. First close set we
Where?
have seen thus far. Sorry, King Jobber. That's okay. King Jobber gonna cook
UK?
up though,
I think
when the game drops.
it's like a heat wave or something. Somewhere. I don't remember where. Could charge a spear?
The magic
Yeah.
From Lord Knight.
To make it. I mean, that's expected though, no? 60 in UK.
Charge up.
Good luck to y'all.
Defense.
Yeah, good luck
They
to
were still
y'all.
pretty close afterwards. Oh, try to go for the throw. Try to sneak one in. And hold north and not go south. That magic assist starting to come out a lot more in the clutch. If you would have committed and put a ring on it, would have been a little more damage right there from Nerd Josh. Does get the wall splat though. The super radioactive spider. Yo, these are so dope. Ooh.
Damn.
Spider-Man when he don't hold back.
Yeah, it was UK. Sheesh. 37.
Like character-to-character interaction. I think
Celsius.
they do, if I'm not
Damn
mistaken.
it.
All right, loser picks the stage.
That's 99 degrees.
They stay on the
Yeah,
same.
not
we
used
have
to
the
100
same
degrees
version. We just play
Fahrenheit?
One character.
Y'all not used to 100?
The wheel.
I'm not used to it, but I don't live in
Back to
fucking.
Magic on the side, a Lord Knight. Same characters about.
But I get this, they just added that.
Neighborhood Web Warriors. Wakanda royalty.
Actually, 4 years.
I like that
Appreciate
name.
it, dude. I don't want you live. I actually went live like 40 minutes
Magic
ago.
gets a plate, huh? Stagger pressure right now. Let's start things off from Lord Knight. The assist saves the day. Let's leave the corner. Nerd Josh getting active.
Oh, the charge spear?
Look at the bar at the bottom on the left-hand side. A Lord Knight's character. That's a blessings meter. For your extension.
I got magic now. No symbol.
I think you're done. You're dead.
Damn.
There we go. The follow-up.
I'm ready.
Josh is kind of cooking. I'm starting to see the magic. I understand, Josh. I get what you're putting down, bro. Air throw.
Oh,
what a
shit.
read. The structuring is like, I'm gonna figure out how to throw you, man. Just to set up for some nasty moments like this. The assist comes through. Well,
oh no, you dropped those.
Oh, no, not like this.
Bro, that penny assist looks so egregious, bro. She just fucking sits on you.
Out of there. He was able to hit the top rope. And no
Like, what is this character, bro?
There was a little bit of startup on that upward unique.
She literally just sits on you out of nowhere.
Hey, there we go. Hits him with a super. And the fault just to make sure that job is done.
What the hell?
Not pulling no punches. Her job.
Oh, they're gonna review a new team probably tomorrow.
Rounds, so it goes
Before top 8 of Strive.
But again, only one health bar, so you gotta switch it off.
Before Strive top 8.
A fresh new one.
Or maybe after.
Web slings just to get close to personal. Okay, there we go. The lead. Defense. Does he want to have to guess high or low or have to react? He's going to just hit that. As soon as he sees the EX, hits the counter.
Oh, God. What is that penny assist? That shit is hilarious, bro. It's so big, too. It's not like a Kali CSS where it's like not that big. That shit
Trying to find a
huge.
home. Oh, I think he was either 2+ off the assist to get the throw or just missed time. Probably the former. Oh, yeah. Denied the mix. Meet him up in the skies. Oh, no. Call the recovery.
What I miss?
Not able to kill. Air throw the read again.
We're looking at the Tokon tournament, pre-release tournament right now. Because the finals for this is
Happy access, still able to get the W.
What I'm watching right now happened like a few hours ago. I just missed it. Because I wasn't going to wake up at 1 p.m. after shooting that long last night.
Science project. Because you really should. I got an A on it, by the way.
He has it up.
Let me skip forward.
Team up as you level up assists in that game, and it's very similar.
Broken down things just off the
Got Cloud?
So out the crowd. I'm sorry, so he come along. Yeah. The root for
Spidey's talking mad shit.
I mean, you've seen it too.
Oh, what characters we seen?
The character itself also has some
Danger
cool with her unique how she sets things up.
Magic.
Some nasty mix to deal with.
Cloud's main is Ghost Rider.
I mean, I feel like Chrome can play Dean every.
Cloud's main is Ghost Rider. He's using his fucking beta team. Other than I guess Magic.
Now it goes back to.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good match. Cloud has a really good Ghost Rider Star-Lord.
3 assists. Are we playing multiple characters, 1 assist? Are we playing the whole squad?
This was a good match. Oh, I
this game is
expected
really
to be.
well built that allows for all that to.
Cloud Star-Lord is
work.
crazy, but his fucking Ghost Rider crazy too. While everyone was hating on the beta,
like all of that
because the last beta was ass, Cloud was sitting there just still playing because he loves Ghost Rider. Dude was sitting there doing ABC, Laria, ABC, Laria, while we was all complaining saying this game has no sauce. He was having the time of his life.
Right off the rip, Cloud with the gas. Galactic gas.
Galactic.
I lied.
What?
They switching immediately.
Oh, let me get this off the screen.
They're switching again. They're switching again.
Is it a button check?
It's a button check.
Oh.
It's a.
Skip forward. Why is shit freezing? Oh, there we go.
Loading times are fast. Heck, too. Okay. Right to the action. This one's a real deal. Unless they're mean to me. All right.
But the old builds was so buns, bro. We're so buns. She can shoot shit at the. Oh hell no!
With the zoning.
Wait, so she can teleport to those yellow things, and she can shoot shit at it to reflect stuff through it. Oh hell no!
The beams, the lockdown with Star-Lord as well. But what happens when they get in? And the magic begins.
That's Boogie. Oh my god, he still got it. Yeah, he still got it. What is this character? Yo, Danger look annoying. Go, go, go. We're all super. Yeah, you are super dud. Oh wait, he dropped it. Damn. Like that? Just like that? Oh, brother.
With the quickness we see, Chrome Alchemist. The strategy was working out. Is it now, though? Hell from above. Gravity bomb. No switches. All been Star-Lord. Okay, back row.
Yeah, nice back throw.
Wall splat.
Which is back to Danger.
Back to that long distance relationship. Oh, yeah, but Cloud's getting right back in there.
Magic.
Magic with the pickup. 2H, unfortunately not able to connect.
Oh my god. His character looks so fucking annoying.
That was a nice pickup. Beautiful timing.
Oh, he dropped
Finish
it.
the job though, Cloud. Cloud would play Storm. This just makes sense. It's in the name.
Nice.
All right, let's the EX rib. Runs right into it.
This live right now? This was from a few hours ago. The top 8 is later today at like 9 p.m. So in 4 hours from now. Wait, my bad, 3 hours from now. Avatar is at 10.
There's like a mechanic. I'm not 100% sure. I think if you go too high,
It'll be live in 3 hours from now.
With
There's just like the last matches.
He takes more
damage.
damage.
It's just the last match? Oh, okay, that was in top 8. Okay.
But there are ways to like spin down.
So top 8,
It's
okay.
like the pin stare and something else.
Yeah, it's a pre-release tournament.
Uh-oh. Tag in, Storm doing mad work, that chase.
Uh-oh.
But there it is, the counter right back at him though. Ooh. Storm in the option, rip. Let's pick up right after it.
Nice
the air
2H.
doesn't matter, the launch. Cloud watching this guys perfectly.
That focus 7 showcase of this, Magneto.
Man likes his movement.
Yeah, I had that open, but I wanted to watch this first. We watch that after this, yeah.
So she got some of the best in the game along with like Miss Marvel.
Oh no, he whiffs.
Completely wasn't able to get the follow-up.
Bro, Cloud's not even playing Ghost Rider that much. Magneto.
Oh, wakes up, immediately mashing buttons. Don't fear this man's heart, Cloud's heart.
He's so sick in this game.
Crossing every assist. I like this usage. Use everything.
The all black Nito.
Penny with her.
Penny looks huge. She is huge.
Gadgets. That follow, man, that extra damage right there on the windmill.
There should be some gameplay coming out today, actually. I don't know what time now.
Okay. Cling to the wall. Out of it. Oh, I thought so. I thought so too. Punish.
Oh, damn, you got set on.
Looked like it actually covered the time. On
Oh,
the
am I missing out? Nah, I doubt it. It's probably gonna be tomorrow before top 8, if I had to guess.
Make him waste that bar. Make him waste that EX bar.
It'd be cool if it was today, but I doubt it.
Kyle's been throwing out that EX. I want to say Wind Twirl. I don't know the name yet. We're going to learn together. Don't worry. The Wind Twirl. A lot. It's like a neutral skip option. as like an easy pickup option.
What the fuck am I looking
Mega
at?
blender. Oh, nothing blended.
Nice. Let's pick up.
The tag in. Storm.
You not only fought me,
Let's go
but
Storm.
the entire Earth itself.
I just know Chrome was talking mad mess right now. I can't even hear from the distance. I just can see the looks, the nods. But Chrome's able to pick the stage out because he lost. So that does help him out in terms of like the way that he wants to play with this team. So if he's doing like a long range team, from what I've heard from some of the players, like if you're doing more of a zoning team, you want like a longer stage.
I gotta see if I can
play that keep away a lot more.
Let me upload today's video. Today's video is out now, I think.
They are benefiting from being
check
nice
its
and close.
HD.
They can get the wall breaks, the wall splats a lot
Yep, it
easier.
is.
Oh, hold on now. We playing Black Panther? Are we switching it up? Are we switching up the strategy? The annoyance not working out if we have a way to get in?
All right, new video's out.
Is Chrome deviating?
Blade Celestial Day 4. Actually, almost done. Because in this video, we hit GM.
Once again, when this game comes out, there'll be multiple tournaments for it,
Probably
I'm
like
sure.
two,
If you got some
three
locals pulled
three
for
more
those to
videos
play there
left
too
max.
as well. Like the first couple
Assuming
months, I mean,
it
this
takes
never
me a
bad time
video
enter
to
fighting
rank
game, in my
up.
opinion,
We'll
unless
see.
it's like the Twilight
Pretty
years.
sure it's
That's
probably like
years
2
later
left.
for a lot of fighting games. But regardless, the
'Cause I
first
might
couple
do
of
2
months
and
were some
1.
of the best
It
to play a
depends how the
fighting game.
games
Everyone's
go.
trying to learn,
Each
working
day.
together. It's popping, usually at its most sometimes. CEO is like the next week after this game releases, so I think it'll be one of the most, probably one of the biggest tournaments. Right now we're locked into this one though. Cloud, first game up. Bro, it seems like Star-Lord's just disallowing Chrome to get going at all.
Is it in?
Like Chrome really can't get anything going
Wait,
in terms of
what's
like
the,
the
why
unique.
did I-
The
Oh, okay, it's
teleports,
published.
The beams.
All right,
none
there
of
you go.
Except Wolverine in his pockets. We'll see if he uses them to get active and aggressive. Pound or too much pressure.
Oh, it's a new video.
There's the unique.
Don't
Get
go
out of
like
there.
it up.
Oh, I think that was a 2H whipping. The pickup. Ghost Rider with the break. Early character acquisition.
Nice.
The morning breath and the chase down.
They really didn't make Penny an item? Wait, I like how they didn't make... wait. What did I just read?
Well, now Cloud's character is all good to go.
That's how every character is based off their
Cloud's
gameplay.
definitely go for a lot
Yeah.
more tag
It's pretty cool.
moments than like, oh yeah, I'll just
Some characters in
use
Rivals,
the
you
assist
can't tell.
button. Really loud.
You guys see the hit stick that Guilty or Tima is playing with? Is it on Arx's channel right now?
Pressure. Counter right back at him. A teleport, the chase down. Probably a little bit more active with this character stuff. Score for the zone.
Oh, what channel are they streaming fucking Ghosty Gear on? Evo 5? I just type Evo 5? Fuck. Oh, why did I type 5? Oh shit, I just missed it.
We are huge fans.
I just missed it. Okay, 6?
You know, makes when you get pinned down. Have to be wary of all the options that she has.
This about to be some fuck shit. Can I rewind the stream? I can. This is about to be some fuck shit. I just know it. Hey, son. Son. Can we?
With his hand from the button. I need to see him do
it. Son. Son.
If my opponent pulls that up to like a local, I'm calling an adult, not a TO. Like, it's like he's playing whack-a-mole. With his hand from the button.
Son, can we be for fucking real?
What could be better?
How do you get through TSA with that?
Like Jacko. I want to see the buttons per minute.
How do you get through TSA with that? He better fucking win. Using some shit like that. And he's fucking losing.
really potent against a
He's
hard character
fucking
like me.
losing. Oh wait, no, he just won. It's 1-1.
He will never not be funny, to be honest.
Oh no, it's 2-0. Wait, is that first to 2 pools?
Oh my god. I wish you guys could see him playing on it. It's so funny.
Bro has a refrigerator in his fucking lap, bro.
Still good though.
Bro, he's not cooking with mate with that shit, bro. What?
Nice call out there.
Motherfuckers are so unserious at this damn convention, bro. I didn't know pools versus 3. I never did pools before. That's why I went to EVO. I've been doing work shit.
Couldn't quite love the air. The attempt in the air approach.
I guess it would depend on the game, because some games are faster than others.
The reposition is the most important thing there, but now with the life starting
He's
to
fucking
dwindle,
getting cooked, bro.
we're running a bit out of time.
There is a slight finesse.
Look at his hands, bro. He can't even. He has to use all hands to press one button. Yep, no, yeah, he has to use his entire hand to press one button.
Actually, a whole like fist grip. It's not.
So how would you do like
Yeah, I appreciate
3
it.
punch buttons or 3 kick buttons if he was playing like Akuma or Street Fighter or something? You just can't.
That was a clean air throw.
Overhead's gonna leave us in a one last opportunity here, but tries for the jump over and can't get anything for it. That should be enough, but not quite.
Big 2H, stun dipper. Oh my gosh, that delay 2K I thought was gonna take a dream, but unless
Is this guilty your finals? No, it's day
I
1.
was not impressed.
Finals not till tomorrow.
Everyone else is.
Everyone else is for sure. Definitely had the
Yeah, alright, bro.
Big bodies
Street Fighter right
only.
here. Big bodies only. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Alright, let's go back to watching this Tokon.
One touch. I don't know how you went for the throw. I can't lie, man. It's looking dark for
Ew,
you.
Danger look cheap.
Unless the trade, unless Wolverine put in work, getting busy. Oh my God!
Shoot him,
Got a little too
Star-Lord.
hairy there.
Shoot him.
So close to making a ridiculous comeback. That point for Cloud. I like the way that Cloud's playing this game though. A lot more tagging. He's like these other characters. He's relying upon them.
He's
as
just
well.
using a lot of different
That's all about
characters.
the assist.
Yeah, in previous builds, you wouldn't have to switch, like, ever. If your boy character is really strong like Starlight, you don't have to switch.
Well, happy birthday.
Now there's more incentives to switch.
EX, that gets the pull. The follow-up. That comes with so much range. The butt slam. Oh, still catches the wall clean.
God, her gnomes are
Force the
huge.
spider. The tag.
Oh, he threw her.
Oh,
Oh.
this is definitely doable for Chrome. The back door, we got the assist right back in there. EX misses. Chrome with the mesh. Anyways, game. EX one touch is the beam from downtown.
Is this the build where more
Danger.
characters you tag in, the longer your combos can be?
Helping Chrome survive. We have not seen around the board in a long time. Sorry, Chrome. Saying this, I see it, bro.
God.
Sorry.
Man, it has to be because that's more characters. That's Magneto. Magneto just got shown, so I mean, yeah, this is the most updated build they have.
Pressure on Storm right now.
To show at least.
Whatever EX that was, I think that was the item toss. I'm not sure. Could be wrong. He drops him down like that. Dang. Okay, back throw on the wake up though. It's worked out for Chrome quite a bit. I see a shimmy scenario in the future. Not lock in like that.
Nice anti-air.
Brother, the launch. We get that
God,
second
her
wave
gnomes
to hit
are
though.
huge.
We don't see a lot of supers from Cloud. They don't even need them. Back throw again. How many back throw incidents will we have on this screen? Get a counter.
Oh, what?
EX
Hold
this
you.
is way doable. We're gonna see some supers from Chrome.
Damn,
And
the
that
spin.
kills. He's in. He believes. I believe.
Come on, Cloud, clutch up. Oh, happy
He's a clear strategy,
birthday.
like with this character. But again, all
This is a
it
happy
takes
birthday,
like,
no?
Cloud's
Oh,
like,
wait, no,
she'll
Danger
jump
dropped out
and
of
block
it.
that throw attempt. Oh, wake up, that's been like a common defensive option. Things might go south. Little spider bombs, windmill punches, whipping in the night.
That move look annoying. The EX tether or whatever? Or pool that thing has? What is that?
Ground cover.
What's that air spin she doing? She look Looney Tunes.
Finds an opening, gets the wall break.
Oh, he tried it.
Uncooked.
It's the air dash overhead for like a meteor or something. This is not Strive.
What do you mean?
Bro thought he was plus about to get a safe jump or something. This is not Strive, bro.
Well, win first.
He was trying to get like a safe jump or something.
This is one of the best times. It just cloud shoes. People throwing out assists and things like that, and then finding something that works and just trying to loop it. And in the moment, clutching things out. Okay, the crossover. Give me some distance. Uh-oh, lock me down. Okay, one more touch.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, Cloud can just stay back. Let it rip with the gat. You fine with it. Little rainstorm action. There you go.
Nice.
Safe and solid. Don't gotta get in there. Overextend to get the win. Chill.
Round 2.
Oh, the pickup on Penny.
Woo, the gun rain.
Dang.
Deep in
That's
the
a
air.
personal. And the read too as well.
Anti-air?
Don't get much off of it though. Do like that they have the ideation.
Oh, that's game. Well, the round at least.
Get meeked up in the corner. Yo, let him play the game.
Oh, back throw.
Back throw again. Oh, how many times will this happen? Character's getting unlocked.
It's actually so
Is it
strong
too
in the
late?
corner.
It's
Back
too
throw is
late.
actually so strong because you get a stage transition.
Connects. That's gonna
And when
be
you get a stage
set point
transition, obviously you get a new
scenario for
character.
Cloud. Bro, for the content, you gotta win, bro. You got the SEO gonna go crazy if you win. Tag the drop, the mash throw from Chrome. Wants his own EX for the extension. The trade that just allows Cloud to dash up and get busy with it.
Throw.
Throw.
Stage transition
Cloud
again.
taking Rome's whole strategy right there. Getting the wall break. Blocks the assist, tries to get right back in.
I'm forgetting this guy has Magneto.
Okay, the crossover. Affords Chrome a little bit more life, but
Yeah.
it's done off the low.
Cloud takes it.
Cloud.
Who's next?
You training. Love
Jam Crofts?
Next round.
Led by Dr. Doom. This team's got some
Bro, the intro, they walking through the smoke.
Damn, I wish they had Carnage in this build.
The aura. Feel the
And
aura.
gatekeeping. Iron Man?
led by Iron Man. They're here to try for the trophy.
Ghost
Look at
Slayer,
that
Iron
different
Man,
smoke, too.
Danger. Who's his last
The blue
character?
and the orange.
Penny. Penny Walker.
I gotta give him credit for letting that
Walker.
rock. That was sick. I love how this game
Got
is for
Iron
the
Man's
weebs
theme
and the
playing?
Westerners. Everybody getting something out of this. All right. KBR, what did you learn? Practicing. Oh, that's what we learned. 2H in Crosslow said, oh wait, that's a good button. I'm gonna do that. From full screen pole, he gets in that quick. JM Cross got hands.
Nice. Yeah.
I wasn't joking when I say he's good at games. Like, he's not bad at all. Oh, no launch though. Okay, Jane Cross, one round. KBR, Mike on that slow start type beat. Getting that data, you feel me?
We got Iron Man bombos? Oh
Hit
no,
the toe,
you don't
not
want
able to hit though. The follow up.
Fair away for Tokon.
Drop.
Wait, where is Hulk? Is Hulk not in this build? Yeah, that's a good question. Or maybe no one's playing him?
Oh, just snagged him again. Really like that button, huh? That's your favorite button.
He's not in his build? Damn.
I'm trying to air dash back. Cross over just to get some defense now for some offense. Get oppressive. Off the low, the pickup. Oh, the EX was when he got stuck.
Damn.
There it is. Finger beams.
Damn.
Ooh, and the follow-up.
Dr.
The finger
Doom.
gas. Only Doom would have finger gas.
Dr. Doom.
5 in the chamber.
That's why I like Dr. Doom more than Mr. Fantastic, bro. Especially the way they made Mr. Fantastic in Rivals, bro.
Also, this music is popping. I can't lie.
Bro just
This
swings
music's
his
mad
arms.
good.
Like, how
They
you
do
one of
got
the
the best
smartest
team,
people
though.
in the world and you do over just swing your arms
If
like
I
an
can be so
idiot?
biased.
You look so goofy just swinging his arms, bro. Yeah, Doom is sick in this game. He's a zoner, which is we got
you
Iron
see
Man
the
bombos.
full combo? Hold up.
Got flight bombos. Oh, nice DP.
Raw Captain America DP. All American.
Top 4. Me, I'm playing. So far, it looks like I'm gonna play
Whip
Magic. Magic.
The fact that he was ready to whip punch.
Star
Playing
Lord.
footsies right now.
Doom. Maybe Ghost Rider, I guess, at this point. But I'm pretty sure the last team is gonna have some stuff that I want.
Cross.
I'm trying to see Blade.
Yeah, he really wanted to play. He was like, I want to
I
play.
want Psylocke, but she's sitting right there in the background of the stage right now.
Dash up.
What's up with Twitch me? What's up
All
with Twitch?
blacked out. The cross up looked like wasn't really a cross up though. Voicing X beam. There we go. A little more cohesion with these characters. KBR. Unfortunately,
7-6-20.
the beam is avoided. How many teams will have penny? I feel like we've seen everyone in these matches have had a penny in them.
Posture
I might
check.
be wrong.
I'm already sitting up. That's my
Looks
leg
like
is
most
up on
matches
my
had a penny.
table, kind of. Oh, if you can see my knee. I'm just like, my legs lifted up.
The constant tagging.
Nice 2H.
There we go. The pickup launch. Eat this.
Oh,
Gets
no.
the table follow
Oh,
up.
that works.
There we go. Realigns himself.
Damn, Hulk 9 is good, yeah.
KBR.
Hey, who knows? Hulk might be sick.
Slow starter.
Maybe I might play Hulk. Doubt it.
As long as you get that finish line.
Highly doubt it. But
That's all that matters. The beat,
you never
though.
know. Might be a Hulker.
James Cross got that movement too.
A Hulk lover. Or a player.
Actually, do with it completely. Jam Cross has such a huge lead
Nice
right
knee.
now. Forcing KBR to run some deep defense.
Oh,
The
shit.
super involved.
Oh,
Ooh.
shit.
A simple.
Observe.
Tell me that is not the coolest character in
That
this
shit's
game.
sick.
Tell me right now. Oh my mom, that's the coolest character.
Man,
in
said,
this game.
observe
Go.
my power.
Please keep doing good. Artist, I beg. I beg. Keep this character good. Side over though. Jam Cross.
Damn.
Letting it rip.
Thanks, Doom.
Thanks, Doom.
Thanks, Doom.
3-3-3. It was 4v4. But you don't have to switch characters if you don't want to because it's one health bar.
Back in the JM Cross with the game up.
Like, you know how fighters 3 health bars or tag games, usually everybody has their own health bar? But you don't have to switch if you don't want to. So if you want to just play one character, you can. But it's not advised because, like, let's say you hit someone from full screen and use an assist to pick it up. You'd want to switch characters so you can continue the combo.
Raw. That's been working out
Instead
a
of
lot
just
for
like
both sides. In the
hitting him with the
launcher.
assist and running up awkwardly. Because some people's characters might not be
combo
fast
limit, if you watch
enough.
the top left
Or might
right
not be
there.
able to get that good of a conversion
You
full
see it
screen
winding
like
down. You
that.
have to be able to reset it sometimes.
Which is why you switch characters
Be
after you hit the
mindful.
mature assist.
So I think people look for like a lot of wall spot opportunities to let them sunk down. Set up for some schmicks.
Nice. Yeah, when you do stage transitions, you unlock more characters. Because as you can see, like at the start of the match, characters are locked. Like right now for KBR, his danger is locked, and for Jim Crofts, his Ghost Rider and some named Danger are locked. You got to do station missions, or I think you get a new character each round as well, or something like that. I remember.
We worked that again to cross them up.
But the main way you're getting characters is station missions. And to do a station mission, you just throw them in the corner, or you super them in the corner.
I got my launcher at the ready. Imagine.
Oh shit! Ticking time bomb, bruh.
Maybe our time to cook up right now. Oh, but that might be that Doom with the super at the end. It definitely is. Blended Doom.
Yeah, see, you got another character.
JM Cross set point.
Yeah, the loser of each round gets a new character. Yeah, that's how it is. Doom Dash looks fast. Yeah, he has like a TP dash. That's where the team's gonna be Gwenpool, Scarlet Witch, and Clea.
Zach, I'm trying to do
Never know.
5L.
Scarlet Witch wouldn't make any sense though. She's not really an anti-hero. All we know is that his team's anti-heroes. I'm gonna be pretty sad if Blade isn't there.
Beam on beam action right there. Now the finger beams.
My prediction is that it's Ghost Rider, Blade, Moon Knight.
Right, happy accidents work out.
And then like could be Clea or Electra.
Bro, KBR look mad locked in.
I don't think Ditto will be there. I think Ditto is gonna be at launch.
Yeah, it's lots of money on this one.
But apparently, you know that stage Daredevil's on? In the background, in the window, he's not there anymore. Apparently, he's not there anymore.
Mistaken, really special.
Is what people have been saying today. You know the stage with the apartments in the background where you can see Daredevil? He's not there anymore.
Try stuff out. People aren't gonna be opting.
So shit, he might be playable. Maybe that comic thingy is real. Maybe the team is Blade, Ghost Rider, Moon Knight, and Daredevil. But like, I feel like someone on there isn't coming.
I'm so good.
I don't think Clea in the background.
On the bracket. I did not expect that. I'm sorry, James.
Because she's also in the photo as well. I don't think she's in it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He does have hands though. He has hands. He has hands. KBR though, we'll definitely see him in a lot of tournaments. He's cooking up, give him more time. That's all he needs, a little more time to grind.
Next match. Yeah, why is this
Let me say it again. His mind is just at the boy.
Semifinals, we got Diaphone versus Nerd Josh.
I think so, right?
Magneto. Fear Magneto.
Awesome. Once again, this has been the go-to strategy for Nerd Josh overall. And this tracks you down with the web sling.
Okay, let's go Spidey.
Sniping.
Okay. Let's go Spidey.
Of course, we're all learning the game. There's so many things I don't know about this game. You know, that has been a consistent in the past couple of minutes, though. Smashing the launcher. I do believe it's minus, though. I think I've seen it be punished, if I'm not mistaken. I could be. It's early days. I don't know. Magneto.
Fear Magneto. Ooh, nice anti-air.
Big pickups.
Oh, he missed time to assist it.
Media with big damage.
Back throw.
Dash up throw. He just, with no fear in his heart.
But the black Magneto is so sick, bro.
Oh, the whip punish.
The all black Magneto.
No, it all worked out. I like the idea though. He like clearly had the intention to like look out for that launcher. Also, as a visual way, this game looks so beautiful. It just looks real good. If you were like a casual person walking by and saw this game, you'd be like, man.
Damn! Wait, what? No, go back. What was that? Wait, what? What the fuck? That was full screen.
Looks so beautiful. It just looks real good. If you
Bro, he threw this projectile metal, right? Pulled his ass. No. Look at that. Look at that. You see that?
Man.
What the fuck? Damn!
Also,
Magneto crazy.
Looks so beautiful. It just looks real good. If you were like a
No,
casual
that
person
shit
walking by
evil.
you'd be like, man,
What is this character, bro?
this looks next gen, as the kids would say. There you go.
You could have spent meter
Josh
too. He has
avoids all
full
that
meter.
pressure, puts his own on.
Yeah, I don't want that
I
for
know
to
he's
spend.
gonna
He has
win
hella
either.
meter. He's maxed
I
out.
can't lie, Diaphone. I can't hold you. I'm there with you. I think the interactions that Nerd Josh has to win, though, have been a lot more multiple in terms of, like, there'll be like 3 or 4 more interactions.
So you guys telling me he's one of the fastest characters in MVC
and stuff
2?
like that, but
In this game, he's just a zoner. That's funny.
Spider-Man really ain't dealing as much damage.
He's not slow, though.
But does that matter if he keep getting these wall slaps?
He's just definitely not as fast as he is in MVC2.
Stays solid up in the corner. Round to round right now. Danger unlocked. Nerd Josh will have that assist in the back pocket. There you go.
No joke yet. Spider-Man's a hard character. It's going to take a while for people to get good with him.
Have the assist and really
He's one of those types of characters.
Is it 2 with this type of game? Ooh.
It's like literally how he is in
Great
Rivals.
reversal match.
You're gonna have to give it a few months.
For mutant kind.
That is too great.
All right, Max is like a close second. Close
Oh
second
my
to do.
god, what
close
is
second
this?
to do.
What is all that metal he left out, bro? So you telling me he can use that to enhance his specials?
Hold the whip.
Oh, that was a whip.
Later on the screen, though.
Wait, what is that debuff on Spider-Man? Do you see that? Do you see that?
Throw.
What is that on him?
Air throw.
Wait, can he just pull him at
Throw.
any time now? It lasts so long.
Backdash just accept the danger.
Oh, hell no. Oh,
Block it all
hell
out.
no. Magneto looked
On his
crazy
turn.
in this game.
Oh, no, he gets his wall splat.
I think he finally ran out. That
He
looks
damage.
like, bro, it lasted
I
so
believe we gonna see
long.
something. Oh, I thought we'd see a super.
He was magnetized for like 30 seconds.
See a launch, though.
Okay, not 30, but
It's
like
web.
20
Not
seconds.
extensions just yet. To get a combo.
He said, but how?
Splattered in there. And the
Oh,
assist.
you're dead.
He's so nasty. He just jumps over. Lets the assist do the talking. Finish the job. There we go. By the way, there is still a long, long line. I see y'all waiting to play the game. What's up? Watching? Waiting for your turn? You gonna be here a while though.
No, he gonna be here a while. It's crazy.
I'm so mean. Oh,
Look at all that metal.
Looks like he can't set up.
Oh,
Maybe he's trying to
what
set up like
the
a
hell?
mini fireball scenario. I don't know, man. Even have that right there might be good for suppression. I don't know fully what Max does yet.
Oh, magic
Hasn't been a character guide out for him. If you want to see the character guides for the characters, I think they're releasing them every day. As are the content creators who you can watch, but I know the official ones are coming out day by day. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got him.
Damn.
Critical and foolish error. And it shall be the last one you ever make.
And that allows for him to have the
All
litter,
this
the clutter
metal.
on the screen.
Look at all this fucking metal.
Anti-projectile, the one! Bro, Diaphone.
The anti-airs.
That's my boss. That's my guy. The one smashing launcher randomly. Not randomly. There's a tint. There's a tint. It's not random. No, he needs to.
No fries.
Diaphone is up in the crowd. Okay, the splat. This is something similar that we saw previously, where we got a lot of wall splats, damage right after something that Diaphone's taking. Josh's book, punish. You know that I feel like it's not that bad to run that launcher. If you do get punished, the damage we have seen from Spider-Man hasn't been massive. So.
Okay.
Spider
Yeah,
move.
meter. Spend that shit.
Does he name every one of his moves?
Nice. No, I was at mouth, but Prowler mouth. I'd be down for that.
Ooh, done holding back. Nerd, Josh bringing it back. I thought he was going to get smoked. I can't lie. The way these launches were happening for access to damage, but they have to change the stage, though. Yeah.
They were wiping the screen off or what?
Change the stage. It may benefit you.
Oh, stage.
Pick the stage that may benefit you. Yes.
Ooh, new map. Oh my god, there actually really isn't Doom. There's no Doom. I'm not Doom. There's no help. Look at the empty slots in the roster. What is that?
I'll give it to Josh. I mean, you obviously have to stay with
What the
what you
fuck?
have, but even
What the fuck is this order? It looks like there's 3 characters missing right here, which they are. That's his team, of course. two missing right here. Oh yeah, because they're not in the build. Damn, that's crazy.
This team
They
looks
actually
like
just
it's
left
pretty,
out Hulk, and then they
pretty
left
devious
out Carnage and Green Goblin.
All right, back into a nerd job.
I'm about to say, why does this thing look like
It
this?
ain't over till it's over though.
Oh my god, it's Luna Snow. You don't see Luna Snow in the background right there? Right here on that poster.
out of there.
Oh, it's lagging. Why is it lagging? Right here. Luna Snow. What does it say? Fire and shadow? Something in shadow. Ice and shadow. Yeah, that's what it says. Luna Snow, ice and shadow.
There has to be considerable startup on that. But like,
She somehow
right
snuck
now,
her way
obviously
into the
they're
damn
gonna
game.
catch Luna's weapon upward.
She can stay up posted then.
Oh, going for the break of the wall.
This needs to drop already? It does. I didn't realize I was live yet.
Joins the squad. Diaphone. He's locked up in the corner. Uh-oh. Overhead working out to get some distance.
Damn.
Ooh,
Y'all
no
hating? What would Luna Snow need to be in this game for, though? Be realistic. Who's that? Who the fuck is that? Who's this? Does anyone know who that is? That guy right there.
Ooh, no fear.
Who's that? This guy.
Not a
Who is
one-inch
that?
punch.
Bullseye? Oh, is he in the new season of Born Again? Daredevil Born Again? Here he is.
Okay. Once again, same story. Do we see a super at the end of this?
Nelson and Murdoch. Yeah, he's just not in that place
All right,
anymore.
save the bar.
At least even in the
doesn't give
daytime
you,
stage, Daredevil's just not there
Wall
anymore.
break. Doesn't give you wall break, I mean.
Shit, Daredevil might actually be a
So you're
launch
gonna
roster.
pick up
Damn. I thought he'd be DLC, but shit, it's looking like he's gonna be launch roster.
No. These 6 scenarios.
What game is this? Tokon, bro. Come on.
Ooh. Stays on the other side. Bro, he did like fireball and then jump fireball web sling. Okay, with the break.
But I don't know.
Is there
Then
a
again,
dodge?
this is the nighttime stage.
Guess with a W.
Oh shit, he does show up. But he's suited up as Daredevil in the back now. What the fuck? He's right there. He's right there as well. Hold on. Well, it's kind of hard to see from here. He's there. He only shows up for like fucking round 1 apparently. But he's wearing his suit now.
Ball stick
What
in the
the
super this
fuck?
time. My lead. I could watch these supers all day. It's good they made the game beautiful because I feel like we see the supers quite a bit.
Because in the trailer, he was there for Green Goblin. Well, I mean, when they showed the Doom's team, but he's just not in there anymore.
Look at that. You still get the litter on the screen. The
Yeah, that's the last thing they will. Not tonight. Oh, I don't know about tonight. I think tomorrow. If we're lucky tonight, but I'm pretty sure the last team's not gonna be announced until tomorrow before top 8 of Guilty Gear.
For the projectile.
Because they have to play Robo Kai's trailer and then they're probably gonna show it. Or maybe they show it today, but it'd be cool if they show it today because the tournament's today. The tournament. But think about it though. Why would they cut this? Because this is the pre-release tournament. Why would they cut the pre-release tournament now and then play one match later of the grand finals? Because the grand finals is at what, 9? Let me see. Pre-release tournament finals, 6 o'clock. That's 9 for me. It could be. Could be later tonight. Or they show before Guilty Gear. Because they did it last year. Because they did that before. They've done that. They're both made by Arxis. There's no other Arxis game here other than that. Wait, you want Net Impact? Because that's the only other Arxis game here. So what they would do is that they would show RoboKai and they'd show this. That was the game announcement, not a character review though. Fair enough. But at the Arc World Tour, they showed did they even show anything for Guilty Gear? I don't remember if they even showed anything for Guilty Gear, but they showed that for Even for other games, they showed Grand Blue as well for after Strive, before Strive Top 8. They've done this for several of the games before. As long as it's ArcSys, they'll show it. They don't give a fuck. Is it 9 1 to Evo channel? Predictions for the last couple characters? I wrote down like 3, 4 teams. Whatever, it doesn't matter what we do, but where are my thingies at? I'll put my notepad. This is what I wrote down for the bingo. Where's my notepad? Those are what I wrote. For Ghost Rider's team, these are my predictions. This is just literally just the comic panel that we saw. If you don't know what I'm referencing this if you haven't seen it. Hold on. Where the fuck is it at? What chat did I post it in? Oh, I found it. You know what I'm referencing here with this middle part? It is... Why can I not find... Oh, here it is. This is what I'm referencing. Tokon Fighting Souls variant cover for the Mark Spector Moon Knight thingy, blah blah blah, September. Yeah, you see Moon Knight's right here, Ghost Rider, Daredevil, literally the same suit he's wearing in game right now. I mean, this is the same shit he's wearing in game right now as well for Daredevil. You got Moon Knight, you got Blade, and you got I keep forgetting her fucking name, but Strange's girl. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the team. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think they were supposed to put this out this early, but I would assume Daredevil would be DLC because that dude would sell DLC like crazy, but whatever. The hints in the other trailers, that is true. We saw like a star with a wand and all that other shit. But like the last trailer hint was just fire. Like after the Doom trailer, I don't think Scarlet Witch would be there. But then again, we did see the wand in that other trailer, but I think that was for the Captain America trailer. Tokon. Because at the end of each trailer, they usually give a hint, but at the end of the Doom trailer, the Knights of Doom trailer, all they did was fire. That's it. Holy shit, why is it in 2x speed? Or is it in 2x speed? It's not. Why was that so fast? Oh, because it's on PlayStation channel. Yeah, all we saw was fire this time. But in this one, we saw the green shit with the like comic issue numbers of Carnage. Hold on. Yeah, these are comic issues of Carnage. You can see Doom's face and like the green for Green Goblin. Like this shit was obvious, I'm not gonna lie. But that's why we all instantly easily guessed Carnage's team. I mean, Dr. Doom's team, because it was so easy. The Tekken cartoon show? What the fuck? I did hear about that. Is that real? Is that real? What the fuck is that? Yeah, this is my thingies. And before Jean Grey. Holy. Oh shit, bro. Okay, y'all can add Jean Grey, but she better not be broken like she is in Rivals, bro. Like, holy. Yeah, Spider-Man's face was crossed out, yeah. She better not be broken like she is in fucking Rivals, bro. She's broken like she is in Rivals. I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose my shit. Let's keep watching this. You cannot resist. But she's a menace in every game. She really, oh, she is a menace in MVC because she full on rebots in that game. I heard about that.
No air throw. Oh, I thought he was gonna go for one. That's been his whole thing.
Damn. Fights. Why is the audio like this? What did they do to the... Oh, I'm on it in black. Yeah, I think we can go a game without Phoenix for a while. That chick is just always broken, bro. I mean, I understand, yeah, she has the cosmic being thingy or whatever, though. Phoenix Force, whatever. Like that shit is busted, but like every game she's canon. Like her strength is canon, bro. That shit is crazy. She's giga fucking broken.
Over and over again. Again, pre-release tournament, do what works. Hit him with the Ferrari.
Hit him with the Ferrari is crazy.
Crossover. Some defense. They're just slightly to stagger pressure. Oh, it should be over, right? No? Okay. Again, no opties right now. It's all good. Oh, the super block, baited and punished. Oh, Nerd Josh.
Damn.
Well rewarded. Moves on.
Diaphone, no.
Over Diaphone, dog.
Right, next match. This is the last one we can watch.
Props. My Chicago friend. Right. Doing the next to go. See, Matt Levy talked about it. We said day for Tokon, by the way.
People are saying Dale's Ghost Rider's team. Does it appear in the window anymore? Yeah, we just talked about that. He's not in the window anymore. He's in his suit outside of the window now.
From JM Crofts. He ain't no combos, but you know how to play fighting.
He's in his all red suit.
Wall stick. Bring the chase down. Uh-oh. Slight punish again. Watch out for what's minus. What's whipping in the night. Not that one, though. That's a rip raw.
Yeah, I want Cyclops. Can we get Cyclops in this game, but not Phoenix? Yeah, Cyclops, no Phoenix, yeah. Let's get Cyclops, but no Phoenix. At least Phoenix, not Phoenix till like at least like a year or two. Like she's gonna be broken, bro. Like, oh my, she's broken every time, every game she's in.
Just builds up. Whoa. There you go, Cloud bringing it back. I think all because Gambit. I got tagged
right there.
With that nasty combo.
He's right there. You see him? Yo, can I get Psylocke? I know, bro, she's right there. I know y'all see her, bro. Please. Please.
Tag the ball button, though.
I need this. We don't need another X-Men. What the hell? What the hell?
Is that jump medium or jump heavy? I wonder. That's a good button, though.
What the hell?
Jump medium? Okay. That's a God button. It looks like a God button. It is? Confirm. Confirm God button. It's the range on it, the cross it's that good. Thanks, audience. Yeah, you guys are pretty good out here. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, audience.
They've watched Chrome Alchemist's content. Yeah, see?
Tired of these muties. Hey, yo.
Oh, no.
Hey, yo.
Anti-air.
Tired of these
Cross takes
muties.
advantage of that
Crazy.
easily. Say, Cloud.
That's the name Psylocke? Oh, wow.
Punish.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Did you know they had Ichigo to Grand Blue? Yes. That's why I put guest character up there. Because this could be Ichigo and Grand Blue versus. But I know it's not. But they haven't done a guest character in a while, so I think it's time for them to do a guest character.
Oh, yes, it Link.
The last guest character Grand Blue did for versus was 2B. You know they have Gojo in the mobile game?
Jumping got a little bit more damage there.
Son, if they fucking show Gojo in Grand Blue versus, that shit'll be crazy, bro. Or Sukuna or something. Dude, I want. If there's a guest character from an anime I want in a fighting game, I want Itadori in Tekken. Itadori would go fucking crazy in Tekken. You divergent fist and you black fashion the fuck out of a motherfucker. That shit would be hard, bro. You don't need. They don't need to add Sukuna. They don't need to add Sukuna. That'll be like he can just appear during the rage art. But like, bro, divergent fist and then the black flashes. Oh my god. You tell me that wouldn't work perfectly for Tekken. Tell me it wouldn't. Tell me it wouldn't, bro. That shit would be hard. Black Flash and electric. Yeah, he can have his own electric. Itadori can have that. It could be the same input, but I mean, animation would be different. And it would just like stun you. Just like how electrics do. Like, you know how electrics, like you uppercut them and it leaves them airborne stunned? It can do the same thing, but like, it would just, the animation would be different. That shit would be hard. I mean, if you think about it, black flashes are like literally just electrics. It's literally the same thing. And then like what he would have like different He had like the Manji kick and shit, like the sliding and stuff. Gaming for Hope collab. I don't even know who that is, but isn't that guy crazy or something? Who said Gaming for Hope? My friend says that guy is crazy.
And Cross Combo's kind of looking a little more saucy. He said that was his problem.
I was told he's like
I don't know if he got
Dark
back in line,
Side Phil, but
more.
for
What happened there?
Overwatch is what I heard. Who is that guy? What does he do? What did he do? Actually, no, I've heard what he done. That guy's done some crazy shit. I even gotta ask. Never mind, I remember now. Yeah, I got him. Yeah, I got that.
Right there from Cloud.
Yeah, I know that not Tokon, that Rivals tournament today. The World Cup. There's no point in me watching it. I don't think teams are balanced.
Iron Man might be harder to deal with.
It's probably gonna be team whose team is it again? There's like 3 teams that are like crazy stacked. Kingsman's team is stacked. Because Kingsman's team has 3 winnable ball players.
Finds his one, doesn't get a super. Oh no.
Kingsman's team is stacked. Boger's team looks pretty good as well. I forgot the last team that looked really good. I think it was Canada. Yeah, Canada was stacked too. Team US, Canada. Both those teams are so stacked. That's why I'm like, bro, I'm not watching this. We're watching, bro.
The counter.
And there's like no bracket command. Like people, I've already like when I woke up before I started stream, I've already saw people complaining on Twitter saying teams are imbalanced. There's no official broadcast anywhere getting live streamed anywhere. So if you want to watch a tournament, you have to go to individual people's streams. There's no broadcast anywhere, and there's no bracket command. There's nothing. Like there's barely an advertising for the tournament. Like no one even knows the tournament's happening.
I don't know, Cloud. That was kind of. I don't know, Cloud's kind of close, bro. That was a little close, Cloud. I don't know, bro.
What's up, Oliver? How you doing? Spare bones. I mean, if y'all want to look at it real quick, we can check. We can take a look and see what's actually happening. Let's just take a peek. We can take a look and see what's actually happening. Let's just take a peek. We can take a look at. Whatever. Loop my thingy.
That's alright. Almost lost.
J3's team. Yeah, they're up 1. Okay. 90K people playing Rivals. Yeah, good thing I'm not playing Rivals today. Holy shit, I'm gonna get nobody watching. Ain't nobody about to watch me. Is this guy still doing his charge stuff? Oh, they're not doing exclamation point charge anymore? Oh yeah. They put out a statement. I don't know if they tweeted it, but they put out a statement about the charge thing, saying that we've been monitoring the event, something. Ichigo gameplay now. What the hell are you talking about? Something. They put out a statement saying that they're gonna the event's on pause for now or something like that, and that because of all the drama that happened. What charge thing? It's like basically the top 2 people on this leaderboard get 500 gifted to their channel, but like the way it's run is so poorly, bro. Like it's so biased. Like if you're a small creator, you're not getting 500 gifted, bro, because you need people in your chat spamming charge, and like obviously bigger streamers have more people in their chat, so they're just obviously gonna win it. But people keep accusing each other of macroing it is a thing. Okay, let's see. Let's check on Boger.
It's so tilted.
Yeah, she's so tilted.
4-2. Fan's tilted.
I would flame warn. I'm sorry.
What did Warren do?
If this wasn't my game, I would flame him. If this happened in my tournament.
He's been live for 11 hours. Oh my god. I was awake when he started stream.
Don't care. What is this? I've seen him play. The thing is,
what did I miss?
Play other hits cat. I've seen him off Squirrel Girl.
What happened?
I've seen him play Namor. Like in tournaments, he's played the more.
It feels weird looking to someone with Gambit on, they're not jumping. Seeing someone use Gambit on just not jump, it feels kind of cursed.
Scan easily.
What did I miss? There's no way of telling who's winning or nothing because there's no bracket anywhere. That's why like this tournament's unwatchable. Like you just like there's no official stream. I don't even think it's getting streamed on the Rivals channel, is it?
Effective, poke setups here.
It's
from Brazil.
not. They're streaming Pro Play. Oh no, they are streaming it.
Elsa is very, very good at playing up against those less mobile comps. She wants to be
Exclamation point bracket.
Get a lot of value for catching out onto your trap.
There's no
Very
bracket.
bouncy, can obviously like close the gap.
There is no bracket command.
So, really looking
is it pinned?
She very much feels like.
Oh, it is pinned. Oh my god.
Abilities that make her very potent against those higher health pool heroes. It's going to be a Cyclops ban here for Brazil off the back. USA can scratch their chins a bit and ask themselves what they don't want to deal with. Obviously, Nitro was on Ultron
Why the
for
fuck
a
does it
bit,
look like
in that
this?
previous game, and it'll be taken off the table.
Can I just see the normal bracket?
It's also because the Mantis was banned out.
I guess this is the normal.
Brazil,
Oh, it's in round robin phase.
Mantis
It's not even an
got
actual
banned out, and
bracket. Fucking hell.
It seemed alluded to that Brazil were going for like a triple strategist.
Team
so
Spain
not
is
having
3-0
Mantis
right now.
was a big loss for them.
Team Japan is
Honestly, as well,
2-1.
Nobody really bans out.
They lost to
Strange
Team
because both
Australia.
teams benefit
Potato
from
went
it, even,
crazy.
like, not as a
Tato was
deck,
going
just
crazy. I was
because
watching Tato before I fell asleep.
Like both teams will want
He
to
was
have access
cooking.
to that, and it's mirrored bans, so both teams would lose it.
How
So
does
they
this
wanna
work?
go
I think it's
for
just
the
round robin
Mantis
or
and
something
just
like
making
that. I don't know
sure,
what
like,
they're doing.
The Strange is not going to be touched.
I think it's
So
round robin
sometimes
for
it's
today. I think it's a
taken out
multi-day
the
tournament.
The Ultron, which, like you mentioned,
So for today,
is
they're
still a
just
little bit
doing
old for Brazil.
round robins and then the actual bracket with like the matchups will be tomorrow or something. I don't fucking know, bro.
Strategist pool has been.
I don't fucking know, man.
In the game. Yeah. All right. Cross, lock in.
Oh, I think they coin flip for server maybe.
Pizza.
Or they use ping balancer or whatever.
Piece of cake. Hey man, it's not cake, bro. It's real pizza.
I think
Let's not do
they either
this.
coin
Let's
flip
not.
or they do the ping balancer thing.
Don't make me dislike your Josh. It's damn near impossible, bro. No. It is delicious. James Cross. Now you have to win. Chicago wins. Oh, that's an overhead. Again, the game like really tells you like what it is and what it isn't. Seeing what buttons are. You can immediately tell. Oh, that's an overhead right there. That's a hard knockdown right there. I love the UI. Yeah, UI. Ooh, the cross up. I love that. EX.
Nice.
Storm of bullets, gets a jump in.
Let's go.
I'll just use it. I want to say neutral skipping moves. Advancing specials.
Oh, bro, why does my monitor keep going black?
Someone let me know.
I'm
Have they
getting
released
trolled.
a soundtrack for this, or like at least some of the OST for it? Because this is banging.
Nah, they ain't dropped none of the OSTs yet.
Arcus, please.
Spotify or
Drop the
nothing.
Doom one first, though. I need the Doom one first, expeditiously. I feel like I've seen a clip of it, but I didn't see if they had like the whole thing. Anyway, back in the match. Defense. Crossover. The float. So get snagged. That morning breath missing.
Oh, I forgot he has a
Floor
floor
lava.
move.
Oh, he couldn't get the full
The little
pick up.
floor fire
Puts himself
thing.
up in the corner.
Back throw.
The throw and the
Stage
break.
transition.
Yo, Kyle has such a big lead. You
That
can't
assist
lose
is
it.
so good.
You just
That
can't
Iron Man
lose
move right there that he
There's
just
so much
used to
work to do
step
here
back
for
into
Jay
the
Cross.
missiles. So you can use that as an assist as well.
Unless.
Yes, it's down assist if I remember correctly.
Passing the toes.
Oh no, that's his back assist.
Oh, on the other side.
You got to put him last on your team
Getting some great right back. Anti-air.
if you want that assist.
Ooh.
You just do jab, 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 heavy.
Oh, no. I think he went for missiles, if I'm not mistaken, and got interrupted. A boot to the face. Cloud on set point. Will main stage.
Bro, my monitor
Have
went black
some
again.
cloudy
Why
weather.
does he keep doing that? You have a date for this game? Yeah, isn't it July? Holy shit, my monitor is loop going black. Isn't it July? Not July. August something 3rd or something like that. Let me look it up.
Oh, clash.
August 6th, my bad.
The float, the air to air. Got a full combo for that one.
Damn, so we only have a week to play Avatar. God damn it, man. I wish Avatar didn't get delayed, but whatever. Like a week or two to play Avatar.
Why you say it like that?
Yeah, and it's like, it's like
Big lead right now.
Avatar, and then after a few days of Avatar, Yasmin drops in Street Fighter, and then after a few days of that, Tokon, and then Bob is probably gonna drop around that time too. But thankfully, I'm not interested in Bob. Thankfully, Kunimitsu dropped before Bob. I'd be so pissed if Kunimitsu was second though. Okay, my monitor just keeps going black. I don't know what to do about this. I need to get a new monitor. This one's fucked, I think. Like some random things just cause my monitor to go black sometimes. I don't know what it is, bro.
Can you finish it? Elemental Outlaw. It's a done deal, and Cloud moves on to main stage.
Main stage. Is that it? I think that's it.
Competitors at
exhibitions. Yeah, it's over, no? These are just exhibitions. Yeah, I think we gotta watch exhibitions. Yeah, they just need people streaming on the channel.
I gotta give you raid first. Yeah, get raid first. All right. But here, just block the non-rage.
Wolverine?
Oh, I think it's just punchable. Yeah. Oh yeah, cause counter. Oh.
Oh, this was the iPhone K7 thingy.
Oh my god. Almost had a little clean perfect. Oh, hold on. Oh, I got like a dive kick too in there. Yeah, that's armored by the way.
We have not seen a lot of Wolverine today. I don't know, no one's been playing him.
This character is gonna be so ham. I can't wait.
There was a combo that they posted. Hold on. What monitor is it? Do I have a monitor command? I think we do. Not sure. Could be wrong. You take a look at this. Wait, no, I can't. Wait, no, this isn't it. No, we saw this one already. It was a cool Magneto combo I saw earlier. I don't think this is it. This one's cool too though.
That leads into be able to pull them in for some nasty mix. Let me get a better view. Let me get down here. I feel like I'm in the way a little bit. Yeah, let me get this way. There we go. I can see all the screen. Yeah, there's that wall splat. There's not a break anymore.
39k damage.
And one thing I saw a lot of
that's damage, bro.
Was doing a lot of like defensive options, doing
the
counters, being able to get through this. But then again, Diapo can also do a counter back at him and punish him for that. Locks out the assist for a while too. Boy,
dang, he has really good normals too. Yeah, how tall is Magneto? Holy shit. He's floating too, so it's like hard to tell. His head is smaller than his fucking torso. Holy shit. His head looks so damn small for how buff he is. Shit looks cursed. How tall is Magneto? I'm looking this up. How tall is Magneto? 6'2". But he's floating, so he motherfucker's like 7 foot. Motherfucker's always flying. Floating or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, you can do that.
Armor?
Oh, I just accidentally tagged in Magneto. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, I got to do my quarter circle back series. That's what it is to get the rest of that combo. Because quarter circle forward is the fireball.
Assemble.
Oh, I want Wolverine.
Big wolf. Oh, man, I want to play more Rose, but that shit barely even runs on my computer. Game is like 13. Wait, how much? 130 gigabytes?
I'll try to switch.
You better uninstall the HD texture pack. I know this is unrelated to. No, you're good.
Oh my god.
Uninstall the HD texture pack. You can do that.
Okay, dude.
Like if you go to your Steam right here, right click Rivals, Properties, DLC. Sorry, here. You can uninstall it. Just uncheck mark this. That's like 40 gigs. You can uninstall this. Apparently, it doesn't even like do much anyway. It doesn't even look that different from what I heard. I didn't know that. Yeah, try that. You can save 40 gigabytes. Thanks, no problem, dude.
My bad.
They just added that, so that's probably why a lot of people don't know. Yeah, try that. That's 40 gigs.
Oh, that's good.
How much gigs is Rivals normally? Is it one something? Good question actually, because I don't fucking know myself. Mine's 119. Mine's 119. Okay, let's watch No More Evil now. It's not for the Tokon.
I gotta do the quarter circle back series again.
We've got Tokon for like hours now. Let me pull up the Twitch theater again. Need from the man in the mirror. What do you guys want to watch?
Yeah, but he spends a lot of time in the lab to understand certain spacings and things like
Oh,
that.
I love the way
Lashar
that
is
Lashar
just-
plays.
Bleed is playing.
Like you can't drive rush.
Ooh, let's see Bleed cook up. Let's see Bleed cook up.
Spending that meter well into big damage. So Bleed, match point again. I know. Do we see just round start run up?
He's running a Lowy Echo.
How well do you know Bleed? Yeah. Just I mean, it wasn't a run up. It was round
Oh, we're changing him to
big jumping.
2x or
Close
something.
enough. Close enough. Round start, my turn. Oh, same side. How do you even make that end up in the same side in that instance? I would have thought for sure the cross-up was guaranteed. Oh, good trade there for Bleed. Keeps the opponent in the corner. Backing off though, trying to bait out. You gotta watch out. Goes in the moment you see that Thresh assist.
The 2x scale last night was funny as hell.
Big pickup. Oh, the tentacle as well. Yeah, honestly, these combos are some of my favorites to watch. Like, Bleed is just so disgustingly optimal all the time.
Yeah, best Lowy in the
Does
business.
switch this time, keeps Alawi in. Again,
Bro, again?
back to back 2 times.
You played 2x last night? Yeah, we played with it was me, Sajam versus Wani and Curry.
That Nova has had in so long, and it's instantly broke. Oh no!
It's pretty funny. All we did was shit talk each other the entire time.
I mentioned this earlier today, but those
Oh, here we go. Take a break.
That is death if I've ever seen
That's
it.
death.
GG's very
Shake
dominant
man.
showing there from
Shake
Bleed,
man.
and
Shake
story
man.
continues. Bleed is going into this tournament as a high seed, one to watch for a reason. You know, like the success has already been there.
This dude's hilarious.
Well at Evo
His older
Japan,
brother's hilarious
won
too.
Frosty
Met him at
Faust,
Evo Japan.
absolutely tears things up.
This dude Bleed. I gotta rate him back. He actually rated me like a month ago. I still haven't rated him back, but like, bro, it's impossible to rate people back because like I stream so damn late, bro.
Like he's Kevin Hart. Okay, Myth.
That was clean as hell, Myth looking good, and now we're looking for more on Apology Man side, and that's
What is this? Myth and Apology Man versus Yohozi and Jake and Bake? Reeling stream. I don't know.
Prediction to be correct, but this the strong opener.
I played Reeling before on stream.
Yeah, dropped a little
It was
bit,
only the
got
demo
some
though.
damage. They picked it up, but again, surviving for now. Myth caught a couple of breaks, but
Deadless.
it doesn't look like he's gonna be long for this world regardless here. Showing no fear though, just going straight back in, establishing some offense, and Apology Man saves him from getting killed. Beautiful tag and beautiful save.
Darkness rises.
Continuing the raid form. Gauge is full, so
Hold this. Well, I've seen some loops with her with the fucking hold this move. That shit is cool. 2 dudes going against 1 guy. This kill is mad fun at Evo. Was you just so great at graduate high school? Oh, congrats on graduating.
Take these painful memories with you.
Congrats on graduating, dude.
Down, Yohozi trying to keep this squad alive and this exhibition rolling.
Can Yohozi make it work? The first opening goes to Apology Man this time. Fortunate and no conversion, but still he gets more, and he gets more, and he has the Wraith available right now, so...
Hold this. Take him down.
But decides to swap to his teammates. Myth, can you finish this in time?
And he do it. Oh, to the other side, clip the assist. Clips him there. The super.
Is that
and
Myth
Fury is
doing
out,
that?
though, so yeah, gonna interrupt the super. It's not quite over yet. Dash cancel.
That was actually pretty good.
Will take Myth down.
He was actually doing pretty good.
The one to close this set.
Oh.
It was so
Graduated beginning of June. W.
Oh, watch out, Furious is here right now, so Chip is not a factor. Gets the parry on the super assist.
W,
Yohozi,
congrats, dude.
smelling blood, looking to get away, to get in. At least we're trying to find that Fury. No!
I should probably take a break from streaming, huh?
Respect at all to close
Since
that
we're about to do a
game.
subathon.
Big level 3 get obliterated, my friend. Apology
I feel like I'm about to get burnt out this
scored the
subathon.
5th point in this 2x KO duel. Excellent play.
But I don't think, actually, no, I don't think I will. Never mind.
Supreme.
As long as I'm having fun, I don't think I'll get burnt out.
Exact prediction that Myth talked about. 5-2, Myth in 5, along with
4 dudes
Apology
on
Man.
stage.
Beautiful stuff right there. Great
Bro, that's actually pretty
reaction
crazy,
to
bro.
the
This game is
charge
actually
heavy as
2v2.
well. My man's was doing
They
it
could low-key
from
do the same thing with
beginning to
Tokon.
end. Rob TV, talk to me. Let me know how everything's going as we're going to kick it to the stage. Back
Wait,
to
I
our
missed it?
hosts
It's
and our
over?
players.
Damn it. It's over.
Okay. Myth
Apology, man. I need you for a minute, man. I need you, brother. Oh, he's not even locked in. Tap this, man.
You got the headset head.
Professional. Okay. No. Okay. So, Myth, of course, now getting into fighting games, you really locked in. It seems like you learned a lot from like your time with, of course, Beneath and Super Noon and everything. How did your performance go on your end?
Bro, like
Cranking 90s to get into the
that
FGC.
just got intense at a certain point. And I remember I looked over at Apology, and he was like, "Okay, you got to do this."
I wonder what fighting game he's gonna play next.
But we kept the
Like, you know, he needs to play like one with command inputs. That's gonna drive him insane. If he's getting this farmed from Darius and 2X, bro.
Okay, and I gotta ask you, Apology, man.
Myth frame bending on the edge from the headphones.
In fighting games too.
Hey, that's why you don't see me with a headset. I have a headset. Where is it? They sent me a 2X one.
Feels like a good application of my skills.
Where'd I
And,
put
like,
it?
I love playing. Like every character in this game, they're my best friends, and I hate them all at the same time.
Here.
So I try to play every character and like just think like a player, like how I would. Like
I have a headset. I just don't use it.
but yeah, dude, it's just a lot of fun, and I love playing duos as well. Like,
Remember this one they sent me? I don't use it because I don't like headsets.
And there was just
Why is it not showing?
Like he knew what I was thinking, and I didn't
Fucking
even have to
plushies
say
in the
it, and I
way.
was like, oh my God,
I have this.
Yeah, so
They just sent me this. And they sent me it's Kitsune as well, but I don't play on Kitsune. I'm just leaving it in the box.
Last thing,
So I want to actually use it.
It's dope to see you competing like this,
Maybe
bro.
I'll give it to
Clearly,
someone.
you see how much you've already like leveled up here. Might we see
I
you
don't have.
competing more into
I don't play with headsets though.
man, like I love this game. It's
I've tried this before. It sounds good. I've used it when I was Yeah, it's actually open. I used it when I was gonna use it on my setup when I went to EVO Japan, but I ended up finding something.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
Looks really good too.
victors, of
Beautiful.
course, Myth and
I want
Apology,
to get
man.
dirty though.
Congratulations, fellas, and shout out to my dog.
Sell them.
Jake
I'm
and
not
Vic
selling
and
a
Jose as
gift.
well.
What the fuck?
That's it, guys.
You guys are
We're gonna
assholes.
go ahead and throw things to a break, and the next thing we have for you guys
Y'all are
is
assholes.
gonna be an invincible.
That's not how you.
versus
You
panel.
don't
You
do
don't
that.
want to miss it. We'll see you after this break.
Chipotle and
Bro said
2X
sell
are
it.
back for round 2. Use promo code TAGTEAM at checkout to unlock the Chipotle Fresh Fit backpack and bucket hat for
That's
your
what you
avatar.
guys do.
Visit chipotle.com/2xko.
If I'd have gifted you guys something, you would have sold it. Bet that. I remember that. That's what you guys do with gifts? Is it a gift for a company or friends? My friends work at Riot. They're in my chat sometimes. I have multiple friends that work at Riot.
Before medium punch was played a little bit more to reach forward.
Let's see. Guilty Gear. Wait, we're missing Tekken. Where's Tekken? We have two 2X scales, but we don't have no Tekken.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a threat. Just because someone jumps
I gotta figure
in
what channel
doesn't
Tekken's on in a
necessarily
second.
mean your answer to it is a button press. That button press might be your forward input.
Well, you don't always have to meet the jump option, right? You can just do your best to make it whiff completely, get out of the way, take a positioning advantage at the very least. Oh, okay.
Evo 3.
Slash the tried and true Yasuo. Oh, speak of which, other side, but the defense, no, into the overhead.
It's on
Blocking
break.
all the left, rights, and then it's just the overhead that opens up. It's why it's so scary. But here's the thing, though, right? If you're looking for left, rights all the time, and then here comes an overhead.
Avatar is up next
you're
soon,
worried about,
yes.
like, left, right, and then
At
here's a
9.
whole, like, different
Wait, no,
block
no, it's
direction.
Tokon. It's Tokon first.
Not very nice to deal with. Wow, the throw to interrupt, to counter.
Ooh, Akali.
All right.
Akali
Big
assist.
pick up here. Gotta make
This is a
the most
very
of it.
popular team, Akali, Ari.
Yes, indeedy. We're gonna do it again. Of course we are. What are you gonna do? Rolls out, does not get punished for it. Looked for the roll though. The instant air dash was something, but things like I think it's quite
Boom.
important to even though a lot of Ari players will look to punish the rollout, it doesn't mean you should ever do it, because you have to test the Ari. If they're not going to punish it, it does.
Oh, they really did
always
change
get
the
out,
PlayStation
you know,
icon.
plain and simple. First round ball is
They
in there, of course, to
GTA'd
stop
it.
you more than you to not do
GTA
it for
5'd
you,
it.
just in case they stop it. Nice last minute 2H there. Oh, drop the combo. That combo drop was more than just damage, though. You lost the opportunity to keep him cornered. I like the adaptation there, but another overhead and then the
Iroh is
Yasuo
DLC?
pickup.
Oh, I guess they would show out
Profound
DLC for that today, right?
Yeah, the break. A At least, you know, the important thing there was just keeping Akali, like keeping your health too, and the damage preventative. We're seeing a lot of those like max heights 2Hs almost coming out from Fast.
Ooh, well sick.
Gone. The break was done to keep her alive, but she's already perished. Oh, that whiff. Oh, that one in my bones. Yasuo getting tricky.
Okay.
Below that time. Limit strike.
Limit strike.
Oh,
Oh, side switch. Oh, that was sick.
That was such a cool setup there. I did wonder when we saw the very deliberate repositioning. I was like, what is he cooking?
That's
What are we
smart.
cooking up here? Oh, a feast. Yum yum.
The feast. Now, Iroh, I don't think Iroh will be well, I mean, no, he is. We already saw launch roster. I don't think he won't be DLC. He will be there. Uncle Iroh is a very, very popular character. I don't see him not being there. He's one of the DLC characters, but we're gonna see the DLC characters what, today or tomorrow?
Now. And I feel like Vi isn't the character you would play
Today or tomorrow?
You yourself are inherently an aggressive player. You know, just attracts that kind of player who just wants to get things done fast. Setting up with it, bit of a delay. That overhead. These overheads may as well just be like 100% hit rate so far, but the reward from them is just so enormous. Lovely chase down, but again iced by the breaker. Immediate breaker. Can you pick this up? Ah, too far away. Oh God! That was an interrupt too. That caught the start of something. Yes, it did. Oh!
I was looking at the short, the comments on my short. Why are you inviting me to watch your live when you don't answer my question? What are you talking about?
Okay. Oh, use the screen.
What's your question, dude?
This time, and the combo weight does level 3 catch up. I think that's it. Speaking of level
I'm reading
3,
3 different chats, bro. Like, you can't get mad at me for missing your question, bro. What is your question, dude?
That was so good, though. I love seeing that tech. You know, use of the handshake right as they go for their wake up.
You're not the only one in chat, man.
Freeze a little bit of extra frames to see
Like,
what
relax
doing,
yourself,
help
buddy.
your reactions
When are you gonna play League of
that
Legends?
punish leads to
That's the question. Are you serious? I thought it was something like,
that retreating
bro,
shut down.
over League? Are we dead ass?
This is an opportunity you
I don't know, man. What? Last time I played was for Sub Sunday.
All Giro so far. Can you do something?
Bro, like, I think she was gonna ask something like,
jumps out.
my bad, it was a serious question.
The way out
Oh,
immediately. Yep, block on the 2H.
very, very serious indeed.
Oh,
If you're gonna ask me, like, I don't know.
Right.
It's not really that important. Like, I don't know. Important one or something. You gotta climb the challenger. Why would I play Elite when I can play 2x KO though?
Okay, but another opportunity fast.
I don't know, I'm spinning my chair. I just feel like
a
it.
big hit on the Yasuo here. Battle build level 3.
I've never done this.
Spends it. Wanting to keep the Yasuo alive. I feel like Yasuo does die there if you end up.
When will you play Rivals again?
Oh, but
yeah.
Okay, caught the ankles.
Yeah.
Five from Jiro. A lot more airborne than I'm used to seeing this character.
Yo, this guy is cooking. Yo, look at this Yasuo. This Jiro guy is cooking. Goddamn. Oh, Mickey Nato? Tag launcher? Oh shit, he's going crazy. That shit did so much damage. Raw super, parry, and your ass is grass.
That was cute. Shame it didn't work. No, because I genuinely feel like
Akali. That is weak ass Akali, bro. Get this shit out of here. Oh. Oh, wait. She's in Fury. Wait, might not be weak.
Alright, the Fury has been activated. If you want damage.
What? What?
Okay,
what? That was cheese. Wait, that was actual cheese. That was actual cheese. That was not supposed to work. What the fuck? That combo dropped. What does Fury do? It's like an X Factor or Spark from BDFZ. It just gives you bonus damage.
Is going to be taking it. You know, good man.
A lot more damage. And you can dash cancel all your normals.
Definitely a few costly execution
and specials.
I feel like that really has kind of just been the story of these early pools, and I feel like that is the case most years, is it not?
Because League is better. Bro, they're both made by Riot, bro. I can't play a different Riot game.
The earlier ones in the tournament, but at the very least that was.
Means.
As you can see, they both took the defensive action.
So can I get some Kunimitsu gameplay? God damn it, Sombra. Universa and Immortal Showcase for Invincible Versus. Oh, I didn't see that. Let me go look at that actually. Give me a second. Invincible Versus. Oh, they dropped both of them?
I have to complete my mission.
I forgot about her. She was only in there for like 2 episodes. Oh, I know. I looked at this already. Oh, I haven't looked at Universal though. We can just look at
I
the
have to complete my mission. My whole world is counting on me.
Your evil monologue could use a little work.
Foolish young man. The staff of leadership will drain your energy until nothing is left.
Oh, fuck no. She didn't drain your EX bars.
Such a simple creature will never defeat me.
She was really there for like 2 episodes. Oh, what was that?
Tell me what you fight for.
Oh, this is bloody as shit. I don't know if TikTok can see this. wait. I don't know if TikTok can see this. I'm hiding this. I forgot. My bad. They're gonna shoot me for on TikTok.
It pains me to have to end your life.
You want me to spoil you? I mean, I'm assuming she comes back. Didn't she just get arrested? I don't think she died. She got arrested.
My people rely on me for their very survival.
Oh, is that a different skin? Oh, that's cool.
You don't know what you're doing.
For my people.
We've got our own energy crisis.
Oh, wow. She comes back. Yeah, for sure she comes back. She seems to have been point of her characters to show up for like 1 or 2 episodes and then disappear. What she does? Okay, well, yeah, that's a spoiler. No.
I'm sorry. But there is too much at stake.
That was actually pretty sick.
I will drain this planet dry.
Drain this planet dry.
You, I never liked you. The feeling was mutual.
Oh, I haven't seen this.
I'm back from that vacation.
It was off stream though.
I'll have my cake and eat it too.
You are mad because like this game is just a bunch of punch kick characters. Wait, what did you just type? My name is this planet. What a coincidence. Hey, yo.
Where is he?
Wait. That's a lot of health he gets when he revives. Oof.
Where is he? Where's Omni-Man?
Where is Omni-Man?
You're reckless. You need to be stopped. You fucking pay!
Damn.
I'll kill you! Where is he? Just retire already.
Just retire already.
Cecil should have never called you up from Teen Team. You're a child. I gave you a chance. Now, let's end this.
Damn.
Another
These animations are sick.
irresponsible child. Murderer.
That kick though.
You betrayed us. I am immortal.
Jesus.
Your death has arrived.
God damn.
407 years ago.
What the fuck?
You should know I'm never truly gone.
Okay, I didn't see that part. What the fuck is that? What? Fucking Abraham Lincoln? This fucking AI. That is AI. Fucking Abraham Lincoln? The fuck? That's so random. That's not Kunimitsu. Falcom wrong. Azucena. Whack.
Gonna get a situation here. Tentacles.
iPhone versus OG Legends is an eighth.
Big assist. And now.
That's
disgusting. Oh, found the answer.
No, not a deep enough Kara.
Did the hard bit and then just couldn't quite get the range in there. And you will be dead. That is gross, though. Having the Alawi tentacle assister, bringing in Thresh, and then just dashing in front of them
is
until
Lincoln.
they get opened up with the left, right?
I mean, it is immortal, so the chance he's Abraham Lincoln is pretty high
That's
now.
a really cool thing about Alawi, though, is that kind of like auto-confirm. Like, if there's a tentacle on the screen, you can kind of just swing that special, and if it connects on hit or block, that tentacle is going to be activated. Oh, wasn't quite in range. You're Alawi doing
No,
that
he
kind of
actually
tentacle
is?
confirm there, and your
Wait,
assist
what?
is back line. I always feel like you're getting done a favor because the screen doesn't move back.
What the
You
fuck?
have to run in.
Wait, what? I don't remember that.
At the same time, though, I think these are two characters who are really going to benefit from the fact that Thresh can kind of just freeze the screen in place.
I was just memeing, but what?
At a long range all the time.
This is so stupid, bro. He ended racism. What, does he just not remember or some shit? I don't know if you mean those P's, but if I catch you with AI thumbnail on YouTube, and I mean, yeah, it's the same shit here. Like, if you're gonna fucking make an AI thumbnail, like, a lot of people are not gonna watch that shit. A lot of people aren't gonna take you serious.
Why not both situation? I mean, yeah, have your cake and eat it.
My lights.
Oh, and again, this player 2 corner has just been the duo's home as it stands. Limit strike into Lantern time. It's going to be the forward time
cheap.
Oh no, immediately into tentacles.
What is this? What is this shoppy ass setup here?
You can't even, oh, but never mind. Actually managed to find the crouching light and suddenly everything Diaphone had put on the screen just disappeared. I respect the fearlessness of that challenge so much.
Yeah, you gotta be bold fighting a character like this. Let's shoot for thumbs there. Oh, this is about the replay channels.
How do you even see
I know exactly what you're talking about.
right? Alawi tentacles, the tentacles super. Thresh has got a lantern there. He's teleporting. But then again, massive happy birthday here. Oh, wake up parry into light, but caught the retreating guard.
Boom.
Yeah, that was the makings of a decent situation for the duo, but unfortunately was not quite meant to be. All right,
really well made thumbnail. People think it's AI.
Like that.
That's not true. I have a lot of really made well-made thumbnails, and no one has ever accused me of using AI.
But Echo taking more truly unnecessary damage. Oh, I love reactionary tag to be safe. I love that handshake from Diaphone. It looked like a bit of
Actually, there was one thumbnail Cogrin made for me. Someone said, I think someone said, "Is that AI?" It wasn't AI, of course, but
no, keeping Alawi in. Oh no, it does both. Again, why not both? It seems. And
I don't remember what happened. I think it was I think he referenced an AI art. But like no, like it was referenced from like an actual art from an artist, but then like the AI version of the art got very popular. So now like if you ever like make a thumbnail with that reference, people think it's AI because the AI version got popular instead of the original artwork. Does that make any sense? So now like that's why I think people thought it was AI. I think it was a One Punch Man video. I don't remember which video it was. It was something for AU. Was it for AUR? It was something for one of those games. I don't remember. I don't remember which thumbnail it was. The wolf thumbnail? Oh, I know. It's thumbnail. God made that one.
Especially in the corner.
Bro. Bro, I said. I know exactly what thumbnail it is. Oh, fucking this one.
Shame on you, mate. Shame
on you. This one?
For filling the screen up with garbage.
You can never think that's AI, bro. You can never think that's AI, bro. I had to fucking pose with the fucking camera for that. I'd wish it was AI. You can never think that shit is AI the way what the fuck I was doing, bro. The shit I was doing, you could never, bro.
Doesn't matter. Diaphone wins. Let's go, Diaphone. Let's go.
Like thumbnails like that are way better than just fucking AI slot, bro. Kind of reminds me of Stream University. Everyone was making AI posters. Like holy, bro. That a bear? There's a bear. Oh, isn't Shine here at Evo? I wonder if we're gonna stream any of his matches.
Resorting pretty good. The fireball's been such a good poke to put Fatty on notice. Counter hit, not the proper combo though. Drops, and the Vagabond's gonna be punished. Level 3 incoming. Not enough to kill though.
Oh,
well,
I gotta prove the co-stream. Oh, that was quick. Damn, they approved me dummy fast. All right, here we go. We can co-stream now. That was quick as shit.
Why not blast out? You wouldn't die for it. Not a bad option to let that go immediately.
Which one do we co-stream then? I don't know which channel I should co-stream. The regular Evo one, maybe? I don't know which one to co-stream. What the fuck? I guess the main channel, right? Everyone's co-streaming different thingies. Like Brawl Pro is co-streaming Evo 3 because that's Tekken, which makes sense. Which game do I mainly want to watch then? I mean, I could just keep switching, I think. Yo, Snivy, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Chun-Li. Why is it 2 Chun-Li's? Wait, what? The fuck are you talking about? They're both wearing Chun-Li fits?
Made the decision.
I didn't see that part.
Wasn't going to take the throw there. just took the throw instead.
All right, yeah, I guess I'll co-stream the main channel, I guess.
No conversion off that counter hit light, but gets a hit anyway.
Off the Vagabond. Jab goes so far. Easy
Oh, there's
to punish.
drops?
The legs on the way
Yeah,
down.
legs. Okay, frame trap.
Okay.
That,
No.
Super. You blocked. You punished.
Meterless kill. And set point now for Atatadayo.
Left bar at the bottom. Reversal jab works out. Proper time for the counter. Hit the hit.
Universa joining the Immortal on June 30th.
Oh, this
in
showcases
Season 1,
Invincible
but
stuff.
We have the base roster.
Oh, this on June 30th?
That came out on April 30th.
Cool.
And I know the team wants to do a lot more.
Kuma.
I'm so confusion.
I'm missing a game, but I don't remember what game I'm missing.
Fucking
Kuma.
Forward. You know, he gets on the skateboard.
Oh, she is wearing Chun-Li cosplay. That's a cool cosplay.
They want to hit us with the
But the venue looks exactly like how I remember it. Seeing a cosplay.
Good
Shark
the,
Party is here.
The win pose at all?
Oh, didn't she win cosplayer of the year last year? No, this year.
Real solid stuff.
Or was it at Evo Japan? She won it somewhere. I don't remember. I don't remember where she won it at. She won it somewhere though.
We can see her grow into the confidence, right? Because starting out with just like mashing the lights into the legs. As the
Yeah, like the
interrupt,
simple
and then-
combo. Yeah.
I don't know what to watch. I guess we watch that and everyone else is on break.
Get the lane. Nice block. Good punish. Yeah, it's kind of strange when New Jet Radio uses chainsaws. Doesn't really get much mileage from it. It seems like Lolo is blocking all of those moves. Maybe a couple of lows might be, but a great whiff punish.
Max's internet is out? Oh no.
Definitely hasn't been there for New Jet
That's
Radio.
unfortunate. His power is out. My man need to get a generator. What?
Oh my god, don't spin on me.
I think this consecration shit is too important to him to not have a generator.
Like after this, good lord.
He lives in Cali. Why is his power out?
Ooh, opportunity, huge opportunity. Great job.
Nah, Max isn't going to Evo because of the Saudi stuff. He's not going to Evo no more.
Here. Both of these players have rage. Wow, that was strong.
That's why a lot of people aren't going to Evo. Do I have one? No, I don't have a generator. No.
Power crush goes for the back.
A lot of people aren't going to Evo because of the Saudi stuff.
Pressing buttons, doing something. Oh, small body.
Nah, I don't have a generator. So some people are just staying home watch party.
Thought he had to adjust the wall combo because there was too many.
I mean, I'm still gonna go to Evo. Just that, yeah, I don't approve of that shit that they're doing.
Gonna get a nice little combo there.
I don't know when I'm gonna go again though. Is the thing.
Ooh, trying to catch him pressing buttons.
I don't know when I'm gonna go again. Maybe next year. I just doubt it.
The drop combos is so unfortunate. Has so many whip opportunities.
What is the stuff? I don't really know all the details, but it's like the Saudi funding stuff, something. I don't know all the details, so I wouldn't be able to like tell you.
He was at the corner of that wall, and New Jet Radio just allowed Lolo to.
It's like Saudi funding. The money isn't clean money or something. I don't know all the details. I never looked into it.
Gave up the chainsaw pressure immediately.
Damn, Ali said cheap. I don't want to fucking watch Ali said. This makes me angry.
Stuck his Thresh.
Fuck that character. Fuck that character.
Thresh
All my
Darius,
homies hate
this
Ali
strikes
said.
me as a pretty interesting matchup. Oh no, bit too far away to get this one. I think when you get those
I hate Ali
max
said, bro.
range
That character's
standing
annoying as
heavies, you
hell.
kinda need to go for back heavy.
That character's so silly, bro.
But it's interesting because I
Fuck
feel
Ali
like
said. All my
Thresh's
homies hate
highest
Ali said.
damage comes from 5H into S1.
They're showing Universa gameplay.
Universa.
There's no audio.
I'll start by saying people that hate Cecil, people that hate Adam Eve, people that really hate Rex. Just the ability to nullify part of the game plan.
I haven't played Invincible Versus in a while. I need to get back on.
I like how she can manipulate and move around. Like
Thula is so fun.
So she's got really strong normal.
Dude, I was labbing some Thula shit actually off stream. I didn't know that I could use a bro in this game. I didn't know that like when you call a super, you can use an assist after the super, so you can combo extend with the super. I didn't know that. I thought that if you use a super, you can't use assist.
Well, I'm super excited. People here at
You
Evo had a
can.
chance to get their
I didn't
hands
fucking know
on,
that.
Universa already.
That's why I was like, yo, Thula's assist are, I mean, Thula's super suck. They don't suck. They're actually really good. I didn't know that you could use assist to extend them. But only some characters can extend them though. Like Mark's assist was really good about extending it. Oh my.
Overall, like counter poking.
Let's go, Mai. Let's go. I'm gonna do modern. Invincible versus gonna be modern.
Yeah, I would think C Viper would be a very good character matchup here, but
How much even is Infernasu? Isn't it like $50 or something?
I don't know.
I don't know how much players as in. Is the game crossplay? I don't remember. Apparently the game doesn't have that much players anymore.
The lockdown pressure
But I have no clue. I haven't looked at it in a while. But if you want to get it, get it.
Tries to interrupt, gets clipped by the cane spin. Parry. It's thrown. There's the perfect parry though. Waiting for that departure window.
Careful. Watch your 6. Down for heavy punch, round star, and the OD command grab.
Nasu was at Evo.
On wake up.
No one's dealing with
Evo was sweeper tournament with Eve. None was toxic fighting game player. You know, Nasu was sold whenever you plan at Evo next year. What the? That's if I go. I don't know if I'm gonna go next year. If no one's going, I'm not going.
Well, straight to the back.
All my homies aren't going this year. But didn't go this year.
Sushi heaven.
How dare you try and traverse the stage? Unacceptable.
Backdash OD, the teleport in, gets up.
Like the only like few of my homies that are there are like what? Like Shine, Feisty, Punk, like a few other people.
Do we switch? Is it time for the Viper?
See Viper?
Apparently not.
Okay, well.
Your throat hurts? You a hater, Lomo.
See what we can do, I don't know.
You a hater.
He's really predicated putting down the departures.
What have you been up to, Lomo?
Hockey, don't gotta recognize what's gonna happen, like what situations are real and
You missed out on some good Tokon gameplay earlier.
Interrupt accordingly. She having the round start with the OD and the immediate departure, covering his back, his space.
Yeah, he's not being put off, and you do still need to continue trying to get across that space. It's unfortunate that he had all those resources. Sushi haven't.
Anything else for Tokon yet? No. The finals for the pre-release tournaments at 9, which is in literally like an hour and 20 minutes.
Command grabs here, clears it. It's like a 20-frame start, if I'm not mistaken. We're up in the teens.
Perfect, KO. Now we're talking.
Tap A. Excuse me.
Now should be a Sonic Fox 10-0. I did. I did indeed. Hold on.
You having to deal with the pressure.
Why do I not have this map on my Guilty Gear?
He's outgunned. He's
How do you get this map? Is it only in the Battle Pass? I want to go to Evo for the cosplay hus. Oh, wow. Okay.
Into the follow-up, because that's the most annoying
That
thing
is
about actual
interesting.
pressure, right? He's not going to mix you, but like you have to move at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
And it's got to be even worse when the actual whiffs the button is like, but I didn't guess. now I've got to wait until you do it again.
Cool. 2S, like you said, it's been perfect placement.
The fuck is that move? That's a move?
With the helicopter, that's what I'm saying.
That's a move?
Okay.
Did it just suck him in?
Baru. Oh my.
I've never seen that move before. What?
Aura.
We've committed ourselves to this life. I love the burst. That's so smart. Now you just have to live out the timer.
Oh, I thought it was a back throw.
Oh my god.
From Axel. Block YLC, I like it.
Oh, they're gonna reach?
Yeah,
Damn,
that's
it did. That was like max range, no?
Sees the far slash. I mean, we are going for the super.
How's
no
it
matter
interesting?
what,
You're
but
scared
in
of
a
girls?
situation like
Me.
that, we'll take what we can get.
Me.
Hey man, maybe.
You know who you're talking to?
Maybe, just maybe.
Maybe. Okay, back throw from Nagori Yuki. Oh, just let's Baru just jump with Axel. I mean,
Got the huzz on the low. I ain't saying none of that.
To try and stop him, right? You've got quite a few options. Bomber, drop kick with JD. Slick.
My God, that's the first
Just
time
so
we used it in
infatuated.
the set.
What the? No, the fuck he don't.
Pinpointed their opponent. Poke him in the eye.
Say the level of precision, absolutely.
You got the black
evil.
book with
OTGs it again, though.
1,000 numbers. What? What does that even mean?
So annoying that you jump over his Renzen, which is like.
What drops? I don't no clue what drops. Oh shit! Wait, don't ignore the rivals one. Just press the second one.
So annoying.
No, Evo drops are here. I don't know what the drops are though, because I just got approved for it.
Fortunately, lands in the helicopter.
I can
here.
check it.
Double up, quick little reset, swapping sides.
I have no clue what the drop is.
Clashing the JS with 6B. Yeah, that's very annoying.
Oh,
my
man.
God, close enough. Both players going for the throw.
It's the whack one. It's the gift sub one, I think. You have to gift the sub for a drop. At least that's what I'm looking at.
Both commit to the throws. Good spot here though. Tries to close distance. Runs into the 2S.
Wait, is it game specific? This one says Tekken.
Yeah, I mean.
It might be game specific. Hold on.
After the drawing from the Renton follow-up.
Let's see.
Scary to actually go for anything.
Might be game specific. Yeah, let me see if I can find someone watching 2x kill.
My God, that delay was crazy.
Evo 4.
2K2D, nothing to show for it. Opportunity to maybe go for the Beyblade soon. Burst. It goes for the Fukio. Has no more blood to work
Oh
with
wow,
here.
it is game
Full
specific.
screen is banished.
Okay, I guess I should.
Oh, don't talk. Okay. You probably should have told
Shit, set my thing to a different thingy, I guess.
It felt like it was part of.
Oh, so I guess I should co-stream 2x or something then, so you guys can get the 2x drop.
That's so sick though. It's so hard to
Yeah,
walk
let me
forward
co-stream
knowing your
2x
opponent
then,
has a
because no one's
full
co-streaming
screen,
2x.
this omnipresent hitbox to freeze you. That install's so sick. It's the coolest thing about Axel.
I agree. I 100% agree. Take those trades all the time as Nago gains a little bit of real estate by moving forward, but Axel's just taking that away swiftly. Running, glitch down into the corner. Nice anti-air on the JS, but no follow-up.
Oh, it automatically set my game to 2x.
Oh no, this is bad news.
Wow, interesting.
The way it hit though,
It force sets your game to whatever you're watching. Okay. I should prioritize 2x then.
Okay, I think it looks
Ew, bro, it's a fucking... Is that Phenom?
just awarded to the duo.
Oh shit, it's Phenom. But I know Phenom played Tekken.
Okay, yeah. As player one side disconnected, the round is awarded to player two, which is what we would have assumed.
So I got a controller issue?
It is a shame for Gazgul, but these rules are in place for a reason for when this kind of situation goes on. But we'll get back to the match as soon as we can. They're just taking the round as we speak.
In 2X, I guess it's quite convenient because when that happened, they both had full break, I'm pretty sure.
And you start with the same amount of meter.
Yeah, and the meter resets in each round.
All right, so this is it. We're going in. So this is now match point for the duo. But Gazgul has to fight back, bring it back, hopefully not
What
too
incarnation
distracted
is
with the
this?
controller issue. Can kind of just move past it, put it behind him.
That can definitely like knock you out of your flow, for sure. So let's hope that doesn't happen here. I'm glad we're able to still play on, to be honest.
Yeah, when am I get the go game back?
It looks like Gazgul is just not worried right
Oh, she has a
now,
cool
not
tattoo. Do you see this
playing with
tattoo?
any difficulty after the issue.
You see that scorpion tattoo she got?
Oh, Darius.
Okay, good by Thresh.
The cool tattoo.
Right, Yasuo, mate, it's all up to you.
You think Tokon as a game has higher potential than 2x?
You want to spend them, but Thresh, a character that
I mean,
it
2x
really
has
is
infinite
up in the
potential.
air.
This is
What
free.
assist you'll go for?
Well,
It's so strong.
I've heard people say that Thresh Super Assist is low-key.
Cool Phoenix skin. Hey, yo.
I'll be honest, like,
That's
I
a
haven't
Phoenix
seen
skin.
the utility of it
You
yet,
are a
so
fucking troll.
I want to be made a believer out of it, you know. Because Thresh's back assist is so obviously good.
Yo, can I get Yone, please, bro? Holy shit. Put the fucking Yone in the bag. Yo, Riot, put the fucking Yone in the bag, bro.
Could have been more, though.
Put the
There's
fucking
lantern,
Yone in
and
the
that's beyond
bag.
it. Darius!
Stop trolling me,
Wait, what was
please.
okay, we were just resets into resets
Put
there.
the fucking Yone in the bag, bro.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker.
Kane would be sick too, bro.
That is not the
I'm
way
down for
you want it
Kane.
to happen, but again,
Put the
as
Yone in the
unfortunate as it
bag,
is,
bro. Please, for the
sometimes I
one
guess it just
time. For the
happens.
one time, bro.
And we have to move forward without it. So congrats to the duo. Bip and Flapjack will be
For
moving
one
on.
time, bro. Put the
Unfortunately,
Yone
it is
in the
US
bag,
Gazgul is
bro.
eliminated.
I'm good for him.
It's a
Good for
heartbreaker.
him. These things do.
Oh, my game's not
unfortunately
set to
happen.
anything
I've
on
been around this space for a long
YouTube.
time. I think I've lost count how many times controller issues have just occurred. And it's for a laundry list of reasons.
No, it's like I said, not the first time it's happened, and
Excuse me.
it will not be the last. But it's just what happens sometimes, I'm afraid.
But that does mean we'll be moving on to our next match, which is going to be Mobu versus Nams. So the second these players are ready to sit down, we'll be jumping into that, getting the next match done. Cheers for your patience, by the way, folks, while we're kind of getting through that.
I don't know if they're going to
controller
tease a
issue.
character here, though. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. I don't know if they're going to tease a character because since they just dropped 2. Do I have this shit open twice? Yo, what is wrong with me? Yo, I have this shit open twice. How did I end up doing this? many screens are on my screen? How the hell end up doing that?
Everyone, damn, that's a time cap.
Wait, I want to see what the Evo drop is. Who wants a
This
sub?
is most likely to be our
I have to
final
give somebody a
match
sub.
of the block.
Or 2-1 sub myself.
Get some new commentators in, some new
Who wants a
matches before
sub?
your very eyes. But there it is. It's Ryu from Streets. Get in. That's what I like to see. Right, let's see what pool this is and how the pool has unfolded. So is it
Trash, you do not need a sub. You are subbed up. You are a fucking troll.
Alrighty, righty. Getting through the day. Ah, this is Diaphone's
With the
pool.
mug, you get
Ah,
one.
so this too will be a loser's match, I assume. It seems that way, yeah. So it was Diaphone.
You are already subbed?
2-0 over Xanath and
Bro, I'm trying to
Legends
gift the
make
sub.
our
Why is
pool
not?
winner side.
Gift the sub.
This is to get out of pools and loser side. So Mobu's journey
Card decline.
has been
Awkward.
2-0 over Ghostman, then lost 2-0 to Diaphone, and then
Wait, wait, what?
where are we at? I believe
Okay, my card actually
and
declined.
then 2-0 versus Gigabra and Mr. Cargo.
Maybe kind of homeless.
Well, lost 2-0 round 1 to Xanath.
My shit actually declined. I'm not even trolling.
Run it all the way back. 2-0 versus Damn Daniel. 2-0 versus Mr. Reckless and Kazi.
My
And then
card don't
2-0
got
versus
$5 on
Ghostman.
it.
And then 2-1 versus Dog with the butter on him. Okay, so
His name is Dog with a what on it?
butter on him. We've been eliminated. Dog with the butter on him from Evo 2026. But yeah,
Okay, let's try this again.
So Nam's got sent to losers game 1, round 1, 2-0, and has clawed it all the way back.
Something
This
went
would be
wrong.
wonderful
Try
to make
again
it into day
later.
2 after losing game 1.
Bro.
Like, you would just feel like $1 million after that, wouldn't you? Yeah. But
It won't let me gift.
A crushing place to drop at the final hurdle and making it out of pools. So let's see. Well, it's going to be Caitlyn and Kali freestyle. This is a tricky team to pilot. Well, right now, Mobu, you just stay over there, mate. I'm going to shoot you. Running 1,000,000 miles an hour there, Kali. Not on my watch. Oh,
Yo, I'm
consistent amount of meter, though, with
Yo.
shots. Oh, caught on the way down. Huge from Nams. Just put the trap down. Happy to just sit there and stand on it. Didn't quite. Where are the normals? All I'm seeing is gun. Well, it's because Vi ended up like on a trap at the last minute. Those cupcake bear traps. Just getting shot. I love that. Much dishonorable. No, I love the way that Nams is piloting the team though, because it's like Caitlyn is mainly looking to keep that distance game at all times. As soon as they're blocking something and Akali's out, go with Akali, push them even further away. That kind of like 3H to kind of keep them blocking. Go back to Caitlyn and just rinse, repeat. Oh, okay.
Hey, if you need to borrow some money, I got you. Wait.
All right, we've seen these combos many times before. This will splat. This will create a situation.
Bro!
What are we doing from it? Oh, we're just rolling away and the back's away. Like, we're out of there. Interesting to end with the Azuna drop as opposed to like a limit strike or something. It's more of like a common end.
Yo, am I getting trolled?
Yeah, there's the Shroud. Out on block. Oof. Okay, break. Yeah, wants to keep the Vi alive.
Wait, it won't let me.
You have to be so careful if you call Vi now, though.
Nah, this ain't right, bro. I'm doing this for my phone. This isn't right, bro.
That Caitlyn's on point.
Nah, man, this is not me, bro. I swear.
So scary. You can't even defensively use an
No,
assist to,
this isn't me, man.
I mean, even just reacting to an assist being on the screen with like Super 1 or something, just a gunshot. All right, big hit there. Nice catch.
Gift sub. Holy shit, I'm not doing this for my phone. This shit $8.
Even that call was a risk. But we're weaving in and out. We're still alive.
That shit, that iOS tax go crazy.
A bit too far away to capitalize, and the parry is going to result in a dead
Nah,
days
bro, I'm not doing that
for
shit. The
sure.
App Store tax is ridiculous. What?
It's going to be all on her lonesome. Not a huge
So that shit is
amount to
$8, bro.
meter, but without any health.
I'm fucking looking at it on my phone. That shit says $8.
Invincible charge? Nah, you just get kneed in the head, mate.
Does it even fucking
Mo did a
show?
good job of keeping the Vi alive though, considering how dangerous it was to kind of.
That shit says $8 fucking dollars. $7.99.
There for the assist,
I was
but
trying to
can't
give
use
Mug
the
a
assist
sub. That
because she
shit
just
says.
died.
I'm not doing that. You guys have lost your minds.
Mobu was able to play around it really well. Brought her in just.
Nah, this App Store tax is crazy. Oh hell no.
Much better of a start though. Starting off, watch your feet, mate. Hey, Nam's got so much mileage.
Yeah, Android.
Keeping that distance game.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
that's a lot of
Go back to
damage already.
Android.
Double down, being able to
We use
enforce
Android
speed
in
with pretty much
ages.
any touch.
Pretty big deal, that one.
What's up, Samju? What you up to, man? Look, you retweets. I appreciate that, dude. Are you going your hair back out?
We're going to go Azuna drop once again. Okay, do another common ender.
What's in my
Big tail
the only one here is you, bro.
It actually looks like Nams is quite
I cut my shit, grow that shit back out, bro. Why you cut it anyway? Why'd you cut it anyway?
Advantage of it, as opposed to like the limit strike.
He was handsome
On
with
it
it.
again. That's not the first time that's happened.
Why'd you cut it anyway? What's up, Radiant? Too much work? Okay, I can see that. That's fair enough. Retwists are expensive as shit, too.
Nams is ending combos in Super just as an advantage ender to just set up some sort of meaty with it.
Bro, why is it still not letting me gift him this damn sub? I'm actually getting fucking trolled, bro.
Just seems to be quite happy to just take that.
I'm using a different browser.
Accuracy on the guy, actual manual projectiles has been on point as well. Oh yeah, we actually haven't even needed to see that much of like the flick you see from Caitlyn, right? We kind of
I'm getting fucking rage baited by my damn.
Quite significantly there, you could kind of angle it, but hasn't really needed.
It says you already subbed. However, payment has failed. What does that even mean? Yo, Sam, do you see that tournament? The World Cup, bro? You not watching that?
So close to making it out of side,
you didn't stream today? I think like nobody's streaming today because of that. Nobody wants to stream Rivals today because that category is so oversaturated right now. No one wants to stream Rivals today. You get like no viewers if you stream Rivals today. There's way too much people streaming Rivals today. Like nobody wants to stream Rivals today, bro, until that shit's over. But those teams are so fucked. Like Team US and Canada and like which one's one more other team? There's one more other team that's giga stacked. Chat, what was the one that was stacked that y'all said earlier? So I did a morning stream. I feel that. Well, there's one more other team that's stacked. I forgot what it is. I gotta pull it up. It's just crazy, bro.
This is where you want to be. Oh, headshot.
Apparently, Team Japan, even though they're all VTubers, they actually got some hitters. They still lost to Tato. Tato went crazy earlier. After I watched that Tato match, I went on to sleep. Which team is it? Japan, Australia. This is Tato's team. It was cooking earlier. Boger's team just ended for today. They went 2-1. Canada, this team is stacked, bro. And US, these two teams are so stacked, bro. What? They have Kingsman, J3, Lulu, Flats, Silky. The only person that doesn't play here is Emiru. And even then, she has like basic knowledge to know how to play the game. She's not like stupid or nothing. She plays video games. Like this team is low-key stacked. And this team is stacked too. They got Aramori, Doki Bird, both one above all players. Fan, she's Celestial, close to eternity as a support player. Sure 4, I have no clue. They have Warren and XQC. Like this team is low-key stacked too. These teams are crazy. There was one more other team that was stacked, but I don't remember which one it was.
The legendary name, but not meant to be, unfortunately.
Boger's team is pretty good too. They got Necros, Boger, Jonas, Poco. Yeah, this team is pretty good too. They should have a good chance to win. I think those teams, one of those 3 teams are gonna win. Who fucking knows, bro? Who fucking knows? I don't know how good Team Spain's been doing. Team UK, they have Zoil, Salted, Anita, Lydia, Cringe, and Ashlyn. Yikes. Good luck to them though. Like I don't know. It's gonna be hard to win with a team like this against like the other stacked ass teams. This is like I don't know. Yeah, Team UK's team is low key cooked. I feel bad for Ashlyn, but hey man. Hey man. Bro, like how are you supposed to lose with any of these teams? Like what? How is this even a team? I don't know. How did Silky get this team? How did the UK team become like this? How the fuck? Who's picking these teams for this tournament? These teams are so unfair. I mean, it's like an impossible challenge to do, like balancing content creator teams. But like, who's picking these teams, bro? Like, what are we cooking? These teams are like, bro, what? Teams are fried. What time is the token off? It was 9 in an hour. Literally just come back in an hour. Or was it Avatar an hour? Yeah, I can check for you. Let me double check. Teams are fried, bro. More money from Kingsman. That's why like a lot of people keep getting mad at Kingsman. For some odd reason, Kingsman always somehow gets a ridiculously stacked team ever since that drama. Every team he gets is like stacked. People are like, this guy's an industry plant now. Like, I don't know. He just always ends up with a stacked team. Let's see. Yeah, it's at 9. It's 6 p.m., which is West Coast. That's 9 for me. Literally an hour. US, Canada, Australia. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just like, I don't know.
Text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection.
I do agree that Kingsman shouldn't be in every tournament now.
No, she's so nice in real life.
He gets invited to every single tournament. I see how people are pissed or jealous. Because, I mean, who the fuck wouldn't be jealous? He gets invited to every tournament, and when he gets in the tournament, he has like a crazy stack team now. Like they're on TikTok calling him an industry plant now. I don't think he's an industry plant though. I mean, because he's doing the carrying. He just has a solid squad. What does that add? I don't know. He's doing the carrying. He just has a very, very solid squad, which is like, you know. I tried to resub. It's declining. I think Twitch is messed up right now. It literally won't let me gift you a sub. I've been trying for like the past ages. Well, let me see if I can give someone else a sub. Hold on. You are not eligible to make this purchase? What the fuck does that even mean? Oh no, it worked! What? Okay, I don't know. Do you want it? Won't let me, it just won't let me gift you it. It just won't let me gift you specifically. I have no clue. What is this noise I'm hearing? What is that noise? What's this?
Wow. Fast move from Mac and Cheese versus
Is he going to open it mid option again?
Goddamn, Falcon Rung is big as
unblockable.
That was so unexpected there from
no completion though on the combo.
Power crush.
Damn.
Again, what's the mix up?
Low.
The low. Ow. That's definitely going to hurt. Olden Boy fighting back there.
Yeah, I don't know. It just won't let me gift you. Maybe it's because your region or something, or I don't know. They're not allowing gifts to your region or something. I have no clue.
Every single time.
Wait, what did I even get? What badge did I get for gifting?
You can see. And
you earned a Evo Las Vegas 2026 2XKO badge.
Final game between these two.
What's it look like?
Chipotle for bringing us the extra match from off the stream station on the stage to like a pool station, man. We're pulling this out from the pool. But here we go. Who only one can move on?
Yeah, let's see which one goes forward.
Where is it?
It's been a really close set so far. I think that maybe they're having some discussion there.
What? It doesn't even show me the name.
Don't have the player cams.
Like, show me what it looks
able
like.
to tell.
There could be some coaching going on as well, potentially.
True. All right, we're locked in. Rebel Hanger.
It's right here, but it doesn't.
Final game.
Is it really just? It's the same thing I think on every channel. It just does. It's just titled differently. It's this batch, I think.
He's gone for the mid.
It's just titled differently.
And afterwards, starting to switch it up again, so it's going to cause even more mind games for Mackie Cheese.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to see
okay.
Mackie Cheese go on the offense a tiny bit more, but
these are global
as I say
batches
that,
up
try
here.
to be offensive, but Olden Boy just shut that down instantly.
He's entering a lot of the Rama stance mix-ups off of the full charge guard break.
Yeah.
So if he can start like challenging that or like interrupting it somehow.
Oh, that's what I like to see. Nice hell streak there beforehand. Going to get the guaranteed damage afterwards as well.
It's a light punish.
Oh, it didn't show.
1-2. Out of the air with the upward four.
Oh, I put it wrong.
Every single time.
Test.
Don't stop if it works.
I think it's just the same thing.
No combo though, unfortunately.
That's kind of lame.
Oh.
It looks the same thing as last year's.
Flip over. What are we doing with it? Tap double low.
Both of them being slightly patient here. Oh, and
I have a badge for attending TwitchCon 2024.
3-1. Catching them.
Early to go to TwitchCon 2024, huh?
Lows, look at the lows coming out. And that's what you need to be doing as a character like Reina. You should be throwing out that hop kick to try and challenge some of these lows to deter Olden Boy from doing it.
Yeah, low wall though, so he's not going to get the full wall combo. Wasn't ready for the adjustment and still went for the ender, kind of making him pay for that.
TwitchCon 2025 was fun.
Oh, nice.
We weren't at the venue a lot though. We were just fooling around outside of TwitchCon, just exploring Was it San Diego?
The wall blast. I
Where's Switch going on?
Oh, and the Rage Art.
San Diego,
That's a
right?
really good Rage Art. Probably going to leave him maybe.
Yeah, it is San Diego. We were just exploring San Diego. Like, went to the zoo. The zoo was fun.
Right at the cut at the bubble.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you ever go to TwitchCon or if you're in San Diego, go to that zoo. That zoo was cool.
Oh, and he presses after all he needs
It's
to do
really,
is
it's
hold
like
back
the best
there.
zoo I've ever
Would've
seen.
waited and blocked one
It's
more
so
move.
cool.
That was the launch punish.
I even like zoos because zoos stink, but that zoo didn't stink.
Oh, but
And
here we go.
that's the way that you were saying that he's always going to.
It was actually like a really cool zoo.
Heartbreak, yeah.
Like the building and shit was sick. It's like you're in a jungle, but you're not in a jungle. It's like a literal zoo.
Well, so it gets a bit of damage going for some throws.
They have like so many different animals. They have like red pandas and stuff too. It was really cool.
Ooh. Try to whip punch the first hit.
That's behaving at it. No, they just the trainers are really good. And oh, Rage Art.
Oh my god, this one's
The animals are well kept and stuff.
feel like 75 plus damage Rage Art.
Yeah, it's good when people are
A
pressing way
range?
too many buttons.
Ranger Reinhardt.
Stop all that
Just
aggression.
under.
Are these all these people waiting for a Tokon? I think these are people waiting for Tokon. No, that line is ridiculous. Oh, hell nah. Dude. When I was at EVO Japan waiting for Tokon on day 1, the line was crazy. Day 3 and 2, bro, Japan did not care about Tokon, bro. They didn't care. They did not care, bro. The line was empty, bro. I got to play as many times as I wanted. Like, all they care about in Japan is Street Fighter, bro. That's all they care about. That shit is crazy, bro. They love Street Fighter 6, bro. They love that shit. That shit is mainstream in Japan. They fucking love Street Fighter 6, bro. They don't care about no other fighting game like that. Like, every other fighting game there is niche in comparison. I mean, you can tell. Look at the entrance. Because why the hell does Street Fighter 6 have 8,000 entrants? And they cut it off at 8. It probably would have had more. They had to cut it off. It has 8,000 entrants, and then Tekken has like 1,000.
Good turn of like she's the view back.
I love it, man. I love seeing those lows come up because you do need to really challenge your opponent.
Let me see if I can look it up.
Notice at the end of the round,
he wasn't doing it much either. Yeah.
That shit is mad, bro.
And he saved it when he needed to. So really, really good stuff from Mac and Cheese there. Winning the Chipotle extra match.
Where is it? EVO Japan.
Good stuff. But
What was it, 2026?
Day 1 here so far at EVO 2026. But don't go anywhere, guys. We got a little ad break coming up. A lot more Tekken 8 all day today. Right after this.
Chipotle and 2XKO are back for round 2.
Son, that shit had 7,000. 7,000. It was at 8, but then like DQs and stuff. A lot of people drop out. And Tekken was at 1,000, but a lot of people dropped out because some people can't make their flights and stuff. 800. Son, if this doesn't tell you they don't care about no other game, I don't know what will. They don't give a flying fuck about any other game. That shit is crazy, bro. I wish it wasn't like that though, because like there's so many great fighting games out there. Like, there's more than just Street Fighter. Street Fighter is fun and all, but like there's other games, bro. That shit is crazy. What in the hell? What am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at?
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon
It's a funny ad.
lives here? Yep. That's my mom. The absolute
It's your mom. Wait, what?
To do a lot of work, you know. 100% right now, though. Of course, stuck in the
Street
corner,
Fighter.
there, fighting out with the crouch jab. Gets himself a combo. Oh no! Needs to wake up DP. Oh yeah.
Let me see this.
Wait a second, get the tag, actually got the sweat, but nothing afterwards. Wait a second.
It is cool blitz screen, yeah.
Oh, they got the bombos on deck, my goodness.
The bombos on deck.
2H at that one. J2M off the sky too. But no, Ned G. Find yourself in the corner and still on the blitzcrank assist. Full tag and body splash again for the grab.
She got reset unfortunately with a command grab. Another command grab's coming for sure. You know, I'm not going to put it. You could have spent the level 1, but no, you just want to walk up and put some steam in the face. That's kind of
That's
crazy.
fair. Cheeky little 5L. Just be like, you know what? That's fine. Toot. I got my steam. That's going to work just for me. But Ned G trying to adjust as best as possible here.
Oh, yeah, yo, gonna air approach, but oh no, roll right through the fireballs. You know what that means? Big combo coming.
Those sound effects that skin makes. The sound effects that skin makes is crazy.
That's still another throw just off the corner, keeping
My hug at.
with this much
Sit
pressure.
where my hug at.
Third time's a charm.
Nuna's IRL at
Thank
Evo.
you. Double it up, quadruple it up, give it over to the next person. Aubrey in this case.
We'll stream IRL from Evo. Oh, his mic isn't on though. Bro streaming with no mic. My man trolling. Bro streaming with no mic. Check on the World Cup. Oh no, it's me.
I'm trying.
There we go.
Oh, I couldn't even make it to the
Nah, he had a mic. My shit was muted. I don't know why it was muted.
We have mine and we have Gambit again. We can wipe with the combo.
Kingsman's playing.
Rocket needs to die first because
Didi?
they used Gambit to walk, but the Rocket will be close. See if I can pull one in.
I love that new Summer Didi skin.
Sorry.
The sound effects are so nice on it.
You just build our Gambit as quickly as we can. I might just go before Gambit, actually. Just walking main. Rogue is gonna walk, look to punch here. Just
one Rogue.
Focus Rogue. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. I'm walking with my ult in 3.
Like if you do Devil's
Don't let flash
Toss
die. Do not flash die.
with the new
Hey, wait,
Summer
back,
skin,
back, back,
the
back,
sound
back, back.
effects is so
Ip it,
satisfying.
Kill her through. Kill her through. Kill her through. Break the amp. Break the amplifier. Alright, they use every ult.
There's just one. I might have to start a TP. But I have my ult. Oh shit.
For 77.
That's the worst feeling. You got a TP, but you have ult.
No. Don't make JTP. Make.
I think I make it. I think I make it.
We can make it. We can make it.
You have 86. Yeah, you guys can make that.
She knows how, so.
As long as you guys go now.
Flats to TP. Flats to TP. Let flats TP.
Ooh, he's running out of time.
Immediately, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll dash on. I'll dash
Don't let them
on.
cancel
You might
it.
have to Gambit ult me. Oh,
Okay.
is it on?
Okay. Jump through Gambit ult. Jump through Gambit ult immediately. Oh, he died. Help him. Help him. Help him.
Dinosaur can probably die. Dinosaur's one. Dinosaur's one. Dinosaur's one.
I got cloak fade. I'm on cloak.
He died so fast.
Good one.
Bro, y'all lost. What the fuck? Man died instantly. God damn.
No, please. Play next fight. Play next fight. We lost because we took so long.
Brother, TP opened up right on me when I tried to get back to you.
Bro died instantly. Oh no.
We got it. We have Gambit ult over them then.
He
Just,
died instantly.
Emma, can you Emma?
Yeah, I can Emma.
Let's try that.
Yeah, off
This is
screen,
just
bro.
one using
He died
tempo
so
fights.
fast.
We should be winning.
Oh my god. He died so fast. Holy fuck. That was funny as fuck. He said jump through it all instantly. He jumped through, exploded.
Okay. Jay, yeah, say. I don't think Jay should switch.
I mean, I could do Hella. I could do Namor.
No, stay. Yeah, we need to. They don't know how to stop your
That's
ults.
funny, bro.
Unless they pop like 4 ults, which is like fine. We have a Gambit
Yeah,
here.
controller
we're just gonna
issues?
Lock them down, and
I was wait.
We're just gonna Gambit and kill everyone.
I was wait.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to stop it.
Oh, that was funny as hell, bro.
Okay, I'll tell you when to Gambit ult. Get ready.
Watch out for.
Alright, can we go right now? Everyone walk forward. Everyone walk forward. Behind. Go. Straight on supports. Straight on supports. Go. Go on supports. Go on supports. All supports are one. All supports are one.
There we go. Hold on.
Grab the dino.
Playing live. Playing live.
I need help with this rogue though. I'm gonna get grabbed. I'm gonna get double grabbed.
That Gambit's still alive?
I'm dead.
She's one. She's one.
We're good. We're good.
Wait, you guys didn't kill the Gambit?
No more. No more. What?
I'm about to
Go
say,
point,
like,
go
what's...
point, go point.
How
Everyone
did the
go point,
Gambit not
please.
die?
I have this. It's fine. Have the point. Have the point. We got it. Go point. Go point.
What team is USA playing? I have no clue.
Skip.
I can check for you, though.
We have no support ults though, so
Yeah, I thought we were about
back
to
out. We're dead.
Whose team is it?
Try and run away. But maybe you can kite.
They are playing against team...
I'm living.
I'm going for it.
Okay.
I'm on the back
I
line.
got bullied. Just stay on the point as much as you can.
AMER.
I don't think we win this. I mean, we're literally all dead. Should we just play next fight?
Team AMER. Nice team. This team is also really good as well. Team USA versus Team AMER.
Okay, I have my ults, I'm gonna walk up.
They're probably gonna come up on another.
But that was funny as hell, bro.
No, I'm gonna ult up in 3.
Any big news from Evo so far? No, not yet.
Flats, can you hit now?
Not yet. Nothing yet.
They amps, back up, back up, back up, back up. We should not die to this. We should not die. Nobody should die here. Everyone back up. Everyone back up.
You got gripped.
Okay, we lost both our tanks.
Okay, I can go.
Build free,
Yeah,
Kenshiro.
we have a free Psylocke ult.
I mean, that wasn't new though. It wasn't new though. That got announced 30 days ago, no?
I need to go something.
You're a great streamer. Oh, thanks, dude. DOA 6. No, we didn't get the DOA announcements. We thought it was gonna be a DOA announcement, but
walk up, walk up.
I thought it was gonna be DOA 7 gameplay, but they didn't show any DOA 7. No, yeah, they showed 6, not 7. I put on the thingy. I put. Oh, I took it off. Oh no, I put it right here. DOA 7 trailer and gameplay. We still haven't seen DOA 7 gameplay.
To announce.
Oh, this is the update they dropped. This.
I would also like to take this opportunity to announce today that we will hold an official Dead or Alive 6 last round tournament. The Dead or Alive 6 last round championship.
There we go.
For 6. Oh, that means 7's not coming for a while.
There we go.
And there's more. We are able to hold another tournament for everyone who has supported the DOA series. Let's determine who's the #1 DOA player in the world. And finally, we are also working hard on the newest installation of the DOA
So
series.
DOA 7, yeah.
Please look forward to future updates. We appreciate your continued support for Dead or Alive 6 last round and the DOA series.
My eyes lit up like fire when you
We
said.
also like to
You're
take this
stupid.
opportunity to announce today that we will hold an
I mean, yeah, I guess if they're doing another world tour for 6, that means 7 is not dropping for a while. At least a year or 2. That punk, what is he doing?
Fighter 5. I watched people play for a while because I didn't play the game for a bit when it released. It took me a while.
Doing an interview, I think. But where'd they go? I was watching the Kingsman shit. Oh, they lost? Oh, shit, they lost 0-2.
Shit.
And they lost 0-2. What happened? Damn. Oh, his chat toxic. Oh, that dude got
Gotta
banned
rewatch
so
the game.
fast.
Like, we lost so many winnable fights. Same thing happened last time.
Somebody in his chat type support trash. That dude got shot in 2 seconds. Damn.
Like, how
Chat
did we
toxic.
not win this fight so fast? Oh, he died? Okay, I grabbed Psylocke. He lives. How does he live?
Meant for
Where's my
2x, but it's on break.
He lives here?
Wait, I'm confused how they didn't kill Gambit after they used their Gambit ult. When they Gambit ulted, how'd they not kill the Gambit though? Unless he got res beaconed. No one shot that beacon? Jesus Christ, this skin. Whew.
We're down. How did we lose one? We killed the wolves, yeah. Okay, what are we doing here?
How did they lose us?
Okay.
Got headshotted, I think? Oh no, he didn't get
that makes
headshotted.
sense now.
He just ran into Mantis, died. Wait, why did he dash there? What the fuck? Where is he going? Wait, why is he frontlining his support? Where'd he go?
Yeah, we can't win that. We close out because I zoned the supports for a little bit, so we do close that out.
Oh, you pushed
How
up
do
too
we
much.
just
This
miss
thing
it?
wasn't
Those
good.
are ults.
Happens. Yo, can they start the 2x shit already? I'm trying to watch. Button check of doom? I don't know.
Nothing. I have to see this. Like... Are we AFK?
Okay, we have one set.
Oh,
No way. We're 80 on ults. We could have built it. We could have built it.
We did pretty well.
Your Kings was gonna get tilted.
80%, he would have built it. He just
He's
gets
getting
grabbed
grabbed.
with full dashes.
Is that Soki? Yeah. Yeah. That's Soki, yeah. Gripped up. Yeah, this dude Kingsman's gonna get tilted. He's gonna micromanage his team into getting tilted. Oh no. This happens every tournament, bro. Sometimes they win, it pays off, but sometimes. Remember the fucking, what was it, Boger Bash? He was arguing with Terra. Oh my god, that shit was funny as hell.
We lose a player here?
Him and Terra arguing.
Yeah,
That shit had me in tears. No, but why did they shouldn't have lost this? Their team is so stacked. They shouldn't be losing this.
This is unlucky.
The other team is really good too, but like I would say on paper, Team USA should win this.
Jay gets caught out.
Yes, it is a 300k20. Yeah. AFK and a 300k20. But he's probably wiping his nose or something, or maybe he was sneezing.
Wait, is Canada in shambles?
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Oh nah. Silent
their
World DD
platinum
is
player
open.
that did that shit? That's crazy, by the way.
Oh, Jay, no, Jay, no. We don't 1v1 Buckies on Psylocke.
He's stable. I killed their backline.
We don't 1v1 Buckies on Psylocke. I mean, 1v1 DDs on Psylocke, bro. We don't do those. Wait, we don't 1v1 DDs on Psylocke, bro. We don't do
Match
that.
whatever the previous teams did to make them mental boom. What did they do?
We don't 1v1 Daredevils on Psylocke, bro.
What were the bans?
Nah, he's not new to this. He probably just wasn't thinking at the time. I mean, he probably didn't know the Daredevil was right there. But I mean, obviously, Daredevil will see you. He can see through walls. We don't 1v1 DDs, bro. That's not good looks. Hey, bro, if DD is open, I don't even bother walking up the spawn room on Psylocke. That shit is so annoying, bro. You can't play off angles at all. Like, Psylocke wants to play off angles. That's literally her, like, her main. She's always off angling every time. She's always off angling, constantly switching off angles, just being annoying, and then getting picks. You can't do that if DD's in the match. It's so annoying, bro. Because DD will just keep trying to one up to you in 1v1. If DD sees someone alone, he's gonna go 1v1 them, because he wins it every time. Unless they're really far away in an open area where they can just keep shooting when he's getting close. I would say it's a little easier since he has the range nerf on his dash, but like, still, you don't want a 1v1. You lose the Thor. Everyone loses the Thor 1v1. That room force does fuckloads of damage. Everyone loses the Thor 1v1. I don't think Thor loses to anyone 1v1. If you play Thor correctly, I don't think Thor loses to anyone. Especially if you do the attack cancel and stuff. Why is no one playing those honest? Deafy. Deafy, you are evil, bro. Wait, why are you awake right now? You are evil. Congrats on the win again, by the way. You are fucking evil. 8? Is that 8 for you? Wait, where do you live? Oh, wait. You live in Canada or something? Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah. Dude, I keep thinking you're like in Europe. I don't know why. I keep thinking you're in Europe. You're in Canada. Yeah. I keep forgetting. I don't know why I keep thinking that.
Jump back over, wrecking ball, lead up into it, and try to go for the grab.
No way.
Being because I play a MOBA. Bro, no. Fucking troll. When are we gonna play Deadlock again, dude? I need the carry, bro. I haven't played Deadlock since the Slam, actually.
Watch out, backhand off a shield though.
Yo, we play 2x every night in the Slam Discord. You should pull up. You should pull up, bro. Let's see that Darius.
Blue, okay, that's fine. Slide up.
You actually went crazy in that tournament. The mental damage you did to people and on Twitter is actually like not okay. Actually so evil. I remember when I was new and I used to get pissed at Darius. Chat, y'all remember Alpha Lab 1? And it was full LARP mode. Chat, remember Alpha Lab 1 when Darius's normals were gigantic? It used to be way bigger, and his DP used to be safe and special cancelable into like 60% of your health, and you just couldn't do anything about it. Like, holy fuck, bro. Kid was Thanos.
landed from Braum.
And we were all new, so we just kept losing to that guy. Oh my god. That character is evil.
GG's all smiles.
Just woke up. What's up, yeah? Wait, you're not at Evo?
Give him the treat to the big homie.
I need my drops. How do you? Wait, you're not at Evo, yeah? I didn't go this year. I thought you went. No. Yeah, nobody went. Damn. Nobody went this year, bro. What the hell? Only like a few people I know that went.
I want to say we went well.
But like most people that I know that went, they're going for work or they're going because they're competing. Does DP mean Dragon Punch? It's Darius's. It's a fighting game term, but it's his invincible reversal.
Extra max. Big shout out to Chipotle. If you guys do not know, Chipotle's coming through for some extra prizes for everyone.
W Chipotle.
If you guys want some Chipotle, hey, the Chipotle bus is also
W Chipotle, bro.
Area going into this as well, though.
That Joe Crush.
Passing of the Jack Torch.
Exactly.
Oh, Kunimitsu, let's go. Like a sure you can, yes.
Ooh, but
Darius has a DP.
okay.
His Darius's DP is his down forward. It's his down forward S2. It's like when he does like the axe behind his back and he spins backwards and it launches you upwards and he does headless after it. It's that move. It's his armored move. It's his armored reversal.
Oh, he just goes for the down forward one string. Lets it rip
Instead of
out
having
there.
invincibility like a DP usually does, it just has armor. I miss watching that. I don't know what you're talking about. That never happened. They should have invited you to Marvel Rivals 20.
I don't dislike it.
I mean,
That move being minus 13.
I'm not a big enough streamer, I guess. I don't know. Not big enough streamer, bro. I'm getting invited to those.
It's minus 12.
I usually get in as like a sub, last minute sub or something.
Oh no, the back turn. I thought you were talking about the full
Those big 20s.
No, the back turn launcher. Yeah.
That's what we be telling you guys. If you want me to get in those big 20s, you gotta tap into the Twitch streams.
It's crazy.
Because most people that get picked is based off concurrent viewers.
Fight his way out, but then
That's why everyone keeps telling you guys, watch on Twitch, watch on Twitch. It's not a joke.
Forward. Really good play by him. Oh my god, both of them tried to go for something big there.
tried to go for the Atlas Hammer and got beat out by the hop kick.
You need to get in some drama. You know that's not me. I got Canada in 2 weeks. CEO for concert races, PAX West. Okay, you're traveling way too much. Oh no, I'm good off those.
Look at the damage.
Look at the damage. 104? Yo, leave my girl alone, bro.
Oh my god, Bloodhorn,
What the fuck?
It beat the parry because it was such a long
I'm not watching this.
Yeah, that was Joe.
I'm not watching this. I refuse.
That's what I'm saying, man. This guy's got the tech.
Yeah.
He's got
I refuse to watch that.
I was gonna say we can play with as much joy and whimsy as we possibly can with Timo, but you need
I
to be
refuse
very
to watch
considerate
that.
About it. But no, a light starter, roll up.
Who the fuck is that? It's a robot.
Gunfall puts around in the board.
It's a robot. You ain't never see Jack 8?
Used
Used to be Jack 7. Now he's Jack 8 because the game's Tekken 8.
With the first round, looked like he wanted that Chipotle jab much more from the extra match.
Hey, understandably so. Already we have the S2 Super on board here, and now Darius. He objected, but still, watch out off the cut it.
Oh, wait. There you go. There's some Darius for you, Deffy.
At the same time. Are you going to get the parry? No. Akali just took the bulk of the damage, unfortunately.
Bulk of the damage, double bleed, but still, Timo, I'm going to wear out the debuff right here, but that's fine. S2 coming in from Darius right now, and then tag back into it. Projectile, back to back with Darius. We got one badge unlocked for Timo.
My thing is, I'm okay with flying CEO. My cousin, I do lives down the street from times away. Oh, okay. Okay, that's nice. It's not that bad, I guess.
But nonetheless, still gets the kill right here.
Yeah, I don't got no family there. I only got family in
Off the Timo, we have seen solo potential with this one.
my
That's
family.
fine.
I have family UK.
Keep out game, but not much you can do, especially when you got a mushroom right at you.
I'm trying to think.
I think blows up by the parry.
UK
Still a very
and
big W for Gunpaw. Nonetheless, even if he loses the round, guess what?
somewhere else. I don't remember.
Get rid of the good old fury. I mean the break.
The same, playing the keep out
I
game.
have family in the UK and I think that's it.
Off of 2H, the launch again, roll up.
There's ones I'm close with, I suppose.
Get up, and Darius gone.
Everyone else is here where I'm at.
That was beautiful right there. Actually, going to call. Wait, the level 1 so high, but guess what? He's still going to fall. Timo don't got that much health. And wait a second, tied up 1 round to 1 round. Again, number 1, who's going to take the momentum?
Okay, tied 1-1.
Played FIFA before, right?
No,
Since I have family in the UK means I played FIFA? No. That's not how it works.
Hot stuff.
No, that's not how it works. I haven't played FIFA. But I did play I did play a mobile soccer game.
Yeah, patient right here.
No, I'm not watching the World Cup. No, I'm not interested in watching the World Cup.
Wait a second, didn't believe in the hit. Could have had some huge.
I just hit the jackpot.
Interrupt, yep. Rage launch, get the sequence just off a JS1 like that one from Gunpaw.
Oh, first time we get the smoke bomb shenanigans.
Yeah, it was Dream League Soccer, yeah.
Trying to lock down with some kunai, comes down with some buttons, but guess what? That's not
Yeah, it was
the
Dream League
active
Soccer. That
man.
game was fire.
And just as quickly as Twilight Shroud went down.
That game's still even a thing? Let me see.
Double mushrooms. Luke's trying to press jump in here, but no. Assist coming in
Oh my
from
god,
Watch,
it still is a
and
thing.
off the super from Darius.
Yeah, this game was fire.
Side switch as well. Wakes up attack, doesn't want to deal with it. Jump back with the heavy.
Yeah, I was all up on this shit, bro.
I think Darius love is a jump heavy.
Yep, I remember this shit.
Interrupt, but no. Even
Yep.
get up's not enough. Akali
This is,
gone.
yep.
Gunpaw
I was all on that. This was I was playing this in like 2017 or something. I don't remember. It was like 2017 though.
The air apprehend.
Oh, we haven't seen that much, but now we got the Fury coming in
2017
from
or
Gunpaw
2018, I
right now.
remember.
That air apprehend from Bean was as
It
wild
was
as it
heat.
can get. And now trying to get up with the dash.
Get to the other side. He unfortunately had the high ground jump right over Darius, but there's
So
a drop. So
Pumas?
there's a chance, and never mind the air apprehend.
Damn.
The air recovery was there. We really tried it off the parachute, but the air apprehend, as nasty as can be, and just a little bit of extra sauce from your Alawi. For Beanie Bean, he's put himself up 1-0.
Downloading it right now. Do not download that game. Well, I mean, I guess you could, but like,
Come in his way because it's Chipotle, all right?
I don't know.
It might be his time.
Might be time. Who knows?
Boom.
Have to get there, though. I mean, there's still plenty of room.
They got Silky on tank now. Oh my god, now I'm curious. I'm curious, bro. You've piqued my interest, bro. Fine, we can watch some of this Marvel tournament.
Let them walk up. Let them walk up. Guys, I'm gonna drop behind them and ult in 3, 2, 1. Dropping behind them and ulting now. Oh, now you need to. They gave free space. It's not worth it.
I hear someone above us.
Yeah, it's a Captain America. Ignore him.
Captain America above us. Captain America above us. He's right
He
here.
doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's right here. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
I'm gonna play on height and I'm gonna ult.
I pulled him.
Push him back in. Get this guy a GPS, bro. He's lost right now.
Okay, I'm gonna ult them here. Can you guys just let them walk
Let me
up?
adjust the
Can we
title of
give
the
them space
stream.
for free? Back up, everyone, please. Go point. Go point.
There we go.
Let them walk. Then I'm gonna ult.
Do you want Luna or Steve first?
People don't get confused as to what the hell I'm looking at. Oh, that shit
Go
fat.
point! Oh my! Back up. We kill Armory 1. Mantis. We have Luna ult. Can we Luna? We're good. Leave the space. Nice. No more ults. No more. We won.
Kill Strange. He's by himself.
There's no way I just saw it. His ult.
It's alright. We got it, guys.
Just walled
Give it up.
off the Elsa ult.
Wait. You okay?
Why the?
I had 6 people on my Elsa ult, and you walled my Elsa ult. We could have just killed all 6.
It was fat too.
It's alright.
Whatever, they won.
happens.
It doesn't matter. They won. It was fat too. It was a fat. Yeah, his old Emma just walled off the fucking. Silky mistakenly walled off the. Oh my god, he almost sold. They won the round, thankfully, but he almost fucking sold.
Sorry, man. We have Emma ult to walk up.
Yo, you can tell Kingsman almost got tilted.
Hey, good vibes, guys. Good vibes.
Why did he do that? Oh no. I think he's just panicking. I don't think he's dog shit. I think he's just panicking. He's very nervous, probably. I don't think he's dog shit. I think he's just because Silky plays the game. He's GM, right? He streams Rivals a lot. He's GM. He's actually the team captain.
By the way, they're walking.
He's GM, I think. He's just panicking, if I had to guess. Yo, if they lost the round off that, I think Kingsman would have actually like.
Break it, please. Break it. This one
Snapped.
It's gone. Nice. Good pick. Just don't feed. Don't back up. Just back up, guys.
Because that was a fat ass Osa ult, bro. There's no way.
You're fine.
That was such a fat Osa ult, bro. What's good, Infer? What's up, dude? That was a fat Osa ult too, bro.
Strange. Good grab.
Fully him.
Oh.
Let me just try to look for a hook here.
Can't see you.
Nice. Okay, I'm backing up.
Nah, that shit has me in tears, bro. You any tips for a Luna main? I Loki just started. Luna main? If you're a Luna main, you should be focusing on hitting your freeze. You kind of try not to panic or you're getting dove. You need to hit that freeze so you can get a kill. Because if anyone challenges you, you can easily kill them.
I'm ulting up in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, fat ult.
I got their entire team. They're all winner speed.
Please kill them. I'm about to say, please kill them. Please kill them. Do not let them leave.
Invis is over here.
Nice.
Please kill them. Do not let them leave.
I gotta be a little toxic. I'm sorry, because he was talking to me. Hold on, wait. I gotta be a little toxic.
Say that I appreciate you. Nah, no problem, dude. What's another tip I can give you for Luna? I'm trying to think. Oh, Luna has infinite range on her basic attacks. Their hit scan, so don't be afraid to play really far away.
Nice.
Not necessarily heal bot, but you can play more out. More like further away from your team a little bit, but be careful doing that because you're susceptible to dive if you do that. But let's say like, let me do this real quick. Your team is right here. But like, what's that one map? Defense on that the Daredevil map with the smoke and stuff. You know how like the little wall thing is right here where you can get on top of, and then there's like they can come in from like right here or right here. You can like play back right here instead of just playing right here. Since like Luna's basic attacks can like are hit scan, they can shoot from really far. So you can like heal over here and heal over here and cover both angles. Because sometimes your team is off angle, you know.
Nice job.
Kunlun, yeah, that map. Like, don't be afraid to play more further back, but just be careful though, because you might get dove. But like you'll see it coming from if it's on that map, you can see it coming because there's only 2 entrances to where you can get dove.
I mean, is there anyone else that's 2-2?
Yeah, there you go. They won. Nice. Sheesh, bro.
Could not get the conversion, gun Paul, but the shoulder, the cold one coming in.
Okay, coldest shoulder in all of Noxus headed your way right now. The tentacle could attack to be able to interrupt. And still Darius gone.
That's like that evil bundle? Which one?
Excuse me, Darius left on the board.
Oh, he's talking about the one with the goatee gear and stuff? The humble bundle one?
Just walking forward.
Yeah, Chat showed me it earlier. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Range for that a little unfortunate and still having to be very considered about not only the Akali assist, but the net by Teemo.
Try to swipe him out. No, not gonna work out too well. Retreating guard, hits the dart. Goes
There's
to
an
the
evil
side.
tag on my stream right now.
Uh-oh, interrupt, chop some wood, can't fire, and still trying to lead an Akiolawi assist and the projectiles. But are we in range? We absolutely are. In Beanie Bean, put yourself up to set point again.
Oh, there is.
Big ol' interrupt right there. Big ol' hitbox on the side of Headless. Always take time, take a couple of hits, picks up with rotation, wakes up with buttons, wakes up
There's
with
like a badge or something? How do I...
Gut check. This one to follow up
Oh.
with it and allow just to be
Oh, no, it's already on my stream.
Pressure coming in
That's
off
cool.
your bleed debuff.
This Evo 2026. T1 or Ty Rolling is going to obliterate Ludwig. I don't even want to watch that.
Teemo narrowly avoiding it.
Oh, again? Oh my God. It could have been something terrible, but wait a second. Beanie Bean is on the ground.
Incredibly bold. Now, did it work the first time? Sure. Second time, maybe not the charm here. Doesn't matter for Beanie Bean, though, but still getting slammed off your assist from Akali.
Assist. She has one more in the back pocket. Goes to the other side. Gets low.
Still just having to pop it up projectiles. Able to at least null and void your Alawi, but Darius caught up a bit. Can't fire launch.
Drop the combo once again. The gun paw. Can't be like this.
We still got a badge off her slingshot, though.
Oh, the Tokon tournament's starting in 20 minutes. Tokon finals is in 20 minutes. So we're going to watch this and we're going to watch Tokon.
One like that one.
Okay, I'm only go to, no problem, dude. Yeah, watch a bunch of Sci-Fi. Sci-Fi has a lot of good videos on Luna. I was actually watching some the other day.
Beanie Bean able to take it
Because I was
here against
just playing Luna, just for fun.
Extra match.
Chipotle goes to that.
I was helping my friend
Make sure the show
learn Luna.
goes on and make sure everyone's fed while it happens. Hey, that man is all smiling.
Tokon is out? No. This is a pre-release tournament. Pre-release. Pre-release. Pre-release.
Definitely happens at any given time. All saying the gun paw still has a chance not lose side of the bracket, but guess what? Beanie looking real good. Marching on.
Did Max's power ever come back yet? Or is his power still out? Does somebody got a free Max? That's the dude, bro. Free Max. His power is out for some reason. He's in SoCal though. Why is his power out? Dijon was saying he would Master Blade solely beat you. Did he say that on the stream? He was in here last night. He was in here last night talking shit. He talks shit. Bro, you guys keep asking me why I shit talk Sagem. He does it first. He shit talks me and I shit talk him. That's fucking Unk Jam, bro. That motherfucker is too old to be talking shit, bro. That's Unk Jam, bro. We was in here playing 2X last night till like 6 a.m. last stream. He was talking shit the whole time, even though I'm on his team. That guy's a shit talker, bro. He doesn't do it on his stream, but that guy is low-key a shit talker. We was playing Rivals last night. After Rivals, we got on 2X. It was me, Curry, Wani, Sajam, Emily, and Slasho. Yeah, after we played 2X. That's why this stream started so late. I was supposed to start at 1 p.m. and then we were gonna watch Evo. But then I didn't start stream till like 4 because we stayed up so late last night playing 2X. We were just sitting here shit talking each other. This motherfucker would talk shit every 2 seconds saying, "Oh, what is, bro? Get your ass back on Yasuo. Something, no combo, something." That guy's a shit talker, bro. He played Injustice. That's why I asked him, Dan, didn't you play Injustice for years? I can tell. Motherfucker is a shit talker, bro. He doesn't do it on his stream. He low key about it, but this guy talks so much trash. This guy's a shit talker, bro. He just low key about it. He's very low key. He's smirk about it, bro. I'm telling you. He's a shit talker, bro. Like that guy, he be trying to hide it. Nah, I know him. He be shit talking, bro. Yeah, he the nicest guy on the stream, but yeah, when he's not on his own stream, he's a dickhead.
Like, why we just rolled them guys?
Motherfucker's a dickhead, bro.
Let's
I told him, you are a fucking dickhead, bro.
Just hard stop them. Why would we
This
switch our
is a
comp?
dickhead, bro. This is hilarious, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Let's just lock in.
Yeah, but if you go to his stream, he a nice guy. Just don't piss him off. And also, don't ask him what he thinks about Jam. That motherfucker hate Jam.
They're on Dino.
He hate Jam.
Route 1.
He hates Jam, bro. He does not like that character.
Yeah,
He's your dickhead, though. He is my dickhead. That's Unk Jam, bro.
They're just giving cart. They have zero
Shout out
space.
Shout out Unk Jam. Guilty Gear? Yeah, he
whoa,
fucking hates
grab
that character. This shit's
Nope,
hilarious.
Dino 1.
Bro, I don't know what we were doing one night. He was I think he was just playing. He was fighting Jam. He was just getting angry. He was beating the Jam's ass, but it was just funny. He fucking hates that character. That's just hilarious. That sounds uber zesty. Bro, Loma, you jealous again, bro? I told you, bro. We gonna find someone that can call you Pookie, bro. What I tell you, bro?
Why did you speak?
You need to stop getting jealous, bro. I told you, we'll find you someone that can call you Pookie, bro. First it was the Pookie shit, now this, bro. That's my what?
Yo, play the game, bro. Please, just talk when it's over.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Now I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, what?
We can lose at any time, guys. We can lose at any time. Let's lock in.
Wait, what?
I've got ults. 3, 2, 1. My ult is huge. My ult is huge.
The Kingsman is so proficient these days. And for a cheat on the boy, hey, yo. Our Mori's on Elsa. I know she played Elsa. I haven't gotten off support at all. My friends flame me because I like support. Ain't nothing wrong with playing support, bro. I like Blade. I get flamed for playing Blade. I'm not gonna stop though. I was literally told to get off Blade, bro. If you wanna rank up, I'm like, I'm good. I don't have a reason to care about ranking up. I have nothing to prove, and also like I'm playing this shit for content for fun anyway. So why would I care? Why the fuck would I care about ranking up? I'm a laptop gamer. You. Evo is happening. What do you think is in the background? Yeah, you better get another 2 week. Actually, I'm sending you on vacation. Unpaid vacation. Let's see. Timeout. 2 weeks. 2W. Every FGC player must be systematically transported to Las Vegas. You said Vegas.
I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when.
Fucking Vegas. Motherfucker said Vegas. You're fucking stupid. Motherfucker said Vegas. What is a Vegas, bro? Las Vegas?
Can you Emma ult right now?
That's a lot of seconds. No, he's not actually getting timed out. Bro said Las Vegas. Las Bagels? That actually sounds fire. Las Bagels? I go to Las Bagels. There's actually a bagel place next to the Evo venue. It's called, it's like literally, it's like to the left of the venue. It's like a big bagel shop. It has like a big bagel symbol on it. I forgot the name of it. Las Vegas Convention Center. Oh, West. I forgot you gotta specify. There's multiple convention centers. What is this bagel thingy called? Haha. Seagull's Bagel Mania. This is it. It's literally right next to the... See? This is literally... To the right of this building is literally the Evo. The bagel's alright. The bagel place. A lot of people, the line's long as shit though, because everybody, when they wake up for Evo at like 8 a.m., they all go there and then they go to the Evo.
I have no idea what he did.
Bagel Mania.
Instantly one shot and does not move. Just stood there. Like,
Kingsman smurfing his ass. He's not smurfing, bro.
Evil J3 took over, bro.
Is he 17-1? Hold on. Oh no, he's 11-1. Okay, maybe he is smurfing. Oh no, J3 is 17-0 though. J3 is smurf. Okay, but his team is stacked though. This team, like, I don't know how they lost that last match earlier, because this team is stacked. They should not have lost to AMER. That makes no sense, because their team is so stacked. They have 3 winnable ball players.
Last round, if we win this.
Everybody on their team plays except
I can hear the eagles screeching.
Emiru. But even then, she knows how to play the game. It's not like she's like new or nothing. And they threw Silky on support. I mean, I guess their players are off roll. I think Silky's off roll. I don't know what Emiru plays. I know Silky's definitely off roll because I know he plays like what, Spider-Man, and I forgot what other character he plays. He played DD, I think. Oh, that's Rage that plays DD. I mean, Silky definitely lost him that match earlier, because there's no reason he should have died on Gambit earlier. He plays Bucky? I didn't know that.
They're not grouping. They're very scared. I got one shot.
Darth Lugia.
Just reset.
Tokon in 12 minutes. The Tokon finals is in 12 minutes. I repeat, 12 minutes. It's gonna be on this channel. It should be on this one at the top right. If it's not, then there's a problem.
I'm gonna look to ult here in 3.
The Tokon pre-release tournament finals. What is it? Cloud versus
I got 3.
Ooh.
They're all one. They're all one. That's it. Break it. That's just.
I don't think they're gonna show the final team today. I highly doubt it. If they do, that'd be hyped up. But I don't think so. I think they're gonna show it tomorrow.
Wait, can we loot all?
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be tomorrow.
Oh, what? What? Jay, what rank are you?
Jay, are you serious?
Sheesh. What do you mean?
Dead. What do you mean?
Jay, what rank are you? Is crazy.
Evil J3.
Say something.
What are you doing, bro?
What do you want to
What do you mean, can we mag all? No, shut up. Actually, stop. Mute up.
He's inting.
As soon as they come out this room, I'm ult them, okay? All right.
That man inting? That man is inting, bro.
Kite. Just kite.
J3, I got money already. Who cares? Run this shit. Run that Luna ult. I got money already. Run that Luna ult. I don't need this.
Oh my god, what are we doing? Can we play together? What is happening?
Yeah, we're actually throwing. We're actually throwing. No, we're actually throwing. I'm crying, bro. We're actually throwing.
Nice. Me and Flats.
Yo, so is anyone gonna play Blade in this 300k tournament?
I'm dead. Sorry, they don't have any heals right now.
They're down 2. They're so
drop a blade.
ISO. I'm gonna kill her.
Better run that Star Lord, or we going back to the homeless. Who's this stupid meme?
I broke his bubble. Just a tank pool 1 point.
You either run that Phoenix Starlord or we're going back to the almost. It's the biggest Token event of the weekend. Where else would they show it? Before top 8 of the Guilty Gear.
Pull some magic out of my asshole.
Or they might not even show it tomorrow, even after Guilty Gear top 8. They might save it all for Sunday. What am I looking at? Looking at gaming. You're looking at gaming at its final form.
He's on point again.
I'll touch. You guys got it. You guys got it.
You're looking at gaming
We
in
just
its final
gave
form.
6 people.
Shit, I could put a box for this one if you want.
Infernals in 3, 2.
You can watch whichever one you want. Low key. Which one you want to watch? You can watch anyone. I could put the audio on for all of them. You could drown out the audio.
And you know Xiaohai can't afford to click through it.
You got options, bro. I'm giving you options. You don't want options? Get on Blade or else, cutie. Hey, yo. iPad kid final boss. Final boss.
I'll jump going. I'm on point. Don't go point. Don't go point. Don't go point. It's fine. You guys 5-man contested cart last time. We almost lost. Let's just relax.
We could go into them with my ult. They're kind of split. You can see.
Where's this Cap's team at? That guy got shit on. Is that XQC? Oh, brother. Where the fuck was this team at?
I'm on.
Can I get a street fight with a side of MR? Bet, I got you. Hold on, give me a
Okay, let's
second.
just sync pool. They have TP, by the way. Please back up.
I feel as if I'm deteriorating right now.
I think it was like legit 1.
This match is about to be over anyway. We're about to watch Tokon. 2x kills on break.
Oh, they Hawkeye ulted through portal.
Damn.
Play next fight. Play next fight.
It's on break.
We don't win this, by the way. We do not win this. Don't invest ults.
We have so many ults coming up.
Love that kick. X and Silky was beefing? About what?
What
are they beefing about?
Oh.
Wait, what are they beefing about? I'm curious.
I don't know. Walk in with Luna, maybe, or
Walk with my ults. Actually, yeah, I feel like we're not gonna stable. We should just walk with our invis. Can we cage point? Can we cage point, please? Cage on the point. Cage on the point. Yeah. Okay. Get the Groot. It's cage. He's caged. He's caged. Look at Groot.
X caught him a low way.
I got 2.
Why? XQC loves the drama shit. Why would he call him that?
Sorry, guys. We got it.
A low rank pod.
Kill the guy behind us, please.
Heard that someone got access to the Discord for the World Cup and dropped the. Oh wow, that is.
I need to CP.
Wow. Why would he call him that?
Rocket.
Magic is not to be owned, but to be felt, experienced, lived.
I'm back.
Oh my lord.
GG, guys.
Nice job.
Nice, they won. GG's.
I slipped in the cap right at the last second. I'm sorry.
Is that 2-0?
Good job, everybody.
I mean, I don't have time to watch another match anyway.
The Team Brazil thing, like, we were so close to winning. Like, so many times. If we just didn't, we just had better ults, we got this. Like, if we play them again, we're going to win next time.
They they definitely should have won
Does
that.
anybody want to practice after this is over as well?
They are getting off.
If we could just get our synergy done and get ults.
Some point before, because we play on
They are all getting
I
off.
thought we played tomorrow.
No, the
Play Sunday.
We play Sunday.
Oh, it's only Sunday? Oh, okay. Not tomorrow.
Okay.
Cool. But I can be on even earlier on Sunday.
Do we know what time we play on Sunday?
They won 2-0. Nice.
Bet. I mean, if anybody's ever tried to play off stream, bro, I don't care. I'll practice, bro. I don't give a shit.
That shit
Like,
300K.
we will win if we practice a little bit, like 100%.
That shit is 300K. That's enough of that. Biking gameplay. That Biking's getting her shit rocked. What do you mean?
To no cancel.
Oh, the slight delay.
Fuck that.
there.
Arsenal Ash is playing Kunimitsu. You lost your plot. You lost the plot, bro.
Outside of new moves and very
Holy shit, cook his ass. Anderson King, yeah, beat his ass. Beat his ass.
Weapon low with the full crouch sweep that she used to have, and it's
Fuck you, fuck you.
Has the set 1+2 now, which is brilliant. really good move.
Fuck you. You don't even care about biking. You a fake biking player.
You know, across the board in general.
Get on that damn Sin. That Goo Goo Gaga character, bro. Hop back on that Sin. Just for you.
Yeah, very difficult to hit. Okay, but Yo
They made that
Cheeseburger
character just for you.
fighting back here, uses the single jab tech, gets the guaranteed damage afterwards.
Your mouth is nothing.
Really
What does that even mean? What?
Let's see what Arsenash does to make a comeback here.
Like, what? You want me to show you good mouth or something? What the fuck is that supposed to even mean?
There we go. You were talking about the heat.
Yeah, I feel like she has really good.
Why did he say that?
Gets the guaranteed damage afterwards, still using down forward ones, not taking much risk.
Like, what the fuck are you saying? Fuck is that supposed to even mean?
There as well, loads of people supporting.
No, don't put this shit on me, bro. Did you hear what you just typed in my chat, bro?
Yeah. World-class players can be a struggle, so.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Something that you should celebrate.
Of course, definitely, and the crowd celebrating with him.
You got people calling you milker.
How do you get out? Uses heat.
You be getting milked? The fuck? Like, what's coming at me for?
Block to waste the rest of that heat timer.
Nice punish though, Bloodhole.
Yeah.
What is Blood talking about? Something wrong with him.
But not enough. He didn't have the right angle for the wall splat. Who's gonna break this floor though? Nice break.
Yeah, good break. Really.
Bro, that's because what the fuck you typed? That's why I said that shit. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Some of your mouth is nothing. Is he dead? Oh, he is dead. Nice.
There's no way Arsenash just got away with that.
It doesn't happen very often.
No.
Normally, when you eat
Cannon with 0 and 3. The fuck? How? 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 That don't make no sense.
For nothing. Oh my god, man. Anyways.
Did I see that right?
What is happening at point? There's nothing is happening, bro.
How did they lose every game?
Nothing. Oh my god, man.
Hey, I lost every game? Damn! Son, oh my god, 50 gifted. 50 fucking gifted. That's a W. Hold on. I lose every game too. Hold on. I lost every game too. Yo, Donnie, I lost every game too.
Shit, dude. Thank you for the 50 gifted.
Hold on. I lost every game too, Donnie.
So much. Thank you. I did. I tried my
Hold
best.
on, bro. I lost
God, there was
too.
also one fight.
I didn't even get an invite, bro. I'm more than lost. Where my gifted? What the fuck? Hold on. I didn't even get an invite. Hold on. Break down real quick.
Yeah, here. Okay. So I see them all.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You get 50 for losing? Shit, where my 50 at? I didn't even get an invite. Don't even look at me.
She's got the overhead. She's got
It's like only like 2 black streamers in that whole event.
Right, so.
Like 2 black streamers in that event, by the way. Shit, we lost over here. Hold on.
Let's see what Yo Cheeseburger does here.
Seems like one is like Silky.
Oh, the full string.
It's launched, right?
Wait, is it? No, there's one more. There's one more. Hold on.
Get clean hit, goes for hop kick.
Give me a second.
Down forward one. Arsenash 1 round away from moving forward here.
And you know, Yo Cheeseburger's had some good moments, but it's like
There's no
especially the
way.
Arslan plays this character.
One of the VTubers is black. I'm gonna just say I don't fucking
Almost
know.
literally dying by 1,000 cuts.
Because you are, yeah.
Yeah. While standing 3.
Gets the hop kick there.
Oh shit.
Tried to get the still got
Oh
it.
shit.
Tried to move, maybe.
Oh my god, if that was the
Not
setup,
like
that
this.
was.
Oh shit, there's nobody.
Looking, ooh, Arsenash.
Oh
This is his tournament,
shit.
remember? Yeah, very good stuff. Makes it through into the next round. Good good shift there though.
He had
Good,
some moments.
very
but
Um,
even more so than the Nina though, because Nina, like he played Anna and a little bit of Nina.
Yikes.
Anna kind of by the nature of the character requires you to play a little bit more risky, but his Nina
Zora's not
like,
black, is he?
smothering you and giving you very few gaps about it, and I feel like
Zora's black?
as much, like,
I don't know what Zoro is.
outside of heat, but again,
Where's Zoro at?
giving you no big windows.
No, yeah, if he's
of
not,
getting it.
Zoro's black.
The jab and the down forward ones and
Think
very
mixed.
quick moves, then he doesn't.
Zoro. This is Zoil.
Really safe and shades of Tekken 7.
Zoil.
Awesome,
Zoil.
they're
Not
completely
Zoro.
different games in Tekken 7. He has to play differently, and we did see.
Bro thought I
kind
said
of
Zoro.
when he does like he goes to heat.
Oh, it auto-corrected?
Very,
Zoro's black.
Yeah. It's the first Queen of the 2 you've seen using the heat
I'm
move.
Yeah, one of these VTubers is black. I'm gonna just say one of them is, even though probably not. I'm gonna just say one of them is, just for the sake of nitties. They wouldn't do that to us.
Before someone forces him to maybe switch to the Nina.
I will be really interested.
One of those
to see,
girls is
like,
black,
what
trust.
forces him, like,
Yeah, that's the.
Trust. Alright, it's gonna be Tokon time. But it is Tokon time, it's 9. Oh, this is, what's her name's theme? Miss Marvel. Yeah, I'm one of them VTubers? Hell nah. I gotta switch the co-stream thing to Tokon. Where is it? Tokon team gonna be like? Give me a second. I'm trying to put this together real quick. Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. I guess I'm gonna just put on special events, I guess. I'm it's my thingy to the regular Evo. Max is showing new gameplay right now. Maximilian underscore dude. Fuck, I typed it wrong. What is this Twitch? Oh, I typed it right. What? I'm getting trolled.
There's no run backs. You know, you get that one. You get that one chance to do the BO3.
How did I type it wrong? What's this? I should notice. This shit close, please. Brother, I don't want to split view. How do I fucking get rid of that shit? What is this? Hold on. There we go.
I feel like Magneto is an easier to play but similar sort of game plan to Dr. Doom, like in a way. Like they're both about setting up and doing things, but even Magneto like feels like he does it a little bit better. Doom's all about throwing these things and ping-ponging you back and forth between shields and shit. But to me, it feels like Magneto just does a lot of that kind of stuff, but easier. And Doom was a kind of a hard character to be really good at. And he still is. In this build, he still is like relatively difficult to figure out his game plan, what he wants to do. So I don't know, man. I thought Magneto was very fun. I like the completely different take than him being just the straight up like most aggressive rushdown guy ever. Some more impressions. Penny's really easy to use. She seems like she is going to be
that's not good.
Probably one of the better starting characters because she has good normals, she has good specials, and her unique is literally Faust stuff, where she gets like 7, maybe 8 different unique like little things that she can throw out. and all these little things that she can throw out do like random stuff. And one of them is just like a massive explosion. Another one is like a homing giant spider bot that covers half the screen or some shit like that. And yeah, for the most part, it feels like she does good damage, hits pretty hard. She's like sort of the Tronbon of the game in many ways. But I liked her. I was like, oh, she kind of like fits like within all this like crazy stuff that the game has to offer. I think this is me trying to figure out what moves I got. That was down.
Playing Sherry's theme? Let me see it. This shit better be fire. Sounds alright. Game gonna have a Hella and Namor team up? Yo, you need to be banned. You need to be put down. You need to be banned, bro. Pro said they need to add Hella and Namor team up to this game. You need to be banned. Oh, they delayed it to 620. Okay, they delayed it to 620. That's why it hasn't started yet. Okay. Okay, we just watch Max until then.
Unique movement is kind of like, whoa, this is hard to control. Like, she feels like she actually has that aspect where she's like hard to control. She has more range and projectiles and stuff. But
I'll be confirming the current that Blade is in the New York City stage.
Like, she's gonna be really. She's gonna be something really
Blade
crazy.
is in the stage?
I do feel like overall, when you start utilizing all of the characters and really digging into the game,
Blade is in the new stage?
It's a lot more fun now.
Son.
And that isn't just from the fact that you can call your assists. Like, I was struggling with the controls the whole time, but I was really enjoying myself. You can just call assists in so much more of a freedom than the previous builds. Like the ways that you are able to engage with the other person when you're actually assembling the team. The fact that assembling the team comes with really good rewards
I'm talking about in the
now outside of
fucking
just like
between Thor's
a little
legs.
bit more meter, a little bit more life. That assemble
Between
super,
Thor's
bro,
legs? What the fuck are you
it looks
talking about?
amazing.
What the? Huh? What are you talking about? Why did you say it like that, bro? Just fucking... Why did you say that? Like... Just like, why did you... Like, you could have worded that so much better. Like, what? No, bro. No, bro. Not the statue, bro. Nah, bro. You know what she was doing, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro? Just... Why did you... Almost he's between Thor's legs in the new stage. Like, you can't just say that. Blade wanted Thor's blade? What?
It doesn't have to be difficult, you know? It does not have to be entirely the most, like, team engaging game in the world. What I'm happy about is that the team engagement stuff seems to be more incentivized than it was before. It seems that they actually want to give us really good reasons to, like, hot swap between the entire roster or your 4 characters even more than ever before. Which I really appreciate. I think, like, utilizing the entire team in a variety of ways and being comfortable with the entire team is going to be probably one of the most, like, fascinating things this game has to offer. And nobody's there yet. Like, nobody... Like, some developers that I was playing was a bit better at it, obviously, but, like, nobody's at the point where everyone's fully utilizing the whole team, which I do appreciate. And now that that's incentivized in some way through the unique combo system, through, like, this stylish combo system, I think that's great. I hope that, hopefully that doesn't change too much before the game comes out. But I really like that. I felt like there's so much to learn here. Like, there's, like, we're just scraping the surface of this shit now. So anyway, it does feel like some characters got toned down a bit. Like, some things that were just, like, repeating the exact same action over and over again. It did seem like some of those were a bit harder to do on some other characters. So I'm very excited. I think, like, I've been pretty critical of Marvel Tokon, especially in the previous builds, but what I played with the Wolverine build was very inspiring, and with this one now having even more characters, it was like, okay, I'm having a pretty good time with this shit. Like, leading into stuff like this and just getting all of your characters to work together, damn, dude, that's fun. This is the tag game that I was really looking forward to, without specifically being just a Marvel vs. Capcom clone, because I think we can all agree, I don't want this game to be Marvel vs. Capcom. I want Marvel vs. Capcom to be Marvel vs. Capcom. I want this to do a thing that tickles my brain in ways that is completely different than that. And yeah, now it's like a hybrid, like less annoying
My bad, I was
Dragon
talking
Ball
to someone.
fighters. If you
Okay.
don't like all the super dashing, if you don't like all of the crazy stuff that DBFZ has, like Vanish and all that kind of shit, pretty much feels like
Rivals
not as
is
insane
Rivals in
DBFZ,
Asia Central. Oh wait,
but way
Asia
more
Celestial
team
server above is
integration
almost
now.
dead.
There's, like,
They might
way
be
more
cooked to
opportunities
improve
for
Asia right now.
to utilize the full
That's
team.
fucked.
Maybe not to the degree of 2XKO.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If I really loved the game very badly and it wasn't popular in my region, I'd be pretty sad.
All the way to full 2XKO-ness. Look at this.
If I loved it enough, I'd probably fucking move. like I don't know. One of the perks, I guess, of being in the United States, I guess.
This wasn't in the betas. Now there's a legit
Thankfully,
good
shit I like is popular here.
to build up all your characters and stuff. It's mad cool, dude.
Thankfully,
it's mad cool.
because it's not the case for a lot of
anyway,
stuff.
this became a game that was like, I really hoped it would be good because I just did not have that much fun with it in some of the earlier builds where I would hope that it would eventually get there. But the more time I put into it, the less interesting it seemed to get. To the point now where it's like, with a bit of time in between and with the new control scheme and all this stuff, I'm really liking it. It isn't the... I still think the defensive mechanics of the game are a little iffy.
No
you know?
shit, some
Like
people already got eliminated from the World
alpha
Cup.
counter
Team
thing,
UK is
some of
out.
the defensive armor stuff. It's like, it's okay. Offense is really
Team
prioritized
UK got
in this
eliminated.
stuff, but man,
I'm not
was I having a
surprised
good
their
time,
team
like,
didn't really
swapping
have
between
like
characters
high ranks
constantly
at
and
all.
doing cool shit. It felt really fun.
Listen, no pathetic selfies.
That was a team with Cringe Alarm. I forgot who else is on it. Ashlyn. Forgot who else is there.
I don't
It's
care if
unfortunate.
Doom's good or bad. I'm going to be playing him the whole time. As it is provided from... this was me playing against the devs. I don't remember which team I was. Sometimes I was player 1. Sometimes I was player 2. Here and there. I got a little bit more footage on here I'll go over with you guys. But I'm also going to post all of these matches on the YouTube channel at like 4K. So if you guys want... is there anything going
my
on
bad.
right
Other
now?
than
Are we
Cringe
missing
Alarm, sorry.
anything? Is there like Tokon
Well,
official
I
stuff
guess you
happening?
could say Ashlyn. She's
I have a little
Eternity.
bit more gameplay to
I think she's
share.
Eternity Peak.
Are they Tokon?
I don't know if she's been one of Ball before.
ASW. They're getting ready for stuff. Okay, they're getting ready for stuff. Tokon in 10 minutes. So I'll just go over, let us just watch some of the footage and just see if I can dissect things. It sucks that I'm super bad, all right? I wish I was like, I wish I retained any of the muscle memory from the previous builds. It's sadly completely gone because the control scheme, I changed my control scheme like 2 times, and on the second time, it was towards the end of the session.
I don't think it's
and
gonna be
was
today.
like,
I
"Damn
think it's
it,
gonna be tomorrow.
this was the one that
If
I
we're
was
lucky
playing on."
today.
I could not figure out, like, where the hell were my goddamn buttons before? Like, where the hell was this shit? So the control scheme that I have playing right now on stick, what I ended up doing was this. Because again, it's a 6-button fighter now. It's not technically 5. I did light, medium, heavy, which is this. Playing 2XKO recently and Invincible Versus did not make this any easier. Light, medium, heavy, assemble, so assist, back, down, forward.
I don't remember what my
neutral
binds are
assist.
for Tokon.
And then I had
literally
unique
don't even
over
remember.
here, and
I'm
then
probably
I
gonna have
had
to restart.
tag over here.
Because I don't remember at all.
This wasn't that much different than what the default layout
Seems
is.
too early for a reveal?
on
Yeah, I think it's gonna be tomorrow.
On a controller. It's not that much different.
But then again, it's weird because why would they
LMH,
separate the finals
assemble, and
between
unique is on R1.
today and
It's
earlier?
not that much different.
I mean, now and earlier.
So, I have to find a space for like.
They should have done the old tournament earlier.
I'm pretty sure assist and tag are now different buttons. Yes, and it's a good change. It's a significantly better change. One thing did not change. This is a criticism. Motion inputs are tough, bro.
They are indeed tough.
And I don't think they hit the severity that we were running into with like Invincible Versus, where they had to take like 3 different sort of like takes on it to figure it out. The Dragon Punch input is extremely sensitive, and it is tough. Like,
that shit is
even
hard,
the
bro.
developers recommended. They're like, oh, okay. So if you want the DP input to come out, you have to end
Because
on
you
down
have to do
forward or
that.
3.
If you want
have to.
not
And
Magneto, if
if
you want
you
Dr.
don't
Doom's
prioritize
wall,
that
I'm pretty sure it was
input
DP input,
specifically,
and
if
that
you don't
shit.
end
Oh
on that
my
input,
god,
it
that shit
doesn't
just
come
would
out.
not come
And that
out.
was the way it was in
It was
the
either
previous
that or
beta.
the lightning move.
So
It's
it's
just
like,
DP input. One of them. I don't remember which one it was.
And they did say
That shit just would not come out for me.
damage reward.
With
It's not
Dragon Punch,
huge,
forward,
but
down,
it's only like a
forward.
10%
Sure, you can
plus,
input.
But they did say there is a small damage reward for using motion inputs. So they're pretty much running into the exact same thing Invincible Versus is right now. I do not think the ideal way, because it moves too quickly. The ideal way to play this game will not be with motion inputs. Most
I don't think it will.
Like blinking? No. I didn't mess around with blinking at all. The dashing is different. Like it's dash down, dash back, down back, that kind of stuff.
I'm about to learn this game on.
That's where the DP
PS5 controller at this point.
Yeah, DPs felt the same. It felt
these
like
non-motion input games are playing me playing on
shit ain't
levelers.
coming out, and
Holy
Doom's
shit, I'm about to get my PS4 controller or something.
His electricity requires you to do that shit constantly, and it was like, oh shit, instant air jump Doom electricity, fucking hard.
See,
really
that's what I'm talking
hard,
about.
Anyway, I think
the Doom electricity shit, like it was either that or the wall. I don't remember which one it was. I don't remember how the combo worked, but that shit was hard as hell. Like
I don't think
the DP input just would not come out.
Having quick, easy access to all of these things in the heat of the moment, without having to worry about DP inputs or down inputs or anything like that, or things that switch sides, nah, dude. It's going to be so much easier to play this game if you just play with the traditional input scheme where it's just like neutral, forward, down, back. Bro, like easier anti-airs,
kind of, but to scale is fun.
Like,
yeah.
And the same thing is happening in Invincible Versus right now for the folks that are still playing that. Yeah, like very few people that play that game and figured it out are playing it without motion inputs.
I'm playing with motion in that game. I shouldn't be.
Inputs,
it's the same here at Grand Blue. I play Grand Blue with motion inputs. I shouldn't be.
I'll let the footage run.
I'm tired of Roblox slot fighting games. What should I play? Street Fighter 6 is good. Street Fighter 6 is an excellent choice.
One thing that I really loved in this build.
Also, thanks for the follow earlier.
I have to talk about it
I think you
more.
followed me when I wasn't streaming, and I saw it. I appreciate
it. Super jump height.
Street Fighter 6 is an excellent choice.
Your air assists change, and
pick whichever game is the coolest. You can do Guilty Gear. You can do Street Fighter. You can do
I don't know if you can still do the projectile one because it
free.
wasn't as good.
So you can play it anytime.
Having characters dive.
You can do Tokon. This game's dropping soon.
Will lead to
you can do a new Avatar fighting game. That game's not out yet, but it's soon.
Magneto was just very fun.
What's the other one I could recommend?
I don't think it's necessarily hard to use at all.
Just look at those games and whichever game which one of those games has cool characters and cool fighting,
of the Marvel vs. Capcom
cool combos
games,
and stuff.
Easy to use.
Whichever game looks the coolest to you, get it.
Character, bro.
But Street Fighter is an excellent choice if that's what you're trying to go for.
I think that was one thing they wanted to change. They wanted to make him mid to long range, but also just like relatively normal, you know? Like relatively normal to use character.
I've done tons of videos on literally all those games.
I feel like most people will like Magneto's playstyle.
Go look at him.
You can play him ranged. You can kind of play him a little like mid-range. But he's
mostly a character.
Like traps,
do you think it's cool? Just try it out. I mean, and it's on, and they're all on Steam, so like
I liked them a lot.
You can try the game for like an hour, see if you find a character you like, and then if you don't, refund it. It's kind of fucked up, but I mean, hey.
Probably. To be real,
as long as you don't go over past 2 hours. Well, last time you put up Grand Blue. Oh, you can do Grand Blue too. Last time we put up Grand Blue was Mag launch.
Things that you could change with
Mag.
So here's what's happening with the game.
It was Mag launch.
The game gives you very easy things that will lead to cool, flashy stuff.
It was Mag or it was
decent damage with it. What I love about it is that
did I do a video on Ilya?
Really tone down the auto combos, dude. Like you can't even do light.
Ilsa, I'm asking Ilya. Ilsa, did I do a video on Ilsa? I don't remember if I did a video on Ilsa.
So you have to manually confirm into stuff. If you just want to if you want to commit to one auto combo all over the place, yeah, that works. That you can do that, but you can't do like light, medium, heavy.
I don't think I did a Grand Blue video for Ilsa.
And just like hit all the buttons and have cool stuff come out. No. You only get like one auto combo chain per.
Yeah, I think last time I booted up was Meg.
It seemed like there was a specific limitation on that now. But if you commit to one button, yes. The one button thing's gonna come out and you're gonna do a super and do like 30%.
The only reason why I wouldn't say Invincible is because I don't know how much players it has right now. Apparently the player base is really low right now.
You know, in this game, dude, you get any kind of touch with some decent amount of team.
I don't want to recommend someone a game that doesn't have a lot of players on it because you're gonna
those combos are not
you're gonna take ages to get a match.
That is not good damage.
But if you like it, go for it still, of course.
Which is exactly what I want.
Because you can still, if you look enough, you can find people.
Dragon Ball allows you to whiff auto combo into pretty decent damage, right? The idea is that most of the interactions, or a lot of interactions, especially at mid-level in Dragon Ball, start with auto combo shit. And they just pick up from any angle, any direction.
I love Grand Blue. That game is fun. It's one of my favorite fighting games.
It's not the case anymore. It doesn't work
in this game. Unfortunately,
they took away a lot of the shit that made auto combos mad annoying.
What the fuck? It's not that popular.
In this game, which is great. It feels like a lot of the stuff that was really cumbersome and hell of annoying in Dragon Ball are specifically gone.
Yeah,
from this
Granblue's
game
not
now,
that
which is,
popular.
like,
I like Granblue a
exciting.
lot though.
And now that the team
I mean, I like
stuff is
anime,
here, where it's
and I
like
like
way more
fighting
team
games, so like it
engagement,
makes
way
sense.
more like opportunities to switch
My favorite
out.
fighting
Now
games
seem
are like
really
what,
good
Fighters,
because tag is like
Granblue.
twice as fast. Yeah, okay.
I like Granblue more than Street Fighter.
Yeah, okay. This is a fighting game now, bro. Like,
Even though I have
there's
more
some
hours on
crazy
Street
shit
Fighter.
going on here.
That should tell you, like, I like Granblue more. As funner, as hella funner characters to me too.
I really hope there's a beta announcement because
I love the
not
art
only
style
do I
too,
want to
man.
play
It's
more,
so
I
it's
just
beautiful.
hope that more people get an opportunity to play this version of the game.
I like more. Do I like more than
If it's an
Tekken?
open beta, that'd be great. There's not
Tekken 8
much
is
time
fun
until it
as shit.
comes out.
I think I
But
like Tekken more
this
than
is
Street
the game that
Fighter.
I really think that people should judge it on instead of the previous ones.
But I
because
like
it's a lot
Granblue more
different.
than both,
It
I
should
think.
feel like it's better to watch as
think.
well. Like, even from the perspective, I want to see some of the matches that happened at Evo today. There's like a
But I
finals
like
match that's happening
2X
pretty
and
soon. Dude, it's
UFC more than
it's
both.
A lot.
And more than all
It's
of
a
them because
lot
I like
more
Tech
fun.
Fighters.
Magneto, dude, he
Blah,
has this
excuse me.
one fucking move where he literally.
I think the
mimics
tournament's starting. Oh my god, they're on break still. So they're trolling. It should be starting like literally now. Gotta wait for them. Okay, I'm just put Max back on.
They literally said that. They literally said that they want to. You should be getting more damage now out of the.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
combo
just waiting
stuff,
for it to start.
and
What
not
is
just
this
the
up here?
generic lariat assists.
Oh, is Capcom
The
done for
lariat
today?
assists help out a little bit, but not.
I know it's right here at the
nearly
top.
as
I'm tripping.
much.
That relink? There's relink.
So cool.
Endless Ragnarok. Damn, you guys thought you guys were never gonna get DLC again, huh? You guys actually got something. Oh, I know this guy.
Anyone that smart would be too smart to fight.
There's a different origin.
さらに言いますと、さっき一瞬出ましたけど、劇場版3本目は劇場版なんですね。
I always see this guy at the Dragon Ball shit.
2が成績良くて、でその効果もあってか、アニメの効果もあって
There's
か、
Tento again.
表情が売れましたと。
Damn, they got him working overtime.
劇場版を
Rock
作らせていただき
holding
ました
down for the mic for you times for the time
And as
being,
far as
but-
the movies, there's the trilogy that you mentioned for Fatal Fury. 1 and 2 did really well, and that was also.
Yeah, they're taking their sweet time. I'll tell you that.
Anyway, hi chat. Hello.
Kenny.
Hello.
What is Kenny? What is he doing?
Hello. We are.
He's at the show floor. Just gotta wait. Come on, Tokon. Come on, man. Why does the audio sound like that? The fuck happened to their audio? Joysticks or regular controller for Street Fighter? Preference. That's purely a preference, man. Whichever one you like more. Nah, you don't want to play All-Star Battle R. You don't want to play All-Star Battle R. You're not going to get a match. If you do get a match, you're going to get one guy or two that only play that game and don't play any other game. So they are like thousands of hours ahead of you. And it's not going to be fun. It's going to be a one-sided game. Like it's like going to be a single player game. Like I have JoJo All-Star Battle R. I haven't opened it since 2023, bro. You do not want to play this game. I'm telling you, you're not gonna get it's not gonna be fair. It is not gonna be a fair fight, bro. You're not gonna have a good time. It's like, can they like start or something, or like I don't know, man. I can close Max's stream. I don't need it anymore. Can we like start her or
He is gonna be a little bit of an edge.
Immediate by S3.
Remember, guys, you do not carry a meter over to the next round, so please, if you have all means, spend it.
Spend it.
Hey, listen, we're in Vegas. It's absolutely spin to win. Most importantly, don't want to get caught off sides here.
Wait to see.
Tentacles with pullback and not off the dive.
I hate Alawi.
Super now on the board.
This will be all that's needed right here. Because he's attacking the background.
Fuck
Wait,
this character, bro. Oh, that's a happy birthday.
There's already a W for Max, because guess what? Even you go to the last round, I mean this next round, you already made him get rid of the break going into it. So that's really a good W for yourself.
True. Honestly, you find yourself a bit of a lead, use it. Still, have the break available, and Mags went on to it, understandably so, with the run-up throw. Be real rough, especially just leading in off a stun. S1 Super Orbit Deception.
Quad's on fire. Oh, wait, no, that's not what she said. But guess what? My legs hurt. I did leg day earlier today. But guess what? Your head hurts because that's going to be an overhead coming on display.
Magneto.
Just off a 2M like
Shit, I might play Magneto.
Dive in again.
Dude looks so sick in that game.
Especially leading in the air-to-air action. Super Crater Maker. Nah.
Cross up on the other side, Mags looking in trouble. But then again, the last match, Mags was not looking too good in the beginning, but he warmed up later on as the set progressed. But this man, those are looking kind of different right now.
Just try to use footwork to anticipate the wake-up option, but maybe not this time.
Ghost and Magic.
The special.
His combos are sick, bro.
Blocking on the wake up. Wait a second, the meaties.
And those were unoptimals. Like,
no, it was looking real beef.
Oh my goodness. Beef? We talking whole? Well, yes.
Bam.
On the tentacles again. Back down to the ground you go.
Game is at this?
Still
This is to a scale.
Mags. Alawi looking a little rough here.
There's nothing more unfortunate than getting crossed up in the air. And that boy tried to swing at something that was not right there. The pinata, if you will, got moved right in display.
That's fine. He didn't hit the pinata. Instead, you might have hit a very expensive
Ghost for and talk on. Hop on 24/7 down. Cyberpunk fight game? That could be cool. Only issue would be the roster. Wouldn't be that much characters.
Block again. Just trying to play the keep away game.
Oh, out the air, gotta pop Fury? Yes, for sure. It's gonna be a lot of damage. Even though
We gotta wait for like season 2 to drop. So much characters introduced.
That's a punish. Yo, you did not.
Nah, they still ain't started yet.
Like that, but dropped it though.
It's right here. It just didn't start yet.
No, the tentacle threw him out.
Just the Arcs is right here. They just haven't started, so we're just waiting. All we can do is wait.
No. Doza was like, huh? Max was like, what?
My fault.
I wish you saw the phones. I really wish there was a switch to the faces right there, because Max was just like, oh, that hit, and Doza's was like, wait, I got hit.
I need to point out Mags, give it a shot.
Yeah, Rivals World Cup is done for today.
Round start DP. Okay, TY. You know what? You're better than me.
There's the bite into the 5D universal counter.
Works the first time every time, dude.
Oh wait, bite is such a good move.
Well, are there any teams still playing? Oh, they have a bracket now.
AP pile bunker once again into the last horizon. Yes! Take it around here on DY. Can we tie it up 1-1?
Reversal P dandy step, dude.
It's so good! It's working out so well.
It's a bracket now for the World Cup.
I need to do that more.
Next time I get in an argument with someone, I'm just doing reversal P dandy step to get
Damn, hella teams got eliminated.
To get the extended
USA versus United.
Just doing it.
Japan versus United. Australia versus Brazil. Spain versus Germany. Is this all tomorrow? What is projected? I guess there's no projected because it doesn't have stats on anyone.
Off the BRC, and now Guess is gonna be able to fight back.
Really just doing work with this B game.
Okay, we can watch this. I don't know if this is tomorrow or if it's on Sunday. I think it's all on Sunday. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna watch this though, because I'm gonna watch the EVO finals, but we'll see.
It makes Pow Bunk loops a lot easier to do. I mean, that's the whole
It's like a little bit difficult,
Nah, it's the Rivals World Cup.
A little bit easier, you know.
Well, Pow Bunk loops have never been too hard, and they're still not very hard. It's just you have to know, depending on the hit you get, what route you need to go to. But TY currently up 2-0 against Guess here. Going straight into the rematch.
Yeah, looking mighty comfortable. Guess has gotten a lot of great situations, being able to keep TY at bay, but TY is a bit tricky. And not only is TY a little bit tricky with
And they still haven't started. Jeez. These guys are taking a sweet time.
Oh, little bear legs.
This is bear.
That was the problem.
World Cup, everybody jump. What the?
She learned that she had to drop one hit off the combo
exactly.
to make it
Just
work.
take out that one extra back too.
Yeah, and she forgot.
It happens, man. It happens. She probably remembers now, though. It's like, oh yeah, I'm fighting a bear. Counter hit, Hunting Bear 1 gets the link. Questionable combo.
Hey man, JD Ciara's got bad combos and we still like him.
Yeah, that's,
Oh,
that's
going
true.
downstairs? He could have killed. We didn't need to go downstairs.
Yeah, that's also true. Extra critical because we don't.
Oh, no, you trolled.
We also could have just done the heat roll.
Yeah.
Like, booty in the open space.
Yeah, booty
all this,
smack.
You could do heat roll into 4.
Heat roll, booty bounce, and then you would have been dead.
Huh?
I'm glad.
Yeah, I don't know why they're taking
I get
so
the
long to start
commentator
Total.
friend, because now I can be extra critical on him.
Yeah, exactly right. From behind the wall, standing 2-3 at the wall, near
Spike.
the wall.
Okay, what are we gonna do here?
Strong aerial into burst.
Spike, yes.
Flip over spike. Gets the up back.
Ooh, nice block.
Try to bait it. Ricky didn't pull the trigger though all the way.
What a step.
Steps the bear claw.
This should be it.
All tied up. All right.
Cool.
All right, final. Yeah.
Let me check in case they started. They still have not started.
Tried.
Holy.
It is minus 15. But it's like
Those
a
are
big
trolling.
call on both sides.
Yeah. Plus.
Nice punish there as well. 13. Ricky was definitely scouting this matchup before.
I'm surprised she's not doing 1+2 in the Hitman for the plus frames.
She was doing it the last round a lot.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, a little bit of back 1-1. Good patience though from Ricky. Instead of running burst.
Ooh, electric.
Trade.
Yeah,
Traded.
second one. The full charge electric.
Why ain't it
still
start yet?
juicy.
I have no
It's,
clue.
plus
One of the players probably busy with like
so it's like you can't even
in a
armor
match or
out.
something, or maybe someone's in the bathroom. I don't know.
mean, like,
Yeah.
I mean, and then on the other hand, it's also like high crushing for like
All
18 of those
it.
frames.
Yeah, so
like,
good luck.
he's like down there. He's
Yeah.
Right, so
Terry.
final game here. We're looking for the perfect parry again. Doesn't get it though. Pressure to the corner, sweep, no punish. Oh, and there's another perfect try. Doesn't even go for the back throw this time. Goes for the side switch combo instead with the crack shot. Nice delay, crouch medium off the drive rush. Caught him trying to tech. Rising tackle.
Right, when Kimberly with DPOS or anything like that.
Oh!
Terry low tier? Hell no. Terry's really good right now.
Got called a landing free push as he did a rising move. Bomb gonna explode before the throw connects.
He's low on drive gauge. Gonna have to do something to get out of trouble here.
With the
Late
jab.
crouch jab. Gets out the corner. He really needed that. Oh, puts himself back in though. The drive rush. And now he's in burnout.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is not good. Oh wow! Jabs out of the overhead.
Kim's still the best character.
Does an
Kim.
overhead of his own. What?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Insanely punishable.
No.
Chat about Street Fighter?
Indeed.
You like it?
This slaps.
I think Street Fighter is a great game, but if you don't have a character, don't bother.
He did not want that power charge.
This input for sure. That's like minus $1 million.
Edge in the shoulder tackle.
100% was misinput.
Actual move that he wanted.
So I can figure out what's happening.
Nice challenge again here. See not why doing a lot of perfect parries, a lot of jab challenges as well, right?
Definitely.
Been able to cycle through these pretty effectively.
Oh, forward throw, yep. Definitely plus after that drive rush fierce. Combinator. Oh, Bass didn't want to challenge. Okay. Forward throw. The OD reversal? No, doesn't do it this time.
Hippo. What the?
Expected
I see the hippo on the left side.
And Bash trying to keep him under pressure, trying to keep him in the corner. He only needs one more sequence to take this set. Wow! Another perfect. This time he lands the back throw. Okay, forward throw again. He's got level 3, could kill. Next combo. Oh. What? The OD?
Huge challenge.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was. Ah! Okay, he did not press
Yeah,
into it. I was going to say that burn knuckle was negative.
Wow, he went for it. And that would have been it. He didn't press any buttons though.
Oh my
and
goodness.
blocks the level
bro.
3 and takes it Bass over not Y combinator.
Oh man, trying the
Man, you
minus
tried it?
frame burn knuckle in a level 3.
Oh shit, super noon, big noon. What the fuck happened to the stream? Arxis. Oh, I'm about to say, what the fuck are we doing?
Oh my god.
We don't even care. We letting it rip.
Oh no.
Right now.
Big noon.
Just letting it happen.
on the desk too. Wait a minute. Oh, we're still going. More to the left.
It stayed up too. Wait, it's spinning.
It's going.
It's going.
What the fuck?
He's so
Oh
OD.
my goodness.
So much aura.
Wait a minute. What bay is that? That's not Super Dragoon, is it?
No, bro, it looks great. It looks great. Yo, shout out to Mega Isaac with the Beyblade, man.
Right. We also have a Beyblade tournament here at the venue.
There's a Beyblade tournament at the venue.
Imagine that Ash is so serious. It's definitely a Beyblade tournament.
There is a Beyblade tournament. If you're not locked in, where are
Look, I don't want to be in all those tournaments. That'd be sick.
Going on in the venue, trust me, at all means.
Beyblade. I mean, you are fighting. It does make sense.
He's the one that everyone is. He's looking for his big one. He even said in the video.
It does make
I gave him that
sense.
awesome production video for Super Noon, Hakari, Bleed, Sonic, and Enzim. Super Noon is pretty much the guy that we all know is great and can win a major for 2A scale, but it has not.
He just has not won shit yet.
Really
He keeps getting second place.
He can't go far in this bracket, and you never know. Hope we could take it too. But going against Isaac or farming with the Beyblade.
Shit. Yeah, I want Noon to win this.
Cool, calm, and composed.
Win Evo this year. That'd be sick. He keeps getting second place. It's actually so frustrating.
Yeah, that is. That it's called an oral gamble.
Like he's one of the literal best top. He's the one of the top 5 players.
Something that was like, holy crap! If you win and have to do that, you're crazy. But like,
In
if you lose
2XL.
that, then it's gone. So,
Easily
hey,
one of the top 5.
battle for your aura.
Okay. On the Kieran Miniato. I don't even think we're getting a button check. We're just leading straight into it.
I see Super Noon with a straight face and the headphones on. No, this definitely straight into it, bro.
No, we're absolutely locked in. So Super Noon versus Mega Isaac.
Token start.
With your echo action. Okay, I'm expecting.
Nope. Not at all.
But the Warwick with the Darius double.
What is he
down
playing?
by Mega Isaac. This is what
He's
I
playing
like to see,
Timo and
actually.
Echo. Oh, interesting.
A couple times here on stream, but it's a welcome sight at that one. Projectile game heavy though on the side of Super Noon though.
What is he using? Freestyle versus double down? Okay.
He finds his hit. Guess what this means? Getting up that bloodlust meter little by little.
And remember, throws lead the bloodlust now. It can get dicey.
Unfortunately, gets tagged. You gotta be so careful about the
Oh.
darts that comes out of this man. But wait,
Oh
the two-way exclusive right there.
no.
Okay, fight back.
He's getting anti-hit a lot.
Break from Noon for sure, because you don't want him to go to bloodlust right now. No matter what, just deal with those mix-ups is not pretty.
Oh no, that's immediate. You want to let that die down. You do not want to let
Oh.
it pop. Immediately after, just coming in off your S1 Super Time Winder. Pop the hit and the charge. Coming into your team with the campfire setup.
Got the wall slip right there. Oh, can get the
He
combo.
says
needs
wisdom
to
in
go
that
for the
skin?
No, he thought it was his turn, but that was an intro. That was a good counter hit. That should be a dead Warwick, okay? He had the silver.
No, you're dead. You are super dead. What?
S2 with the shrooms absolutely dead, done and gone. But momentarily,
And he has a limit strike.
Darius can imagine some apprehended
Oh,
action, but no.
what? Who the fuck does that? He comes out and he instantly does down S2?
I'm gonna lie, we are gonna have to play around this echo heavy if we have any.
Or was it? I don't even know. Is it S1? I don't remember what the input is for that move.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this man
They're crazy.
always going to be so mobile with the Echo and the Timo on the screen, so it's going to be hard to peck down. Definitely so, because now he has it installed. My God.
My God, just coming in with the S2 super off of JS2 is ridiculous. You get the wall bounce and the guarantee.
Ooh, this combo
of your
OD.
extra badge.
Did I see this man get a muscle badge in the first round?
Well, yes.
This combo OD. What is
In the
this?
first round. And
Oh,
one
hell no.
Super Noon puts one round on the board.
God, good dog.
What? He can do that?
What happened right there. Super Noon.
Okay, round start option, still getting hit.
Yeah, it was optimized as shit. Like, what?
Point goes away.
I mean, I knew it was OD from the jump because he didn't use his wall slump yet.
Hey, that's fine though. Tried it. Run up. Darius.
So I knew the combo wasn't over.
Off of Echo alone. General 5-8, but no 2S2 denied out of here with the break.
Damn.
Bolted right over into my loving hearts. You guys do not know, Echo kind of a frat boy. That's a paddle that he got right there. He's doing a lot of damage.
Ridiculous. The JS2 again get the rewind immediately following Super Time Winder. Timo back on
Take
the
a
board
bro.
with
He's
the
dead.
tag. Campfire.
He's gonna do it twice. He's fucking dead.
A whole lot of damage as well. Beautiful stuff so far. Super Noon looks like he wants to
What
gain
is this
number one.
fucking team, bro? What?
Rodar, though. Good action, but no, Campfire again.
Fuck Timo.
Just up for 2H.
Fuck Timo. You're dead, by the way.
In a minute.
He's gonna switch characters.
Off of poison, category says.
Bro, he was beyond dead.
Yeah, had two characters on the screen. Someone's like, why did he need Fury? Well, if you got two characters on the screen at that point in time, it's an easy kind of reaction that you can do with
Ah,
tag.
fuck
So,
Timo, bro.
fine for it. That
Actually,
was an
though,
uphill
fuck
battle.
this
You know,
character.
I'll just hold for now.
Yeah, that's fine. Keep
Oh,
holding
no.
on. Okay, wood chop, Campfire. Blazing saddles here, just off the launch.
I got Isaac X. Gonna get pushed to the corner.
Okay, this corner corner setup is ridiculous. With Echo with that, force the break.
Nice block.
Interrupted. Super Noon would have converted just off a throw.
Plays up right here. Goes for 2 ways right there. It's not going to be your card. Oh, no. Getting caught again. Air throw.
2 hard reads in a row. Even worse, you have the team just right with the setup. More mushrooms.
It's kind of scaled since he threw.
Trying to find an opportunity to
There's another, just the Oki.
very dire.
Oh my god, he's fucking dead.
There. And guess what this means? Super Noon. Get this first round. Oh, come. Yo, the quick air cancel so we get an
no.
was actually so good. Warwick's not in trouble. You know, he's actually in the worst trouble.
He's been in the corner the whole match. This is a one-sided fucking fight. Let him play the game, dude.
Just into a grounded super time
My coach is evil, bro. The fucking combo showcase. This is a Timo combo showcase, bro. He's about to get put back in the corner again. Oh, nah.
Warwick has been doing too much work. He gets out in the face once again. Break immediately. Darius going to be switched? No. So going to hold on to
This is movement.
Not in this case, but no, we already have projectiles leading in a time winder and off a slingshot.
Oh, nice jab.
A lot coming to the side of Mega Isaac.
Yeah, good call on the stagger right there. Able to make this man Noon force his break. But the issue is you still got to try to hit this man.
Okay, we had the shoulder tackle. Coldest and Noxus. Even then, Super Noon not even phased by it one bit. Time winder to try and pop it.
And there's good. Another W match, but unfortunately could not complete the combo this time around.
Oh.
But gets to the side he needs. Mega Isaac.
Cut him low.
Lunge.
Playing on his back take. Let
Super from Warwick.
me check if the Tokon started.
On the bleed.
Oh my god, these guys are trolling. What? Oh, we're trolling.
Fully clogging mid-range off your shrooms and your grass.
Trying to work his way in, but Darius like, bro, why does this little guy have all these materials?
I was going to say, materials meant for both camping and war crimes.
Oh no, the throw.
Throw obviously up the charge too. Watch out for the overhead.
Number 1, that should be a dead Darius. Should Super Noon not drop the combo?
I was say just based off of
Damn.
backing, and then of course with your S2 ender. On top of that, jump as well. Be real careful with it. Whirling down to a solo Warwick. And even then, just to rewind to follow up with it. And a super time winder.
All right. You're up.
Yep. S3 super. Enemy AC1 Timo
Yikes.
inbound. And
Just
Super
yikes,
Noon.
bro. That was a one-sided battle, bro.
Wait a minute. 2-0. There we go.
Beautiful stuff right there.
That was
boy
one-sided,
Super
bro.
Noon showing why he's the most powerful with the head nod, feeling confident going into the weekend. Evil Genius's very own. Definitely wants to see if he can get a dub and one of the favorites to take the entire event. Good stuff to Mega Isaac, though. Definitely had a good show and see if he can do a strong run and lose side. And guess what? Super Noon got to represent the logo as usual.
Yeah, wait a minute. I had to flex the Evil Geniuses, understandably so. Able to move forward here in pools. I'm not going to lie. Pools so far, at least leading into day 2, starting to shape up into something scary. Am I right in saying that?
Definitely so. Like I said, when you get to round 2, you're like, oh, okay, whoa. Why is Capital B fighting Super Noon? Why is Ronnie Chu fighting Jakey the Snake? It gets like that really quickly when it comes down to that. So you guys got to be aware. But you guys can always be aware by typing in !bracket at any time in the chat. So you guys can find out where we're at and what all the other matches are going on.
Right, just in the chat, just type that in. You'll be fine. Be able to get some updates on pools or whatever matches you might want to watch here, or maybe something off stream that you might want to catch an update for.
All in due time. But we got another duo coming
Oh,
up to the
man.
screen. This is what I like to see.
Avatar just delayed the showcase too.
Always been amazing to see.
Evil
Like I
Prominent
said,
Arxis.
that
Ooh,
bounty
I see.
special. Remember, the
Oh,
highest
I'm playing it
duo
back to 2x scale then.
$5,000 at this event.
I'm going to put it back to 2x scale then.
2.5 between you.
So if we're gonna take this long, then we're gonna just keep watching 2x.
You have today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
There's a lot of people out there, you know, the heavy hitters, Sonic Fox and two ends, but you know, a lot of action, a little stuffy in here, but hey, nonetheless.
I was about to say it's a little stuffy in here. Might need some hauls later. That's fine.
But going between Danny and JJ24 and Dominary?
Wait a minute.
JJ24.
DERMN8ER. That is a number, so I imagine it's got to be an A somewhere.
Ader?
Oh, Terminator?
Terminator, there it is. I like that, Terminator. All right, when we come up to the deck, this is going to be an exciting match because, like I said, we don't know what to expect. Any
stage to play it out.
I'm seeing some characters queued up, whether or not that's
Everybody's on break.
We'll have to see.
God damn it.
I'm seeing some Giovanna and Gold Lewis, the Secretary of Absolute
Oh, it's a 2v1. Hold on. Why y'all jumping in?
On stream, so the bar is getting up there.
What is that? What is that button? Why is that one so long?
This is only 1 of Evolution 2026. So it's plenty of action to be had.
It's a Victrix Pro KO, but this one is, she swapped out this button for some long one.
You know, the venues, going to be season next action, but that action, it gets really intense on Saturday. And Saturday, as you guys know, is the nitty-gritty for a lot of events, especially tournament weekend.
I'm going to say, if you think Friday has it, Saturday is where things get brutal. Well, I believe we're getting our button check here real quick.
Where are you, Tokon? That shit nowhere to be found.
Tento, I
That shit missing.
this, but a Juggernaut Blitzcrank on
That shit is missing, I fear.
Nice.
Is the Kazuya and Tekken from Yakuza?
No, it should.
No, man.
I just think
Nah. That's Kazuya's an OG character. It's an OG character for Tekken, bro.
All in due time, all in due time with the second, though.
It's an OC for Tekken, yeah.
I think I see fist bumps all around. You know, that's the really awkward
Jump
thing,
for it.
like,
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you guys have lost the plot. You guys have lost the plot.
My teammate, of course, but now I got to fist bump the other guy, and the other guy down.
Fist bump first. That's the scary part. You're going to get mixed so bad. I had that happen to me in pools.
It's going to be a terrible time. Okay, it's going to be a terrible time. But it's going to be a great time right now on
Saw
display.
some jump force.
On the screen. Here we go.
He said, bend the knee.
Let's get into it. Danny,
Bend the damn knee.
Terminator.
Terminator, unfortunately, going to get tagged immediately.
Bend the damn knee, chat. Bro, I'm gonna go grab something real quick.
Pop a double JS2 to get the time winder set up in the corner, hoping to go for slow. Well, honestly, real fast pace, just off the Blitzcrank, 5L starter.
I love to jump out immediately, go to the other side of Yas, and guess what? It's setting a situation. Oh, no, the 5L catching him on the jump. That was crazy.
And the S1 drill to pop it off to full steam charge ahead here. Double down off your Darius.
Just for the corner advantage, too. That's wonderful. Oh, tried to stay it back. See if he tried to do bait out something right there. And guess what? The throw was not right there at all. That's going to be a clean bait and a clean kill on the Darius.
Goodness. Hitting it off your dive in. Darius gone. Off the Blitzcrank zone. Terminator. He's trying to show potential off of that down stomp, leaving the calm stance, and then the sever to pop it off.
Oh, the charge breaks through as well. Yo, the cross up too. That was some big back stuff, bro. I'm pretty sure you could have killed off the charge heavy. You decided to go for this. And you can make it watch the cutscene.
Yep, S3. The cinematic. The cutscene. Tento. Clutching your pearls. Understandably so.
Took that chain off like it was new. Hurts, man. God. Why are you doing this to me?
Okay, let's get back into it though. In 2S2, but not trade off, and damage coming in with the interrupts.
Break immediately doesn't want to deal with the situation. Throws the Pokeball. Cannot capture Darius though, but wait a second. That is going to be a clean hit on the cross up on the other side. You know what this means. A little, you know what? Being a little bit too much dip in your chip. I respect it. Terminator.
Ground out. I'm not talking walk either. I'm talking just full charge ahead coming in with your Darius. Trying to get the bleed, stack it up. But the perfect parry off the super in an early break off the corner.
I wonder if his input got ate up. You saw it heavy right there on whip. I wonder if he got a dash and then he actually didn't get it. So he unfortunately just whipped heavy. But nonetheless, the pass is in the past. Make the most out of the situation. No, back throws on back throws.
Okay. Back throw zone. Sever, but no. It's blitz instead. Throw for throw. And then the jump over. 5L. Well, 2, that's fine.
Everyone's just doing back throws right there. You saw how many throws that came about in that moment? Everyone's wants to grip each other right now? Is that what we're doing? Grippage?
If you're playing Blitzcrank, it's full grippage 24/7. Understandably so. But beat out just in a moment by Echo.
That was crazy. He tried to grab somebody. He was not there no more. He's like, must have been the wind. That was not me, bruh.
Hey, that was not me. That wind is not me. But of course, you want to get early with it. Off your Darius. Meet up with the super, but no interrupting just off the jab.
Oh, wait. Level 1 super. This could be huge. I don't know if it's Danny or JJ, but make it happen, man.
You even need to rewind. Instead, we have the S2 super on lock right now for Echo. Off rip. Terminator loses the Darius. Danny and JJ 2-4 put it up 1 in the set.
Hold on. I actually think that Echo is Danny because he was definitely going ghost right there. That was actually ridiculous. 1-0 up thus far.
Hell, he might be a phantom. All right. So round start option already just leading out.
Parries again. Oh, caught. Could be a little awkward because the airborne.
The call up, just coming off a 2H JS2 to lead up into it. Also, another quick little launch off to it. Don't even need to rewind. That's fine.
Oh, swing and a miss. Goes right back in. Oh, tag the legs. Gonna have to break immediately blitz. Do something, please.
Come on, Dominator. We gotta find something. Anything. This is hyper aggression we're seeing out of Danny and JJ 2-4. I say so myself. The tag launcher. James one of the verticals. But not off the calm stance. Watch out for it.
Oh, steps back. Goes for another S1. Oh, you try to wind up for something? No, that's not going to work out for your son. Level 1 Gonna get a full combo conversion. No.
No! Try to follow up with it off the setup, but a little unfortunate. We drop it, we pick it back up. But most importantly, we're getting gripped up off a Blitzcrank.
Wind it up. Block correctly. No, the 2L on the other side. Blitz shall fall, but Darius shall rise.
Uh-oh. Straight up S2, but not Terminator. Met immediately with full force Yasuo. Another 2H headed your way.
Level 1, and he warned you indeed. That's why you got to hold right there. Danny and JJ looking real strong. One more round away from taking down the man Terminator.
Okay, Terminator already leaning forward in the chair, so now locked in. Still off another perfect parry coming in off of Danny and JJ 2-4 right now.
They're so ready for the headless coming out of Darius, man.
It's ridiculous. It's a read, but it's a good one at that one. But the apprehending can't find a conversion.
Gonna get sandwiched once again. Can you deal with the conversion? No! Oh, wait, there's a good interrupt to 2L and force a break. This is huge for you.
Wait a minute. With the wind wall, you jump right over, but Blitzcrank there to meet you in the middle and meet you with the command grab.
Yeah, hug. Try to go for steam right there. Not gonna work out too well, but no! Gets crossed up on the other side and no break for you, so you gotta hold the damage.
Absolutely not. The vertical, UJS1 right around the corner if you're not careful, but at the pullback. Tried it with the rocket.
Oh, he tried to go for the parry right there. It was not punished, but now he gets a good position. Yo, it's 2L. He didn't believe. No, it didn't work out.
You gotta believe in a lot of these grabs here, but try to go for steam charge instead. It's the wrecking ball, caught out immediately.
And the F2 actually can cover the wrecking ball as well. Can you get a full combo conversion? You can. Is that gonna be dead blitz? No, still got a chance, but unfortunately press someone right there.
Okay, it's getting a little scary. We have Darius, Blitzcrank gone, so I have access to some assist, but with the headless, it takes out the Yasuo, and Terminator hoping to put himself back on the board.
Got Lonely Echo gets the other side. That's going to be a clean conversion. Level 1. Are you going to drop it? Are you going to pick it up this time? No, you got it.
We're absolutely getting the Echo setup leading into it. The burst, and of course the action immediately off the rewind was some clean work, but it's the headbutt.
Wait a second. That's a walking up slowly.
Okay, super assist. Bleed still stacking on here, but the perfect parry to meet you right in the middle. And off a
Lock
super
in. What?
S1
What happened?
time winder, Danny and JJ 2-4.
Tell them the damn lock in. Start this damn Tokon thing.
0.
Oh shit, they started.
GG's all around. The headshake is there. And that's what the duo is definitely feeling pumped and excited.
The reset. I like the restand right there using the ice gun with the unique. Oh, nice assist right there. Okay,
Bro, what?
You already see Cloud85 with 2 assists right there. Like the Spider-Man combo. Didn't want to spend the resources there.
I like the movement coming from Nerd Josh here too. Spider-Man, that's what he's kind of known for, right? We're just web slinging all over the screen.
Nice.
Ice launcher.
Yeah, yep. Anti-air right there with the down heavy. Oh, drops the combo though, but uses the assist to keep it everything safe. Ghost Rider gets hit by the overhead from there. Yep. In this stage, right, the X Mansion, there's no transition, so it's just wall.
KO.
You can't break the wall, it just stays red.
Oh, it just stays
So it's
red.
Nerd Jaws versus Cloud?
You can get really crazy.
Hey, Cloud's probably gonna win this.
scenarios,
Who knows?
like, kind of like go for the resets
I don't know anyone that has more experience on this game more than Cloud. Like, cause last beta nobody fucking played except Cloud.
That's an overhead right there using double assist.
Nobody wanted to fucking play that shit last beta.
Let me see. Oh,
Yeah, this is Tokon.
Hold on. Spider-Man, let me see
Marvel
it. PD.
Tokon.
Movies coming out and everything.
What is this filter they have on the game, on the stream? It's like brighter than it's supposed to be. The game is like brighter. The game doesn't look like this normally. The game is like brighter than it's supposed to actually look.
So fast, right? So I love that. Shout out to Taste Steve. He knows the lore
It's like
about
white.
this specific Ghost Rider. It's like a different like multiverse version of Ghost Rider.
Because he has a car instead of a motorcycle, right?
Exactly. Okay, spend the Web Warrior, spend the Super. You know, get some time to think about the next mix right here. Oh, wake up Super, we jump it. Oh, yes. Nerd Josh with a nice bait, trying to tie up the round right here. This is the finals of this pre-release tournament right here. Whoever wins this is going to be your champion for EVO 2026.
Yeah, and it is a first to 2. It's a 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
3 out of 5, so.
I mean, you got 3 out of 5 rounds, so it makes sense. Oh my God, got sandwiched between Penny and Spidey.
Don't let Spider-Man win this tournament, please. Please, bro, Cloud, don't do this. Don't do this. Maybe it's the map. Nah, it's not. It's just, you can tell the quality of the stream is not that high either. It's 1080p, but this is actually 720p. Oh, it's actually good on that channel. It's good on this channel.
And I'm seeing there's a lot of meter on Nerd
It's not
Josh's
blurry
as
here.
well. We might see a super. Actually, he doesn't need it for this round, but he's going to save it for the next round.
Why do you hate Spider-Man so much? Because J. Jonah Jameson was right. Arrest his ass. Okay, it doesn't look bad here. It looks perfectly fine here.
His team super bar.
Though the bitrate is low.
Every resource, every gauge as well too.
You can tell the bit rate is low.
When you are at a lower
But
health percentage.
the
though,
difference
right?
between these two streams is night and day. This one's clearer. This one's blurry as shit.
Goes for a launch. Oh, I didn't even know you could combo after that. Okay, go for the zip. There it is. Nice counter right there, but it doesn't follow up afterwards. Spending the ice gun. They're moving around like crazy right now. PD, here we go for the launch.
Yeah, Shad on deserved.
Okay, what do you think? The super or mix up?
I'd ask him to save me.
Okay.
Oh no.
He ain't never saved me anyway.
You know why? Because
Nobody asked him to do that.
So he wants to win this first game on the next hit. Oh, he could get it. But he doesn't have. Oh, that's right. There's the wall splat in the super.
Ain't nobody asked him to save the day.
100 bar. No, but we're gonna go for the.
What if I wanted Gotham City? What if Joker was right?
How to input the 100 bar.
Or maybe he knew it was enough to kill with the 50, right?
That's true.
What if I wanted Gotham City?
Resources right there. The Web Warrior Super. Brace yourself. Look at it. Look how hard they trying. PD and Star-Lord. Oh, nice. I like the sandwich. Shout out to Penny. Also one of the
Vamps are even too. You like Morbius?
She has a lot of RNG when it comes to her assists, right?
Yeah, and also her unique skill as well too when she's playable. Okay.
So that's
Attack
just
Ghost
the
Rider.
same.
And Ghost Rider is really good because like kind of like you see how the chain he's spinning it. He can go mid.
You must be a
low,
vampire
and
claiming that shit.
Okay, and it goes really far. It's like a half-screen poke.
Yeah, and you can keep it safe by using the assist as well, especially after they block it. Look at that. Ghost Rider does a lot of damage. Yeah, I see why Cloud805 is like, you know what? Maybe my Star-Lord's not working. Let's switch into Ghost Rider. I want to go for more of the 50-50s, right? But Nerd Josh can use Assault to kind of like spot dodge that and punish him for it. So it really comes down to can he see it, can he react to it as well.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to do that here. But Cloud805, the Ghost Rider pickup point is really, really working out for him.
But he drops the combo. Yeah, goes for the mid. Oh, okay, we got Star-Lord right there. Using magic assist. Nerd Josh trying to challenge. Do we spend the bar right here? Oh, okay. What's the mix? Spend the ice, yeah, he's gonna use the elemental outlaw. He has the lightning right there, so he's not gonna have ice, but we're gonna go for.
Yo, can I get Psylocke, bro? Come on, like I see her right there, man.
Was able to escape the corner here. Now
This is so evil, bro.
Offense.
Let me play as my girl, bro.
I think he's gonna go for a reset.
Let me play with my girl, bro.
Oh, he does.
Why they gatekeep him?
He's been spending the bar consistently.
He is. Maybe because he's like, I already have 150, so let me build
Why
the bar
they?
again.
Nah.
You try to use the magic anti-air, but Starlo get out. Tag, quick tags into Ghost Rider right here. That's gonna kill.
Damn.
I like that.
Let's go, Cloud.
See the difference because I like the fact that Cloud805 is using two characters.
Our girl, I bury you.
Quick tag and everything with that. Ghost Rider, Star-Lord, mixing it up. It's keeping Nerd Josh on his toes to be like, okay, I gotta change up my strategy because it's against this character now. Right? One
You got Squirrel Girl.
Gotcha. And you haven't really seen a mix-up from Nerd Josh. It's always been Spider-Man on point at this point.
It has. Spider-Man's quick. Okay, goes for the launch. And the thing is,
wait, what he just say?
Spider-Man, the web tip goes really, really far. Because it goes really, really far, you can get the wall splat much easier compared to other characters.
Okay. That's kind of how you build your assists as well.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But usually at this time where like 2 rounds are already in, everyone probably has their full squad available. Okay, do we spend a meter? Or
I know
Squirrel
Squirrel's staying.
Oh, magic. Oh, we're bringing magic in too? Okay. Let me see her cook.
Oh, he did.
That was a punish.
Yeah. That's Nerd Josh for going for the punish. They're going for the flip. Web Warrior again, I'm assuming.
Loops.
No, go for the reset this time. I think this time if he actually did spend the bar, he would have won that round.
He would have.
Yeah, it's a very, very close round. I guess he just wanted to go for the reset there.
Yeah. Oh, nice storm. Not my boo.
That was your boo. Your boo got caught.
Yo, come on,
That was a happy birthday right there.
That was. Cloud, don't let Storm get hit like that again. Ever again, all right? Oh, unfortunate scenario right there from the chick.
Where's the volume?
Okay. I like that. Crossover. Blocks the cross. The crossover actually hit the assist, actually. Okay.
The wall splat here.
Yep.
We're going to see super this time?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no, drops the combo. Had the right idea because he's switching to the ice gun, right? Because the ice gun will give him the restand scenario right here.
Yeah, but Nerd Josh tries to wake up with his own super and gets blocked, and now he's getting punished by Cloud805.
Yeah. Nice jump out right there, holding up back. Classic Marvel strategy. Goes to Fireball. That's the overhead. Right there. Misses the assist from Ghost Rider. A little bit too, I would say, too late right there.
Yeah, Star-Lord's charge heavy is overhead.
Cloud805. There it is.
Damn.
Making it 1-1 between Nerd Josh and Cloud805 in the finals.
Throws are cheap.
They're cheap?
Throws are cheap. Because the thing is, like, let's say if you have a transition stage, throws actually break.
Yeah, Magic look good.
stage.
Starlo look good.
So you also gain your assist.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna play both of them.
Okay, I heard that if you do throws in this game,
I'm
you
pretty sure I'm
actually
gonna do
do a walk or
Star-Lord.
running throw as
We do
well.
Magic,
So
Star-Lord.
if you do like a 1, 2, 3, like ABC into throw, the character
Maybe
itself
Ghost Rider.
will do the running throw.
And then like probably someone from Midnight Suns.
Right there. But it got the crumple. I like that. Block on the cross up. Good block on that one. Yeah.
Do you need to do the upsling?
But I'm pretty sure I'm
I
gonna
think
main
maybe he was
Magic
trying to
until
bait
Silas
out
in here.
Cloud's like crouching heavy anti-air. Because he doesn't want to be predictable by keep doing web zip forward.
Maybe I'll main
Because you
Daredevil.
could get
Because Daredevil's launch
anti-air
roster.
in that situation.
So no Blade?
See,
We don't know if Blade's launch
He
roster.
blocked this time, and Penny Parker
I
helped
feel
him
like he
out.
is though.
Shout out to Penny Parker with the assist.
Yeah, Parker's got to stay together. Crossover. Okay.
Magic's out. Okay.
Yeah, she got amazing sword normals. I feel like she is definitely one of those characters that is going to be used a lot because her toolkit looks amazing. Because she could teleport, she could do flame pillars as well, and she has an amazing install as well.
She has the dark mode, right?
Yeah.
Which is really cool. Magic is one of my favorite characters in this game for sure.
Okay. You like sword characters.
I do like sword characters.
Yeah.
As is Cloud 805.
Yeah, Cloud 805 looking good with that Star-Lord. Well, let's see what
This
PD's going to
theme
do.
is so bad. Spider-Man's theme is so ass.
I think it's the auto combo. Yeah, even auto combo.
This shit is ass. This shit is so bad.
60 bars.
This theme is actually so bad.
Yeah.
It's the worst theme in the game
close to
easily.
150 right there. But I think because the next hit he had, since he has that lightning effect right there for his gun,
Bro,
that means
no, bro, this shit is ass, bro.
But you know what? We're not going to see that because we're going to see magic instead.
Yeah. See some limbo combos.
Yeah,
The
maybe.
second part of the song is so bad, bro. I don't mind the main theme, but like the second part of it is like, what the fuck are you doing?
So if they do one more wall splat, they're going to get it just
There
like
it
that.
is.
There it is right there. Now it's at 150. Have the whole
Negative
team,
energy.
get
Bro,
three
I'll
assists
play
as
that
well.
shit on the mic right now, bro.
Ooh, crouching heavy again. Anti-air.
This part of the song ain't that bad. The second part is so bad.
It is set point for Cloud 805.
Yeah, I mean, and the crazy part was Nurjosh won the first game, right? That's a huge
Very
comeback.
convincing.
Y'all tested me, bro. Tokon Spider-Man theme. This shit is ass. This part ain't bad. It's just the second part. It's like, what the fuck are y'all doing? This part ain't bad. Now it's where is it? Is it right here? Nah, this part's not the bad one. That's it. This shit ass. This shit ass. This shit goes straight to the dumpster. Oh. This shit is ass. This shit is so bad. Bro, what the fuck am I listening to? Like some part of the songs ain't even bad. Like this part at 4 minutes. This is the normal shit. But some of the shit is just like, what the fuck are y'all doing in the studio? Clean it when they're done. All the Spider-Man web fluid up in your mouth. That shit is ass, bro.
It was, man. Cloud 805 was doing a great job just utilizing all three of his characters. I think that's what
Jesus.
changed it up, right? Because you saw the
One,
first game,
Cloud.
It was literally just
I mean, I'm not
Star-Lord,
surprised. Cloud won.
Tony versus Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Right? Because of that, Nurjosh probably had the upper edge in 1v1. But this is a team game, 4v4, and Cloud 805 did a great job at showcasing
Hey,
all
he's
his
using all his characters,
He didn't
yeah.
play Storm.
He didn't play Magic that much, though.
Yeah, he didn't play Storm, so I don't want to give him too much credit. But you know what, Rob? I want you to talk to him, interview him, and ask him why he did not use Storm. Because I'm just watching. I want to hear it.
congratulations. But Justin did have a question. I don't know if you were able to hear him. I think he asked why you did not do store.
I
Storm?
forgot to tag into her. I'm gonna be real, Justin. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
Okay, but even without doing that, Cloud 805.
That's like 7
is
o'clock for
your
them.
Marvel
Damn.
Tokon pre-release tournament
Got them
champion.
working overtime.
Clap it up for Cloud 805.
W Cloud.
This means, of course,
He's the best player, no?
It was single elimination. So that means you had a flawless tournament run. Did you expect this?
No, not at all. The last time I played this was the last beta, and I was like, whoa, Unk still got
You
it.
sound just basic.
Hey, Unk still got it, and now, of course,
Yeah, man. Let me step
What
across
the
this
party real
fuck?
quick.
What is this?
Listen, man, Magneto's been announced. I'm back.
This guy,
Sit your
bro.
ass down. Sit your ass
Fucking
down,
yikes.
Cloud. Let me talk to you real quick.
Sit your ass down. You're not, bro. This is not MVC.
Do we need an encore? Do we need Yipes versus Cloud?
This is not MVC 2, bro. This too yipes, bro.
Get off the stage, y'all. They don't want to see it. Hold on. I said, do we need Yipes versus Cloud?
What the fuck is he doing?
Enough said then. Let's send things back over to our commentators. Jeez.
Yipes about to get washed, bro. This dude, no, there's no way. There's no way Yipes is beating Cloud.
Magnash. Hit with the Magnash. Look at that. Yipes with the Magneto. I
You
mean,
are
that's, I
not
would
beating
say
Cloud
it's
Yipes,
iconic.
bro.
When you think about Magneto and you think about players, I think about people like Yipes. Right?
This shit is
who
not
literally just,
MVC
like,
2, bro.
But the thing is,
The
Magneto
loops
is
are not
very
here, bro.
different in this game, right?
He's
Very,
way
very
different in this
right? So
game.
because
He's
so
not
different, he
fast.
has, like,
He's a
kind of
zoner
like
here.
A zoner in this
Yeah.
game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the really cool part. He could put like kind of like these magnetic shards, and just around there, he could like magnetize you as well too.
He has magnetic blast still, right?
No, he does not have.
Doesn't have.
He does not have. He has a forward projectile that kind of could be like kind of like a little.
This shit
fireball
is
version
not.
of, like,
This guy,
right?
yipes,
You
bro.
could put, you could take the magnetic like stuff that's like laying around, like all the metal that's surrounding the stage. Literally, if you look at the
That's
stage,
got erased. Wait, what he say?
Yeah, he could throw a taxi.
What
as
the
well, too.
fuck?
He has a
Yo,
command throw,
chill out.
Okay.
Right, which is crazy. Magneto with a command throw is just insane. His D button, that's where he throws like kind of like the debris.
Yeah.
And
What's wrong with
use
you?
that debris to kind of like change up your combos, because you use those to enhance your specials, which gives you different properties like juggles and everything. I was able to play him for like, I would say like 30, 40 minutes, right? So I was like, oh, okay, this is sick.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. The wall break move actually is amazing, because if you do that move, I would say almost close to mid-screen, that helps you break the wall.
Okay. From mid-screen?
Almost mid-screen.
Okay.
So it throws you really far to the corner, and I think that's a pretty good. He has an eight-way dash as well.
Eight-way
too,
dash,
right?
indeed.
So that's pretty cool. And I don't know what else am I missing. His standing B is the button.
That's the button?
That's the button. That's the
Stand
button that's
B?
gonna give I would
Stand
say
B?
Magneto players amazing combos, amazing hit.
Is it just because it has a lot of far range?
Far range, it moves a little forward.
Batman,
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and then kind of like the normals afterwards, like crouching B, or like standing heavy. They all like combo into each other, and it doesn't miss.
Okay.
So because it doesn't miss,
Sure, we give you a chance.
So
She
you're
need-
saying
I need to tell her to
not
block
mashing
you.
it, but like it's a good
I
button
need
to
to tell her
throw
to
out.
fucking block
Okay,
you.
okay. Because I was watching some Magneto play too, and he definitely is different in this game than he was in, let's say, MVC2, right? Because in MVC2, I'm used to a lot of movement, a lot of tri-jumping, a lot of dashing, and like the infinites, right? He seems a little slower in this game.
I think
Like-
He's
I
way
think to
slower in this
me,
game.
It's more of like it's using what he's known for in the comics. Like if you watch comics, if you watch movies, watch the shows, and you're like, oh,
But
how,
do you
how
see
does
what he
Magneto
was
play?
doing at
I
MVC? Let me
think
see.
Marvel
Fucking look it up.
does it really well.
Look what he was doing at MVC2. Look at the shit Magneto was doing to people in MVC2, bro. He's not doing this shit in Tokon, bro. This shit is not Tokon, bro. Look at those loops. He not doing that shit here. Motherfucker is looping this old ass game. Bro, what the fuck? He's not doing that shit in Tokon, bro. Hell no, this motherfucker a zoner now. That was another video. What was this one? What the fuck am I looking at? Gravity squeeze. Gravity squeeze is crazy.
Just rushing him down.
Oh, he dead.
Cloud is sweating,
Oh, he
bro.
dead.
Cloud,
He
you
dead.
better bring in Magic right now.
Yeah,
I
he
want to
dead.
see Ooh, hold that. Ugh.
Okay. Let me see the debris. Let me see some debris set up.
Yeah, you gotta.
He
You have to
dead.
use
This Magneto is dead. Is that Dante? Yeah,
You have to
Dante's
get
in
your
that game.
knockdown, and once you get the knockdown, you can.
Bro, this is
that's
a
kind of where
bloodbath.
you set things up.
Yeah, there we go. Okay,
Let him play the game, Cloud. Let him play.
Nice combo.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Hold
we're gonna
on.
Get that. Oh yeah, he did too much of his combo.
Oh,
because he did
wait,
too
you
much
had
of his
it.
combo, he's unable to get the wall splat from there.
Okay, it was the combo counter, right?
Yeah,
or combo limit.
They
the
said
combo
it's Mike
limit. Once
Tyson
once
versus
it hits
Chris.
all the way red, the combo
I mean,
system-
Jake Paul.
You can lower it by using your assist. The assist will lower it in that scenario.
Okay, I see the portals are out here. We're
Let him give up.
Nice
Let him get up.
Air to air.
Yep. Yeah.
Doesn't get the punish though.
Yeah, look at that. Wow, what normal was that?
I don't know, but it went full screen.
Did he just throw a bicycle?
A bicycle?
Looks like he threw like a part of a playground. Okay, yeah, see the tri-jump, I would say the air dash B in general, air dash B, stand B, that's kind of like what Magneto, yeah, you see that how far that button goes?
Yeah.
That's a great button.
Holy shit, her normals
But,
are
I mean,
so
Magical
long.
Sword's kind of outspacing Magneto right now in his buttons.
Yeah, he is. Oh, almost got the counter hit confirmed right there.
Back throw.
The counter hit in general, if you get hit by a counter hit button, you do
What
get
the
hit by
fuck?
a
Where'd he
soft
get that
knockdown.
from?
You have to be careful about that.
Stu
See the
Magneto
green
be just
background?
pulling shit out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Where'd
yeah.
he get
So
that
you
from?
can take that when you do your specials like that, and it tracks.
Yeah, I saw it tracking. That's really cool. So there's some detonation point there.
Oh,
Nice.
happy birthday.
Crouching B. Happy birthday. Yo,
Oh, shit.
Magnesh. Ooh, what did you throw? Was that the Statue of Liberty you just threw there?
God damn.
tell it
Magneto's
was so
sick,
fast.
bro.
That was part of that.
This motherfucker is
Sorry,
sick in
Xavier,
this
build me
game,
later.
bro.
Nice.
The comeback.
Yeah, crouching heavy right
W
there.
fucking
Drops
happy
the
birthday.
combo
Hold
down.
on.
A little high there, right? A little too early, maybe?
Yeah, so if you are in a situation where your combos are kind of like, you see the height is messing up, go into your auto combo. The auto combo fixes your jump arc automatically.
Yeah, it's just like fighters.
Yeah, yeah.
Auto
So it's
combo
just
will
something
fix
to
your
help
jump
you
arc if you're in the air.
The scenarios in terms of how you jump. And
Oh, he did charge heavy. That's an overhead on that's an overhead for Star Lord.
Gets hit by the overhead. We're
The
gonna
little
see
green
combo
slash
here.
overhead.
Missed the throw.
Yeah, missed the throw right there. Okay, look at that. Ooh, that looks so cool.
That shit look hard, bro.
I can catch
Shit, I might
him
play
again.
some mag.
A little too far for the launcher.
Yeah, I should have done standing heavy.
The
first
all
and
black
then
mag?
jump
That shit
cancel
is
from there.
hard, bro.
If he did that, then he would have been able to get a pick me up. Okay, combo limit after that. Good block on that, but the throw in that scenario.
Ain't throw him.
Strike throw is just too good.
Okay, so we're gonna see a lot of shimmies. You're saying?
Mag might get invited to the loadout. Shit, dude's
You can
crazy in
also
this game.
frame trap. That's another thing.
He is on it, but he
Yeah,
can
see,
still beat your
stand C
ass.
right there would help from that stand B, crouch B.
Okay, there's your crossover.
Guard
to keep
cancel.
Pressure off Cloud.
Oh,
You're
shit.
Still gonna go back
Still got
straight
hit.
to your girl Storm.
Oh
She's
my
getting
god,
hit.
not like that.
Assist.
Come on, man. She Omega Mutant as well, too. Okay, nice block, Storm. Let me see it. Ooh!
Magic.
Okay, we switch back out. I see you.
Magic.
I don't think Cloud 805 is comfortable with Storm yet. So we had to bring Magic back in.
Okay, I like the fact that
I like the
Yikes
yellow
is
Magic.
using,
It's pretty cool.
Miss Marble's assist as the third slot because it definitely.
I don't think he's
keeps
comfortable
you
with
there,
Magic
right?
yet either.
Like just like that.
He's only doing, like,
It's a really good lariat move.
Fireball,
that
that's
can
it.
kind of give you like more options.
Oh,
more
nice
opportunities,
cross up.
and more turns as well.
Is it
Assist.
a good defensive?
Switch to
Oh,
Storm.
it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
offense.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
and in
need
that
not.
scenario, I think
He,
because of
oh, no, he
sandwich,
dropped.
right?
Oh,
So
shit.
sandwich-
Sniped him out the
when you're
sky with some
sandwiched by two
metal.
characters, obviously, it makes things much harder.
Oh, he
Nice.
Oh,
Good
wait.
tag out
Wait.
right there. Ooh, jump
What is
jab.
happening?
Jump jabs
Yeah, he's not using Dark Shot at all.
Final round for this game right here, the surprise challenge. I don't even know if it's 2 out of 3 or one game.
I'm not sure. We'll find out after this.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
special
Magic.
the tag. Have a lot of bars. Spending the EX right
DP.
there as well for Magic.
Oh,
cross up. Oh my god, that normal is
That was
so
a sick
long
combo.
on Magic that he actually
Okay.
just snipes him out
Go
the
for the
sky.
extender, call the assist right there. Nice, go for the launch. One more.
Oh, drops
it
a
though.
combo
Could've got the
though.
wall splat in that scenario. Was he able to
Oh,
do
picks it back up.
And Yipes been able to clip
Good
out
blocks.
of the air quite a couple times
Assist.
already.
Switches characters. Start off happy birthday. Wait, this could be death. This could be death. This could be death. This could be death. Low key. This could be.
Oh my God, the happy boo boo.
W. W Yipes. Hold on, W Yipes. Hold on.
Yeah, hit him
Oh shit.
hit him with the Magnash.
Oh
He's ever
shit.
gonna tag out Magneto as point.
Oh shit. Hold on, Yipes is cooking.
Nah, that's Magneto. Yipes still got an Iron Man, but you know what? I'm trying to see some Magnus.
Oh shit. What is this exhibition, bro?
Yeah.
Yipes is actually cooking, bro.
Magnus as well.
Yep. Nice.
Why is he cooking, bro? Why does he know how to play mag?
Okay, call the assist right there, but drops it a little bit too late. I like that forward
Is that
heavy right
safe?
there.
It
That
pushes
forward
it back
heavy
so
is
far.
the one that you want to use to get the wall splat. It's not the special move.
W
Only
tech
the ground
chase.
special move is the wall splat. But for air,
Throw some
you have
metal.
to use
Yep.
forward heavy punch.
Yep.
Ooh, projectile.
Zoning.
How fast that is?
I was gonna say that is so fast. It's like
Guard
a bullet.
cancel.
Yeah, go for that crossover.
Snatch his
Oh,
ass
into
out the
air
sky
throw?
with an air grab. Oh my god.
He said, sit down.
Yeah, sit down, Star-Lord.
Wait, he's cooking with mag, bro.
Oh,
He's
hold on, we
actually
got Iron
cooking with
Guy.
mag.
Tony Starks.
I do love me a Tony Starks. That's a genius.
Okay, overhead. Auto combo.
Okay, nice. Go for the stand B right there. Go for the unit beam. I like it.
Okay, Cloud, nice. Wall splat. What's the bombo? What's the bombo?
Maybe a reset
Assist.
Yeah,
Bring it back
maybe.
down.
Yeah, we're gonna get the
Star-Lord.
I like that the fact that he changed the Star-Lord just to get the ice gun.
Yeah, the ice
Right?
gun for the
next
reset.
opportunity. Oh, drops the standing B right
Okay,
there.
that
But
should be
either
death.
way, we get the American reset.
Go,
Okay.
go.
We could kill here if we spend all the super.
We spent meter.
Oh, it doesn't
Oh, he didn't need to. Oh, well, yeah, he did.
Optimal right
EX.
there. Using just EX grenade.
All right, Tony, what you gonna do?
Bring back Magneto. That's what.
See, there's the Magneto assist here.
Yeah. I like the projectile. I wonder what the second one is. I'm curious on because I feel like Magneto assist would be pretty interesting.
Maybe like a beam.
Oh, back on the mag.
I mean, the first one's always kind of like a beam.
Bro, his
Yeah,
numbers
okay.
are so small.
Projectile you were talking about.
Yo,
Okay.
this
You're gonna see
exhibition is
Magneto
crazy,
back
bro.
in play here.
Assist.
Okay, do it again.
All right, nice.
Yeah, you have to do forward heavy punch to get to kind of like that.
Was that guy triple overhead? What was that?
If he finished the ground combo with Quarter
Let's
Circle back
cross
light,
up.
he would have been able to get the wall splat to bring
Gun
in
ring.
Miss Marvel.
Oh, he dropped
as
it
the
though.
available character.
Hits him low.
Which we really haven't had a chance to see yet. We haven't seen too much of Miss Marvel.
Nice air to
Only
air.
versus
Oh,
right.
if he'd have mashed light, that would have
The
corrected the
Magnus
height.
and Tony Stark's is the shopping
It's like
carts. are
DBFZ.
putting
If
it
he'd have
work
mashed
right
light, that would have corrected his height there.
Nice. Is that a snipe?
But that was a snipe.
Oh wow, good snipe right there.
Oh, he's not dead though.
Cloud 805. Wait, what? I was about to say.
There's Chip.
Oh, we tried.
Chip.
He tried.
Jumped right into the beam.
Yeah. I think he tried to try to air dash in the last second.
I think he had to do a super jump.
But it was a little bit too
Super
far.
jump into air dash.
He does have flight. If you hold.
Wait, Magneto has
up, like,
flight?
Just hold super jump up.
No shit, you could have done that.
In general, he goes into flight
Happy
mode.
birthday. Oh, drops the combo though.
Through that super, not getting chipped out.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he was just trying to get the hit there with the jump in.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, use that. Oh,
Miss Marvel.
almost got it right there. The debris is just chilling in the background. Let's see what Yipes can do with it.
Back throw. Oh wait, that's forward throw.
Magic.
It looked like a back throw because the portal.
Chase down. Okay, go for the strings.
Mm.
Assist. How dare
Nice
you press the
assist
button?
conversion.
It's my turn.
Oh, he drops the combo though.
Okay,
Super
now
scaling.
Turn again.
Yeah.
There's the assist that you were talking about. Nice defense on the
Oh, nice
side of
anti-air.
Yipes here, but the counter hit's gonna hit.
That was such a good sneaky tag because I didn't even see the
Wall
tag
splat.
happening
It's
right there.
fire for Oki. Guard cancel.
Crossover to get the defense going here for Yipes, but gets caught again by the Ghost Rider.
Yeah, goes for the magic tag. Oh, but misses the spike though, but we get strike throw anyway. One more throw. Oh, press
Oh
that
no,
button.
that's not good.
Go for the 50 meter. Let me see the 100 meter. Half circle back forward.
There's a storm. Gets thrown again. Not enough yet.
Oh,
Damn.
stand
Run
beat,
up and
BT.
slash him.
Cloud 805 ties it up 1.
If you kissed
1.
female Iceman for long enough, your lips would freeze. What are you typing in my
on the
chat?
side of Cloud, except for really the storm. I think
What are you
him.
typing?
Justin?
No, I didn't scare him. You know, Storm
That's
requires
anti-air.
a bit of work because she's a setup character.
Okay. So the labbing time it hasn't been there
Go,
yet.
go.
Yeah. Once this game
Freeze.
comes out, let the lab monsters do their work.
Man, Star-Lord actually does a lot of damage.
He does. He does. I would say every character does a lot of damage, but it's just, you know, like I mentioned, Cloud 805, he's born optimal, right? Everyone's
right.
been playing betas and everything like that, but he got optimal combos.
I mean, he has 3 characters that he's already played.
Whoa.
Yeah, he does. But we got Magnus. We got the zoning, though. Put the debris on the screen everywhere. Look at that.
Catches no conversion though. Yipes in the corner here.
Nice.
He's gonna defend through this.
Overhead.
Overhead's so strong. Right? Even though it's like it has a little bit of
Slowly
stardom,
falls
the problem
down.
is
He's
it
gonna go for
doesn't matter
Fire Oki, no?
because you can use your assist to make it safe. So it's like
Yep,
all it's
Fire
kind of
Oki.
an all-purpose scenario.
Switches
right
to
now.
Magic. Oh no.
Magic does get caught here.
Okay.
To the dash, nice. What's the setup?
That was full screen.
Go for a jab
Oh
reset.
shit,
Install
Dark
super,
Child.
we bait it. I like it. Yeah, he's baiting the
No,
super.
he's not going
We're
to
not
use
gonna
it.
get the wall spy here. Gotta be forward heavy.
No.
Yeah, tick throw right
Tick
there. That's
throw,
where you
yeah.
run throw. They just did. Oh, anti-air with the forward D.
Sheesh. RJ on the back,
Cloud
yeah.
805, not too much super,
Angel
super
Man or
meter
whatever,
on his
yeah.
side right now.
Oh, yeah. Because I would say probably if I use a lot of his EXs, right? The EXs.
Think we never got into Silicon? I mean, Rivals?
I think it's 25.
And new is this game? Pretty new. It's not out
For
yet.
example, like Star-Lord's like
This game's not out yet. This game comes out in 2
grenade
months.
where he puts you kind of like stun lock, that's 25% as well too. Same thing with Magic's EXDP.
Okay. Pressure is on.
Nice.
Assist just to keep the
God,
keep
that
the
move is
onslaught of
so
offense
annoying
going.
on Ghost
Guys
Rider.
tried to reach
The
and get hit by
chain
Storm.
spin move, that move is so
The thing
annoying.
is, Cloud 805 used all
It just
three of his
clutters your
assists, and
screen.
that's
And,
their-
oh.
No punish though.
Yeah, Yaps got really lucky, but this is gonna be
Damn.
in anyways.
Cloud.
Round
That move is
Cloud
annoying.
805,
It just
yeah.
stuns you for so long. It's a record too. I think he has like a overhead and he has a low from it. I don't remember what else he could do.
I mean, he came out here challenging the champ.
I mean, but that's Magnus.
That is Magnus.
Come on.
Okay.
Gun rain.
Do we spend the super here? No.
No.
I don't think we're gonna get the ice gun. Oh, maybe. Hold on.
Nope. Reset.
Restand. Oh, drops the combo.
Oh, I dropped
though.
it.
Good block. Didn't want to like push it too hard.
There gets a punish on the launcher that was blocked. It's Yipes' turn.
It's his turn. Okay. We see the combo. Oh, breaks it again. 20 hit. I like that. I love that sequence right there. It really.
Oh, he got the metal down though. He got the. Oh
I
no.
like how Yipes backed up just to go back in and throw a projectile just in case Cloud wanted to push a button.
Yeah, yeah.
Freeze.
We see the combo this time.
Okay.
Oh, drops it.
Oh, he dropped it.
I
Yeah.
think maybe he tried to go for the spike, but the assist. Maybe he just missed the button. Goes for a throw instead. This is an
Nice.
important
Well
round.
splat.
Whoever wins this goes into match point. Blocks the down heavy. Let me show you my down heavy.
No,
Drops the
yikes.
combo. Air dashing out. Both assists in the air. Ghost Rider with an air dash. Who would have thought?
That was a
Air
drop.
dash straight up into
Oh
throw again.
no.
Ghost, air dash change. It sounds
no,
crazy,
that was a
but you know
drop
what?
it,
That's
dude.
a different Ghost Rider.
No, that was a drop it, dude.
Run it up.
Please,
Back
Ugg.
Back does work out in Yipes' favor here.
Ugg, please.
Jab right here. Okay, good combo. Okay, misses the spike. You gotta use the auto combo to fix yourself when you go for a double jump.
We need more
Use the
games,
DX
Ugg,
flame.
please.
No tag.
No,
Storm. Don't let Storm take a hit like that.
I was gonna say, is that another happy birthday? We're gonna see the shopping carts
Oh
come out.
my
That's
fucking god, this
hilarious.
zoning.
Oh,
nice. Okay, don't drop this. There we go.
Combo this time.
Oh,
he called assist
yeah,
too late.
That's kind of hard to pick up, right? Because he was in super jump state after down heavy, so he probably didn't know the timing for calling Iron Man assist there.
Yeah.
Drops the strike right there, but you know, brings in magic, keeps the offense going. I like it. Oh my god, the wind, the tornado, bring in Storm. Oh my god.
Wait, he can
Cloud.
actually win this.
You don't
Spin
know
meter,
how to play
spin meter,
Storm.
spin
Just take
meter.
her out at this point.
Call the assist the first time? No.
Gets hit straight away by the launcher, but the drop.
Hold
the
on.
wake up super.
Oh, nice block.
Gets blocked.
Final
Yikes.
round.
Nice.
I told you, Cloud, just take her out. You don't know how to play her. I like the fact that you can use
Take
the
her
assist,
out.
though.
Damn,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Justin.
Yeah, there you go.
Justin said take her
He can
out.
hear you through his headphones. But the Storm assist has come in clutch quite a couple times already.
It has, yeah. I
Even the
love
theme
that.
has changed. I
Using
forgot the theme
air
changed on the
dash,
final round.
The different like 8-way air dash to go in neutral, right? In that situation, he went for up
Nice.
back to kind of avoid the sandwich
Drops it.
position.
Okay, guard cancel.
To cross over.
Nice. I like the jump jab right
Nice.
there. Yeah,
A little bit of
go for the
zoning.
Go for the projectile.
Oh my
Chris Marvel
god.
keeping it close
Oh,
offense.
what
I
is
like the
this?
slug
Oh,
too.
shit.
Jump does
Wait, that shit was hard. Nah, that shit was hard. Did you see that shit, bro?
Okay, let me see that super. I know you
He
want the
jumped
super.
twice
Oh,
just to
drops
dodge
it,
the
though.
anti-air. Oh my god, he baited the fucking anti-air.
Oh, down heavy right there. Can we get
I'm
the
still
exchange
got
this
it.
time?
I'm still got it. Oh my
Keep it
god.
safe.
I still got it.
Really, he can take a throw, but he can't take a strike.
He definitely cannot. Oh, the Storm Tornado did not touch. And you know what?
Okay,
I like that.
assist.
Storm is all about the mutants.
Cloud can still win
Double
this.
agent right there.
He has a lot of work to do though.
Sabotage.
Okay, ice gun.
Okay.
Drops the comp. Maybe he's gonna drop the comp. Goes for
Overhead.
reset.
Blocks
Blocked
it.
by Yipes.
Blocks
Nice
low.
block.
Calls
Good
assist.
defense.
Makes himself
Is the overhead
safe.
coming? There it
Overhead.
is.
There's the
Overhead connects.
What do we spend here?
Oh, he drops the magic combo. Yeah, he doesn't know how to play magic, that's
Down
for
to the
sure.
wire. Next hit. Good block.
Next hit kills.
Yeah, you see that the strings is also delayed as well too. Nice air block. As
Zoning.
well with magic.
Oh no, one more hit.
Projectile. One more hit. Can't
He can
take
chip
it.
him. He can
Can't
chip
take
him.
it. Can't take it.
You can't take all this.
Oh my god, go for the throw.
Throw?
One more strike. Wake up super.
Oh no, we got that. No,
back
the punish.
there. No alpha counter. There's the crossover. Bring in Storm, really?
No! Why would you bring Storm in?
Come
Why would you bring Storm
on. Cloud, you
Cloud!
don't know how to play Storm.
Cloud!
Are you really gonna let her
I
die?
still got it! But
Oh
Cloud!
my gosh, what a way to end that. He brought in Storm just for you. For those last hits for Yipes to take it.
Yeah, shout out to Yipes. That is Mr. Magneto right there. Let's go, crowd. Can we give a cheer for Mr. IFC Yipes for the surprise challenge? Just like that,
still
man.
got
Hopefully
it.
you guys enjoyed the commentary between myself
still
and
got it.
Sherry Jennings. And you know what, Rob? Take us home for
No,
the
you
Marvel
Yipes.
Tokon
Still got it.
exhibition at EVO 2026 in Las Vegas.
No, that shit was hype. That shit was hype.
Eventually it'll go to Rob.
Yeah, eventually.
Oh shit, I
They're
still
about to
got
do
it,
an
bro.
interview with Yipes. There we go.
Okay, okay.
Hold on, I thought I was gonna get washed. Never mind, I still got it.
Match. Oh my goodness, Marvel is back. Yikes.
I still got it.
He's back. Magneto, how we feeling?
Well, shout outs to the Marvel crew and just Oxys. Y'all hit that very well for me. I was complaining for like a hot minute, like, yo, where the hell is Magneto? And literally a month later, the character was announced, so I'm very happy about that. For anybody that knows me, I love Rushdown, and I just love Eric, period. For people that don't know, that's Magneto. And it represents me when it comes to fighting games. So I'm just glad that he's back, and that means I'm back.
Unk still got it. That's fucking crazy, bro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Unk still got it.
Performance, dog. I can't wait to see you compete in Marvel. That's it.
I was wrong. Unk still got it.
We actually do have to go ahead and head to a break. And when we come back, we do have some Uni 2 news. Do not go anywhere.
Uni too. Oh wow.
2XKO are back for round 2.
All right. But they're behind schedule. So after this, it's gonna be Avatar. We're supposed to be watching Avatar now, but they are behind schedule. Yeah, I told you guys they're not gonna show the team today. It's gonna be tomorrow. Damn.
2 news. Do not go.
Damn, even the Arxis thing is behind. Yeah, they're behind schedule for sure. Unk still got it. Let's go, Yipes. Unk still got it. Nah, that set was hype. That set was hype, bro. Um, 2x, I guess.
Maybe it happens with Blitz.
So I'm gonna assume Avatar is at 11.
Your feet. What can you do? A backdash is a good start.
Wait, when is Avatar then?
Avoided
Hold on.
the flip kick, and Kazam's gonna be
Oh, they just tweeted saying that
rewarded for escaping the geo pressure. Slam.
you have a panel slightly today, we'll keep you updated when it goes live.
Really important.
Yeah, they're delayed by an hour, so I guess it's gonna be like 11:30.
Hey,
Okay, I mean, I guess. It's gonna be like 11 or 11:30.
Here looking so good. Qualified through to the
Unk
winners.
put up more of a
side.
fight than we thought.
Incredible performance here.
Unk still got. When the fuck did he get to practice Magneto?
No TIs on the table.
Unk still got it. That's crazy. I mean, he didn't use the other suit. I don't think he remembered the input for the level 3 though, because he didn't use level 3 once. He could have level 3'd in one. He could have used the level 3, but he didn't. Yeah, people are complaining about the balancing and the. Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit. These teams are not fucking balanced. The balanced thing I've ever seen, legit. Looking like my ranked games out there where one team is fully holy shit. Oh. I mean, we did say Team USA is stacked. I still don't know how Team USA lost to that other team, because they should not have lost, but I'm pretty sure tomorrow they're going to win, or Sunday when they play. Because there's no way Kingsman's team should have lost 2-0. They got 2-0'd by, fucking what team was it? I forgot the damn team name. Was it Brazil? Yeah, they got 2-0'd by Brazil. They should have won. Like, there's no, like, on paper, the Kingsman's team has the better players. More experienced players. They should have won. Just that, I don't know what was happening with Silky, but yeah, I don't think they should have Silky on support. I don't think Silky should be on support because his Gambit was not the best. I mean, he's definitely off roll, that's for sure. I need to go back and watch that match. But yeah, that don't make no sense. Yo, Dr. Brokey, thanks for the follow.
Cuboid, pentagon style.
That's Silky on support, yeah.
You just need to remove the word cube, and I think that's why. All right, the hyper pentagon. Another issue. Oh! How'd you get behind there? Teleports behind you, nothing personal, kid. That's still connected from there. That was crazy. Okay, now the cage. Use mid-screen, is going to send them away. Yeah, Nep's trying to get close. This Blitzcrank, unfortunately, just has not been able to get anything started in this match so far. Too easy in total control. Here comes Caitlyn again. Problem is you're a standalone keep-away style character in just a wall of obstacles, so you have to do so much work. Sitting there and trying to compete with the range is just not going to cut it in this situation. Oh, yeah. Bit of a combo drop there.
Yeah, that tournament's fucked. I can't lie, that tournament's fucked.
Matters at all. Pushes them in, and that's a light to catch. Oh, last minute jump heavy as well. I do like the pathing though from Too Easy, because I think a lot of the competitive Threshers who are really serious about this character are going with that exact path that Too Easy took, because a lot
I gotta
Thresh's
switch the stream thingy.
comes from the fact that has like held their
Watchpartying the 2xKO one again.
The minimum damage that will do is a surprising chunk of damage. So if you can root into getting that as many times as possible, that alone is going to make your combo damage do a lot more. The weird thing about Thresh, though, is it's very screen-dependent as to what his optimal path is going to be a lot of the time.
That's where Thresh is going to develop in this meta. I think more and more people are going to start to look for combos that are reliable, combos that will work kind of regardless of where you are. I think that's the highest chance that Thresh players will miss them, is if you're, like, not quite as close to the corner as you thought. And
why is it not letting me...
Speaking of corner, there we go.
I was on the wrong channel. I'm like, why is it not letting me watch party it?
If we call it a reset, it's going to kill a
Or
character,
co-stream
I'm
it.
sure.
Oops.
There's the burst. Yep.
There you go.
Oh, tried to pick up, yeah.
Game set back to
just the wrong
2x.
heavy there. Off that kind of wall slump state, if you do like forward heavy, that will pick them up.
Must have tried the 6H. Must have tried.
Well, it's quite common that Thresh players in the corner, they'll go
Jubilation
for, like,
in the
forward
hood.
heavy to pick
Jubilation
up
is crazy.
assist timing, just kind of keep them in hit stun into like charge, 2H, or something like that. But the earlier in a combo you do, the less you need to kind of keep it tight. Oh wow, he just gets hit with the super. Oh no, he's coming! No, he's not. Oh, it was an ambitious. I mean, he tried.
Took one step forward before grabbing the air.
That was less of a threat of a command grab and more Blitz just being like, I surrender, don't shoot.
Use those big hands to shield your vitals.
What vitals? He's a robot. He's Orbula.
Look at the size of the hand.
It's true. Super Mario proportions. Especially, this costume doesn't help.
The lantern. A huge part of that zoning. We teleport.
Oh, other side, and there they go, the puke from the ghost. Oh, upset stomach.
This will not kill.
It's looking all too easy, though. Too easy in so much control here.
In every avenue,
okay.
He's just been ahead. So we're going to find a confirm.
Nice, yeah, nice extension off that assist with the projectile, too. Okay. We're starting to party. Oh, one too many attempts.
Didn't go in for the super either, the corner knockdown.
Maybe just wanted to keep.
Did you see the main character season 2 of Cyberpunk? Nah, I didn't see it.
Double down, so I mean,
I saw the tall guy and the blue-haired guy.
I wonder if you can do like super off the command grab into like reflector. And
oh, that was filth. That was filth. Any assist that allows Thresh to go for the sort of the down.
Let me see if I can look it up.
To get the
Is it out? Announced?
Any assist that will kind of lock that in.
I do like the choice to throw in an instance where Too Easy.
Yeah, they didn't show the last character yet. That's all they've shown.
Dashes through. It's strike and projectile immune, but I don't believe it's immune to throws. So if your throw is on point, you will.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's also taller on this guy.
Second you left the ground, I don't think there was a way you could get out.
Yeah, as is the benefit of Jinx beams, right? You know, Jinx is a character who...
Oh, you thought it was the main character?
It's not everywhere in competitive.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, it's probably the dude in the middle. Bottom.
She just has some of that utility that I think is just always going to be helpful. You know, good old beams, chip damage threat, presence on the screen. If you're someone who's good at interacting with the traps that she throws out, just low-key a really tricky but very effective character. And a character that month after month we're sort of seeing that.
Is that Sonic Fox and Enzo? Oh no.
Look who's just sat. Look who'll be all the time in the world. There are many hours ahead of us, brother. We have all the time in the world. I tell you what, stream though, I'm going to be a cheeky man. So they're getting ready to sit down, yeah? Are they? They look to me like they're leaving. Well, they were. We're getting but we're not going to see them yet. Because on my schedule, we're going to go for some ads. So, see you in a few minutes when we're back to
What the fuck is he talking about?
No. Real talk. Ain't nothing like that.
But now we here, man. Listen, Street Fighter, we're gonna look.
Ads.
Every year I say this. I was saying this with Justin Wong earlier. I want to see who's the dark
What's he
horse
talking about?
Yeah. This time around, I love my household.
Ads.
Like for example, I see a name right here that we see a lot on the. I would say the content side of things and tournaments and exhibitions. You've seen a lot of this guy's name. My man, I seen Dope
me?
not too long ago. I don't know if you've seen that, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if you was watching, but that's like an example. We know he's a
Shall
legend,
run
but
something.
in terms of getting the results that we're used to seeing him get. Those I put him in the category of a bit of a dark horse. If you see him in the top 8, you'd be like, oh my god,
You made it here.
Yeah, you made it. Like you went through. Who did you beat? You know, and then everybody starts doing their homework to see exactly who they beat.
Yoshimitsu versus who?
Very pretty neutral.
Fuck, yo, beat the shit out of Yoshimitsu, please, for the love of God.
Especially, you're gonna look for him to leverage
Falcon
probably a
Ron,
lot
beat
more
the
spin.
living, like,
Flash in
breaks
some of
off
these
this
cases
guy,
with
bro.
The range that Falcon has. It's
Wait,
kinda
ads
hard to run
actually
away
just
from. You're
ran?
always in range.
It's hilarious.
I mean,
Yoshi might be one of the few characters
Beat
that
the
can be an
brakes off
exception
this
to
guy,
that.
bro.
Yeah, Falcon Rom definitely scary when it comes to the range, especially in this game, bro. And one of the main tools that stand in 3, bro. Like such an easy approach
Yeah,
tool. It has like the range
kick
of
his
a
damn
down
shin.
4, but you still have to respect it
Kick
because
his
it's a
kneecaps.
string as well. Nice, I
Oh,
like
no.
that. Get a little bit sneaky.
No,
with it.
no,
Yeah,
no.
you see your opponent freezing up. Go for a lot of these up blocks.
Oh, no. Oh,
They can
my God,
swing
he's
in these
dead.
scenarios. Heat smash, close it out very
Twitch Turbo enjoyer?
Anybody's
They
going
get
to have
Turbo.
an understanding of like these flash situations where what
Including
he
the
needs to do to
subs.
close out with a
Including the
character,
subs is demonic.
it's gonna be obvious.
I don't think I would ever turn that on unless I was doing like a charity stream.
Slow conversion
And the
here.
money was
Yeah.
going to charity.
Still finds the wall. Spin on him again. Emergency get up kick.
Okay, wait a minute. Nip up. Wow. Everything is hitting.
I do want to do a charity stream.
Everything is hitting.
I do want to do one of those.
Everything is hitting, and then the mid to close it out.
Gotta do one of those
and I
one of
think
these days.
that's one of the problems with Yoshimitsu.
Because they have like a whole Twitch built-in like
sometimes you
extension
try to
thing
fight
for
it
it
out
too.
with them,
Actually
and
looks
your
really good.
character's not a lot of times equipped to deal with it.
Apparently it's like really simple
You
to
just
set up
get
too.
hit. And he has flash, so you really have to respect your offense at times because he can literally just do it. At
Oh
any
yes,
point in
part
time
soul
on
make
the
non-subs watch ads. Oh yes,
Oh wow.
part soul is
Okay, a little
crazy.
flip right there. Definitely could have had a launch. What a whip punish with a back
Bro,
one. Hold on.
yes, part soul.
I'm out of
Oh
there.
shit, he jumped off the wall. Okay, that was pretty sick.
Shown that activation at the wall. Dirty Dance, you got a problem. Gonna put the knees
That marginal
on him.
bomb.
We call that a barre, Stevie. It counter hits as well.
I like the option too. Going for the mid option, has a little delay on it. Pick up after
That's
the
a
flow.
good flow check.
Wait a
Wow.
minute. Yo, Dirty Dance though. Dirty Dance though, looking pretty solid. And we've been seeing an upswing in Falcon Rom just in competitive play too.
Damn.
Again, and like you mentioned
Flash.
earlier, that's a shell pick as well. Like,
Yep,
it's been
yep,
a
that's
lot more
fact.
common.
Oh my god, this character is so. I'm not
Is
watching
Lack
this.
silly up against the
I
wall?
refuse to watch. If you wait, let me see.
Whoa,
Oh my
baby.
god,
Goes
bro.
for the big launcher off the dome out of poker stance.
I
just
hate
like
this
that.
damn
Gets the
game,
cut,
bro.
gets the-
I hate this game. I hate this game.
All bets are off.
I hate this game. I hate this game. I fucking hate that game.
I gotta look exactly. I gotta
Fuck that character, bro.
Nice punish, leg.
Fuck that
Throw right
game.
after. That's strike the opportunity.
Fuck that game, bro. Fuck that character.
I'm pretty sure that's what he went for. Damn.
Man, I hate this game, bro.
Right, catches him. Should be a clean close-up.
Oh, some Chun-Li.
The legs, though. The stop of the legs.
I was about to say drive impact, garage brooms. I forgot about that.
A little ashy.
A little ashy.
That's okay. Oh,
Oh yeah, they showed Ozai.
Right, I did. I could have been a crouch fist into round my house.
Nice trailer.
Right. But it looks
But
like he plays with his heart.
they
This
have
is a
pictures
Ken.
of
He
Ozai.
plays with his heart. From strings into light kick, dragon lash. That says a lot. That says heart.
I like that. I like art-type players, you know. Like, I'm going to find a way. I'm going to hit you with something. Don't worry about the numbers. Worry about putting fist to face.
Fact.
There we go. A lot of things with him. We do get a punish. What DP for the Oki?
Throw loop scenario, of course.
There he is.
You know, if you let a Ken get away with
Those
it,
eyes right there.
that says a lot about yourself in terms of defense.
We might see his trailer.
Or a quick one.
One of the today or tomorrow.
I would like a nice
or maybe on
delay
Sunday.
next time on the side of the court. Damn! Ooh. That's right. Kicking the door, man.
Or they might show Avatar State, Aang, and Korra next. We don't know who they're gonna show next. They have to show this shit soon. The game is dropping soon.
That W.
Like they have to show it soon. Whatever they're gonna do. They're running out of time.
It takes a little bit more work. It's like more interactions.
A lot of
characters.
people, let me say this. A lot of people are not saying that he's whack, but it's a little hard work. Yes, I do.
Right. Yeah. Hard work. Which is, I don't think it's a bad thing in fighting games sometimes. Sometimes if you just enjoy a character, you want to work a little bit hard, you can do so.
Yes, sir. Well, let's go Miss Sang, and that's not even really her name in the lore. That's only in the movie.
The word?
Yeah, it's crazy. I've been running with that for like mad years, and that's really not her name. It's only in the movie.
Oh yes, I hear hasn't gonna show either.
Question mark.
It's not fucking this one. But.
And which team they use is not
Under
necessarily
Night.
dictated by the characters they fight.
I have no clue what that is.
And their experience with player habits and stuff like that. So their knowledge of
Yeah,
the
beat
game
his
and the
ass.
scene goes far
Falcom,
beyond
yeah.
just the game itself. It's player
No,
habits, it's
wait.
experience in this game.
Beat
But
his
other games
ass.
too. Very interested to see just how varied those character choices become.
Beat his fucking ass.
Yeah, they definitely play a lot of characters between them.
Yeah, plus frames. Yeah, make him guess. Make him guess.
And Fox is
Oh, hell no.
Fox still playing the Ari, same as always. But,
Never
we've all
mind,
seen
bro.
the clips online, right?
Oh,
Of
hell
crazy
no.
Combos, and I think of all the Thresh teams out there,
There's no
Ari
fucking way. I
there.
just saw what I
Yeah,
just saw.
fantastic. I think of all the Thresh teams out there, Thresh Ari definitely strikes me as potentially the strongest.
Sonic Fox. Wait, who's playing what? Is it Ari?
It's a weird one that I think Thresh and Ari could be the best.
I think
pairing that
no, Sonic Fox is Ari for
Thresh
sure.
has, but at the same time,
Inzum's gotta be
Thresh
Thresh.
is very good at fighting Ari himself. All right, okay, extensions again.
USA first match against Japan.
Should very much be a dead.
Which World Cup?
Oh,
Talking about the Rivals World Cup or like
Cheetah given an opportunity, but not going to be able to do much with it.
which World Cup you talking
was
about?
just laughing at Fox for dropping that.
The one that matters
so
or the one that doesn't matter?
disrespectful.
Let me stop.
I love it. Hey, at least you drop when you're in such a commanding position anyway. Banter between the duo is one of the best things about this game, and I love having access to player cams so we can see it happen in real time. It's useful for the dynamic of the match, right?
Rivals? That's not till tomorrow though. It's not today.
Okay, breaks despite not being hit. I wonder if Sheeta was kind of expecting to get
Or
in
no,
there.
it's Sunday. That's
Possibly.
on Sunday, I think.
Unfortunately, losing access to the breaker, taking all of this guaranteed
W
damage. Limit
Yappery.
strike. Access. Lovely block on the cross-up. Still
Also
the
trying to
defense
lose viewers
and the
this
parry.
stream.
Oh, it was so almost perfect.
What I
So
do?
almost perfect.
You don't know which one
tries to
I'm
grab.
talking about though.
I feel like
That's
Cheetah's
that's
defense has been on point
that
so far, but
matters.
we really are having a hard
You
time
wouldn't know
getting
which
the
one I'm
offense
talking about,
started.
no?
This is going to sound so disrespectful.
You don't know which
I'm
one
not
applies
used
to
seeing
which.
Braum players have really good defense without just relying on that big shield. Well, Unbreakable. Yeah. This to get Unbreakable even built, you kind of need to get some momentum going, right? You need to hit something that will activate Unbreakable, but you might even get a chance here. Okay, Thresh is almost certainly going
The
to go
spin
down
to
here.
win
Yeah, there's the
into
super.
the pinball
Put him
machine.
in the cage. Goodbye, Thresh. Braum coming out. I mean, Braum,
Into the
healthiest
pinball
character in the
machine.
game. Fury is there. But yeah, definitely a lot to ask for here. Oh, I love that
That
recovery.
jab.
2 recoveries forward, just really trying to swing
Pulls
something
ass
big,
back.
but no, overextends on the Ari.
I mean, them damn
and the
triumphs
super
on his
comes
ass.
down. The tracking blades is going to be one game on the board for the
I hate
dynamic
that super.
duo. Sonic Fox
Super's
and
annoying.
I'm curious to see how the rest of this series will go. Sheeta, I mean, her defense in that first game really was pretty impressive. Those extended sequences where most people would have been opened
Gotta
up
shave
within
again.
kind of the first instance of it. Well,
Yeah,
especially
it's
in the
about
base
that
of the
time,
left
bruh.
right of Thresh. You know, I was saying before, his forward dash
Time for
beam
me to
teleport is
shave.
so hard to deal with in certain situations, right? If the other character's kind of keeping you locked down in place with Johnson.
No, that doesn't mean I'm getting old.
You get that cold star assist, and suddenly it's going to be very scary to deal
Bet
with.
some of y'all got to shave too.
Oh, there's the wear. Big damage incoming.
Oh my
Lantern,
God, what is
spin,
this
spin,
character,
spin. Gets
bro?
the full 1-2, so happy to leave the ground.
Oh, he
Doesn't
did
quite
it
get the
too
second hook.
early.
Parry,
It's too
and
high.
that is one of the initial
Throw it
answers
out.
to
Bro, I look
Thresh. Now, I
homeless
ain't
with
going to
it
say
grown
that's
out.
one size fits all, but players that are prepared
never
for this
cut my
character,
beard
this
again.
matchup is dictated by what they parry and when they recognize gaps.
Is it most
I think
times
a lot of those scariest,
duo is
like,
better than
Thresh
solo, but
long-range
duo is way
options,
harder to
they
do
do
because
have
it's
the
two
wind-up
people.
that you can react parry, right? Whether it's the back heavy, whether it's going to be S1, and even 5H to be honest, or even like air, Air H, whatever it is.
parrying is definitely going to be a good option. The question is, are you going to be able to find it enough? Because obviously, when parrying is a threat,
Pinball machine.
I'm going to start to play around that, but... Oh, okay. Going for that round one.
My light.
Keep the Braum alive, but not
that was
going
sick.
to matter as Braum immediately goes down. And that's a match point.
Sideburns coming in, I always cut them off.
Unfortunately for Sheeta, that
My
is
beard
going
goes
to be
like
the
this
off the board. And
to
now
here.
Foxton's
I don't get
going
nothing
into
right
this
here.
weird break too.
On like my
They could not
middle
have
part,
full momentum right now.
like between my lips, I don't get
Fresh
nothing
took a
there.
little bit of damage there.
Mine just goes all the way around.
She was able to recognize the defense was there, not going to overcommit.
I don't know if I can grow hair going down right here. I don't think I
Once
can.
again, as the Ari
I don't think I have that.
collects. Right, corner situation.
Yeah, mine just goes all the way around.
Whoopsie. We're actually seeing quite a few
Like,
drops on the
yeah,
side
obviously
with
around my
this
chin.
Sonic. You know, I mean, it's not resulting in too much of a dangerous position, but even the two of them are dropping right now. Still picking up from that standard assist there from Thresh.
I don't know what the
Thresh's
mute is
assist,
called,
they have
but
so much hit stun.
yeah, I don't think I can get like
Lovely way
hair
to parry. The knowledge
between my
shuts down the
lips.
possible
Oh,
open
yeah, I don't
situation.
get that. I
Thresh
get that.
versus Thresh. Oh, wow, the fake out. The
That's not
double
in my
heavies.
build.
Getting the grab in between, that's filthy. But even that, though,
I get that
Zem just
patch.
went for like light, medium, forward, heavy into like handshake for Ari. And even that short string kept them in block stun long enough that
Not
Ari
just
could
Sonic
go
Fox,
in
Ism
and
too. The
establish
duo.
something. Even that's kind of scary from that range. And that's going to be Braum gone. Only the Soul Thresh left.
What's up,
on side.
Furious?
Sheeta. Does Sheeta have what it takes to bring this back? She's got Fury.
You missed an update. No, I can't grow a
Money
mustache.
Has no choice
I literally
but to
have
let
a
it rock there.
mustache.
You can't
I'm talking
afford
about,
to use it
like,
anywhere
you know, you
else.
get the like the beard going
no,
down
the
right
2M.
here between your
Whoa.
lips. Yeah, I don't have that.
Actually, low-key was wondering if we could
I have
see
a mustache,
Zem
I just cut it
confirm
down.
That lantern, but they're not going to matter. Yeah, bring in the Thresh with a 3 meters.
I'm just trying to get hair in my
and
fucking food while I eat.
with the cage to seal it. And that's going to be the game done for the duo. Moving on in this pool play. A pretty standard taste of things to come with the two of those. We get to see a little bit of that Thresh there. I know the execution wasn't like 100% on point yet, but I think the decision-making was, the pressure was, little things like the parries, showing that early matchup knowledge of such a new character, the kind of stuff that, to be honest with
Goatee?
you,
No,
like
goatee is just when you have it down here.
Like when you look at the
No, like
absolute
around
highest level
here.
players here, those that have the
I don't know what it's
championships
called,
under their belt, you know, those
That's what I'm
major
tripping.
victories. When there are new characters that everyone's going to be looking at, you know, obviously they play Thresh themselves.
I got no hair on my face. You probably have no hair on your face for now.
Against that character.
You will
Well,
soon.
It's weird, right? Because it's like, I feel like Thresh is the talk of the town, is the go-to, you know, like, it's not uncommon we see new fighting games when this happens. A new character is released, they seem very obviously strong, and a lot of high-level players will flock straight to them. However, to them over...
Joe, new uni character? I'll take a look. Fuck is on my thing.
Up to the other side.
Just watch right here.
So you have the
I don't know how the Evo
State
channel
and
has
the
better
Spike
quality than
State,
Arx's
so I
channel, but
think
whatever.
Mastering this character is going to take a lot of labbing.
Is that a needle? What is that? What is that? Yeah, this is Under Night.
That's
Under Night
it.
and Birth
Again,
2.
she's an up-close character, so it's a lot of fun just
Oh shit, there's
getting
two
up in
people.
there and doing combos.
You gotta stand. Brisk, I am not approving that message. You've lost your mind.
And she also has a few different charge up attacks.
It's like a drill. Yeah, probably.
And there's a few charge up attacks, as you can see. She can charge up.
I don't know who
spike.
the hell that is, but I'm not looking that up.
And she also has charge attacks involving her doppelganger.
What the hell? The horn is like the stand's
Some
body.
limitations is when
It was
you have the
torso.
doppelganger placed like this, you can't use any of the charge attacks that involve the spike. So you have to think about what state you want to be in at any given time.
Footballer. Oh, y'all say this about like every black person, bro. Y'all say this about every black person. They look like this footballer. They look like this soccer player. Y'all say this about literally every black person ever, bro. I swear to God, every time I go to any streamer that's black stream, they always say, you look like this soccer player. You look like this football player. It's like, holy shit. Y'all say this by every fucking black streamer, bro. You like this football player.
この技は相手の視点でゾハルがいると思ったら実はドッペルゲンガーだったっていうので後ろから
Search it. I don't feel like it. I'm too lazy.
So this one, your opponent thinks
French
that
footballer?
they're attacking the main body, but it was actually a doppelganger and it swaps. And Zohar attacks
You mean
from
soccer? No, I'm
behind.
joking.
That's what's happening here.
こんな感じの
For sure, I think no doubt using the Yasuo on the back end for the advancing pressure, the presence.
Let me see if they posted a time for
Force your way
Avatar.
in, you tag in, create the sandwich. I mean, we've seen how Akali can benefit from this kind of mid-range assist options. I imagine it's the same thing for Yasuo's super assist too. Just something to kind of help her just barrel that way in. Oh, tries to parry. Didn't quite connect, but I like the idea. Caught him on the other side though. Yasuo scoring our
Silky
first
and
blood.
Silky and XQC was arguing. Let me see this. Was they actually arguing?
Name one game you've been at the top rank in one game.
Wizard 101.
Wizard 101?
What the fuck do you mean, Wizard 101?
No, so he's a troll. Yeah, okay, bro. If I ask someone name one game you've been top 10 in, and that's their first response, I'm going to you lost the argument, bro. you lost the argument, bro. What?
There's like no competitive scene. I'm not gonna lie, King Nick. I'm about to mute you because I don't know whose team you're on. You're dick riding right now. Chill. Get over XQC dick. You gotta chill.
Dick riding. I'm in my.
You gotta chill. I don't know whose team you're on, bro. Cause wait, huh?
Like you rode bank dick for fucking 3 years.
Fuck you! No, I didn't. God, now you're getting personal. Now you're getting personal. Fuck you. Okay, wait, hold on. X, wait. Can we put this on pause real quick? Yo, Kay, you were just on balls talking about, oh my god, I loved Wizard 101. I loved it, but I didn't play PvP. You didn't know nothing about PvP back then. Yes, it was. There was over millions, hundreds of millions of players on that game. You cannot tell me that PvP was not lit 13 years ago, gang. I'm sorry. Okay, bro.
Wizard 101.
Now let this be between the adults. You gotta chill. Stop jumping on XQC's dick. It's not gonna get you nothing with him, bro. Okay, chill. Back to you, X. Shut the fuck up because your ass and you hit top 250 and 0.5 stop flexing shit. Emerald fucking clears. You're a bot. She's a better healer than you. You're a fucking heal bot and you suck. I don't know why you didn't go rocket. That's when you hit top 250. When you use a fucking rocket. Every game. I don't give a fuck, bro. This is why I watched Sinatra when I was watching Overwatch, bro. Because he's a better Overwatch player than you, and he's a better Valorant player than you, and he taught me how to play Marvel Rivals. That's why I watched Sinatra, because he clears you. You're a bot. Anyways,
this World Cup beef, something serious.
What was that?
The player base has shrinked by 6 times. 6 times less players than before. And I was Call of Duty when it was maxed the fuck out. Where were you? Buddy,
I was in Eternity. When it was all those people, I was in Eternity.
You are top 10,000 out of 100,000. You're not even the top 10%.
Oh,
that's rage bait. No, that's rage bait. Okay, XQC is rage bait. That's rage bait. Bro, if Eternity is not top 10, that's rage bait, bro. What are you talking about? Because when you rank up the Celestial, it says top 99 point, like what, 40% or something like that. It's 2 XQC's rage baiting.
You're a bot. You're a bot.
You are not a top 10.
Wait, did Sinatra carry you? I think
Sinatra carry you.
Heal bot. Yo, I swear, I think Luka Doncic deadass plays higher than you in Overwatch. I'm deadass. No cap.
Yeah, but he's a good player though.
Oh, he's a good player. He plays in the fucking NBA. You bot.
This World Cup shit is so dumb. It's like 99.56%. So what does that even mean, bro? No, I hate when motherfuckers get on each other or people's asses for being GM or Celestial. Like, that's not top 98 or 99. Like what do you, what? You know, people play this game. Do you know how hard it is for people to play this game and rank up?
Yeah.
If you're not an average gamer and you have like a job or something, like
round was a lot cleaner.
If you better solo queue and shit, like,
especially in like those closing.
I hate when people do that shit. Or they be like, oh, nah, I fucking hate when the top players do this shit. Oh, the game don't start till you hit Celestial. What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? The game don't start till you hit Celestial. No, that shit, bro. What are you saying?
Genuinely, if you're messing up your combos,
Like, people have jobs.
the screen positioning, the
Like, what does that even mean?
especially on this team too.
People have jobs. What is this combo?
Hello.
Jesus Christ.
That's more like it. Ooh, still had some of the shroud.
Like, there's
as
people
well.
with jobs. Some
okay,
people are
Zangetsu's definitely
employed. Like, that I hate when people do that in games, bro. Like, you know a high rank is hard to get for your average gamer or something. Like, if you try to get your, like, mom on the game or something, or your sister, or your sibling that doesn't play games to get on the game and rank up, you know they gonna struggle. Oh, that guy dropped that combo. It'll probably take them ages to rank up. And you over here saying, oh, the game don't start till Celestial, though. What the fuck are you saying? Game don't start till you're like top 1% or 2% of the player base, bro. What?
I like that because you've got level 3 on both.
That's just rage bait, and it works too because it pisses me off when people say that. It's so dumb. That tilts me to a different degree, bro, because it's a dumb thing to say.
The counter hit, but still something at the very least.
It's like you're flexing your rank ups, your rank. It's like ego. I don't know.
Not looking to
It's just a brain dead take.
3 seconds away until we get access
to
a assist. So
the setup's lagging.
Second we get it, gonna get clipped open.
Yeah, top players who queue all day and play literally nothing but meta. They don't even play the characters they want to play. I bet you. And they'll say some shit like the game don't start till Celestial. By the way. No, bro.
That was a really
90 degrees, acute angle, obtuse. What type of first time shot?
But it was enough. And another hit.
Yeah, game don't start till you start earning money from 20s.
Again, ending it nice
Bro,
and
what?
The Fury Pop's going to be going for the level 1. Get the beam on deck.
Those early supers are going to make it hard.
What are we saying? Nah, this doesn't just apply to Rivals. This applies to, like, other games, too. Where, like...
The Fury stops the chip
Oh, he's
damage,
dead.
and that is going to be as Zangetsu takes
Not
the
first
round.
time?
It was so close to
It is first time. It says first message. You don't have any message logs in this chat.
The denial of the chip damage is huge.
That is such a tragic.
What do you mean not first time?
Had the
What?
right idea,
You're
but
bot.
just a temporary slip up of possible knowledge, I would say.
It was just, everything was a step in the right direction until suddenly it wasn't, you know, and it's not even just looking for the chip, you know, if you've got access to like a fast beam, you're
That's something a bot would say, like, what?
They're going to flinch, they're going to move. If this connects, you win the round. And then suddenly it doesn't. And now Zangetsu, even though the Akali's low on health, nice corner extension here. Okay, team launch.
Game don't start. Okay, that's gotta be a bot.
What a trade for Yasuo, keeping that property.
Nah, you gotta be a bot,
so
bro.
much juggle potential. And I mean,
What's up?
here comes the damage. That
What's
should
up,
be
Chris?
dead right there.
Again?
Dude, like, oh, never mind.
The bot allegations?
Shake there, I think, coming
Bro,
out from Zangetsu.
what you're typing makes me think you're a bot, bro. Like, I don't even know what you're saying anymore. Nah, because we had a lot of bots yesterday. Remember the bots yesterday, chat? That would be like, they pop out and they'd be like, this stream is awesome. This stream is great. This shit was fucking annoying, bro. The stupid bots on Rivals. They just pop, they just go through. That play was crazy. Wow, this stream rocks.
You always forget she just comes
Like, bro, what are you
flying on
saying?
in. Kali, the uninvited guest.
I'm just being random out.
Massive jump again. Maybe
Say
it's the
so.
Fury. Bait is the Fury, I think.
Drop 100 gifted if you're not a bot.
Oh my goodness. Absolute pandemonium.
Drop 50 gifted if you're not a bot. How about that? Gift 20 right now. You're not a bot. Okay, the avatar thing is starting. Give me a second. Money hungry streamer being hot. Where is this avatar thing, bro? Found it. Oh, it's right here.
Jeff right there, he just rage quits against me online on Avatar. But I want to talk about the characters. You know, let's reveal the first character for the year 1, the character pass.
Oh, here we go.
See it. Who do we have? What character do you guys think is going to be coming for Avatar Legends, the fighting game? Get vocal, guys. Who is it? Yeah, that's a popular pick right there.
Fuck you, Mega.
Production, let's see the first character right now.
All right, who is it going to be?
Let's see it. It's Aang.
Okay, buddy. All right. All
It
right.
is Aang right here. We got the year 1 pass
All right,
roster
buddy.
reveal.
All right,
Yeah,
buddy.
let's check out the first character.
Iroh? Iroh. It's got to be
5
Iroh.
silhouettes. It is
Iroh! It's Iroh!
Okay.
It's
With the
gotta
Earth
be
Kingdom
Iroh.
garment as well. Vic, can we have a description of the character?
It's gotta be Iroh.
Iroh, surprising absolutely no one in the crowd. What is an avatar?
Yeah, literally
game
no
without
one's
Iroh?
surprised. Like, what?
So, a little bit of a disclaimer. The stuff we're going to talk about is.
Oh,
Did they show another one?
Now keep going, keep going, keep going.
Did they just?
It
But no,
has
show
to be
us.
prototype first. So, this is what we
No,
think
no,
we're going to
show
go with the
us.
character. We obviously have to tune it. We have to test it.
Who'd they just
As far
mistakenly
as
show?
Iroh goes, the dichotomy between the tactical Iroh and the Dragon of the West is really what we want to highlight. His ability to counter attacks is going to be super strong, and we're really excited just to show how a firebender can be a little bit different than the ones we've showcased today.
Do not mash on this guy.
Dragon from the West, you know, White Lotus Master right there. And I mean, second character, who do you guys think?
I think they mistakenly showed it.
Let's see it. Whoa!
Oh!
Ty Lee,
Wow.
baby. Oh, you know she's gonna be cheap. She's blocking.
She is gonna be fucking
she's
cheap.
blocking some stuff.
Oh yeah, she's blocking some stuff. Absolutely. So
She's gonna be annoying.
hardcore rushdown character.
She's gonna be
really
annoying.
erratic movement. We're gonna make sure that we highlight her ability to do acrobatics.
Who invited
She's
her?
Very much a non-bender,
Nah, she's
but
cool.
She's, gonna be
She's
very,
just gonna
very
be annoying
tricky.
as fuck.
And I'm trying to convince the team to do as much chi blocking as we can. We'll see what we get. Hello, Noodle Arms.
Okay, now crowd.
Noodle
who do you
arms.
think the third character is gonna be?
This is a coin toss. Probably gonna be someone from Korra.
I'm hearing some names.
Could be anyone.
I'm hearing some
This
names.
could be anyone. It's probably gonna be someone from Korra's team.
Okay, okay. Production, let me see the third character.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
Oh fuck. I remember her.
Okay, so a little bit of a surprise. This is one of the only two characters that I said we must absolutely have. While not necessarily the first metal bender you may think of.
Yeah,
she's
it's
for
the
me
metal
anyway,
bender
but,
girl, yeah.
Her variety is really, really cool. The ability to
Yo, what about the
game for her to move
old
all over
the
place,
blood bending old
and do
lady?
really, really cool metal
What is her
bending. Who
name?
doesn't love a person who can do high flying cable style?
Hama,
so
yeah. Yo, that would be a crazy one.
Right there. Okay.
Hama, the one that was showing Korra, I mean
Fourth
Katara, blood bending.
character. Any guesses? You would say to him, huh? You got the Aang avatar going on, but let's see. Who's that?
Yeah, okay, someone's from Korra
My
team.
man Bo Lin.
I forgot his damn
Show
name.
some respect to Bo Lin. Vic,
That's
tell
right,
them.
it's your boy. You said you wanted more Korra characters. We're bringing you more Korra characters. We love Bolin. He's a really unique take on an Earthbender. We'll showcase things that rely on his ability to be a pro bender. We'll also showcase
Pro bending league.
some lava bending, which is a unique take that's a little bit between the fire bending and some of the earth bending mechanics you may have seen thus far, but it'll have its own unique twist. So we're really excited about Bolin.
All right. Obviously,
Awesome.
we have 4 characters right here. The 5th character, you see, it's a vote. And I'm going to let Kim talk about this because this is crazy. I have never heard of this before. So, Kim,
It's pretty
tell
cool.
the people
You could
how
get to
they
vote for the last character.
decision right here.
All right. So the choice.
I thought you were gonna have to vote for the whole
fifth
pass,
character
but I
in
was
the
like,
year
wait,
one
there's no
pass
way
will
we
be
vote
up
for the
to
whole pass.
You guys.
Because devs usually start working on the DLC
At the end of
characters
this segment,
before the game's even out.
We're going to be revealing who those 5 voting options are. So we're going to roll with some exhibition matches right now, and after that, you guys are going to find out who those voting options are.
Oh my God! So like Kim
Wait,
said, we're gonna see.
we get to
some
see what we
of
get to
the
vote for?
character options that you guys can vote for, but we want to show you how sweaty.
They already
this
picked the
game
options.
can
Oh.
be. So we have Solve versus Rice Steak, and these guys are, I would say, the best Korra and the best Toph right here. And
Best
we're gonna do a
Korra
first
and
to
best
four format.
Toph?
And I mean, I'm curious to see how sweaty it is. If you guys have been
I'm
watching,
gonna say
the
Korra
YouTube
wins. Korra is
channel,
busted in this game.
with their matches that they have been posting, it's like really intense game.
Korra
So,
busted, bruh.
I want to see that. I want to see the
I'm
matches
saying
right
Korra
here.
win this. Why is it
Best
so
Korra
low?
versus best Toph. Who do you guys want to see win? Korra versus Toph? Oh man, damn.
I want
That's what I'm
Toph to
talking
win, but
about,
Korra
baby.
busted, bro.
That's my favorite character. All right.
Best of all,
Let's
10
check
people
out
that
some
play.
of
What do you
these
mean?
games
There's an
right
open
here.
beta.
Let's start the games.
Oh no, it wasn't open. My bad. It was closed.
All right, Jeff, come on, man. It's me and you talking. I mean,
All
you
right.
probably seen these two play. What do you think about the score? First, the
Is that a
four right
stand
now.
in the?
No
Wait,
bias.
what?
It's all about aggression.
So there's a stand in the crowd. Excuse me.
You have to make sure that you go in and you got to
Stand
make
user?
sure that you're able
Is that a
to get
stand
that
user?
first hit. Because if you do that, you're going to be able to take top
Is
on.
that a standee? Holy shit, this is a big crowd for a game not even out yet.
Being able to get around every single thing. So you're about to see over here.
Oh man, look at the character select though. Ooh. Man, you telling me?
Yo, can we get some Azula? Please, I need this. Please,
okay,
Speed,
there we
I
go.
need
Let me
this.
see that Toph though, because I like Toph a lot. Toph, I mean,
Please,
different
Speed, I
variations,
need
different colors.
this.
We got better Earth pillars, so that's gonna give you a lot of different juggles.
Fuck
right?
Azula. Bro, my Azula's gonna
Yeah, the
torch you.
Badger Mole is going to make it
All right,
even
here we
bigger,
go.
better. Oh, it just
I'd be
stripped her
crying.
immediately. There we go. She's already in.
Yeah, going straight in. Okay.
Nice. There we go. Element Surge. Rolled out.
My Azula's gonna have you
Nice.
crying
I
on
like
the floor.
block on that situation, but Toph, what you gonna do right there? Oh, don't anti-her though. Big combo.
Element Surge.
Oh,
Okay.
drops it though. A little bit nervous.
Oh, the back
Wait, is
throw
that new?
into the. Oh,
I
that
never
shit
saw
was
that.
hard.
That's new.
I didn't know you could do that.
Go for the flow escape right there.
Setting neutral.
Into the slide?
Standing B. See the wave dash out. See, Toph is trying to get the space, but Toro
That's gotta be overhead,
is
right?
not giving Toph the option to do so.
Oh, nice. First round.
Nah, Cora busted, bro.
All right, Toph gets two
She's tough. She
more
is tough.
energy points.
If she used that
Is
install
able to
too,
unlock
crazy
level
damage.
7.
Okay, we call it level 7. All right,
Level 7?
Oh, okay. We got the Rock's elbow.
Oh, got him.
Nice combo right there. Over the shoulder.
Look at that extension.
When did that work?
Oh shit, what is that?
Getting in there.
Oh,
the command
that's a
grab.
counter hit.
That's new.
Boom. That shit was sick. Boom.
Yo, that's tough right there. Show
This
some
character's sick.
respect.
Yo, this crowd biased.
This crowd biased.
Show some respect. Uh-oh, the jumping though. Okay, we got 4 energy points.
Oh my god, the elements. All the elements. Give me all of them.
What is these combos?
Combos. Give me all the elements. Oh shit, Avatar
That's
state.
Avatar.
The install.
Give me all the
Air
elements.
dashes over there. Oh.
What does the
smacked out of
Avatar
there.
state
You
do?
can convert
It
off
will
that?
give you
What?
air dashes. It will enhance your next moves. It will do everything for you.
Okay. Okay, but Toph does.
She better run out of it, though.
7 available, right?
That can't be. No, I was about to say, if that's plus, that's
How much
crazy.
damage would a level
That's like a
7 do
multi-hitting
right now?
overhead.
Everything. Everything.
For level 7, don't forget, is a command grab.
Yeah.
Oh, it's command grab. Okay, so it's not gonna be a combo right there.
Oh! Hold on. Speak of the devil.
Hey.
Good night.
Bro,
Good
she
night.
had to learn how to metal bend on the fly.
Yeah, I wish this game wasn't so close to so
Life
fun
or
either.
death, she said, I'm gonna learn right now. You understand that?
That looked like a trailer video. Oh, nice. That was a cross up. That was a nasty cross up.
Nice OTG right there. Look at the
Bro, the
damage.
combos are crazy. Where? What the
Also,
hell?
I would say different life
Top combos are sick.
So, does Toph still have the highest health in this game?
That double overhead?
In the corner.
What was that
Catch
tech
the
roll?
back roll
Holy
over
shit.
there, but
You see how
was
far
able
that
to escape.
was? What was that? Is that a mechanic in this game?
Critical hit.
Like that.
I don't remember.
Pillar right there
You
for
see
the
how far that
sandwich.
tech roll
She
was
has
out of the
to make her own
corner?
She makes her own corner, yeah. Like, she brings the corner to you.
Ah, I see.
That's how it
Okay.
works.
That was a fast right away boulder right there.
Gotta be careful about Oh, got thrown.
That forward throw right there.
Command grab.
Command grab. Ooh, breakthrough.
Critical hit.
It's the first drop kick.
Uh-uh.
Surge. I like that. Go for the knockdown.
Avatar cycle completed. That means you get one special. You change the match right there.
Big combo right there, but drops it though. Gets the corner pressure. American reset.
Oh my god.
Okay. Goes for the forward
Oh my
heavy right
god.
there. Misses the throw attempt. I like to jump out from Salve.
Stay down. Oh, she EX the EX.
We
I
don't
forgot
have-
she
we
can
don't
do
have
that.
four stocks, though,
She
doing
can
the
EX her
super.
EX skills.
Reset
That's
into
what
the
Cora can
command
do.
throw. Cora.
If she EXs the water move, it freezes. I forgot what the rest do.
Immediately, you gotta look out for that.
Because I remember I did it because I tried every character when I was doing my video.
Yeah.
Right? Good air to air right there. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god.
Back into the mini avatar state. Spends it.
Almost caught the back roll.
Pick me up.
Oh my god, the juggles.
Oh, drops the combo. That combo is pretty difficult too, right?
Look at Wan Shin Tong in the background. I don't want none of that. Yeah, she's running away.
Damn MC. I like the wave dash. She catch out of catch.
Nice
air
throw.
Wasn't
Oh, OTGs. Oh my god, you could convert off air throw.
Is he dead? Oh, I thought so.
Almost so close.
Oh, damn.
Watch your feet.
The earth.
Hit him with the watch your feet.
Yeah, watch the video. I dropped that video like a while ago. Tried to recharacter in the video and I stuck with
Okay, the 1, 2, 3 armor.
Oh.
my god.
Critical hit armor. Stay right through the pillar.
Critical hit armor.
Oh,
This is
50,
combo.
60.
Oh my god, look at the damage.
When does it end?
God damn.
Campbell, what's going on over
What
here?
is that damage?
I think
So
we might
much
have messed up.
1200 life, what's going on? Do you have to patch that? Yeah.
What was
Is
that
is how it
damage?
works?
What?
Okay.
Okay.
What does the gold aura do?
What's the
Nice combo.
If you can come back. Ooh, ooh.
nice conversion there?
Avatar state. Here we go. We're not fucking around no more.
A little bit, maybe a little bit too far away.
To make up
How you
for
with that?
one big hit, we'll be able to end it all right here. This might be it. This could be it.
Oh, you're dead.
He could die
She's
from
an
here.
Avatar
No
state.
way he can die.
Oh shit! Look at that comp. No!
Oh my god.
He dropped it.
Oh, good block.
Command grab.
Oh no, that is cheap.
Cheap. So big.
That was
Cheap.
pretty unfair.
Cheap.
Cheap. Cheap.
Man, that was a good mix right there. The command throw, Salve.
Cheap.
Okay, 1, 2, like that. That's kind of like the mid-screen combo that you could do, right? Yeah. That scenario. Uh-oh.
Oh my god,
Nice
damn.
element surge.
Oh, and everything.
Not convert off of that. A little bit too far.
Like that. Scanning him.
Nice.
That was a nice delay over there. Trying to make
Ooh,
sure.
Damn. I'm throwing everything.
Getting closer and closer.
I like the
The spin
back and
she does
forth
is
that
so
they're doing.
sick.
They're really respecting each other's space.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game is so dangerous when it comes to scrambles. You want to get back into that neutral place and put yourself in a
Nice
better
air throw.
situation.
How much should we convert
Watch
from
this
this
conversion.
for?
Watch this. Oh, he's going to
That was a
reset.
cross-up? No, that wasn't a cross-up.
Still alive, still alive.
No, that
One last hit. Might be able to
Come on,
cover.
Saul,
Yeah,
baby.
that shit was evil, bro.
Earth bending, good block again. Watch
Oh,
out.
shit,
Man,
you're
Salve
bad.
trying to jump
Oh,
out.
no.
Unbalanced. Oh, the jump M. With the
Damn.
core.
That was sick.
I believe in Solve.
actually.
I believe.
Nice tech with the 2-0 still. Can Salve put one on the board? Oh, that's a
that
big
was
punish.
unsafe.
Commitments
Hella
were made.
unsafe.
Okay, pick me up.
Oh my god, the
Pick me
wall.
up.
What is
pillar,
this?
conversion. Makes it.
What is this?
That is-
Air
oh,
throw.
yeah,
Oh
air
my
throw.
god, bro.
Music video right now.
Two.
Oh my god. This
Oh,
top
again?
is
Again? That chase? That
No,
counter
this-
hit?
no, this top is OD. This top is OD.
That is new for her.
I'm
She
tapping out.
got
This
a
top
command
is
throw.
OD. No, this top
That
is
is
OD,
cheap.
bro.
You got the Oki and everything?
Nice air throw.
Bro, this top is
Ooh, good
crazy,
pickup.
bro.
Nice.
Able to pick up after the
Go
dive
Salve.
kick.
Oh my
You get that
god.
from an air
Oh,
throw?
nice reset. Nice
The man's
reset.
doing combo
Okay,
video.
air throw again.
Get
You know, I
mad.
feel
Let's
like
go.
I haven't- That command throw wasn't
Nice
one
full
more
screen
that
carry.
much. Oh man, Salve making that command throw looking good. Okay,
nice.
watch this.
Yeah, we need top nerves, bro.
Okay,
Oh,
the
command
throw.
grab.
Boom.
Not the counter hit yet.
Oh, was it counter?
Catch the forward roll over there. Did not find the bait.
Yep. Go for the chase.
Did she only convert off that if it's a
G
counter hit?
actually.
Oh, this might be.
Drop the
Oh
combo.
no.
Misses the standing
Let's
M.
go. There we go.
Ooh.
Solve's got a lot of ground to make up, but I believe. I believe. Just like in the show, Korra always comes
Nah, this
back.
game is hype to watch, bro.
Ooh. Okay, elemental surge. Over the forward flow right there. Here we go.
Damn.
The avatar cycle is complete. I like the wording upon the box.
Oh my god, big jump in.
It's kind of like an achievement.
No, you dropped it.
So you
no.
know what the critical hit was. Yep.
Wow, baited.
Anti-air, that was nasty.
That was a bait.
In.
Oh, was that Grab's gonna hit?
Jump there. Yes.
Oh my
What?
god, what? Wasp
What?
blast?
There's
What?
a little bit of a hitbox
He
behind that
got
one.
a
yeah.
wasp blast
What?
with that?
What?
Okay,
Command
nice
grab.
command throw again.
You need to kill here. You need to kill here.
Is this enough?
Oh,
nice.
reset into
Like the
throw.
reset right there.
Oh my god.
Salve,
You
looking
chip
really
him?
good. There
Nice.
it is.
Kick the shit out of that
Hey,
kid.
let's go, Salve.
Solve
Nice.
on the board.
Everybody loves a comeback.
Kick the shit out of that little kid.
That's right, you're the avatar,
Come outta
Salve.
here.
Come on now. Lock in.
These kids out of here. Get them
Oh,
some
that
like a daycare.
Anti-air. Armored anti-air.
Anti-airs are so strong in this game. So strong.
They did not used to be strong. They used to be pretty buns though. Then they got buffed.
Airs are really, really good. They're quick.
What was that?
And they convert.
Boom!
Right
Oh
there.
shit,
Good
that's a
conversion.
combo.
Watch this.
He said, watch this.
What is this damage? What is that?
Escape right there. Oh,
I think he dropped the combo. He probably would have died.
that was Frieza.
Perfect frame.
Cool. Keep it going.
Hey, coming back.
Avatar state. Here we go.
Version off that. A little too low to the ground. Ooh, that trip is so nasty.
Good block.
Oh my god, the blocks. Oh my god, his defense is crazy.
Like, if you're gonna do air dash H, right? Just
Dodging, blocking triple, double overheads.
what was that?
Uh-oh.
Nice. Found a way in. Cora
You might
has
be
to work
dead.
so hard to get
You might be
that
dead.
opening, but once she does, look at this.
I know you're not.
Look at the time, though. The time is
Avatar state ran out.
Oh,
the
that
armor.
makes sense. The time was only 5 seconds left. All he had to do was play defense at that point.
That armor's doing so much right now.
Rice Tech. Match point. Nice. I like that he was able to duck under the projectile. That's actually pretty cool.
Rice Tech is an amazing player, by the way. I went like 15-0 against him, or he did 50-0 against me. It was
nice combo.
So this getting a game off him, insane. Ooh. Oh, went
Oh
for
shit.
it. There did not pay off this yet.
Oh my god, the combo's not over.
Not
It looks like it's over, but then
What
she
you gonna
just
do,
lifts your
Cora?
ass back up again.
Ooh, go for the flow. Command throw is your
grab.
shot. Let me see the comeback.
Nice.
I want to see more games.
Oh.
The defense.
Oh.
Wow, that back throw.
And just like
Damn, that was sick.
Rice Tech takes it
Nice.
over. Give it up for Solvay and Rice Tech, y'all.
That was good.
Let's give a big shout out for these two players right there. They're showing what they can do.
That was sick.
These are the play testers for Avatar Legends, the fighting game. They're making sure that
Greatest
when this game comes
Earthbender.
out, everything, cool stuff, cool combos, all that stuff is going to be found. And then Campbell right there, Bucktooth, he has to fix it.
It don't go well.
It
does
Top's
not
pretty
go
good,
well.
by the way. Right. Oh, man. But, like, before, obviously, that's cool, man. I hope I get to play them when the game comes out, because I love watching high-level play, though. The stuff that you guys have been putting out has been amazing. And before we showcase the 5 character voting options that you guys can choose, you know,
So there's
Kim,
5
I believe you
to
got
vote
some amazing
from.
partners and collaborators that you want to give a big shout-outs to.
Yep, for sure. We do for sure want to give a huge shout out to some of our awesome partners out there. First off is MKRO. Boom, right there. MKR is a product development studio specializing in custom keyboards and
That's
desk
cool.
peripherals. And we gave a preview of this keyboard at MomoCon, but there it is in its beautiful glory right there. So pay
Kuvira,
attention to our socials
Bushin'
and
Man,
MKRO socials
Sparky
on how you
Boom
guys
Man or
can
whatever.
win, one of these.
What was his name before?
Next slide.
What an income. Oh, that's sick.
Yep. Junk Food Custom Arcades.
I have
over there.
a
an amazing
Fatal
partner
Fury
of
one.
ours.
of
You
this.
guys also saw this at MomoCon as well. They are amazing.
I think that's what I used when I was playing my Switch.
Been in the game
When I
for
played Street
7+
Fighter
years. Also,
6 on
pay
the
attention to their
Switch.
socials as well on how you
For
guys
that
can
video
win
I
one of
did,
these controllers.
I was trying to
Oh,
switch
you
to
gotta
edition of
send
Street
me
Fighter
one,
6. Yeah, I use one of these controllers.
Okay, I appreciate that. Make sure you guys check out Junk Food. They're over here at Evo as well too. So 5 character voting options. We have so much. We
It
have
was a
so
fun
much
video.
information shown.
I got to
Amazing
master in that
exhibition
video.
Matches, and now you get to see the
On
possibility
controller.
of
I mean,
more
on
characters for Avatar
whatever
Legends: The
that
Fighting
crap
Game.
is called.
Jeff,
Switch.
I'll let you have it. You know, I feel like you've been a little quiet. So I want you to talk to the people and tell the people what are we going to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, as mentioned earlier, people who pre-order Avatar Legends, the fighting game, will have a unique opportunity where they will be able to vote for the first-year character pass. So, for the 5th slot in the year
It was
one
a
pass,
roster this game?
So, without further
Isn't there
ado,
like 15
let's
on
get
launch?
started with revealing each character one by one. Our game director here,
Hello.
Kendall Tran, my bad, will then be able to give us a little preview of how that character is going to play.
Oh,
So,
shit.
without further ado, let's go ahead and get started.
I don't know the characters from Korra, so who's the first character we can vote for?
Oh my God! Look
right.
how
Oh, this is
Who
gonna be
is number
suspenseful.
one? Who do you guys want?
Who's this? What? Bro, that's so unfair! That's unfair.
Tenzin
He's gonna
is
fucking
the
win.
father of Aang, the master of
That's
Korra.
unfair.
We reflect both of these aspects in his moveset. He's gonna have a lot of air mobility.
Okay, the other characters can't be some bullshit because this is unfair off rip.
Hey, who do you guys think is going to be number 2? Might be a rival of some sort. Let's see it.
A rival of some sort. Oh, isn't she from Korra?
Kuvira from season 4 of The Legend of Korra.
I didn't watch that, so I don't know what she does.
Like her character is all about control. So we're aiming
What
to
does she
build
do?
a mid-range control character who can use her metal bits to
She's metal bending?
do lots of stuff that we haven't prototyped yet, but it's going to be
Earth
crazy.
metal bender? Oof. Scary.
Sounds cheap.
All right, guys, who's ready to do a little bit of bending? How about a little bit of blood bending over here?
Oh, shit! That's what I'm talking about.
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win?
I'm not biased at all.
Oh shit! Amon from The Legend of Korra season 1.
Amon.
Oh shit!
Bloodbender,
Okay, I remember
and
season
chi
1.
blocker.
That
You will have
motherfucker was
a
fucking
unique
Korra.
take on chi blocking compared to Ty Lee. More likely to prevent you from like sealing your bending techniques.
Didn't he
That's
steal
the thing
Korra's
that
bending like fucking
prototype.
twice or some
In
shit? I don't
addition
remember,
to
bro. I gotta rewatch
blood
this shit.
bending, which doesn't exist in the game yet. What does that mean?
Oh.
Tell us.
You tell us.
Sneaky.
All right, all right.
Yeah, he
so
stole that
let's,
shit like 2 to
let's see
3
a little
times
bit of
or some
royalty
shit.
up on the screen. How about it right now? King. Whoa. King Boomy. Okay, a
What the
lot of
fuck?
love in the crowd tonight. All
What
right.
the fuck, bro?
Tell us about King Boomy from season 1.
I
For
forgot
King
about this
Boomy,
guy.
We
Who's
are
this guy?
planning a weird, eccentric
This guy.
character. He's
I
going to
forgot
teleport
about
through the
him.
ground, reappear in different places. He's going to have a lot of two-part
I mean,
earthbending
I
moves where
guess.
he creates earthbending objects and then does things with them. What does that mean? It's a good question.
You're full of mystery tonight, Campbell.
This guy's
full
so
of
cryptic,
mystery.
man.
Hey, guys.
What does that mean?
One last one right now.
Who's the last one, bro?
She might not be able to bend, elemental bend, but she's got a
I
lot of
remember her.
tech.
I forgot what the
Asami
fuck she does, though.
Sato.
Where's Sparky Boom Man?
Asami Sato, the inventor.
Where's
She's
Sparky
going to have
Sparky
a lot of
Boom Man?
tools, a lot of traps, and a lot of tech. In addition to the electric glove, we plan on having lots of
Why does he look like
setup-oriented
this?
moves.
I forgot he looked like
He's
this.
also dating the Avatar.
Spoilers.
Oh my fucking god.
All right, guys, that is it. But
Sparky
Justin,
Boom
why don't you
Man.
take it away?
Yeah, man, that is crazy. More news that you just have given us. That you gave the power to the people. Whoever pre-orders game, you get to be able to choose which one of these characters will become the 5th character for the year 1 pass. Out of all 5 of these characters, I want to hear which character do you want?
Yeah,
as the 5th
I think,
character?
yeah, it's going to be either Tenzin or Almond, yes.
Okay, I heard all of them. So Bucktooth, you have to design all 5 of them in the future.
That'd be nice to me.
Thank you. But besides that, the gameplay group, Paramount, you guys have.
I'm
put out
pretty
an
sure.
amazing
I feel like
game. This
Tenzin's
game
going to
has
win
so
it
much
because.
soul, so much passion.
Whatever, we'll
and
see.
You delivered so much news for all of us here at Evo Vegas 2026. Kim, I'm gonna let you take it away. What do you got to say to the people for one last time?
All right, so we've heard you guys loud and clear. You can currently pre-order the game now on Steam, but as of right now, you can pre-order it on PS5 and Xbox Series X and S.
Cool.
If you pre-order now on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and Steam, you'll get access to our closed beta that's happening July 2nd through the 5th.
Oh, we got to
Of course,
pre-order
our
for
game
the
releases
beta?
on July 23rd.
I thought it was just free. I gotta pre-order that shit if I want to be in the beta?
It'll be available on all those platforms, PS5, Xbox, Steam,
No,
and
I gotta do that then.
the Switch. We have tons of exciting Avatar activities here at
He
Evo
said in
2026. We've got the arcade cabinets in the back over there.
I'm
We
pretty
got
sure
the
this game will
cool,
do well. It's only $30.
Azula-themed
Come on, man.
museum, and
Please
we
buy
have
this shit.
Flash tournaments as well, where you guys can play this game for yourself.
Those fighting games are
in the
$60,
corner right over
bro.
there. So thanks,
I'm 70.
thank you for
Wait,
all
no,
your support.
I don't think anyone's done 70.
Roll the trailer.
What? Hold on. Who is it? What? Are we seeing a new character? Bro, what is this? Bro, show us Avatar State Anger or something. I'm on Ozai, someone. I don't give a fuck. This is the release trailer. Ozai, I don't give a fuck. Show someone. Bro, this is the same trailer, bro. Show Ozai. I don't know if they're gonna show Ozai or Zahir or any of the Avatar states. Bro, this is the same trailer, no? I have a frame data meter. But I could have sworn I've seen this before, no? Pretty sure just the launch trailer. The release trailer, whatever this was. Boomerang. Oh, she's so sick. Yeah, they got a frame data bar. That's cool. Got hitbox on this too, yeah. Cool. Yeah, some of the footage was reused from the
Let's
other
go, Avatar Legends.
Bro, don't. Come
We'll
on.
see you next
We're
time.
not in the beta.
Legends,
Let's
the
go.
Fighting game. Oh, like I said, Kim said it. They got the tournaments over here. If you want to play Avatar Legends, the fighting game before the closed beta and before the game releases, make sure you guys check it out at the arcade area because there's like at least 5 to 6 cabinets for you guys to try out the whole weekend. Azula's there, Kyoshi's there. I'm gonna be camping out there tomorrow. But besides that, thank you guys for showing us so much information about Avatar Legends of Fighting games. We just saw
It's like 8 o'clock for them. Damn, they've been working all day.
This is insane.
Think I'm a man Justin working all day.
I really appreciate it. And all of you guys watching, thank you so much for joining us. Everyone watching at home, thank you for joining us. Stay tuned because when we come back, we got Friday Night Showdown, Ludwig versus Tyler 1. So let's get it.
Brother. Oh, brother.
All right, thanks, y'all.
No, bro, where the trailers at? Son, the game is dropping soon. Are we really trolling like this? No, oh my god, bro. Y'all gonna leave me with Tyler 1 versus fucking Ludwig? Bro, God. Really, bro? Oh my goodness, bro. Do y'all even want to watch that? I don't even know. Do y'all want to watch that or what? It was K7.
Any Thresh players out there that when you were being called, who could be the best?
I'm pretty like I don't know. No one knows if Ludwig has been practicing. Like
some special things.
This dude, even if he has, Tyler 1 is playing Modern Guile. That is gonna be so annoying to watch. I mean, fight. He's playing Modern Guile and he's like 1600 MR or 17 or something. I don't know. Yeah, Tyler 1's a Modern Guile player.
Had to defeat Medusa 2-0 and
Oh, brother.
2-1. So both players here in this winners finals on the back of some success. But this does put in a situation that they're both getting out of the pools. It's just a case of who does it on winners and losers.
Let's go K7.
Let's go indeed. All right, Thresh.
Fuck, did he just hear what I said?
Show us some stuff.
Yeah.
Vi Warwick. Okay, I like this team. Vi activates so much of Warwick's
K7's playing Yasuo Thresh. Oh yeah, he has been practicing with his team.
It definitely is
Yo,
just too
K7's Thresh is crazy, by the way.
right?
I mean, you guys saw it in the slam. Probably the best Thresh in that
I've seen Vi
slam.
Warwick many a time over in EU.
This Thresh
in
is
the early
crazy.
days, perhaps, but this
Oh my
team
God, he
is just
converts
so
from that.
interesting to me. It's conversion above conversion.
Side switch.
And it unlocks some of those
Where you
lesser
going?
used moves from Warwick, like, you know, the demon flip into the command grab, for example.
he's dead.
Vi actually gives him stuff from that. A rare occurrence for this character.
Wow.
However, immediately K7.
Wow, you even need a spin meter.
Now, even though we're talking about how good K7
Bro,
is,
that
Thresh
assist
already
is so
looking,
evil,
he is still a
bro.
day one Yasuo player who never.
He's
never
dead.
got the character.
He's
Okay,
at
the
level
Lantern's
3
out.
him.
Oh yeah, there's a path here that kills for sure. Oh yeah, level 3. You don't even do anything complicated. Just straight up level 3. I didn't even realize he'd already built it. Hey, that ain't a path.
Yo,
that's a bridge.
Thresh is evil, bro.
That's literally. That's an
It's an
open door.
evil
You just
ass
walk through
character,
it.
yo.
Do your level 3, mate. It's around on the board. Yeah, K7 has some pretty interesting post-knockdown tech, especially in the corner that I'm hoping we get the chance to see. Oh wow, full catch.
Oh, happy birthday.
Off the assist, yeah. I've seen K7
Nice parry.
use
Oh,
like,
we messed it up.
I've seen K7 use like 3 H as part of the pressure sometimes. Like that big old dunk. Wow, K7 covered.
He's
some
awake,
really
bro. He's
funky
awake.
angles there, but was still ready with
Tag
the
launcher. There you go.
Right,
Limit strike.
Yeah,
Get the
that
setup
right
going.
there, going for like the
And
wandering
you
ghost
just-
into the lantern, it kind of really keeps you there.
Every
And then,
matchup of Boom
like,
is third
threading,
strongest
like,
Airbender in
overhead
history.
to teleport and other layers. Really quite fantastic.
Third strongest?
Oh,
You think Boomy would be
far away.
picked?
That is a heartbreaker.
I don't know if
is
he'll be
there
picked,
a
dude.
path that gets the KO though? Because this is
Cool
Thresh.
character
Okay, you're
picks,
already
that's for
getting the
sure.
break bonus, so you're building a lot of meter from this. There's a lot of meter there on the side of Thresh. Wait, what?
Enough.
You could do that.
I didn't get to see what
The
he did,
hit
but
before Fury as well. No break for you. Is that going to kill? That was a long
he's
combo.
dead.
Oh my goodness. I actually, I didn't know you could
Goodness gracious.
I didn't know you
Jesus
could do the
Christ.
charge teleport for the burst into like air dash forward and be close enough to OTG with level 3. I've never seen Thresh
Bro,
do that.
There's
this
so
dude
many new
K7,
different
right?
paths that we'll be seeing
Did you guys
over
know he
the
has a
weeks,
twin?
even after Evo, I'm sure of
He
it.
has a twin
We
brother.
cannot forget that Thresh, this is a new character. Things are not final yet.
I didn't know he had a twin brother.
All right. There's the setup once again.
Oh, got hit
Oh,
by the
damn.
lantern. It interrupted him mid-dive. That's tragic.
I mean, that bloody high claw really
I don't know if his
isn't
brother
as
plays
fast
fighting
as you
games,
would
though.
often hope that it is, so it's
Never
no
asked
wonder
him.
that lantern's explosion caught you dead in your tracks.
Okay, there's a big
K8
punish though. Genghis
K8 is
an
crazy.
opportunity. Oh, caught on the way down, and now there's no break. Okay, this is full combo. Oh no!
That's a really funky conversion in the corner. It is a bit weird. I don't think they fall as fast as they
That's
normally
just so
were. So it's
cool.
gotta be normal.
He's cool
right,
until
okay.
you fight him.
That's more
He's
like
doing 90% of your health from like half
Yep.
screen
Into super
or a half screen
flurry, building
conversion.
up that blur, double down, take the damage.
Boom.
Okay, that's what you want. Get rid of the character. Thresh off the board now. And that's
Dash
honestly
up
a
left
very
hook.
respectable lead now for Genghis Done.
Thing is, it may be Yasuo on his own, but you're still going to have the utility of Thresh assists, and that in many ways is what. Oh no! Or of Yasuo potential, especially with that happy
Hey, if
birthday.
you go for level 3, you get rid of the Warwick too, surely.
Oh, what is this
No, they're still
combo?
that
2x KO.
What is this
I think
fucking
it's a 2x
combo?
KO, Mustard.
I didn't even factor in the possible extension with Thresh. I thought maybe just extend with Yasuo. Go
Whoa!
the 2x KO is good. You're right.
I was just I don't care that Thresh is dead. You've still got the Thresh assists, and that's one of the things that
hell
helps Yasuo out.
Oh,
We'll say
hell
before
nah,
about, like,
bruh.
the Thresh, like extensions that Yasuo gets, but that right there is a perfect example. But I didn't even factor in that might be possible.
K7 did tell you he's been working on new stuff.
Yeah, he has, because
Yeah, that
this
right
is
there,
disgusting.
going for limit strike into like down S2 into lantern, that's something that K7 seems to really.
Why does it
really
leave a
favor.
lantern
Thing is, if
even?
you're someone
Oh
like
my
Warwick
god.
who has
It
the
leaves a
Android zoning
lantern
options at this point,
on
they
any
become very
throw.
reactable at
So
high
you can
levels.
combo off his throw.
Oh, no,
Nice block.
To make it safer, guarantee, and then you get the big
That
punish.
shit is
but if you're Warwick
disgusting.
in that position, you've got Lantern, you've got Wraith. It's so hard to do anything to get out of that. But if you just sit there and take it, you don't want to deal with the mix-up. This guy's going to kill you.
That's got to be it, right? Yeah, just go for level 3.
Enough.
Keep it nice and simple. K7 not messing around. Oh, what a demonstration. I think that was a good demonstration of everything we were kind of talking about. Kind of, really building up K7 there in terms of like knowledge with this team already. Again, I think a unique approach to Thresh. Again, a lot of like limit strike into down S2, into lantern, into
What a character, bro.
Quite creative combo.
What a
parts,
character.
especially on the other side.
Like, what do you like?
Is to
What?
Make it work, and that is
What?
steamroll.
I mean, we did say you're gonna see a lot of Thresh this week.
Like that all pool long. That was winners finals, so K7 moving into tomorrow's games on that winners side.
And yeah,
as we've said, that even kicking
he's
off day 2 tomorrow.
definitely a
going
character.
to Immediate, ridiculously high level,
My
and
light.
important matches, because it's not just, oh, I got to fight this player now. You always.
How long have I been
look
live?
at who
6
you're
hours?
theoretically gonna fight
Wait, so you tell me if I started at
next.
1, I'd be
Winners
at like
all
9 hours by now?
So going
Jeez.
into those first games tomorrow, you
I'd
might
be at
have
like
one of
9
the
or 10 hours
hardest
by now.
matches, and then whether you win or
Okay, I'm kind of
lose,
happy I didn't start at 1 p.m. I would have been
which is
exhausted.
annoying. Even if you lose, that next match could be even harder.
Oh no, that's definitely what's going to happen. You're going to go from stressful match into stressful match all the way up until top 8, and then in top 8 you've got stressful match. Like
I'd have
at least
been
you made it to top
gassed.
8. Yeah, again, you know, we've been saying about how the balls have been a bit predictable, and I don't mean that as a disrespect to anyone who isn't kind of like one of the players we would see, but
it's a testament to how many high-level players.
Belt to ass, I'm afraid.
There's a consistent amount of very strong players who are performing as you would
Hey,
expect.
Gucci.
You know, it's we had quite a few upsets in Frosty Faustings earlier in the year. You know, kind of being the game's kind of first real debut, post-launch major event of that scale. But I feel like we just haven't seen as many upsets events since, you know, and Evo is normally upset city as far as I
almost suffered one.
Almost, but didn't. You know what I mean? Like, and what you say almost is just because it was a 2-1 instead of a 2-0. Like,
hey, it's proxy.
Is that really as close as it's got? Could be. It could be. All right, our next opponents are going to be FJT versus Tokonoko. So we're having a look. We're doing the button checks at the moment, trying to get a little bit of
that's crazy, bro. That is crazy damage.
Again, later
what a character.
These pools, so we're going to be in winners finals territory. We're going to be in, maybe if we don't get the winners finals, it will be the unfortunate
like, dude
business.
beats your ass like you owe him money or something. Like, I don't know.
This is going to be pool
Or got your ass in chains.
So this is the Sonic Inzem pool. So Sonic and Inzem.
Do not open this on stream if you see this. What is that clip, Lee? Lee, what is that?
FJT.
He said, "Don't open this on stream if you see this." Okay, I'll open it on my phone.
Oside Rich 2-1. Drop down to losers. Defeated Irate Kevin 2-0. Ebel 2-0.
Oh wait, I know where this is going. Wait, is that the clip when someone invaded the Discord and started?
Absolutely claw it all the way back. Tokonoko lost round 1 against Aces 2-0.
I'm gonna mute up and open up my phone real quick.
To Sonic and Inzem, and has brought it back from then to now.
So FJT is another instance of losing that first game but clawing it back. How good you'll be feeling making it to day 2.
Oh, Brom Darius as well for the freestyle. The big body team.
Unbreakable.
Charge. Yeah, I love that choice.
Unbreakable's locked and loaded. That shield become very blue, my friend. Ding! Never get tired of that sound.
But even then, the match that FJT lost in winners, it was 2-1, so it was quite close on paper. Yeah, spend the super.
One thing this team absolutely just
it happening at an XQC saying,
so
I leaked the code by accident, sorry.
Anyone that's seen Lightweight play will know that Brom Darius
has me in fucking tears. Like, what? And then someone in the back goes, XQC viewers, everybody.
Okay. Kind of turned it into a reset.
Oh my god, bro. He was smiling on his
big super assist there, creating real estate for the working man, Darius.
Oh man.
Shield assist has been great too. Challenge interrupted.
Oh, that shit has me in tears, bro.
It's a meaty charged H.
Frames.
Oh!
Do not open this on stream if you see this. Is crazy, bro.
Fury now there as well. Tokonoko if it's needed. Okay,
we're playing no games. That Fury just came out immediately.
It was a classic, bro. XQC League in the Discord, that's classic.
Has meter to wow. Can't find the hit. Fury
am I talking about? Go look in the Rivals channel in the Discord.
The opponent away, but
My
no,
Discord.
you activate and get clipped. Tokonoko, first round on the board.
Again, it's the solo jinx. It really puts you in a fantastic position.
11:36. Yeah.
Definitely a character who makes.
I do want to play like
plays.
games today of some sort, but I don't know if I'm even get to. I'm gonna do a predict for the Tyler versus Ludwig, but that shit probably gonna be a sweep. But who knows? Maybe I'll be wrong. Hydon versus Red Ditto.
Here we go again.
See this?
Wait, Red Ditto got actually punished for trying to read the teleport. Oh, and the dash up 6P once again.
Some mileage now.
Say Ditto wins
I had an
this.
opportunity for an attempt at a teleport there. Instead, it's going to be the Records to follow through, but can't quite fully confirm. Still, with an RC, is able to get back in full control.
A lot of damage. Differential between Hydon's Testament. Oh my gosh, no escape. And the big Tinder swipes on the OTG. Red Ditto showing why they are our World Tour champ.
I was going to say, one of the best to ever do it when it comes to drive. Consistently placing so incredibly well.
I mean, and has just been showing off the strength of the Ramithal time and time again. This character, I don't think anybody's ever thought that she was weak, but to see that the length, that was the joke for a long time, was Ram is good, but she can't win. That was a very long time of Rams just like making it to the dance, but not being able to finish. This was the first guy who was able to show up and be like, she can do it, y'all just are not doing it.
I don't know how that vicious rumor got spread in NA. In EU, we had Xando. It was like, yeah, no, this character is bonkers, bro. Stop this nonsense. Stop this immediately.
And Avatar game's gonna have a rollback and crossplay, bro.
Everyone was like, yeah,
I actually hope that game does really well.
Yeah, Ram does this. She, you know, puts swords in the corner. They explode. You can't escape. But like you said,
That's peak right there.
It took a while, I think, for
rollback and crossplay. That's fire.
Yeah, Ram was definitely the best character to not win the big one for a really long time, for sure. Throw the sword,
Overhead.
steals the corner. Come on, you can't do that.
Oh, he's not dead off that? This game is weird in this game.
You know, item. Get that positive
I haven't
bonus.
seen a
It's your
drop of Lucy. I think Lucy might be the first guest character for a fighting game that nobody plays.
Yeah,
because
I'd
she's
already
so
committed up front
ass.
With the 6P, put yourself in a weird
Because
spot.
usually with guest
RC
characters in like what,
as a
Tekken
pretty
or
much
Street Fighter,
guaranteed slap at
the
that
characters
point.
are really good
Correct
and
characters
they're
like to
easy.
Slow things down a little bit, not
I wouldn't say
expecting
she's
a
hard
swap.
in this game, just that she's ass. Some of her conversions can be hard, but like
thinking about it,
she has a lot of micro walks and stuff, but she's fucking ass.
Yeah, sometimes you just need
Compared
a
to
minute
what
for
you
yourself.
could
I
play.
think that is extremely underrated.
She's
I think
ass.
everybody knows that it's a good thing to go back
Which
to
is
character select
unfortunate
and just kind of slow it
because
down
most
for
guest
yourself every
characters,
once in a while. But
I
think it
usually
is
see people hate guest
underutilized
characters,
by a
but
lot
I
of
don't
people
ever
who don't-
hear anyone say they hate Lucy. Because no one fucking
But
plays
now
her.
you're going to be able to pilot that Caitlyn alongside just one character, and it's going to be the Braum.
And that's guilty. That's a game where a lot of people hate
He's been the one to be doing a lot
characters in
of
that
work here,
game.
And he does hit like a truck. He's in the corner.
But
so
I've never heard that.
Let's see what we can get from this. The break bonus is active, but if you can kill the character, oh so worth it. Bonk. Stomp. Now the question is,
What is this tweet?
Kanoko did two amazing
I'm about to
solo
put a
jinx
little
plays
kid
in
who
the
bought
last
the
game.
Avatar game on Christmas and unblockable fireball set up from Iro and then get on the mic and sing Leaves from the Vine. Oh, hell nah.
Oh, level 3!
What the fuck is this tweet, bro?
Executed.
Nah, this tweet is ridiculous,
A
bro.
lot of health. That bounced off his iron chin, didn't it?
That's a
I'm
ridiculous tweet.
guaranteed That did no penetration. That was just a ricochet off his. But that was so disrespectful, though. Forward throw into just super gunshot aim down and just shoot him in the head. Good lord. Only Braum. Oh no! Look at the happy birthday. Oh, this hurts so
This
good.
dude Iro, bro.
Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna finish it. Look at the turnaround.
Iro would not approve, says who?
Reset into the trap. I'm only now realizing that was meant to be the happy birthday song. Yes, because I barely got to dedicate to it. Well, I didn't realize that it went duh, 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 duh. Like, that's not it. That's the second half of it. Oh, wait. No, you are right.
Sherry's in the pool? What the hell? He's in the pool. Oh, yeah, she plays Sea Viper, I forgot.
Shot. Couldn't get out in time. Bro, get out of there. Bro, get out of there. I wasn't able to, and that's a full extension. Oh, that hurt so much.
See if she's cooking.
So the thing about this game is, if you can expose somebody from defensive dive kicking
She
with
got the
Viper,
dress on?
The match is a little bit, not necessarily more in your favor, but you can play it more comfortable. So
okay.
for example, like let's say if you throw them in the corner and you try to drive rush and you feel like they're going to defensive dive kick, right? Sure, you can do standing medium punch or whatever the case may be, but you want to save meter just naturally, but even without the drive rush and you're close to them and you know they're going to do a defensive dive kick, you can do standing roundhouse.
Standing roundhouse.
Yeah. And
Nice
then,
and easy. Ah, it's the catch tool, yeah.
Exactly.
A lot of characters have that, but
playing?
hers
They're
had,
about
hers-
to play. It's right here. I'm just waiting for it to start.
Yeah.
They should be starting like
I do that
any
with
moment
this,
now.
Outside the range. Oh, nice catch against the throw. Cammy has one of those options too as well.
Wait, what are they going up to? First to 10? 5? What are they? I don't know what they're going up to.
Waiting for that. I see you, KT. Okay.
The walk back.
Does anyone know?
Whatever button was out and about.
Hey, tranquilo, KT. That's our friend. Tranquilo. Imagine.
Do you like that?
Okay. Best button here for sure is
First to 7?
Yeah.
Oh, gotta watch out. That's why you gotta practice. You gotta do the face
Ludwig
more to
tweeted
face up,
saying,
allow the space trap, or just to
I have to
react
put in the
anti-air.
work. I
That's
predict a
big gap.
10-4
That's the only
win.
thing. That's like a big weakness, but at the highest level, you don't really see that too much.
So I guess it's first to 10.
Plus his health
Maybe it's not
throws
7.
medium. The trade benefits her. Reversal buttons from KT.
Nice backdash.
Bro,
Reset of the situation. Sherry's still in there. She got
as soon as the Betty is just... Oh, that Betty was just an exhibition?
Even a light you can kill right here.
Oh, yeah.
The format was funky.
Beyond done. The level 1. All right, Sherry.
That's what I like to see, man.
It's a funky, confusing format.
How it's gonna have to be. All right.
Oh my God, this is the guy with his fight
like
stick.
seeing the homies care, bro.
Right. Yeah.
Bro,
Like,
what
she
is
don't care about
this?
results, nothing like that. She gets the results, sure, but she's always here to get back, no matter what it is.
That's the play.
That's it.
True.
This, bro.
And she got a character too.
Yeah, exactly. Her character really came back. Yeah, it was killing me seeing her play Luke, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Hardly in it with the bison either, you know.
Yeah.
I feel it. Yeah.
Here we go, KT. Okay, nice on the shimmy side of things. Ooh, wasn't ready for the drive, the impact. Oh, big
combo though. No, the crouch fierce wasn't able.
Him playing with this shit is ridiculous,
Even if
though.
you're not sure with the straight raw crouch fierce, just do crouch strong, get the punish down on the ground.
Okay. Let's go for something nice and easy. Wake up level 1. Coupler is online.
She messed up the super jump cancel. She tried to cross up to get out the corner, but it still worked out though. Oh, this is where you want to burn out city.
Brother.
It's okay. Take your throw.
Oh, the chase down the back dash.
He was playing with this shit earlier too, bro. Can we beef? Can we be for real, bro?
Off the rip?
No way this shit work, right?
She gets close to stand around.
Playing guilty here. What we're doing. I feel like
Counter poke with the crouching meter punch.
It did work. He was playing fucking May, and he.
I don't know. We're locked in.
Oh my goodness, bro.
I was about to join you, Loki.
Yeah, my bad.
Nah, you good.
I was getting bird watching, as you would say.
Scoop.
Hey, the throw again.
Scoop, do it again. Oh,
boy, the walk up medium. Killed. Almost caught them playing a button. The plus range right there. Nice and deep with it.
She did the neutral jump one too. Okay, she's been practicing. So she did. Okay, so if you do medium punch thunder knuckle and you finish it,
yeah,
you go whip crouch short and throw. That's a pure medium. You can't mash on it. You could tech short, but it's a pure medium, right?
Button.
But she did whip crouch short into neutral jump medium kick burn kick. It's
like,
+2 in this version.
what do you even
+1
say to
before,
that? Like,
but with the new buff is now +2. Okay, great offense. KT feeling the pressure, exactly, already in the burnout.
Aiming for that drive gauge. Well done. Gets the anti spins the extension. Put him fully up in the corner.
This shit is crazy, yo.
It's flashing, dog.
Dedication? That is dedication, but at what cost?
I like that.
Carrying that around.
I think we can do it now. We scrambling. Yeah, we scrambling. Oh, that was the right idea. You got the right idea. Oh my God. Don't whiff. Do not whiff. Do not get over zealous here. Oh, KT with the low forward. We find it. We're going to tie this up. Woo, it was close.
Yikes, we're whispering again. We're whispering again, bro. I don't know why we keep doing this.
I ain't gonna lie.
Did he win? No.
It's like, I just
No.
Freestyle department. All right. Akudama scoring that first blood, forcing the break out of Nalgas. And we take the knockdown of the Azuna drop. What's it going to be? Just wakes up normally, scouts it out. Oh, last minute overhead. Yeah, it's the multi-hit of that jump M. It's going to catch you out big time, and that's going to be a Alawi gone already on the back of it. Those multi-hitting jump-ins are just built to mix you to death. Oh, for real. Especially the lower to the ground you do them. It's like, are you going to time it so maybe it doesn't get all the hits? It's like, you know Teemo's like 3 hitting jump-in. Yes, I was exactly thinking of Teemo's one. I love that very much. Wretched beast, Teemo. Okay, hang on though to Snagless. Be able to bring it back straight away. Whoa!
That move was
in
crazy.
the back of the head. That is an illegal move. That quick little light. Wow, that whip. I'm actually quite surprised, but the instant frame 1 Fury. Akudama wants no part in taking unnecessary damage, but gets off. You will survive this combo, but you are going to lose a ton of Fury. And that really is the biggest loss. Fury is your ticket to recover. You definitely still have enough. Oh, that's going to be it. So if you get hit again, Mustard. I mean, this is Ari. You spend 1 super, you extend. Okay, Fury's now expired.
Oh no, what was that?
That actually turns into a potential reset scenario, which actually might get the round.
Nice cross-up.
Caught the button! Caught the button! Round
Nice
1,
cross-up.
Akudama EXE. All right. You were wrong, by the way. This is not the last match of the block. There's one more. Oh, really? Yeah. I didn't see anything else in the queue at the time. Okay, so I've got another one to go after this. Never mind. That match might have still been happening off stream, actually, to be quite pleased to be wrong. So we can get more games. More games, mate.
Come on, Sherry, clutch up.
Lots of damage.
Let's go, Sherry.
Limit strike. Oh.
It's all the motivator. She watches the Monday edition. Shouts out to my boy Neo Judai. Smarts up one good matchup knowledge.
Let's go. Okay.
Rob me?
Okay. That's okay. That's light starters. That's a throw. That's okay. You really got to worry about that once it's past the drive gauge. Throws, that's what you really got to worry about it.
Yeah.
+1. I like that as a choice for the counter poke. That was genius. Looking for the shimmy right here on the side of Sherry.
Oh,
Beat
that's
it out
good.
with 6 punch with the stand medium.
depending on the starter there.
Oh, counter hit.
Crouch fierce. And that is a pack that up, Sherry. Thank you for playing. We appreciate your gameplay, but somebody got to go.
Boom.
Unfortunately, it was you. KT, great job assessing the situation, playing it clean. Ooh, and you know what? Cherry had that.
Johnny?
Definitely dropped.
I haven't seen Johnny in a minute.
Where, you know, despite him having no losing match. No, but he's a character that it pays dividends to have a secondary character. There are so many matchups that are
it's fucking
a
Golden Lewis.
little bit tough for this guy because once they close distance, or just matchups that can potentially be uncomfortable even if it is winning, you know?
It's fine.
Nice interruption. Stay grounded, please.
Oh my
The
goodness.
Johnny.
Bro, why do you use a fucking coffin as a weapon? That's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous, bro.
Ooh,
a whole coffin as a weapon is crazy, you
so
know?
far away from that overdrive. Not much damage, but they get some momentum and draws the burst out of Big Jaws.
Puts it in a little bit of a weird spot now. Touch of a delay as we leave the card. Calling card action, continuing to try and apply chip. You just don't
He
have the
bury your
life
ass after
to be
you
able to
done?
make it happen. And
You're not in his coffin?
Wow. The Phantom 5P.
He get buried in the actual one? Ooh, insta overhead. That's combo. Went low. Ooh, nice spacing.
We didn't even pop the cards. Does then. Was a
Nah,
bit
it's Johnny OD.
too
Hold
far
on.
range for Gold Lewis to get hit by the guard break or the connection of that.
Nice. Very.
Interesting.
I say freestyle a couple layers after that one. Definitely like the idea.
Oh,
Double back dash.
double back
the
dash is
double
crazy.
shimmy for no reason. Culminates
dead.
with the throw. Is able to find the extension
Nah, that was
after
hard.
the Johnny switch.
Nah,
is
that was
looking
hard.
Perfect. It is 1-1. We are back in the mix.
That's locked in.
That's always a good sign, especially for your, you know, your head, right? Being, okay, lots of Axel, but now the Johnny pick is faring a little bit better.
Can't repeat exactly what he said, but Big Jar's not a huge Johnny fan. I will say.
Interesting.
Bro, he's playing Gold
He was
Lewis
agreeing
Dickinson,
with the
bro.
crowd, it seems. Low slash. Almost caught there.
Wonder if he's agreeing with chat, or the chat to say, what color is that kettle?
Keep him in that corner, yeah. Don't wall break yet.
What color are
Boom.
Expose at the top of the dome. I love that with the misfinder here. A little step backwards. Tries to backdash again, making space for himself, but there's no more space to be had, so we'll make some. Jay's in the chat, slice them up.
Explosion. More of a
Nice.
guard break.
Damn. In the
I was
gut.
confident. I was
Straight in
confident.
the
I like
gut.
that. You can't teach that.
Yeah, they're gonna take ages to start, I think.
I thought it was
Maybe it's time to play games. Yeah, they're gonna take ages.
Expose attempting the leg again. Quick little step forward in the misfinder. Short combos, but again, just keep finding these hits. Keep playing the neutral safe. You will eventually win. You can grind it out.
2P doing what it does best, stopping approaches. There's the Thunderbird, but gets caught with the
I mean, I'll watch the
card
Ludwig thing. It's just
top
that
rope.
I wish they can start sooner. They're taking ages.
Okay. Go past. 2K into the step
Because they're
forward.
already like
Legs
extremely behind
exposed, but
schedule.
misfinder
It's 12 for
again.
me. What is that?
One more
9 for
time
them?
Into the breach. It's gonna be a slice up again. Just barely alive off the shatter. It's an even game, but you know, chip damage will seal the
Just grab
deal.
food, I suppose.
2 straight. The swap to Johnny
I
again.
suppose.
Looking like the perfect decision now.
You know, I've just realized looking at that coin, it says 50J. Do you think the Pirates have their own currency?
How do I get into Tekken? You just gotta play it, bro. Show me how to get into Tekken.
50 Jellos.
It's tonight? Yeah, it's tonight. It's right here. They just haven't started yet. It's right here. It just hasn't started yet. The only way to get into Tekken is to start playing it. You gotta start. Find a character you like. I'm looking at video guides or just keep playing. Both. What the fuck?
Do it.
What the fuck?
Chris Nalgas is going to be moving on to round 2 of pools. We'll be
That
seeing
just
him
threw me
again
off completely.
GG's.
Bro,
And also
both.
GG's for doing that while wearing that mask. That could not have been a
This is 2XKO and I said King
what's
Mask.
going on in that thing? That's some cool hair as well. I agree.
One of us. One of us. Although he's got really, what I assumed was really
I've heard these dudes are
natural
twins.
long hair, whereas ours is curly. We
The king?
in that department. Yeah, very cool though. I meant straight hair, by the way, not long hair. If I say we've definitely got long hair, that much is obvious. You can't take that from us. My hair has a tendency to get curly and frizzy, especially in weather I'm not used to. Horrible dry Vegas heat. That's the one saving grace of it. Mate, if I'm not brushing my hair before every single block, the wispy bits just go out of control.
The wispy
I look like
bits.
I've got a little afro. So, now...
A lot of active frames on that far rest.
Oh shit, they're about to start. All right, fuck it. I guess we're gonna watch it. Let me grab food though. I'm hungry. Be right back real quick.
I have a better record than you in Street Fighter 6. Head to head, I beat you.
Nice. A year ago. Play me now. If you beat somebody at a game, are you better than them? Because lifetime, I've beaten Tyler more than he's beaten me. Anything in game or out, I am the greatest. I'm going to crush him live on stage. If he were to lose to me, it would be an irreparable stain on his reputation. I've been getting rumors that I'm a product. It's gonna be so embarrassing for him. Everybody's gonna be cheering my name. Tyler Wood. Tyler Wood. I'm a 6'5", 255-pound gaming legend. I'm great at everything I touch. Chess, Street Fighter 6, absolutely, I am the greatest. Tyler, I respect you. We're friends till death. I'll be at your funeral. But this is gonna be the worst weekend of your life. And I'll be there to pick you up when it's all over.
Welcome to the Friday Night Showdown presented Break Free by Visa. If you're ready for some Tyler 1 versus Ludwig, let me hear you make some noise. There's been a whole lot of trash talk. We've seen it all over social media. We've seen it on Twitch. But the beautiful thing about the FGC is that it gets handled right here, right now on the sticks. The time for talking is just about done. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to bring out our players? Okay. First, coming to the stage, fighting out of the Midwest. He is a multi-role, multi-region challenger from League of Legends. This is one of the biggest streamers on planet Earth today, and he has been putting in that work with Knuckle Do Dang on that modern guile. Put your hands together for Tyler 1!
They got Ludwig's bomb-headed you, Ludwig. This stupid son of a... Ah! Come on, man! Let's go, baby!
Are they playing a trailer? Oh no, it's a walkout. I was about to say. I was about to say, like, what am I looking at? Bro, they're gonna sit there talking first? Oh, great. Oh, great. God damn it, dude. Why'd you stand at him like that? There's audio.
Okay, oh, we're good? Okay, the video just background. All right, Tyler. So, I already heard somebody scream out immediately, beat his ass! So
beat
you
his
have
ass!
a whole lot of support. How are you feeling going into this? You came out here with a lot of energy, like you confident. What's going on?
I'm not gonna lie, I've been putting my blood, sweat, tears in this. I've been practicing for like 2 months. This just took forever to come, by the way. Ludwig's scrawny, pipsqueak, extremely pale, terrible at almost every single thing he does. So I mean, I'm not really worried at all.
Whatsoever. My man is talking crazy, but he has been putting in that work to back it up. But there is someone that has something to say as well. Coming to the stage, one of the fighting pride of New Hampshire. Of course, at one point, this was a top 50 Smash player in Arizona. Of course, one of the biggest streamers in the world. Put your hands together for Ludwig!
What are you trying to get out of this, Ludwig?
I don't want to be your friend. I want to be like your ride or die. You know what I'm saying?
Boy, got the leverage. Okay. Ludwig, he said a lot. Said that you're scrawny. Said that you're pale. Said that you're bad at everything that you do. How do you respond to this right now, brother? There's a lot of people watching.
You know, a lot of people want me to beat Tyler's ass. A lot of people don't like Tyler 1, especially on a website known as Reddit.
I heated it up, but
I
it wasn't
think you're
hot
all
enough.
fucking losers. Tyler 1 is the greatest thing to happen to Street Fighter in the last year. Unfortunately, you're a bitch-made modern player.
Ooh, tell him. Tell him. Hold on, I'm rooting for Ludwig.
And today,
Bitch made modern.
Classic is gonna win.
Bitch made modern.
The modern
Tell him.
slander is crazy.
Nah,
Tell
I
him.
think this is players who have
Never
no life.
mind.
I have 2 kids, by the way.
I need
don't got time to sit here
Ludwig
and
to
learn
win.
all these combos the entire day.
Yo, I heard
Bitch
some
made
boo-
modern.
Can we
Tell
boo
him.
that statement though? That's crazy. Can we boo that?
Why's the caster telling the crowd to boo me?
It's the FGC, baby. It ain't always the most professional. I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay, so we know that
It's
Tyler
FGC.
Wood
Who the fuck
has
cares?
been putting in the work. We've seen him grinding hours and hours. Ludwig, some people have said that you might not really be locked in. What's going on, man?
A lot of people like to talk.
I
They
swear to
think
God,
rank
this dude
is all
better
that
have been
matters.
practicing.
Tyler discovered the training room last week. I discovered it 2 months ago. I've been training every single day, and I'll tell you right now, I don't play E Honda, I don't play JP, and I don't play Ingrid.
Who does he play?
There is a secret character coming out.
Who the fuck does he play? What if
And
he
I
plays
think she's
Gal
gonna
as well?
kick some ass.
She?
He
Cammy?
said she. Who is it? She? We'll find out. You really got no idea. Okay. Last thing that we need is a face-off, ladies and gentlemen. Do we need the face-off?
There's gotta
Right
be Cammy.
here, right now, all that talk.
I don't know
gotta see
mine.
Mano y mano. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on, Big Swole. Hold on, Big Swole. It is about that time to get into this.
It's gonna be
first
Mai
intent. But before we
or
do,
Cammy.
actually, you guys can go ahead and
If
take
it's
your
Marisa,
seats.
yeah, just
Take
pack it
your
up.
seats, and we have to bring up our amazing commentary trio, Justin Wong, Eli Joe, and James Chin. Let's go, fellas. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this.
A lot over there.
Yo,
Okay.
I heard my man talking some
He wilded out.
You
Yeah,
love
they
it. You
wilded
know
out.
you love it, man. This is what
If it's Manon,
OGFGC is all
if it's
about.
Manon,
man.
I swear
That's
I'm not watching
insane.
this.
All right.
If it's
But I
Manon,
am
we're
curious to
getting on a
see
game.
who Ludwig
I'm
is
not
gonna
watching
pick.
this
He
if it's
says
Manon.
she, right? So,
Yo,
Who does
if
he
it's Manon,
strike
where
at?
I'm eating,
I
I'm finishing
said-
my food,
I
I'm
said
closing
Cammy.
this shit.
I said Cammy.
no,
No way,
I mean,
no
no
way.
way.
It's
What about
Cammy.
mine,
It's gotta be
right?
Cammy.
You just go with the mine.
I don't know about my.
I'm pretty sure it's
maybe
Cammy.
Marissa? Armor?
Oh my
I just
fucking
see it,
god.
baby.
Marissa's a good
Right?
call.
Marissa's a good call.
That's
I
a
think.
good call.
It could be
Because it's
Marissa.
easy damage, quick, right? And we don't know if Tyler One knows the matchup on how to stop Gladius.
But Gal does beat Marissa, but does he know? You're right. Does
Yeah,
he
right.
know?
It's knowledge check. But I have seen a lot of Tyler 1 streams. He's been playing lots of rank.
Yo.
My man is rank.
I was in Tyler 1 stream the other day, and I'm like, yo, this boy is grinding. He is playing, and he's mad good, by the way. No offense to Ludwig. I haven't seen him streaming and grinding, but I definitely saw my man Tyler 1 cutting it up in ranked.
Who's
For
been
real.
coaching him? I wonder.
At least he was, when I saw
Someone's been coaching him.
17 MR, high master.
Like
I wonder who.
Yeah,
That's legit.
It's legit. So I'm curious to see, like.
But the element of surprise.
That's a big one. Knowledge check. Knowledge check is huge, especially
Marissa?
in this game.
I think
I mean,
the
he
Marissa,
knows who he
what
plays.
character, all the
But
crowd, what
Tyler
character
doesn't
do
know
you
what
think
Ludwig
Ludwig is
plays.
going to play? See,
Wait,
Viper.
wait. Hold on.
No way,
hold on.
see Viper.
Hold on.
No fucking way.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Marissa? Cammy?
Okay.
Viper?
No fucking way he's
He
playing
ain't
Viper.
using Viper.
There's
No
no
way.
way he's using Viper.
You're all
There's no way he's using Viper.
If he uses Viper, how much money do I have?
You'll shave your head.
Manon?
You'll shave your head again.
Yes.
Like, there's no way he's playing Viper.
But
I'm
I mean,
ending stream.
one of the
There's
things that I love
no
about this,
fucking
though,
way
is
he knows
that
how to play
Ludwig
Viper.
is playing those mind
There's
games.
absolutely zero
Real
shot.
mind games.
He knows how
Trying
to play Viper.
Leak out information that he's using certain characters.
Zero shot.
What if he goes right to Honda? What if he goes right to
Look,
Honda?
I saw the post of the secret account as JP. You know?
Yeah, he
I
actually
saw
mentioned
that.
Yeah.
And that's a
I
good
saw
character
the
against
secret
Guile,
account.
right? So.
And then I saw Tyler 1 practicing against JP
Kim?
in the
Maybe
custom room.
also he might have believed
That
some
could
of
all
the.
be
He got
setup.
baited?
He might have
That could all
drunk
be
the
a setup.
Kool-Aid a little bit.
That was a
Just trying to
shimmy?
lead him on. Trying
That
to lead
was
him
a
on.
shimmy.
It's gotta
That
be
was a
Cammy.
real
He might already
life
be up one. and the
custom
mental game-
match
Cammy,
shimmy.
bro. There's no
See,
way.
that's the best thing. Because
It's
fighting
Cammy
game
or
players,
Marisa.
we play fighting games outside of the fighting games too.
I do want to say one thing. Tyler and Ludwig are allowed to have us coach them as well. So
What?
if they do need help, they're allowed to call us from the couch.
All right,
to
James.
go
What?
over there and give
So
them
go over there and
a couple of
coach them.
hints.
So in other words, Justin's gonna be
No,
doing.
James.
So in other words,
You
Justin's
are the
gonna set up-
encyclopedia.
Disrespect Big Hollywood like that.
My bad, OG. My fault.
okay.
My fault.
My bad,
fault.
OG.
You know how to play Marissa?
No.
But yes, they are allowed to call us
Yo.
up for coaching help. So
But we gonna gloss over the.
I don't think none of them are gonna do
modern
that.
hate
That's embarrassing.
Ludwig just let off right there. Actually, they
Oh,
both.
man.
There was some classic hater and modern
yo,
hate
let
right
that
there.
pop off.
I like
I like
modern.
that energy
Let
though.
that pop
I'm
off.
Fuck
a
modern.
fan of
Oh, hell
You're
no.
a modern geef enjoyer.
I love modern Zangief.
You like straight chaos.
Evil.
Somebody booed modern.
Yeah, let me
geef
hear
up
it
there.
louder.
Ew.
Let me hear it
No,
louder.
you don't hate modern Zangief. You hate
Boo.
modern
You can't be mad
Zangief.
at. Come on, modern
Boo.
Zangief.
Modern
come on.
Zangief
One
is
button
fair.
SPD is
Modern
One
Zangief.
button
Fair?
SPD is fair.
It's fair.
Oh
my
God.
God.
It's only a
Fair.
heavy SPD, man. Come
It's
on.
heavy, yes, yeah,
It's
exactly.
not even
Heavy
the
as
light
Ew.
SPD,
Exactly,
right?
James.
See?
Thank you.
I don't
Thank
even
you.
know
Bro
why
said
we're
that shit is
having
fair.
this.
I'm sorry. I'm on.
Thank
I don't
you.
I'm
even
on
know why
Team
we're
Modern
talking about
Zangief
Thank
with
you.
Justin
Listen,
over here.
you play boring Cammy. She was my main too, but you don't play anything outside your comfort zone.
Listen.
You play top tier.
What?
Wait, wait,
That's
wait.
all you
What?
do.
You play Nash. You play
Justin,
Come on, you
Justin,
play top
wait,
tier.
what did you say about Cammy?
Bro said
What'd you
what?
say about
Honest.
Honest?
Honest.
Oh, okay, all right.
Honest.
Just making sure.
I mean, you don't. You play broken Kimberly, so you
Who
can't
said
talk.
what?
True, fair
Okay.
enough.
You
fair
talk
enough.
about how Kimberly's not that good. She needs buffs. Blah blah blah.
She does need buffs, man. I think everybody else there wants to see
Hold up.
Kimberly be
Yo.
even stronger.
No,
What?
see, they're tired of the two bombs. They don't want to see double bomb in the
Dude,
shenanigans.
What if Kimberly is who
Kimberly,
Ludwig
I
is
didn't even
using?
think about Kimberly.
No,
Right?
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
I don't
think it's a
believe
little
Kimberly.
too much.
Do you guys actually believe that Ludwig has been secretly grinding? Because I do.
I actually do.
He's too confident, bro.
I actually do. I do believe he's been secretly grinding.
He is
I
too
do.
confident.
He's from the culture. There's
I believe
no
that.
way
It
somebody
all
lets him
depends
be
on the
scared.
first game.
Yes.
Isn't it
I
Gao
mean, we'll
mirror
see
match?
instantly after
There's
the first
no
game.
way.
No
There's
way,
no
no
way
way.
it's a
Gao
Gao
versus
mirror.
Gao mirror
No way,
match?
no way.
What?
There's
It's
no
a
way
button
it's
check.
a
No,
Gao
no,
mirror.
okay,
Oh,
okay.
button check,
Button
button
check,
check.
button
Button
check.
check.
No, no, bro, no
It's
way.
a button
We do
check.
not want to see a guy mirror.
We don't.
Let's see.
I'm saying
I'm
right
gonna-
now.
yeah,
If
thank
it's
you, Rob. We
classic
don't.
versus modern, when it comes to Gao versus Gao, modern Gao's gonna win. There's less,
Yeah,
you know,
that's true.
100%.
stress.
It's just buttons.
You just hold back.
Just buttons.
Hold back,
true.
press
So-
punch.
Yo, everyone out there, we didn't do this yet. Do we like Tyler 1? Who likes Tyler 1? Let me hear it. Let's make some noise for the boys.
Okay.
All right, cool.
All right.
But there's someone else up here. What about Ludwig up here?
Oh.
Okay.
I need Ludwig to win.
I
do not want Modern Gal winning.
That was super close. That was super close. Okay, I like that.
All right, so
I
just
do
wanna
not
mention one
want
thing.
Modern to
I'm
win.
actually worried for Tyler
Never.
1 right now. I'm worried for him because if Ludwig wins one game, look at Tyler. If Ludwig
That's my
actually,
guy right there.
If Ludwig wins one game, he can't block him because he's here in person.
You gotta run the set. You gotta run the set.
You can't leave.
Set, brother.
Wait, Tyler,
No
Tyler,
OF4.
you be blocking people?
He be one and done.
No, I'm
What
with
do you
him.
mean?
I'm with him. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Ingrid's fair.
He said he only blocks who? JP and Ingrid. That's it.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But Ingrid, let her rock. She just came out. You just don't know the matchup yet.
Exactly.
That's all.
Ingrid's definitely not block worthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. JP though?
Oh yeah, for sure.
JP, I can see that.
100%. 100%.
I fucking hate Ingrid's damage though. Oh my god.
You out of blocking his ass, but he's
Wasn't they banning Ingrid?
I'm really curious on the character.
No,
We're all just like sitting. Oh wait, no.
Oh, why did we not think about this?
I was about to mention Menard, but I was like, there's no way.
Wait, Kimberly? Hold
Oh
on.
my fucking god! If it's
Hold
Kimberly.
on.
Oh, he's teasing
No
us
way.
now. He's teasing us.
You don't know Chun. No way.
Chun-Li?
No way.
We don't even got
no
the DLC.
Way. There's no way he knows Chun.
Yo,
We're missing season 1.
what version are we playing? Who's responsible for this?
What if he actually plays Akia?
You called
Wait,
it.
Hold on.
You called it.
Okay.
Justin Wong
I
is
told
never
you
wrong.
guys. Armor
He's
City.
never wrong.
Armor
That's a
City.
crazy read.
Muscle.
Superman punch, skip neutral.
He is never wrong.
Oh, I didn't do a predict.
Coming out for the action. Here we go. It's game number
Right
1.
away. Oh, you can't do that. Hold down. Wait. Double perfect parry.
We got that.
Hold on.
We got those modern reactions.
Okay, let's see. He's gonna try to see. What? He got a model.
Critics up. Vote.
Hold on. Big Gladius. Big Gladius in there.
Yep, Gladius, baby. Armor up.
Yeah,
but you
look
can't
at
do
this.
that.
Just gonna pepper him with the Sonic Boom.
There you go.
That counts. That's big. That hurts.
Oh yeah.
Big damage here. Does
Oh,
he got a
no.
combo?
He got combos.
He got a combo.
Oh shit.
He got safe jumps. He got safe jumps.
We got safe jumps in the house.
What the fuck? Why does he have
Oh
six
my
jumps?
God. He
Oh
has been training.
no.
Yo, Marissa.
Bro, he did. That was crazy.
Why does he have
This is
six
the flash
jumps?
kick right there.
Don't whip your.
Oh shit, he knows how to play.
Hey.
Obviously, Marisa could do a ton of damage.
This is the boom right there as well.
He got
Back heavy
safe
kick.
jumps.
More booms. Here we go.
Let's see what happens, bro.
I wanted that was the dry rush.
Oh,
Hold
it's
on.
punished. Nope.
I like that.
Oh, you can't do
Oh
it.
my god, you can't do that.
You're trying to block
You can't do
with
that,
your
Tyler.
face.
Try to make the flash kick. Maybe a DI. Let me see it.
Oh, nice
Just
reaction.
patient there, waiting for the choke.
Nah, the DI's coming. Watch.
DI's coming.
The DI's
coming.
But he's
The DI's
turned
coming.
out.
Can he react?
And
Can Tyler
Level
1
one
react?
super. Oh no.
Ooh.
Game
game
number
one.
1.
Fuck.
To Ludwig.
Oh fuck.
Oh, that
That's
pressure
game
hitting
one.
right now.
To be fair, I'm not surprised.
Right.
Ludwig knows how to play. He played
Now,
Smash
this
for a
is the
shitload
time we try
of
to
time.
see if he can make the
Oh, no.
adjustments, but
That's
again,
big
He played Melee for a long time.
Justin.
he knows. He knows. Oh, he's
And
going
the
for the
setup.
combo.
Oh, he didn't block.
It's just easy damage combos,
Yes.
right? That's what he's doing right now. Nice tech on
So
the
you
throw.
need-
Yep. Goes through the boom.
I think this is the
No, he's nice.
Oh, he missed it.
If he did a drive rush extension there, I'd have lost my shit.
Okay, all right. But there's a lot of life he's got to make up for right now.
He is.
The audio's delayed, by the way.
Go play in the game. Slow it down, Tyler. Slow it down. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about
Don't worry
that.
about
Nah,
that.
He can't take another
Don't
one.
worry about that.
He can't take another one.
Nah, he's good. There you go. Play the game.
All right, we got to back off.
Yes.
Looks like.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. But you got to be careful. One hit from Marisa will take this round.
Standing heavy kick as well with the
There you go.
DI.
Good stuff, Tyler. Good stuff.
Oh!
Armor!
He recovered in time.
Armor,
He
baby.
recovered in time.
Yo!
Armor, baby.
knows,
I
Casey.
told you, armor too good in this format.
The armor and the fact that if he ever baits out the flash kick, he can do so much damage.
Oh, we burnt out though.
Predict's gonna end
One,
soon. Vote,
not
vote, vote.
watching his meter.
Yeah, Ludwig got to capitalize right now. He got Gal burnt out. He's thirsty.
Yo, Ludwig got these perfect parries on these moves though.
Oh no, it's gonna go over.
The counter? That's
All right,
gonna
that's gonna be the armor.
Reactions,
There you
water
go.
reactions.
Oh,
Oh,
no
a
crouch
choke.
here.
Anti-air, that's a weakness for Marisa.
Yep. Oh, that would have hurt. Hold on, Ludwig's got bar. This could be a game.
Level 3.
Oh, you're dead. You're dead. You're dead.
Level 3.
Oh my goodness!
He
Game
got
number
shit.
2!
Oh,
To
shit.
Ludwig!
Oh, shit.
For all the non-believers.
shit.
He got that.
This is... He really has been playing.
He's been secretly training
He
the
really
whole
has
time.
been training.
There's a lot of strategy that's
Oh,
going on with Ludwig,
shit.
right?
Let's hear it.
Marissa's a great pick. We got Armor City.
Uh-oh.
Right? You got Phalanx to go to Sonic Boom. But the biggest one is the medium punch, right? Because if you press light, the medium punch is going to just suck you in as a character. And you get a free combo because you don't have to worry about the hit. Medium punch.
Yo, watch Marisa.
Medium punch.
I think I love Big Bird's Marisa.
I mean, you can see it.
That shit is cinema.
He's tapped in.
Yeah, he's
I never
tapped in
forget.
for real.
2024 Red Bull Kumite.
Good stuff.
We haven't even seen the command.
That shit was
Trying to
cinema.
DI him. Look at this.
Was it 25? No, it was 24.
Drive reversal.
Drive reversal.
Gets the hit.
He's using mechanics.
He's using
Burns
mechanics.
himself out again. But they're both burned out now.
They are. Yep, wait for that. It all comes down to a patient game at this point. Yep, just block it out.
Yep.
There he is. That's a great trade from Marissa.
Yeah, exactly.
He could chip out with
Just
level
needs
1.
Damn. Once
my
again,
God.
the Phalanx, the super. He picked a
Superman
character that
punch.
has all these anti-Sonic
That shit go crazy.
moves.
Nice.
No, this is a very strategic hit.
It is.
Very, very strategic.
Yeah, see that medium punch again
medium
against
punch.
the jab.
And he knows the combos. Nice reset.
Safe
Good
jump
setup.
as well.
Oh my God.
He's dead. He's dead.
Oh my God.
He's
Those
dead.
combos.
Oh.
Missed
Bro,
it,
if
missed
he hit
it.
that into OD, he would have been
Tyler
dead.
still has another
He
chance over
actually knows
here.
like the B&Bs.
Oh, good stuff. Here we go.
Oh, there we
Yes,
go.
sir.
All right.
Don't do that much damage. He's modern.
Okay, Sonic Boom.
Oh, but once again, the
Oh
medium
no, this is a
punch.
beatdown.
Medium.
The medium
This is
punch is
beatdown.
doing all the work.
100%. Anytime
This is a
you
beatdown.
block a jab or
Right,
any
so
negative
This is a
punch,
beatdown.
the
Select
medium
screen.
punch
Go
This
back.
is a
Select
beatdown.
screen.
Try to press a button.
Nah, this is a beatdown.
Tyler has to,
Oh, no.
he has to realize that
Yeah,
the,
he's got to go in.
oh,
Tyler's
that
got to go in.
got to the other side, so it just beat the flash kick.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
no.
big punish again.
Oh,
He
no.
thought that there was going to armor through
Nah,
the
this is
Sonic
a wash.
Boom.
Easy
Safe
This is
jump.
a wash.
Safe jump. He keeps trying to
Nah.
flash kick. You can't flash
Do it
kick.
there.
I don't
Yeah,
think
you
he knows
can't
that's a
flash
safe
kick.
jump.
Can't flash kick. That's it. Oh,
And
here we
that's why
go.
he keeps on doing
That's
it.
One thing about the
it.
FGC, this will always surprise you.
It needs a perfect parry. Just perfect.
Because what the fuck?
Block.
Or
Okay.
block. Or block.
Yeah.
Tyler needs to go to character.
This is ridiculous. Tyler needs to go to character selection. Yeah, he does. He needs to cool off. I feel bad? No. Do not feel bad.
No, I don't think so at all.
He probably didn't think
This is the FGC. Do not feel bad.
Ever.
And the thing is, when you're playing Rick,
That is not
how
his work.
commonly fight.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
good point.
And this is the thing. Marisa's the kind of character.
Slowway's rank. No one knows because he never played on the stream.
Just blow you up.
Everyone thinks Slowway hasn't been practicing, but he clearly has.
A lot of knowledge.
Heavy knowledge check.
But I did notice for Tyler 1, he's messing with his Sonic Boom.
Overhead-
Every
oh my God,
time
he
does
blocks
Sonic
the
Boom,
overhead too.
He'll whip a forward
Wow.
heavy punch
Heavy
instead.
punch, go ahead.
So that means he's doing the Sonic Boom input way too early.
Okay, burnout.
All before he has chargers.
Yeah.
So he's doing back fist because he's not
And that's a
enough
great
guard.
example there, too. After blocking the Gladius punch, Tyler 1 should be pressing the advantage right there, but he's just letting Ludwig
Ludwig's
be
the
able
winners.
to get away with it.
Sometimes just knowing the frame data is not that easy, right?
Right.
Especially
Oh,
if
there
you're
you
not
go.
used to Street Fighter.
You're
That's going to be
dead.
dead right there.
He's dead.
You're dead. Oh
Look at that.
no.
That one combo.
To
That's all he
You're
needs, right?
dead,
One combo.
bro.
He just looks for that medium punch, medium
Oh
punch.
no, bro.
Tyler's got to take a
You have to go to
take a
character
break.
select screen.
Take a break.
Go
Character
to
select
character
screen.
select
You know what the thing is?
screen. Please.
You might have to block Marissa's from now on.
Go, this is not normal. Go to
He about
character
to block
select screen.
Marissa.
It's been 2-0s, 2-0. Bro, you need to cool down.
So my question to you guys, though, if Tyler can't get a single game...
Oh
would you
my
call him
God, this
Tyler
guy is
Zero?
trolling.
Yeah, we got to change his name to Tyler
Yo,
Zero.
what are we doing?
Yeah, all right, James. You got one.
What are we
You got
doing,
one. Look
bro?
at the damage.
Bro.
Look at the damage.
Sign.
Oh my God. Try to bait the flash kick out. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
The problem is Tyler's damage output is too low.
Yeah,
It's too
not even
low.
a
It's
quarter
too low.
of
Oh
what
my God, he
Ludwig
could whip
do
punish
with
that. You'd have been dead.
Look at that. Oh. So he doesn't even need to confirm. He's just looking for mediums at this point. Gladius with the armor. That's fine. He's going to do it again anyway.
There we go. That was nice. Baits out the
Okay,
throw.
set up.
Oh,
Anti-air,
anti-air.
Oh,
He
he's got
knows.
the anti-air.
Jump in, you're
He got
dead.
the jump in. It's
Ugh.
not enough to...
Okay, the forward medium punch. I like that.
Oh,
That was good.
Nice.
He adapted. He needs the 3
But he's
hits.
burnt
That
out
was really
though.
smart.
No, that's not gonna work.
That's not gonna work. It's a projectile, so
Projectile
that move is projectile invulnerable. You
Ludwig
can't do
has
that.
scoped out. He
This
knows
is
as a
not
modern
it, bro.
player, He's gonna
Bro,
react to the
Ludwig
forward
needs.
movement.
I mean, Tyler needs to go to
So he
character
just
select
throws
screen.
out the phalanx.
He needs to
Not
cool
gonna
off,
work.
bro.
Man, my man did some research.
Yo,
Research.
I want to
He
know
was
which
studying.
FGC player hooked
Who
up.
taught him? Was it
Who
Big
was
Bird?
training
Who is
Ludwig?
training Ludwig?
Who was training him?
Lazy
Yeah.
boredom?
All off
Imagine
screen.
lazy
If
boredom.
it's lazy boredom, that's crazy.
Yay.
If he says anything in the interview
Who was
about,
it?
Of course, then it definitely was lazy.
We need to know who Ludwig's coach is. Is he here in the audience? Stand up and admit it.
Oh, this is the Sonic Boom again. You
Yep,
see that?
Sonic Boom,
the
yep.
charge time is he's not getting it right.
Oh no.
That's about to be a quick 5, Rob.
You're dead.
Get
He's
the
dead.
timeout,
He's
bro.
dead. He's
Get
dead.
the timeout,
He's
Rob.
dead.
Get that timeout ready.
Go to
Timeout,
the character
timeout.
select
Oh,
screen.
hold on.
This isn't
Hold on,
normal,
man.
bro.
Gotta figure something out.
What?
Kyle's hardest counter. Not showing his pick.
This is
Until
fair.
today. Scrub. I'm making a show.
You're
I'm
embarrassing
making a
yourself.
show. Hyping it up.
Tyler, you had a high master ranking. You're a multiple high master guy. Is that correct?
Yes.
I started when I agreed to this challenge Platinum 3.
Oh shit.
In an even battle, I would lose. So I've employed the art of war, buddy. I'm almost embarrassed to admit this. I had Slime play while I was streaming, and I pretended to convince you that I was practicing JP. That was crazy. I am so many levels ahead of you. The 10-0 has been prophesied since I agreed to it.
Oh my goodness, bro.
You are watching a cutscene. I hope you enjoy it.
He was in his head. He was in his head.
We love that.
Yo, this is
Enough
bad.
said, man. I think we got to get to the.
This
Actually,
is bad.
Hold up, no. Before we go. To be honest, did you think that he was this good?
What do you mean he's playing Marissa? I have a 20% win rate against Marissa in solo queue. I can't beat anybody at Marissa.
Gal wins that
Are we
matchup.
getting a 10-0?
We're getting a 10-0, and it's all thanks to my coach. I want to shout out Zach Hankey. He's the Marissa God.
Zach
Shout
Hankey.
out.
What did he say?
It's a 10-0 here.
He already shouted out his coach is only halfway through the set. You got to lock in right now.
Lock the fuck
I just need to
in.
get a round. I'm going to be honest. We got to start with the round.
Let's get to it, y'all.
It's been
Come on.
2-0,
Let's keep it going.
2-0. Please lock the fuck in, bro.
Let's
Not
get
like
back to
this.
it. The Friday Night Showdown presented Break Free by Visa. 5-0, fellas.
Oh my God.
I really think Tyler
one's
1 needs to slow down, take a breather. We're also here to help. He hasn't.
Thank you, bro, at the character select screen.
Right. Like that. But
Oh, he's the ass.
I mean, I definitely know better.
For sure.
yeah, you definitely know better.
The damage output is just way too low for Tyler.
It's too
1.
low.
And the thing is, he's looking for way too many level 1s against Phalanx. The thing is, if you see Phalanx, just flash kick.
Yes, don't.
That's all. it is.
Instead of
Right,
super,
you don't need
no
level
super.
1. You want to save for your level 3. If you have the level 3, then you could use that as threatening against
finish
Phalanx,
the-
Gladius, everything.
Yeah, he has no he has no combos and he's modern. I don't think I've seen him do a single drive rush combo.
Movement and just doing it.
I don't think he even got coached at all. It's literally just him playing ranked.
Bro, did you hear his tech? He said he had someone
That's
else
crazy.
playing.
Levels.
I don't know if he even got, if he gets like a
was
punish
watching
counter heavy
cutscenes.
kick. I don't know if he'd even know a combo for that. Other than like I guess a auto combo.
Outside of the game.
Does we have throw loops?
Oh, no.
No.
Safe jump again.
Again, he keeps trying to flash
Bro.
kick.
Hit by that every time.
You gotta hold back.
I need him to come over here.
A 10-0 is crazy.
I need Tyler to come over
I just
here.
want him to block the safe jump.
Yeah.
I want him to know that he cannot.
We can start there.
flash
Block
kick
the safe
that
jump. That's it.
And
We can start there, bro.
Yeah.
And Ludwig is okay with him only flash kicking him all the time because he's always burning himself out.
He's gonna do it again.
Do it again.
Oh, no, he did.
Oh, no.
Oh, he went for the command grab.
Damn, we implemented a new move.
You waited
Gotta
for
watch
5
out,
games.
he's
to
got
do it.
that
You
level.
waited 5 games.
I'm in your head.
Got that level 3. Oh, he missed the
Sonic
side
Boom
move.
miss.
He didn't
Nah,
charge it
I
up.
can't watch this.
6-0.
Nah, I don't know if I can watch this, bro. This shit is bad, bro. This shit is bad.
Tyler's face on
it.
that man's soul has left his body.
This is called
This shit
when you
is
get
bad,
tilted on
bro.
ranked. You don't stop.
You just keep going. No,
Yep.
no. We're not on rank.
Bro.
You see right there, trying to go up for the throw was too far away.
Nice.
Bro.
Yeah, that armor doing work right now.
I don't think he even got
can hit
coached
that
at all,
low.
bro.
Look
It's
at
just
that
him
armor
playing
doing
ranked
work.
because he doesn't know a
You can hit
single
that low with the
BNB.
crouch beam.
Punish.
You gotta punish that. Okay.
It's like when we do the slams.
It's kinda
There's
hard
always
to
like
punish, right?
there's always
Especially
like
when
2
you're
to
not
3 people
used
that
to
just
seeing
don't
these type of
practice
target
at all.
Oh yeah, of course.
And then that round robin hit.
Damn.
And they're
Nah,
like,
he got
oh
the headset
shit,
on.
I'm getting
You
cooked.
What MR are y'all placing this Marissa right now?
Oh no. Oh.
This Marissa has got to be like 16.
This might be
16,
like a
17.
Like a,
Maybe just
like
like
a 1490.
Oh wait.
Maybe around that.
Okay.
around?
Correct.
Around.
Yo, okay.
He jab, holy shit.
Tyler.
Okay.
It's okay.
Tyler getting around in.
See, you know what it is, right?
Like if
Rob,
that jab would miss and you got up and
the
smacked
reason
him,
why I
I'd
say
have
it's
cried
like
laughing.
1490, right? Even though Tyler 1 got 1600, maybe
No.
somebody got frustrated
No,
fighting
Tyler.
Guile. You know, sometimes you get those
Oh my
ammo
god,
wins.
you're dead. He's dead.
So drive rush.
Don't spin the meter.
overheads,
Oh my.
cross-ups, perfect.
All right, don't get hit. He got level 3. You already
No.
know he's gonna take 60 of your health.
Yeah, I mean, whoever was his coach and told him to go Marisa is masterclass right now because this is paying off for Ludwig so well.
So well.
There we go. Okay, yep.
And actually,
Okay, there we go, Ludwig. We're
Tyler
making a
Rush
move.
will find the
He tried to
successes
super
with
right
drive
there.
impacts. But, okay. Okay,
Nice.
wait, no drive
Nice.
reversal.
Oh no, we might get a
Those
game.
nerves.
Those nerves.
Okay,
Chip
yeah,
him out.
he's
Chip
gonna
him
try
out.
to chip him out with the sonic
Smart.
booms here.
He can level
Look at
3 him
the
from
chip
afar though.
damage.
Now look for the jump. Look for the jump.
Don't throw it.
Yep.
So, my level 3. He's looking for it.
Yep. He's looking. He's got that CA on deck.
Oh, he's
he's
just about
blocking.
to get the green back.
Oh no.
Oh my.
Oh
in the
no.
corner.
Uh-oh.
It's so scary.
Okay.
Oh,
We get a
Oh
game.
no,
Tyler 1 is on the board.
Okay, we have an actual fucking set. Holy shit.
Let's go.
Holy shit. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, not the best
Yo,
start.
the comeback would be crazy.
Comeback would be nuts.
The Gladius.
Yes, he's trying to get out of the corner. There we go. You gotta get out of the corner.
No.
Couldn't get the auto
Okay,
correct on that
he
one.
didn't do a combo. It's only a punish counter throw. It's not that
Oh,
bad.
almost the armor went through. Yep, look at that. Standing heavy kick.
No.
Oh,
It looks
You're
like
dead.
Tyler 1 just wants
If
to
you
be
did level 1, you're
Go
dead.
again, safe
just
jump.
wants to be
He's gotten hit by that every time.
Ah, bro, please.
Burns him out.
Oh
Wrong
no.
one.
Oh no.
Wrong one.
He had already had doing the level 1 super in his mind, so as soon as he saw the jump.
Yeah. He should have done the anti-air level 1, right? Instead.
Oh, that's right. But is that option available in modern?
I think you have to do it manual input.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
The thing is, it
I know.
seems like Tyler's also
Like,
trying to do modern.
I don't know,
I would
bro.
say
This shit is
the
painful,
official
yo.
input for Sonic Boom as well too.
This shit is painful to watch.
Standing heavy kick. He's getting these trades.
Okay.
Yep,
Watch
yep,
out.
yep,
One
he'll take
standing
it.
medium punch is all Ludwig needs right now.
Yes, and
It's
Ludwig,
all
he
the
knows.
spacing right
He
now.
knows the combo. He will kill.
Okay.
Nice
That was
flash
deep.
kick.
That was a good flash kick. Okay, drive rush forward.
Probably gonna be like
Keep it
7-3
lane. Play
maybe,
it simple.
7-3.
She gotta come to you.
Keep that drop gauge low.
Here's
Yeah.
the problem.
3 maybe.
If he gets hit one
Hard to
time,
guess.
Ludwig can kill him with that level 3.
That's why
He
he's
has
blocking.
to be so careful. Oh my goodness.
That was it.
The punish is a now on point.
Oh no! Just like I said, the level 3 now. Oh no, it missed! It dropped! It missed! What was that?
Oh, why'd that
I've
drop?
never seen that drop.
I've never
It
seen
can
that drop. Yeah.
happen!
He just
Why'd
missed
that
it.
drop?
Happen.
I
It's
have
too far
never
away.
seen that drop.
I've never
Okay,
seen that.
maybe this is the fortune
Mid-screen.
that Tyler needs.
He should just level 3 the movie.
Nice, there you go.
Nice
Look
reaction.
for the
Tyler.
phalanx. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, if it's in the
Play
corner,
that
it'll
Sonic
connect.
Boom game.
But
Run
since
the
it's
clock.
So far.
Yes, this is how Tyler wants
I've
to
never
play.
seen that.
Yeah.
Wow.
This.
Wait for it. The Superman punch is coming.
Yep.
There. See?
Okay,
smart.
Yeah, you gotta be patient. Gotta know that he's gonna come after. Nice. Oh, he's nice.
Yeah, he is adapted.
Confirm.
Plays the lane game.
Tyler's
Oh,
not
see?
bad at
Again,
getting.
Sonic Boom right there.
That messed up
But
the
it's not like he was
Sonic
straight
Boom
game. He plays fucking League. It's not like he can't
Play it
adapt.
out.
Oh no. Okay, you gotta watch out for the phalanx now.
Oh,
I
can't do
can't.
that. You gotta respect
Can't
it.
do that.
Okay, hold on.
Nice. Okay, here we go.
Tyler,
There we go.
2 officially now.
There we go. He's feeling himself.
Okay, now is the sign right here.
He
Can
was stubborn.
Ludwig
No, he did
keep
practice,
this
but his practice is
together?
ranked. No coach, probably. I highly doubt he got a coach.
Jump
He was just
back,
going to
I
do
like
ranked.
that. Go back
That's
to
it.
Nooch. He didn't have the flash kick charge.
I mean, you can tell he didn't practice
Okay.
because if he did, or
Oh,
have a
the
coach,
cross-up.
if he had a
Oh,
coach,
keep
he would know
doing
more combos than this. He's not even using level 2.
Nice.
He's using level 2 to chip out. That's it. From full screen when he's in burnout. That's it. He's not even like, he doesn't have a single driver rush BNB.
Forward throw.
No boom loops, no nothing.
Right there. Okay.
It's just modern Gal auto combos. You train with Knuckle Dude? Knuckle Dude didn't teach you no combos?
That's fine. Eventually.
Well, Knuckle doesn't use modern. So I guess it's going to be hard, but
But he has to be careful because, like, if you phalanx and he keeps
he needs like at least like one of the level 2 links. That was last second training. Oh, well, that makes
Okay,
sense.
medium punch again. Okay, back heavy kick. Tyler playing that nooch.
I think he can come back though.
Oh my God.
He can definitely come back.
I like the patience here. He's blocking a lot more.
He's blocking more. He's not just recklessly DPing. The moment the set started, he round start DP.
Yep, Sonic boom every time. Negative on block.
There we go.
Oh, we got the modern reactions. Let's go.
Completely changed his style.
Completely.
Because he was practicing Revo.
Oh.
Is Ludwig
Right
winning?
there,
Yes.
but the medium
This shit was a
punch again.
beatdown. That shit was
like
5-0
literally a
until now.
vacuum. That button is a vacuum, I swear.
Yeah, he needs to bait out these flash
Okay,
kicks.
finds out that you can punish that.
There we go.
Can't jump on modern.
Now look, first time Tyler's gonna have level 3.
Yes. There's definitely. Oh no! Watch out. Ooh. Yes, hit.
Oh, we didn't get Oki. That's low.
Oh, he should be able to get the combo off of that. Yep.
Side
Nice.
switch? No, go for the Sonic Blade. Okay, Sonic boom. Could have done a sweep right there.
Okay.
Nice combo.
New.
Oh, he knows combos.
No, you don't got
No,
this.
you don't got those.
Sonic boom.
Oh, you don't.
Uh-oh. Chip damage is available.
Oh no!
I thought he
Now
had
he's
it.
going into the round with no meter. Ludwig
No
sitting
meter.
on that full level 3.
Yeah, that level 3 is going to hurt.
That shit's gonna hurt.
tremendously.
And he's on
One
classic.
punch from Ludwig.
Mama muscle right there.
Oh. But so far we haven't seen Ludwig use a level 3 raw to like go through a Sonic boom. So
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be in his game plan,
Right.
right?
So in other words, Tyler 1 could, if he can keep playing this game and just prevent getting his flash kick baited out or something, he should be fine.
But the thing is, one jump.
He's trying to
is
bait
all
the
she
DP.
needs
I
at
see
this
him
point.
trying to do it.
Oh, but back throw into the corner.
Tyler's actually playing patient though.
No,
you're
no,
dead.
you
No,
gotta
level
watch out.
3
Not
him.
bad, not bad.
Oh,
He didn't do the right punish.
He didn't do the right
Okay.
punish at all. What?
Reactions.
Punish counter level 3 his ass.
Oh,
Carried it
Ludwig
out.
Sitting back, but
Wait.
he has the life lead right now.
Uh-oh, hold on.
Superman
Not
punch.
anymore.
Why are we charging? Just
Level
Superman
3 is
punch.
available. Can
It's a
he use
projectile.
it?
Superman punch
Oh
it.
My goodness.
That was a bad trade.
Oh no, we're trolling. Okay.
Yo,
Just
3 in a
Superman
row.
punch it.
3 in a row.
3 straight.
Why are we charging? Just Superman punch it.
That was nice.
We are.
That's why he
The
high
charge punch is
And we're
reactable.
also
Like what?
not seeing Ludwig do as many Superman punches anymore.
Yeah, he's not doing Superman punch. So I'm like, why are we not using Superman punch?
Tyler wants
It's
to
literally
do it
projectile
as a
invul.
reaction. Something a little too much earlier.
Yes.
Then it's safe too. There we go. Oh, he exit. What the fuck?
Careful. He's got to be careful. The one with flash kick is going to hurt.
Oh,
Nice.
command
Oh.
throw. We add that on the arsenal.
I think Ludwig's mad now. I think Ludwig's mad.
Yeah, he's using it now. Yeah, I don't know why he just randomly stopped mid-set using Superman punch. That's her best move in this matchup. Like, I don't know, we just stopped using that. That's like a Cammy fighting Gal and just not using Spinning Knuckle anymore. Like, what?
Flash kick.
Flash
Okay.
kick. Modern
It's
flash
all
kick.
little damage, but you know what I mean? If Tyler can make
Like,
it
why would
work,
we not
that's
use
all
that move?
matters.
Best move, like, what?
Oh, look at that. Look at that big trade, though. Throw. Watch out. OD flash kick incoming. Yep, there it is.
Scared of the DP? I mean, what's
Sonic
better
boom.
than doing the
Yeah,
charge
I
punch?
think he's starting to read the
Again.
strategy. We are seeing some serious adjustment here from Tyler.
There's the Gladius again. Walking him down. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Second
Nice.
hit.
The modern auto
Oh,
confirm.
that's
He
not-
wasted his bar.
Nice, drop rush low.
Okay.
All right. right,
Oh, we're starting to see some different
No, he
looks
needs to
here.
see the projectile come out, then Superman punch it.
This is,
You're not
this
supposed
is
to just
actually
do
a
it.
very important game, right? Because you go from like either 7.
You gotta react. Because he's gonna be stuck in recovery. He's gonna be forced to eat the Superman punch from throwing his projectile. It's hard, but you can do it.
Yeah, 6-4 is good.
Nice, slow.
Oh, yep. Great confirm off of the
Nice.
driver's
You can kill here.
He's dead.
You can actually kill here.
Yeah, look at. Oh, no, he drops
Hold
it.
on.
Okay, wait.
But he still has such a huge life lead.
Oh, no.
But he burned himself out.
Oh,
Okay.
Level 3.
And he can still be splatted against the wall. Oh, can he block?
Oh my God.
He can still drive impact.
Drive impact.
He can still drive. No, he did it too early. He did it too early. It was the right idea, but it was too early.
Okay. Okay. That.
Oh my God.
Hold
Okay.
on. Let's see what they have to say. Hold on.
Alrighty.
Hold on. Tyler.
It's awkward.
Things are looking a bit
That
different
was
right
very
now.
awkward.
Like I said, but like I said, I didn't know who was gonna play.
That
I didn't know
was
anything about
very
what he was gonna do.
awkward,
He came
but
here
okay.
anonymous mode, playing LAN, playing off stream. So let me build it back up again, getting the muscle memory back. We're trying.
Okay. Are you feel a little bit nervous right now? Look, his whole game plan switched up for you.
Look, Tyler is 1,600 rated. I'll tell you my account. It's Lil Tonka L.
Lil Tonka. Oh.
Bro, what?
Lil Tonka.
I am 1,300 rated. I get my ass beat by Mai. Eat shit and die if you play Mai. I get my ass beat by Cammy. Eat shit and die if you play Cammy.
For 1,300, my man cooking.
Tyler has basically made the game a reaction to jump in and a reaction to pressure on block. He's really good at dealing with that, and that's why Gladius has to beat it out. It's a tough matchup.
really
Like if he plays it, he can beat me. He's got to
His
learn.
really
it.
shit is crazy.
The issue is he has no meaty. He's got no Oki. I don't think he knows what a combo is
Oh,
outside of the auto
shit.
combos.
Oh,
that last round, that last round, bro. If you just do the Oki for the DI, you win.
Hey, there's a reason you stayed anonymous and pick his biggest counter.
Biggest counter. I don't know the biggest counter.
Yo, they talking crazy. Let's get back on
I
the
don't know about
stick,
biggest
y'all.
counter.
Back on the stick.
Biggest would probably be like
My goodness. Shout out,
Cammy,
of course,
I'd
to
say.
Visa. This is the Friday night showdown.
Or like
by Visa. The download's looking serious.
It's God's favorite
Tyler
easily,
actually
but
has
like
a chance.
Okay, but
what the fuck did he round
Starting
start?
already. Okay, here we go.
He did
One
it
of the things
again.
that
He
helps
did a round
with
start
cross
flash
ups
kick.
Are hurt.
He doesn't know what to do about safe jumps.
Go for the command throws.
He doesn't know how to do with safe
Ludwig
jumps.
was playing Street Fighter 6.
The other layer.
There we go.
Yeah.
See, you just do it on reaction. You don't have to just
Fine,
like
the DI doesn't do
just
anything.
throw it out. You do it on
Block
reaction.
it out,
He's stuck
right?
in
Wait
recovery. He
for
has a
the
lot of recovery when he does when he
balance.
sonics.
Take it, especially with the modern. He can take all.
These sonic booms have crazy recovery.
All right, but there it is. He got his meter back now.
OD Gladius, let me see it. Try to get the tray with a stand heavy kick.
Brother.
Nice okay. That wasn't the OD.
Oh,
my
we
God,
stop blogging.
perfect parry. The perfect
Should
parry.
move this a little bit closer. Yeah, he gets a punish counter. He does like 20%. Or he would do like the auto combo into level 1.
Almost got the punish right there with the medium punch.
Nice.
Okay.
See? Look at he just
Press
did it.
level
Look
one
at
right
that.
there.
Auto combo into
All
level 1.
right, all right, nice chunk of damage. Okay.
Bro, he doesn't. What the fuck are these combos?
Back to the Sonic Boom game.
You do like auto combo into level
A
1.
little bit at that
Brother, what the
gauge.
fuck are we cooking?
And that's okay. I mean, Ludwig's up so many
He just needs
games, he can
combos.
kind of,
That's
like,
all.
figure
Like
out
he
where
just
the
like
back-
Tyler can play and win this. He just needs combos. I feel like he'd be winning this if he had combos.
Doesn't even need it.
If he had combos, he'd be winning this because he's spending so much unnecessary meter that he could be using for level 2, but he doesn't even know level 2 combos either, which is part of why he needs combos.
Because remember, Ludwig started 5-0, and if he gets 8-3, that means he erased the games that Tyler's gotten.
Sonic Boom. Oh, misses
like to
the
see a
Sonic
switch
Boom.
Didn't have the charge, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hey, this is gonna hurt.
We're not gonna spend it yet. Tried to bait out the OD flash kick.
I like that. Wake up throw. Ludwig, yeah.
No super?
No super? What?
No
You could have
super.
killed.
Ludwig has been
Erase
able
it, you
to
coulda
walk
killed.
up to Tyler 1 so many times and just get these standing strongs.
If he spent all the drive it, he
standing
would have killed.
punches.
Nice. I like that. Adding the Sonic Blade into the mix.
Nice. All right. He's burnt out. Tyler 1 can really capitalize on this.
Oh, no. That was supposed to be a flash kick, I feel like.
Yeah, this might be a 10-3.
The problem is he already committed to the Sonic play.
This might be a
So he was already
10-3.
too
He
late
did level 2 once, but he didn't
Take more advantage of Gao's
do much with it. He just threw the booms, that's it. He didn't do like boom loops and
Marissa doesn't have the best
Even
insight.
saying heavy punch.
You know, I feel like I haven't seen a lot of DIs either. I don't know if they can handle it.
But
Like,
also
throw
at
it out.
this level,
Throw it out.
Yeah,
See?
show me.
Show me.
I've seen a few DIs. They
Do some jumps. Marissa is
they've
weak
been
to
jumped
jump.
over.
You have to be ready to anti-air as Marissa. The game plan for Tyler, he's like, this is my game plan, right? And Guile just sits there down back, holding back. He's not really known for jumping, but here, you should
In
be
this
trying.
matchup?
Yeah, you should be testing it.
And the hardest part about this is
He gets hit by
I don't
these
think
jumps
anybody
every
prepared him
time.
for the Marisa matchup. Oh my goodness. Tyler 1 doesn't want to give Ludwig that match game, the exhibition game. The counter pokes.
Oh no. Not a 9-3.
I think he thought
Not
he was.
a
I
9-3.
think he thought he was still in driver's bazooka knee.
This is, I don't even know, bro.
Okay. The auto combo string right there. Oh my God! Look at that attack in the live game.
Yeah,
Mama
nice.
Marissa.
Well, here we go.
All right.
Get off me, Tyler says.
Nice tech right there. Level 3 is
Nice.
available for both parties on the next hit.
Okay.
no,
Oh,
the
you
Bailey.
killed.
Oh, he could have gone for a lot more.
Whatever.
Not on the Tim.
Oh,
Okay.
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 Ready.
But it's not going to do as much damage.
That drop gauge is going to be really low, though.
It still did a good chunk for CA.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Slam dunk.
Oh no.
No meaties. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
You got the drive gauge
Yeah,
back.
you gotta
Walk
chill.
back.
Yeah, we got plenty of green
Chill
now.
out. Chill out. No
I like
flash
the
kick.
OD Sonic Boom.
Careful.
Gladius right there.
No,
Oh,
same thing.
no, you can't do that.
It doesn't
You
work.
have way more recovery than him, so he's going to recover before you and hit you.
That every time he
Come on,
That's the
everybody.
third time
Do we
that's
want
happened,
to
or
see a
fourth.
comeback? Who wants to see a
keeps
comeback
losing rounds
from
'cause of that.
Tyler 1?
Save jump.
Cross up again.
100%
he's
safe
also
jump
trying
hit
to flash
ratio.
kick there as well.
100% hit. Okay, there you go.
Oh, he blocked
Finally.
that time. He actually got the
Finally.
block. Oh, no.
Get lost.
Is Ludwig playing
Oh,
with his
the
food?
armor?
Is he playing with his food?
I think this is it.
That's
You think
it.
this is
I
it?
think
10-3.
this is it.
It's
10-3.
exhibition point for Ludwig.
It's
Oh,
He's
10-3.
going
no.
to try
This
to
is it.
take this 10-3.
Everyone that wants Tyler won the
That
win.
was right,
Can we hear you?
10-3.
Give
Yeah,
up the
you got
noise.
it.
10-3 is
Give your man
10-2.
some power.
Misses the Sonic Boom again. No charge time. Gladius
Oh, no.
working out.
Okay, but again, that's just so little damage.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
It really doesn't matter.
Oh, here we go. Can we play the zoning? Let me get that knuckle to dang right there.
Yeah, but see, every time Ludwig lets him get that success, then he does the OD Gladius. Never mind. It's over.
That is it.
Ludwig takes it 10-3.
10-3.
Wow. That was interesting.
Assault.
Beat me right here, brother. My man, he putting his jewelry back on. That's how you know. Okay. To start things off, did
Yikes.
we enjoy that first and 10?
Yikes. Just yikes.
Them boys that put on a show. Ludwig, again at the beginning, people will let it be known. They thought that you might not have been taking it serious. It's a farce. It's a joke.
Bring me
What's the
my
point of
money.
this? Whole time, it seemed like you proved something different.
I tried hard. I think that matters. I have a lot of pinned comments on Reddit. All of you eat shit and then die.
Damn.
The only thing that I want to say, Tyler, I hope you keep playing Street Fighter. It's electric to watch. GG's.
Electric to watch.
Yes, you've been watching on my. That's fine. It's fine. How you been in every one of my streams watching me? Download it on me. What are you doing? You couldn't go live one time and show me what you were doing?
I mean, I
He
like
did.
Street Fighter, but I also like viewers. It just doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. It's
True.
That is true. Street Fighter doesn't get that much views. That is true. That is true. It's FGC. FGC's
Tyler,
niche. Fighting games are
it didn't
niche.
necessarily go as you thought. I think you were the favorite going into this. At least
I've
for a
seen
lot of
Rex
us
to
in
the
the
down kick.
hardcore.
It was not hard to block.
It didn't got
The
go
down
how you
kick.
expected. How did you feel about the set?
Actually, the down kick thing.
Like I said, I thought he was gonna play JP. I was practicing.
I don't
with
play
JP
Street
and
Fighter,
Honda
so I'm gonna see
up
what's
until
not.
literally an hour
Wait,
and a
which
half
thing?
ago. My thumbs kill. Like I'm like, dude, okay, this JP.
You mean the down
character's
punch
sick.
thingy?
I played like probably like 30 hours against JP. Yeah. He comes backstage. He's like, by the way, I'm not playing JP or Honda. I'm like, oh, great. He's
The safe jump.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna be like, I don't know.
Yeah, you always block.
Block. Blocks in Marissa. I'm like, shit.
Nah, the only way
I cannot like
the absolute only place where fighting games are not niche, and there's only one fighting game that's not niche, is Street Fighter 6, and that is in Japan. If you want views, you have to be playing Street Fighter in Japan. They pull hundreds of thousands of views a video. No, not even Punk pulls hundreds of thousands of views a video on Street Fighter 6.
I got a little tilted. I tilt a little bit.
Those Japanese in Japan though, yes, they do. If Punk were to make a Japanese Street Fighter channel, it would go crazy. But it doesn't work like that in NA. Like, this game is niche. Fighting games are niche in NA. Unless you're like a super casual game like MK. MK pulls hundreds of thousands of views, but it's literally just it's just the casual shit like character interactions and stuff.
Other than this game and like the
Street Fighter 6 is mainstream in Japan. It's huge.
Yo, this land was fun as heck. That over there, those pools, bro, that was awesome. This is my first like Evo pools, whatever. Sitting next to people playing and being able to like shit talk them while they're playing.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, bro, it's so much fun. I think I went like 2-2 in pools. I lost like there was like 3 camis, by the way. What is going on? Why is there like 30 camis playing? But it was so much fun. Even in the losses, I learned so much from those guys already. It's been so much fun.
Okay, and do you got any final words for the people?
Yeah, shout out the FGC. The FGC rules. Every person I meet here is so much cooler than the evil villain I make in my head when I play you on ranked online. Online, you're a terrorist. I wish your death. Here, bro, you guys are so awesome. What part can I say? The terrorist thing?
No, the eat shit and die part you've said 5 times.
Then I'll just stick to you're a terrorist and keep it at that. But no, man, everyone in person is so great. I think that's what the FGC is so great. Like, why it's so great is that it forces you to come in person. Like, every other game you play online, like, you know, you're playing
true.
CS2, you play against, like, Gadolf Schittler, and, like, that's how the game works.
What?
Here you sit next to somebody, and maybe they have an equally weird tag, but at least you get to meet them, shake their hand after. That's what makes the FGC special. So, shout out, y'all.
Why is he? What? Did he just
Ladies and gentlemen,
he's not normally
one
like
more
this.
time.
I'm
Make
just gonna
some
assume
noise
he's nervous.
for
'cause he's
Ludwig
not
and Tyler Ward.
He's not normally like this.
You should have picked Draven. For real. All right, guys. So of course that is gonna do it for day 1 of EVO. We are just now getting started, and of course, we're only going to amp things up from here. I've been your host, Hollywood Rock TV, with all
Draven,
of these
isn't that a
legends
lead
here
character?
on stage, and we will see you all tomorrow for EVO 2026.
W.
And of course, one more time, this has been the Friday Night Showdown presented Break Free by Visa. See you guys soon.
I made the guess of Marissa. I knew it was Marissa.
Sheesh, bro. Well, that's day 1 of EVO. That was day 1 of EVO. I don't know why he told the audience to die like 5 times. I have no clue why he kept saying that. Oh shit, Larry's crazy. Why did he say that? Winner's high? I don't know. Anyways, announcements should start tomorrow. We didn't get that much announcements today, other than I guess the Avatar DLC. And saw some cool stuff. Day 2 is tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow. I'll try to start on time, but it's not gonna happen. I know that. But I will be on at like 3 though, or 2 or something like that, or whatever the same time I started today was. Let me pull up the schedule for tomorrow. That is hilarious. Like, I mean, it's actually pretty good that went fast because they were extremely behind schedule. Because the venue closes at 11. What time is it over there? Like 10:47? Yeah, they have to get out of there. They need to get out of there. Like, they're kicking people out. That's what happened to us. Like, if our shit went on for too long, you guys got to get out. You guys have got to get out. Like, it's just crazy. They will literally start force kicking people out. Like, you can't be staying this long. I will say I do have FOMO of not going though, because Evo is fun. But I'll probably go next year again. That shit is fun. LAN events are fun as shit, bro. They're fun as shit. You can see all your friends again, online friends and stuff, and just play games and chill out, go to dinner and stuff. That shit is hype. And then like after parties, the salty sweets. Someone hosted, I'm not gonna say who. Someone hosted salty sweets last year. I didn't go to it, but I should have went. It's like salty sweets is like after at the hotels, someone's room, they just host like bets. Just the salty sweet, just salty bets, bro. Money matches all night long. I'm not gonna say who does it though, because I don't think they want that information public. On games, yes. On Street Fighter and stuff, they're doing. I'm quite sure they're doing it again tonight. I'm not there though. We had a whole Discord set up and all. That shit is hype. I'm not gonna say who's doing it, but that shit is hype. But yeah, I didn't go last year. I should have went. I went to a different hotel room. We were playing some Street Fighter. What am I looking at? Okay, so day 2. Day 2 is tomorrow. This was all tomorrow is top 8 for Grand Blue Strive. So assuming the Tokon show will probably be before Grand Blue top 8. It'll probably be at, so it'll be at 5. So I gotta be live at 4. Are the fights done for today? Yes. I gotta be live at 4 p.m. EST tomorrow. Yeah, we're done for today. Yes. I'm about to play some games now. I don't know what game I'm about to play though. Yeah, I gotta be live at 4 because this is at 2. Which is at 5. I'm probably gonna miss Grand Blue top 8. I'm not gonna go live at 1. I'm not waking up that early. But yeah, I gotta do that. Rivals top 8s tomorrow. BlazBlue. Oh, is there any other top 8s tomorrow? I don't know, but information should start coming out tomorrow. Also, there's gonna be more Tokon footage that they're gonna show on someone else's channel. I don't remember whose channel. They have a block right here on the final day for special announcements at 6, which is at 9, which is gonna be like a bunch of trailer reveals and shit before Street Fighter top 8. And then after Street Fighter top 8, they kick everybody out. But yeah, that's it for day 1. Big shout out to anyone that joined me today. I'm about to play some games. I don't know what game I'm about to play, but it's probably gonna be Rivals, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that is day 1 of Evo. I haven't done a watch party like this in ages, so I appreciate everybody stuck around. It's been a long time since we did this, so thank you guys for being here. Appreciate that. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at like 4 p.m. EST. So yeah, be there. Appreciate you guys again. All right, let me close this and let's play some games. It's been 7 hours and I haven't played a single game. Not even between ad breaks or nothing like that. I haven't done shit. Game time indeed. Whew. Let me change the title of the stream. Evo Day 1 finished. Evo Day 1 finished. Time to game. Nah, I'm not ending. No, I was thinking people are probably gonna head out now because we're done with Evo Day 1. Nah, I'm not ending though. Nah, I'm not ending. Play some Rivals probably. What are the rest of them doing? They're on Overwatch? The gang is on Overwatch. Overwatch. It was good to be watch partying again though. That's the thing about going to Evo. Cause like going to Evo is fun, but also watch partying is fun. That Ludwig low-key went crazy. The only loser in this exhibition was the FGC. He's probably, someone tweeted that. It's probably because of the 6 deck was funny as shit. That was funny as shit. Oh, that's my game not opening. It's probably because of what he said. I like viewers, sadly. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. That's, like, Street Fighter just, in reality, sadly, in NA, doesn't pull that much views. Unless you're, like, a really, really popular streamer. I mean, fighting game player. Not even, it doesn't matter what type of popular streamer you are. Unless you're, like, a really big top, like, 10 fighting game player for Street Fighter. Or unless you're in Japan. Or unless you're, like, a big VTuber in Japan or something. The views are not there, sadly. Up, I bet 150 on Ludwig. Damn. Okay. Nah, Ludwig went crazy. I can't lie. Jesus Christ, bro. That shit never gets old. Persona 3 music? Persona 3 music is godlike. You better make me play some. Lucky Zeal's on his ult again. Did this dude get banned again? Wait, why do I have 2 Lucky Zeals added? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why do I have 2 Lucky Zeals added? I think he's dueled with someone. Why do I have 2? Because if I see him on his ult, I'm assuming he got banned on his main. But both his main and his ult is in game. He's probably dueled with someone. We were cooking earlier. Oh shit. I haven't played all day. This was kind of weird. Let's play a quick play. Damn, so immediately after Evo, I have to do the subathon next month. Oof, I mean next week. Well, I guess a month. Damn, we're about to get real busy. Holy shit. This might be this next month is gonna be busy as fuck.
Pick your hero.
Damn.
Villain, I'm not judging.
They call our fight to end the dark.
Who do we warm up with? Oh, isn't the Bleach movie out? I didn't think the movie was gonna be out. Damn, that's crazy. Damn. It's out? Damn, did they shadow drop it or something? I didn't see any promo. I didn't even know there was a movie. CY side. Wait, I've seen that girl before. Damn, I need to go watch that. Wait, so Core 3 isn't gonna be a oh shit, was good? How did you get on my team?
And yet so strange.
How'd that happen? Are you just queuing casuals? How'd you get on my team? Haven't I played with you before? Or I fought you, I don't remember.
I have cleared the evil spirits from many lands. This realm shall be no different.
Oh yeah, we did. We fought in Granblue. You were playing Beatrix, now I remember. I didn't know you played this game. That's pretty cool.
I fight neither for fame nor for fortune.
That's what's up.
Simply for the greater good.
W Granblue indeed. I just finished watching Evo. Were you not watching Evo?
2, 1.
Yeah, this is my rival sports. I don't blame you. Granblue's pretty niche. I love the game. It's one of my favorite fighting games, but it's very niche. Very niche. A lot. There's not like Granblue. It's not really big. Oh, I'm fucking dead. I mean, a dash forward. I'm gonna simply dash forward. You taking the next few days off after Evo? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. No breaks. We don't take breaks. Hell no. Even if I probably should take a break? Hell no. Hell no. There is no breaks. We got bills to pay. Lock in. We got bills to pay. Lock in. Gotta make that money for GTA 6. $80. Lock in. I'm fucking so ass, bro. I'm not warmed up. This is why you play quick match. We're going to ranked. Damn, bro. Where's my teammate? Damn, bro. I'm getting cooked. Getting fried out here. I got triple. Oh, we're not. Make that money for GTA and chat. And chat. What the? Sure. Sure.
That's better. Someone is attacking from afar.
Fucking god, I forgot her kick is busted. I keep forgetting she has that shit. That busted ass kick. For a song, if you have one from Persona games, that's part Color Your Night. Why you sounding sarcastic? Sarcastic about what? Oh, money for chat? What do you mean? I do give back to chat. Stream every day. I upload shorts every day. I stream every day. I give back. When do you see me go on vacation? I haven't went on vacation since I went to Japan 2 years ago. Unless you're talking about the one where I did commentary at Evo Japan, but that doesn't count. I got sick at the end of it. The only day I actually got to do a vacation, sort of, was like the first day when I was with I Heart Justice. But that was Thursday, so like Evo didn't start till Friday. And I arrived early off my flight. The console, you gotta take care of yourself? Nah, I'm fine. Don't worry. I wouldn't be doing this as much if I didn't enjoy it. Even though it's like sometimes a net negative. Some days are a net negative. You don't run enough ads. But it's tricky running ads because you don't want to run too much ads because well, most of my money streaming comes from ads. But you don't want to run too much ads because, I mean, people can't watch the stream if running shitloads of ads. Like, unless you're like a big streamer getting like shitloads of gifteds, you're not. You kind of have to run a lot of ads. Fucking hell, bro. Did she really hold that ult for me for that long? That's crazy. Oh my god, this guy's getting pocketed to a different dimension.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh my god, this fucking shield is so annoying. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, subs, I think we should get ads. What the? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Widow better than Psylocke? Bad times indeed. Widow better than Psylocke is crazy. That's demonic work.
I will not rest until I return to my world once more.
If someone turns on ads for subs and you have turbo, you still get ads? No. No, if you have turbo, it voids all ads. I don't think you still get ads, even if someone turns it on. Turbo, Twitch watches the ad for you basically, and they still get the money. That's why I tell you guys, if you guys don't like subbing the streamers, just get turbo. You don't get ads on nobody's channel, and they still get money. Twitch will watch the ad for you, no matter how much ads they run. Like, let's say like oh, I got 100 people in here with turbo, and I run like max ads, I'd still get money and they wouldn't see any ads. What's up, Quad? That's illegal. What? What? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's illegal. Twitch just like watch the ad for them. Like, I don't fucking know. I think Twitch just covers it or some shit. I don't fucking know how it works. How would that be illegal? Yeah, if you only watch like one person or two, don't get turbo. It's not worth it. If you watch multiple streamers though, yes, you should get turbo. I have turbo, but I still sub to people. But I'm not subbed to a lot of people as I used to be after getting turbo.
I've located a hidden assailant. Step aside.
Like, I mainly sub to like my friends that do this shit full time. They need it. More than like if someone has a job.
There's a shooter on the scene.
I mean, you could argue both need it though, if they want to make this full time. You know? I don't know, it's tricky. Oh, brother. I can't see shit. Oh man, I don't know why I didn't dash at this guy. What is that? Watch like 2 videos because of ads? Hmm. I mean, it's something you need to get turbo done. See, I have ult, but like, yeah, we gotta use one of these ults.
By the eye of Agamotto.
These fellas would rather die than use a support ult. Okay. They didn't even bother counter ulting. I know Invis doesn't have hers, but Mantis is just holding hers for me. You've been a dickhead. Oh, goodness, that's so much poke. He's trying to one-shot me, bro. Finally, she used it. Holy fuck. She was holding that thing for 10 years. Bro, she's just holding her ult for me the whole time. Like, use it or something. God damn. I'm not gonna let you just hold your ult for me for that long. Yes.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
That was game. Yeah, their comp is better than ours. Comp is kind of buns. Well, our comp is not that bad, but we have no fucking tank. We don't have a tank, bro. Like, I don't know, we're at no tank. We don't have a tank, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
New team to go against? GG's, dude. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't have a tank player. But didn't we have a tank at the start? He switched to Namor for some odd reason. And this tank, this guy switched to magic? Like what? Both tanks went DPS. They just like donated to win. Julie charity. It was a charity match. I don't know. Fellas literally just donated. They switch to play anti-dive? Why not the anti-dive tanks though? I don't get it. What? One of them went to magic, like what? What is that going to do?
That mobility he has, he's not real.
So Nasya, you feeling pretty good.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Play Psylocke, make Star-Lord. I want to use more of this skin. This skin is cool and I haven't been using it.
I was just explaining Cap's abilities pretty much, but he's so broken it's not even funny. He's faster and do more damage than Hulks.
What? Oh, he's a Hulk stand.
Then Hulk, bro. Look at the mobility on Cap versus Hulk, and how easy Cap is to kill, or how easy Hulk is to kill compared to Cap.
Why the fuck would you play Hulk over Cap?
And faster, and has more abilities for movement.
Anyone with a brain would play Hulk over, Cap over Hulk.
Yeah, like his ult is basically a second or a third support ult. How do you? Yeah, this guy's crazy.
He's right. I mean, it's a valid crash out. I'd be pissed too. If they made a better version of my character. They did, but still. Oh man.
I think it would be more balanced if they, to some extent, that your teammates get. Yeah, that too. He could be like a 550 HP character.
Pick your hero.
What?
Villain, I'm not judging.
I'll see. I'm playing Hulk. I'm not playing Cap.
Summer skin. Summer skin. So doesn't have a summer skin.
And his hitbox is way smaller than Hulk too. Like it's not even funny how much better character.
This guy's crashing out.
Also, like Cap needs a nerf for sure, but I think
he's crashing out. Yo, what's
so
up,
easy to
Tento?
CC
Good job on
he's so
commentary.
big. He's so easy to kill because he's so big. Nobody
We just
misses
finished
him.
watch partying Evo. Do shit on commentary, bro.
Like any kind of CC, even if it's not like stun CC, stops his.
Bro, that fucking Ludwig versus Tyler one match.
There's only one genuine certified Star-Lord.
This shit had me in tears, bro. That shit had me in tears. That shit said first to 10. That shit was the fastest first to 10 ever, though.
Your comics when I was a kid, Cap?
I was not about to watch it, but chat was like, let's watch it.
I was like, okay, yeah.
Nah, that shit was a blowout. You ain't missed none. Like Ludwig.
I'll be actually commenting, sorry.
Ludwig fucking blew his fucking back out, bro. That shit. Ludwig went up 5-0 and then he won 10-3.
He has 675.
Yeah, he bodied him. Because he tricked him. Ludwig had Slime playing JP on his stream, so Tyler thought he was playing JP this whole time. So he was pricing for JP, even though he actually ended up playing Marisa. No one knew who Tyler was playing. I mean, Ludwig was playing because Ludwig never played on stream other than that time.
Okay. That Blade stun is done. DD's in the back.
Yo, how did you die to a solo Deadpool? I mean, the solo Daredevil.
Okay.
Let's go. Did we not like patty cake him, or how did he die?
Didn't call it out. I'm ready.
He just knew I was there, damn.
Alright, that's fine. These guys are playing a really bad comp.
Sounds like a pretty good.
Star is no bad. No, this character is really good. This kid is really good. He's meta right now.
Let's just brawl our way. Oh, huge. I'm definitely going to do that. Luna's one. Luna no freeze. Adam's a rest.
Daredevil back one.
That was such a flick. I didn't even see him. I just heard him flick the attack. Okay, left side now. Clean up.
Adam back line.
Yeah, Adam is... What the fuck?
He's gonna be good in Tokon as well. He's just probably gonna be meta in Tokon. I mean, he was already meta that first beta. He was broken that beta.
I'm gonna leave a trap on point. You guys can try to play around the points. Letting them down.
Deleted.
Adam's gonna be on the back soon.
Send him down.
Nice. Deleted.
Yeah, we can just play there against them like this.
Two moves to reset.
Trap is still
two
on
moves to reset? What do you mean 2 moves to reset? We'll do cap, magic. I want to see that last team, bro. It's probably gonna have Blade on it. I'm gonna do Blade, Magic, Star-Lord, or Dr. Doom, maybe, for Ghost Rider.
Watch the DD in our back line.
Please kill me. Please kill me.
The DD guys, it's 5-5.
I am ready to put on
Force the wall. We can use cloak here.
Squids.
Whenever you're ready, cloak.
Yeah, Star-Lord. Okay.
Oh, you waited so long. You waited till this or die.
Yeah, we're just emoting them, man. People are dead for some reason.
Okay, we still wipe.
Venom's half. Venom's so one. Venom can die. Venom can die. Careful, we don't have anyone in front of me.
Forgot to press shift.
Let's chill. What else do they have? Spider-Man, Blade.
Yeah, we gotta get soul balance so I can ult. Unless you guys want to just melt them through it.
Oh, you want 20 guns.
I gotta get all three. You're low-key, wait for that left side room and then wait till they walk up and ult. Like to the left where you are right now.
No winner yet. Going
Good
to
stuff.
overtime.
This Celestial?
Yeah.
Is this Celestial? This is our team's.
Right from one cosmic disaster.
So bad at last season. Look what's wrong with last season.
Of my life.
7? Wasn't as bad as season 6. Nothing is as bad as season 6. That shit was buns on a stick. That shit was ass. That shit was ass.
Yep.
That shit was ass. That shit was ass. Oh, what is that lag?
For sure. Yeah, Rocket said that we can sell signed pics of you for like a fortune on Low Tiara.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah.
I signed up for this.
It's not once you get up to C1 like I was saying, but like it should not be like that at C1 plus.
Here comes the ball.
Oh really? I haven't been there in a while, so I would check out.
Okay.
Looks like the mission area is yours.
Yo, supports. I'm right next to both of y'all.
Oh man.
Legit right next to both of y'all.
I killed one healer and the Luna is 1 HP.
My god, dead.
I'm back, baby.
Victory, but we'll take it.
Control lost.
Okay, somehow we got that.
How did we die?
Yeah, regroup, full 6 please.
Did you see that?
We gotta take point here.
Oh, you kidding
There's
me?
one. This guy can die on point. There's one. Nice.
Wait, play for Coco, play for Coco, fight for Coco, fight for Coco. Don't time, man.
My main more as we speak.
Go get torch, go get torch.
Looks dead. Emma's the one on point. Or half, I mean.
Star-Lord low-key feels kind of rusty. Low-key. Just a little bit. I feel like I used to be way smoother with this guy. Brother, what? Oh my god, I will literally kill him, but he has a Punisher with him. Literally kill that guy, but he had a Punisher with him. That was a fat old damn.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Yeah, that was huge. Macro alt. Checks out. You guys want to get some stakes and I'll back line.
Yo, support, fucking kill me, dog. What the fuck is stopping y'all? Like, I don't understand. Like, kill me and you guys win, I promise you. I promise you, if you guys kill me, you win.
Hold on, red roses. Be careful.
Kill this fucking dino.
I'm off in their back right here. That was a weird ult.
Let me head out.
Okay. This dino won't fucking die.
That was dead. That was one. That was it. Good stuff.
Nice.
Holy, you went crazy that game.
What is this picture? Is this a picture of Sajam? What did Moore just post, bro? What the fuck? This has to be one of the best stickers I've ever received. What the fuck am I looking at, dog? What the fuck, bro? Okay, bro. Okay, man. Yeah, alright, bro. Like, I what? Okay, I mean, I guess. Why he's in game? He's in ATV 18? Bro, hop in the fucking queue, bro. Let me see who wants to queue though. Play? What the fuck is that photo? I'm too scared to look at that. Be a good day, good night. Yippee. He's an ATV 18, you gotta wait. Amazing sticker, opened it. Oops. Sanctum Sanctorium.
I've been around a long time, and I've learned a little too much about how to hurt
What the
people.
fuck is everybody at? DD in Doom match? That is shameless.
You've got the most points. Keep up the stellar work.
Throw that guy's head off. Ew, why are you guys all wearing this fucking skin? This disgusting Fenty skin. Disgusting Mr. Fantastic skin.
R&R in a box.
Everyone went through by day one. I liked it. It was fun. I mean, it's just gonna get even hyper and hyper because we're about to get more announcements and hyper matches since like higher level players or lower level players are gonna get filtered out. Ooh, what was that lag? Shall I miss the Fent? Oh, I don't think I will.
No, not after everything I've been through in the Red Room.
Oh, is this match over? It's 18v18, so let's go by really fast. 4 minutes. One day is gonna be meta? Hell nah. I was looking at day 2 bracket, matches are already looking crazy. Sounds about right. I don't think it's gonna be better anytime soon. It's gonna take a while. Like Widows in every game now? Really? That's pretty funny. Every game is crazy. I can't use any of these in the main menu. Oh, this does work in the main menu. Where the fuck did Cloak go? Hey, yo. Where's Dagger? Little water legs is crazy, bro. They really gave bro water legs. So criminal. That ain't water. What is it then? Lemonade legs. Lemonade legs is crazy. I'm streaming. Let's see. Just making coffee real quick. I'll just wait. Marco Panua queuing. Oh, he got his anti-stream snipe tech up. This shit is hilarious, bro. He's been getting stream snipe badly, bro. Since he won the Center 20. That's just been pretty bad. Got money, but like, holy shit. At what cost, bro? He's been getting stream snipe repeatedly. That's just crazy. Dude, Mark is even there. I'll send an invite. Join whenever his match, whenever he's done with his coffee. Actually, I don't think he's gonna see it by the time he gets back. Like who's playing Tekken? This isn't Tekken. Oh, she's painting. I'm like, what? He's painting King. I was about to say, this is a scam. It's a scam stream.
Today, OptiClock for a month. No troll.
What other characters does he play other than Spider-Man? Didi and I think Bucky?
No troll, dead ass. Cash App, PayPal, Zelle. Dead ass. $1,000 to be his girl. Does anybody in here want to do it?
Wait, what did he just say?
And I'm serious. I will literally send you the money right now.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
And would you look at that? Nobody's saying they want to do it.
What is bro talking
I
about?
just asked my chat, and they all are not saying anything.
What'd you ask them?
You never asked me to play, but you do this, bro? What are you talking about? What
Yeah,
the?
but it's because you don't have $1,000.
What the?
Oh, really?
What the hell? What the hell?
Yeah, it's like they're watching our streams.
What the hell? My wrist was kind of sore, even though I haven't been playing all day. What the fuck? Why does it feel like this? I'm just gonna stretch, maybe. Ooh, big kill.
Bro, only one like you or
What the hell?
About that weak ass goal from
What's up, Doozy? What you up to?
Daredevil, Captain America, and died. Like, I get it.
What the? I put that emote? I didn't mean to put that.
Don't be like, yo, where did all these freaks come? You got it, gang. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Come on.
Yo, somebody in this chat type. Son.
Buddy, I'm about to go Bucky up top.
That guy typed some nut shit. That guy just typed some nut shit in his chat. Oh my god. Captain America Lord, that's Z tier.
Bro, are we about to do this?
I'm not playing the Z tier, bro. I was on nut shit. Oh wait, let me queue. Oops, I know he's ready.
I might go iron fishing to this comp.
I've been streaming VC. Hold on. Let me see. Open up Discord. Blah.
Bro, Tyler 1 got his shit rocked.
He got his shit rocked, yeah. That shit was bad. That shit was pretty bad. I did not know that dude been practicing, but I'm not surprised. He played Smash for a long time.
Yeah.
I don't think he was.
I don't know how good he was at Smash, but
played
he was
Melee.
just having that experience.
I know he went to like tournaments and shit. I don't know if he competed though.
Oh, really? Damn.
I mean, lucky you had.
Oops. Oh, there you go. My bad. What'd you say?
Don't worry, Spider-Man.
Me?
I got you.
Yep. Did you say something?
No, no. Oh, fuck, dude, this is the King's Row of this game, man.
The
I fucking
King's
love this
Row?
map.
Oh, you love this map? That was aight.
What? This shit's so hype, man.
There's a 300k Rivals still needed a Marvel Rivals World Cup.
Today?
Yeah.
300k. Is it like a content tournament?
Yeah, teams are unbalanced as hell.
What the fuck?
That shit's hilarious. Look at this good chat. Ultra Rumble? Hell no.
Oh shit. Was that 60 grand per player? Roughly?
60 grand is crazy. Whoa.
Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Hey, yo.
What are they doing for payout? Top what?
I have no clue. That's such a good question. I don't know. But like, it's mainly just like big streamers in it, like people that are already like have a bunch of money. So like, it's kind of weird. Most of the people, not everyone's in it, but most of the people that are in it are big streamers already. That's why like people are mad, and also people are mad that the teams are horrendously balanced, and they are, because Team America, Canada, and I always forget the last team. Or hella stacked. Kingsman's team's hella stacked though. I remember that. Canada is stacked but got eliminated. They lost every match somehow. I don't know
He was
how.
on Team Canada.
It's like XQC, Armory. It's people that play the game or are top 500. Fuck, I forgot the rest.
Is XQC top 500? I know he's like an
I don't
Overwatch.
know this, but he can be if he definitely played more, but I forgot the rest. The teams are horrendously balanced.
Not me.
Yeah, Doki Bird, yeah. Bro Rose. Yeah, Doki's on that team. Yeah, they lost every single match. So they're eliminated already. They had a really good chance for them. I don't know, I mean, it's just drama. That's just hilarious. It's more rival drama, nothing new. For some reason, this game always gets into drama every day. It's quite funny. Is that Iron Man? Wow, it is.
Magic good right now? We're seeing like a lot of Magic players.
Yeah, nothing crazy. I don't think she's meta or nothing. She's the same old. She's okay. Whoa. Where'd my health go?
Sports are just talking to each other right now.
Back from the grave. Cheers, mate.
More drama than balance patches. Well, there's new rivals drama every other day.
Much better.
I used to go. I'm gonna multi here. Multi out there. 3, 2, 1. I'm multi. Point.
No Iron Man.
I love this all.
They're so low.
Where are these ults?
I can hold on to this. Oh, what?
Oh, you got nuked.
Yeah.
Maximum health!
Saved by the Bloodstone gem. Would love that kid.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
There might need a second time.
I think so. They have a lot of splash. Anything but go in second.
even they said it. Like, we definitely need a second tank.
Hey, we don't need BT for that. I'll use it as well.
Nah, I can swap. Holy fuck.
We need your damage though. That's the thing.
Trying to get all going, but like. Got to.
I got hit by.
The Blossom.
Some health would do nicely.
Okay. Gotta kill that Iron Man. Yo, can we get a second tank? I would swap, but like I'm doing the best on DPS. Hey, any of you DPSs want to swap? Like just a second tank?
To be honest, if I was on Luna, this should be free as well. I can't lie. That'd be the answer. Yeah, I'm an alt here. Ready? 3, 2. Actually, we yellow. Let's watch the fuck. Okay, Emma. Nice freeze. Magic's up top. You can walk here. Take this.
And loading.
Don't play too far up though. Just play the corner. Because we only have one tank, we can't go too far. Yo, did you see the mag shit? I saw one like
Bro, that shit was sick, bro. Nah, you need to watch the exhibition with Cloud and Yikes. That shit was hype. Yeah, that shit was sick. The iPhone was cooking with mag too. The all black mag, that shit was hard.
Yeah, all black mag is ridiculous.
Okay, since no one wants to swap the tank, I'll swap my throw.
Let's just swap.
You guys are just too hard at it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Here they come. Oh, did you see that? Let's rock this.
A nice deep swing. No worries. I've got
Magic's on. Just not a bite. Nice. Come on. Mile top.
Oh, you got all oiled. Ooh, Dinah or Emma? It doesn't matter, I suppose.
I think Emma's good here.
Yeah.
Or Dino. Is Dino open?
I can do, yeah, Dino's open. Just that I don't want to risk getting grabbed. I'll probably do it on offense. I'll do Dino offense. I mean, I don't want to risk getting them going. Oh my god.
Bucky missed the ult.
I risk them going poke.
Okay, sorry. We can pop Luna here. We don't have to be okay.
Got her. Ooh, that's good for us.
I'm fucking dead. Alright, but it took too long.
Don't give them another inch.
Yeah, she did.
It's all good, no worries. Shit happens. I'm close to alt here though, if we can touch, maybe?
Nah, I don't think we can.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm
That sucks.
The current
Yeah, I'm like
score
looping
is
this
0,
on ults.
2,
I think I've had like
3.
almost 4 turret too.
Time to switch things up, including which
She's
side
Storm
you're
best and slide. Yeah, that's Yap.
More counter.
Yeah.
on. Need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Oh, alright.
Flawless as they come, darling.
Fools! Do you truly believe you can stop my grand scheme?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
That's devious. Emma without the hat?
Without the hat. I like the X on her back. You don't see the X, the headband X.
What are these random
That's fire.
words repeating in your mind?
Trust me. You know you ain't looking at that though.
I am. What you mean?
Let's go.
Someone implanted a code in your
Why do you think I'm lying? I wouldn't lie about that.
The hat's, you just don't like the hat because that shit blocks a little bit of visibility. Come on now.
Talking about, bruh? What is he talking about, bruh? I'm looking at the hat.
Yeah, bro. Eyes up here, bro. Come on now. I'm gonna orb corner here, and we just play on it. Magic's, or Emma's really low. Terror Cape. Bind us. I'm trying to keep you up, but there's a funny guy on me. Probably dead. He's gonna walk eye bubble.
Oh man.
I should
this team is booty.
I might go at him, I think. TV dubs. I think without it we can just
I know.
this. Yeah. DPS, do you guys wanna sup or something?
Like,
we're not killing shit.
No, you guys aren't killing nothing, bruh.
Here is an enemy to pursue.
There's a magic behind. Right. Left.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh lord, I actually just lose that. That's so sad.
Yeah, our team is not real. Alright, hold on. He's one. Got him. Torch is one. I'm on car right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. You go up, let it go up. There is magic behind that I should be able to.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
The cosmos heals you.
I don't know where she went.
The eye is open.
Only 60 seconds left.
We're still at 100. Nice.
We're solid. Magic bind.
Nice.
We won't stop until the tapping is stopped.
Big buck, yo.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep
Yeah, our
up the
DPS
momentum.
woke up. Let's go. What the fuck?
A nice deep freeze.
I'm out of ult. Get ready to walk with me. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Come on. Just walk. Oh my god.
They're down one healer.
I am ready to put on a show.
So we all died.
Oh, damn it. There we go. I got that. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
She was 1 HP. What's my Adam sense?
Be your best self.
Thanks.
This feels empty.
Hold on. Peek me, I got you, dude. I'm probably dead.
Trying to peel for you. It's just ignoring me though.
Yeah, it's okay.
I unleash the Vishanti's
I think it was bad.
Sounds like it, but that's a good steal.
Oh my god, he's so low.
Supernova! Here is an enemy to
I have to reload. Torch is one.
Fucking torch is shredding me.
We just don't have the.
That vault. Where do we go, Friday? Friday's going well. It was fun.
We finally got on
Yeah.
GPS.
It took them so long, bro. That's too late. Like, what?
Wait, what's supposed to
close this game? One of them dudes close their games after that, bro. Dude was tilt queuing or something.
Well, you can't
Bro, insta close this game. The last 15 seconds, bro switches to support. Holy.
I mean, nothing we can do there. I think that.
Like, there's nothing we
mandated
can
loss.
do. Like, I don't know.
Nah, that's a government mandated loss. Our Luna got 9k damage.
Like, bro had 4 finals. He wasn't doing anything on DPS.
No.
He's just like, oh my goodness. Like, just play tank or something.
If you don't, I don't know. I think the issue is like a lot of people get tired of flexing, so they hop into ranked. They're like, I'm gonna play DPS. I deserve it. And then they fucking feed, and they're like, wait, I'm not meant for this life. Hold on. I'm not meant for this life. Hold on.
Complete waste of time.
Wait, damn, they have Surefour on Team Canada too.
Oh, you look at the teams?
My
Yeah, they have
boy.
hella people on those teams. But yeah, they lost every match. They got swept. This shit was bad.
To be fair, like Surefour's been playing Deadlock mostly.
Hmm.
But he's still like nuts. I don't know.
Australia seems pretty good, but it's just potato carrying mainly.
I would say like I think the issue is like in theory, Team Canada should be like insanely stacked.
Yeah, it
Team
should.
USA actually has real players, like people who are
Yeah,
actively
USA.
playing
everyone on that on Team USA plays the game except like Emir, which she still like knows how to play and stuff and can play characters.
Yeah.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Now, who am I gonna
Like they have
banish from
Flats,
this match?
J3, Kingsman, Silky.
That's what I'm
Lulu.
saying.
Like what? This team is crazy stacked.
real fucking players. Yeah.
Hey, if you look at like, everyone else's teams, it just looks like they're just random characters, random people just put together. There's no thought behind it. But Necro's Boger's team is pretty good as well. Like some of these teams have 3 tank players. Some of these teams have like 3 supports and shit. It's like what? There's no brain power to putting the people together.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it.
But yeah, that's what was weird. Team USA, they lost to Team AMER. How? We don't fucking know. But I'm pretty sure it's because no, it doesn't make any sense. Like on paper, they shouldn't lose that. Like it doesn't make any sense. But the match earlier was bad. It was pretty bad. They had Silky on support. I don't think he knows how to play Gambit.
Wait, why?
I mean, yeah, he's definitely playing off role. I mean, it's hard because
Make all the difference.
I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's just like because you'd want your best players to play their main roles, of course. Which on that was J3 Kingsman. Unless they go triple DPS. Flats plays tank, obviously. J3 Kingsman, that's the DPS. So that's 2. And what Emiru and who's the last person? Emiru and wait. I forgot the last person. Oh, Lulu can just play support.
Round 1.
If you're not careful, mate, you start.
Yeah, it's Silky. That's why they put Silky on oops, I don't put Silky on. Put Silky on. They put him on tank. Because they should not have lost that much.
Slice of cold steel. In the flesh, and please, my dear, call me Magneto.
It's pretty funny though. They're shit talk.
They're talking shit.
Yeah, XQC and Silky were talking shit. Dude.
Oh, of course.
It was funny as hell. Spidey player? You like Spidey? Nope, I'm not a Spidey player. Sorry, buddy.
Damn. Oh, wait, they have the Shark Hunter. Hold on, wait. Reggie cooking. Those got those buttons. Watch him be on support this game.
Why is this Jeff frontlining? I know you see this shit.
I do. Oh, I do. Minus. CD. I feel it.
He's fucking cap.
He's on cap. Okay.
We're on disease here. Well, was that our DPS?
Yeah, that was the guy.
So,
that
now he wants to play tank. What?
Yeah, now he wants to play a real fucking character.
Are you fucking serious? Now he wants to play tank? Really, bro? Now he wants to play tank after, like, okay, whatever.
Okay, to be fair, this guy barely knows how to play cap right now too. Oh, he's on Blade. Hold on, chilling him.
This guy is about to fucking die. No, I can't wait to get. Oh my god, I can't wait to get my hands on this damn Jeff, bro. Like this fucking Jeff, bro. Look at his positioning.
Wait, I'm fucking dead.
I got you. No!
I tried to do the fucking.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Hey, we're doing well though. We're fine right now. A shot. Lucky now, way back.
Oh, they're Gambit ulti. Gambit's not banned?
Oh, they have. Oh.
What the fuck? I can touch if you guys want to keep going.
I want to.
Let's go.
Yeah, touch. Wake it up. I'm looking at Mag on point right now.
Oh my goodness. He gets 1 HP, but he gets bubbled. Yeah. Not 1 HP, he gets bubbled. He gets healed. Stupid character, bruh. Super's on Team Brazil? Wait, was it? You sure that was Super?
Damn it.
As good as new.
So much fucking damage.
This Jeff is just.
Jeff's on us.
This thing is so bad, bro. Like this Jeff, like I hate Jeffs that do this.
That just play like this?
Yes, bro. It's so annoying and weird, bro. But like, since the character is like his shift move is so overtuned, you can actually play like that and have bad positioning. But then like if you ban Jeff, they play so horrible on support. It's like a crutch.
Nice.
And he has team
we gotta avoid
in
the
our
Shark
small
Hunter
shit.
Chase his ass. Fuck.
Shit won't reach him. There he's dead.
Nice. I'm coming right. Yo, this mag is so. Like, this guy's gotta go to the board list, bro. The Shark Hunter guy. This guy can't play anything.
He can't play anything.
Yeah.
He said useless DPS on my team. Look at the way the Jeff playing. He's saying that. Do you see the way you're playing? He's saying that. Do you see the way you're playing? Like what?
I'm gonna TP back, I think.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, not that
Nowhere yet.
That's too late.
Going to overtime.
That was some useless DPS. Like, do you see what you're doing?
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Hold an alt all game.
Just.
It seems we have company.
He's saying this shit because he's 12-3 with Ace. I'm crying.
I gotta swap off. Oh, it's huge. There's a blade behind you.
I bet you there is.
Blade behind you, half. Behind. Yeah. Nice. Damn.
Exactly as I expected.
Yeah, he gets increased movement ability to go to the wall. Yeah, that move is a literal crutch. Like, if you get rid of that move, Jeff players would literally scream.
They just need to make his hitbox like easier to.
Yeah, his hitbox needs to be bigger when he's down there.
I'm okay with everything else, but like you literally just cannot shoot this fucking guy.
It's so silly. Like, what? I don't know why he gets. He has like these busted ass team ups.
Fuck. You guys are so ready for the second bullet.
And like, if you try and challenge the Jeff, they're like, no, the way I'm playing is perfectly fine. And he's still talking shit to his DPS. Won't slow. What did you just ult? It's all good.
That's fine, by the way.
I just killed him and he's
Jeff's
back there
fine.
already? I literally just killed him.
Blade is behind too. I mean, Daredevil.
Yeah.
Not behind.
Oh, it's a DD then?
I try to help you. My bad. Fuck.
Well, I'm killing them. I'm killing them all. Help, I'm killing them all. Help.
We're going up.
Okay, I stalled for a long time.
We have plenty of time.
Are you guys trying to play next? I'm down, CJ.
Oh, they want to play?
Sure, I'm done.
Alright, so nonchalant with it? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm down. Alright, bro. Yeah, I'm diving. 3, 2, 1. Backline.
Which I don't believe me. There's Bud.
I'm dead as fuck too.
Oh, he got. Is he solo ulting me?
Probably.
No, he's not. I thought he was for a second. I'd have been so pissed. Like, what? You guys won that.
They should, yeah.
Freaking, what's his name needs to die. That's cool. Was it day one? It was fun.
Throw Gambit in the back. He's low.
I'm feeling GD right now. GD can die.
We're TPing?
Yes, not.
I'll do it.
Swallowed again. I got swallowed again.
I got swallowed again.
I
got swallowed from my ult.
What needs to change here? What do I got?
Real quick.
We need another DPS. Oh, wait, I might. My bad. I'm tripping.
Alright, I'm gonna just throw off the map.
I found trouble.
Alright.
Tandy needs help.
Better stop that vehicle. A bomb of light. Only 60 seconds left.
The fuck? He's anti. I can't hear shit.
I can't hear shit. I can't see shit. What the fuck?
No, this Jeff is so convinced he's playing perfectly fine. It actually irks me. I'm avoiding that guy after this. I don't want that guy on my team. He's crashing out in chat. He's 100% convinced he's playing perfectly fine.
He said, "Yeah, my DPS."
That is actually so troll, bro. I hate people that play like that. Oh
Yo, what the fuck is happening? Yo, these guys eat me on cooldown, man.
I'm off the wall right now.
I got it.
no!
That would have been insane.
That would have been fat. Yeah, if he slammed him in my ult, that shit would have been fat. I held it because I was trying to see where he was gonna land him, but he just delayed it. I think he was waiting for me. We were both waiting for each other.
Can we start backing up? Start backing up. Back, regroup. We're staggering. We have time for one more touch. I'm out.
He's even heal them? Yeah, he's not even healing them.
Alright, touch in 3, 2, 1.
Yo, can we get like a... Oh, actually, hold on, let's do it. I'll say it afterwards.
Oh, what happened? Nice throw on me. Damn.
We need a gambit, bro. Fuck. We need a gambit. For offense, we definitely need a gambit.
Yeah, no, the gambit was literally the only reason that they were.
Yeah, that's literally it.
It was the gambit. If not, I could swap, bro. I
You'll
can
need a
swap when you
top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness.
I know how to use gambit. I mean, I can play gambit, but like.
No, you're going crazy, bro. Me and you were doing fine, but look, if I have to fucking do it, I'll do it.
No. If you don't know how to play gambit, don't force it. If you don't know how to play it, don't force it.
No, I know how to play it, bro. I don't think it's difficult, but I just don't know how healers play the fucking game and not know how to play gambit.
Yeah, but it is what it is. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, whoa, TTV, don't you dare force this. It's way better to have someone who at least knows what they're doing.
Do you actually know how to play gambit? Yeah. If you don't force it. If you don't, please just don't force it. Please, you're not gonna know how to.
Yo, my boy got it. I
love my job.
Yeah, all right, bro. This dude, but he said, wait, what did that guy just say? I wish you were on my team. Oh hell no, I'm avoiding you. I don't. Oh hell no, I don't want to be on your team.
Let boy cook.
No, I'm talking about the Jeff. The Jeff says he wished I was on his team. Oh hell no. I don't know that. You're not playing Jeff correctly, bro. You're just literally playing like a DPS or offing. Like, what? Well, you can off and go on Jeff, but he's just doing it 24/7.
He's carrying.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I don't know how people get this high on Jeff. High rank on Jeff doing that. It's okay to do it every now and then, but he's doing it 24/7. Wait, Sage, I'm here. Did you hear what I said? Down one, walk up. Come on, DD's on her, Jeff. Just keep walking over, DD's dead.
Yeah, I'm on their back line. Can you get them up? Again.
Jeff dead.
Yo, my rogue though? Come on now.
Got him.
Really? Oh yeah, Blake just left. Take advantage of it.
Nice, good shit.
Oh, they just forwarded it off the list.
Just run it down. 3 people on point.
Yeah. These guys are fucking typing all game, man. That's just funny.
You wouldn't get one.
Oh. I'm staying on point, bro.
Okay. I want to play this character more, man. Rogue is so fucking fun.
Zancy.
I'm dead.
Need a little bit of this.
Everybody back.
Fall back. We're down like 2. We have no time. Fall back.
This is like the worst Jeff player known to man. I have ult here, I'm going.
I don't need anything else. Just use every single.
Yeah, I don't know if we can do that. But that's alright.
So good. We still have 2 ults.
That's the only one that fight, I'm sure.
We still have 2
Oh,
ults.
100%. We can play up here.
Yeah, play up here. We still have 2 ults.
Yeah, we have 2 ults.
They have blade.
Oh my god, Jeff was so low.
I gotta back up.
Jeff dead. Get Gambit. Gambit no dash. Nice. I'm trying to focus DD. It's like ignoring me. It's so annoying. Nice.
What are you aiming at?
Jeff is playing so far by holy shit. What?
Interesting.
I don't know why he did that, but alright.
What does she get, Rogue? With the team up? Did she just do more
Life
damage?
steal punches.
Oh,
And anyone standing next to her heals from it as well.
Oh, nice.
It's actually pretty awesome.
This character, yeah, this character. This guy just typed that out. Stop Dracula's ritual.
I think if you aim the thing, I think it automatically does that. With DD and Jeff on side.
We need to back up. All the boys.
They're all on the card.
Yeah.
I was as adored by the heroes of Midgard.
Please. Thank you.
Oh, stupid.
Look who's here.
Jeff.
Pull back. Kite that. Come back. Kite that. Get down here. Quick. Oh, that shit's gonna hurt. He's damage boosted.
I just ate that time. Got the entire back on me.
Oh, I like that.
Oh yeah.
Gambit is so broken, bro.
It's your card.
I might get a 60 bond as much.
Hey, DD in the back. Quickly back.
I might be dead.
They ignored the point. Hey, I don't know why they ignored the point. I was on this shit the whole time.
Hey.
These guys do not fuck with me, man.
They do not care about objective, bro.
Including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
This is not a real fucking game, man.
Really isn't.
See, I told you, I already got it.
My phone.
Go.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Man, they gave this rogue skin, the wedding one, ass too, bro. Like, what's going on, Guangwang?
My name with every slice of cold steel.
Which is insane. Double down. I know what you are, man. Double G.
I was born ready.
What's up, Wumsy?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
A deck of cards ain't exactly the deadliest of weapons, Cajun.
I'd be fine with Gambit's ult. I'd find a Gambit's ult as a team way if it didn't also boost ult charge. Shit is Looney Tunes. I wish the jump shit was gone. Like fucking playing Space Jam. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, the movement speed on it too is crazy.
They just nerfed that too, funny enough, and it's still really good.
You have to stop that. them from securing the mission
Motherfuckers
area.
are playing Space Jam. Like, that shit is so annoying.
Is that Fantastic I saw?
Yeah, we gave up.
Okay. Fantastic Rogue. Okay. Fuck me then. They're on our sports. They're on our sports. Oh fuck! I'm low. Get off the road, bro. It's not for you, man.
I'm walking up. I'm walking him down. I'm walking him down. I'm falling back.
Somewhere on point, close to it.
Oh, they're portaling. Hold on. I don't know about that.
Get back.
Yo, canceled it. We canceled it.
Oh, yeah, good job.
Yeah, that guy's so mad.
Yeah.
That guy's.
Oh, there's someone still on it though.
Is it DD on site still? It's DD.
Yeah, DD on point.
That actually might be bad for us. Can't lie.
Nah, I vote. It's not that bad.
I would just rip the rocket hell as soon as we get it. Nice. All the way. Nice. Good shit. We did what we had to do.
Oh my.
We did
That guy was
what we
about
had
to die.
3,
That
2,
guy was about to
3.
explode.
Time to switch things up.
Yeah, 21 deaths in the comp is kind of crazy though.
I'm not. Yeah, I didn't know you were with me. I'm not
Honestly,
gonna
I'm
lie.
surprised that they haven't just like
You'll need a
thrown already.
top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to
I thought you were with the team. I was just gonna int and stop the TP, and I looked to my right, and you're fucking.
Okay, so Jim said just keep queuing. He said they have 3 until Curry's done.
They have 3 until Curry's done. Oh, so we only have 5.
Yeah.
I think saving it might be a little smarter because I don't think we have enough time to get it back.
We have 3 minutes 30 seconds, and it's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, we can do it.
No monster's getting the best of me.
Can I block someone? Can I avoid them now? The Shark Hunter guy's gotta go, man. Not a real human being.
What about the T4K Kishi guy?
Dude, Takeshi is fine, bro.
Takeshi, like,
he's being held back.
oh my god,
Jeff.
21 devs, bro. What do you... That's not normal.
He's a blade goat.
Oh hell no. My man was
Bro,
not
do you think I'm
studying
really
the
gonna play
blade.
seriously and stick to
My
the
man
meta?
was not studying the blade.
4, 3.
No blade player would ever touch Mr. Fantastic.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, Portland. Oh, sure. Portland. Come back. Jeff. Got his ass.
Dead full on back.
No, my 70. Fuck. Or my 60 bomb.
Gotta hold that shit.
Oh, my 60. No.
Rip the video.
A 60 bomb, bro.
Fucking chud. Alright, man.
That guy's been typing all game.
That guy is not a real human being.
He's been typing all game, just talking shit. Jeff needs help. Oh yeah, he does 100%. I was angry, bro. Frick you, God.
Oh wait, Vision's ready.
Huh?
Squad. He just added you, saying we got the squad.
Oh.
Curry's back.
Okay, well I gotta switch accounts. I can't put on this. What a Jeff, bro. What a Jeff.
Yo.
Bop. What's up?
Why is your name in person?
We just had the funniest Jeff, bro.
You decline.
Huh? Oh, I gotta switch. Give me a second.
In for Senpai?
Huh?
He's never letting that shit hit the light of day. We're never seeing that account again.
Who's that?
Dude, I just want to play Rogue, man. Fuck.
You can't play Rogue. She's fun. I think she's good.
She's so fun.
He said fucking chuds.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. This guy was tweaking.
That guy was tweaking.
Fucking chud.
He was playing Jeff and he was yelling at his DPS. I mean, to be fair, his DPS had like 25 deaths, but oh, it was funny. That's hilarious, bro. Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. Fucking chuds. These fucking chuds. Oh, what is this? Oh, they have footage of Magic's theme.
Hot Ones buffalo chick and tater melt. Jesus Christ.
Are you trying to buy me something? Or?
It's a fucking sandwich. Wait, whoa. Hold on now. Did you get like 1,000 subs today?
The fuck? Me?
Yeah.
What? We are poor in here. Wait, this theme sounds fire. This is Magic's theme?
I know, I'm hyped for tomorrow. I missed like all the Evo stuff today.
Let's do this. Good shot. Wait, that shit sounds crazy.
Oh, it's still going? Oh, never mind.
Nah, when they were doing like the stay tuned things, they was playing people's themes.
Oh, shit, wait, this is like a Pokemon like Platinum Battle theme right now.
That shit's fire.
Oh, we're back to good music, man.
Nah, bro, wait until you hear the Spider-Man theme in this game, you'll realize the music is,
Oh my god, here we go.
Nah,
so you like the Spider-Man theme or something?
Bro.
Let me listen. Hold on.
It's not even entirely, it's just that one part near the start. It's like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, this is fire.
Marvel Rivals sense my GPU crashing in Overwatch. Yeah.
This shit sounds like some like TMNT fucking Back to the Future song, man.
Nah, this theme
Wait,
is
it's kind of fire
gas.
though.
Sherry's theme was okay. She releases that dark
Theme's not
child.
too bad. Oh, never mind.
The Cap theme is hard, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that one's good. I like Star-Lord's a lot and Storms. Star-Lord, Iron Man. There's a lot of good ones. The only bad one is just like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's pretty bad.
What's me saying?
Me.
Oh.
I'm launching right now.
Okay.
Then wait till they add like Dante's theme to Tokon.
Dante's? What the?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they cooked.
Where's DC Allies?
Spider-Man that bad I ain't hear it yet? You don't want to hear it.
DC Allies.
DC Allies. Yo, that's super cosplay.
But you know that
Luna cosplay is
person?
crazy, yeah.
You guys know that person, that Luna or Rocket that we had in our Rivals game earlier?
Yeah.
I reported them and they got banned until tomorrow.
Wait, I also reported her and then she got muted. I thought.
Well, what did she do? What happened?
She was just flaming us.
It's mean.
Damn. You're a dickhead.
Like everybody.
I don't
Actually,
know
it
what
wasn't even us. She was flaming our other teammate too.
She was having a bad day.
Just like frame one, yeah, just like so
I was like,
nasty, very nasty.
You don't want to know what they did? They were hovering Rocket. They banned Phoenix
Oh, yeah.
and they swapped off
What?
Rocket.
Oh, no, I
and
hate
they
that.
they like
Like
bitched
Luna.
about. Yeah, they like
They're
bitched
like,
about
we
our
can't shoot
comp.
the nest. We can't shoot the penny nest. Or
Oh yeah, the
something. I had to
nest.
break it
Oh
every
my
time.
god, they lost their mind over the penny
Like we
nest.
wouldn't have to break. We'd be easily broken if we had Phoenix open and you didn't want to play Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so weird. Like, we were winning. There was a time where, like, we had a portal on, or everybody was dying on point, but the support and one other And she
Oh
just
my
started
God.
screaming like, "Fuck, where are we? Get off point, get off point, what are we doing?" And I was like, "Bro, they're dead, they're portaling, calm down." Like, I was like, "Yo, chill." And like, we won the fight anyway, like the fight was over. I was like, dude.
Well,
Hero.
Yeah.
you get used
Just
to
like
it,
talk
sadly.
shit the whole game and was like not fun to game with.
Oh my God, yelling. The
Nah, I hate
yelling
that's
is crazy.
insufferable to queue with.
Oh, now they're banned.
Well, I don't know if they're banned. Did it say banned? For me, they said it was they're muted.
Or he did both. Wouldn't be surprised. It's for both. Here, Magneto.
He is so sick. Also, Infernasu,
Hmm?
I love how the stages matter for like gameplay wise.
Does it for like Magneto or for who?
No, like in general, because there are stages where you're doing wall break.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like tickets.
Some kids gonna be crazy on some stages.
When we play, we're gonna play an X-Men stage.
Why? I don't want to play there. I'm gonna have to keep looking at the fact that Psylocke is there and I can't play her. I don't think I want to do that.
Well,
Bad idea. Well, you got your character, dude. You have Carnage.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, we hopping on League Classic or what?
There's a couple. There's a couple I'm wishing.
I saw the League Classic shows.
League
Crazy.
Classic.
We're going back, baby. I can't wait, man.
There's a
So
League
they say like what
Classic.
version it is?
Classic, like rune pages. I think it's season.
Well, that's old League.
Season 2 League, I think.
I haven't seen that in ages. When I was like playing like Smite.
Yeah, there's gonna be 60 characters.
Hmm.
I'm so excited, man. When we hopping on Smite?
Do you think you want to be
I'm gonna play some Smite.
Whew. I don't think I would ever do that again.
Okay.
That's too much of a
What
time
the
sink.
fuck was that other game that was around at that time?
I know what you're talking about. Was it a MOBA?
Yeah, it was the
It was
League counterpart. It was like
Was it the one with
paid-
the cards?
like a paid
Heroes?
game.
Heroes of New York?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I think it was
Which
that.
one? Which one?
Heroes of the Storm, I think.
Newer.
New Earth.
On.
Oh. Tons of these types of games.
Dude, there was like Infinite Crisis. There was a DC version of MOBA. That shit was actually kind of fun.
DC MOBA.
DC
Yeah,
MOBA.
let me look it up.
Oh,
Infinite
nah.
Crisis MOBA. This shit was heat, man.
Oh, we been.
My friend would not play League.
Too scared to play any Warner Bros. games.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Damn.
No way in the world.
Sorry
Playing
for
Heroes of New York, bro. The other one's free.
It is our good ass bands. Hold up, we're cooking.
Been Phoenix last, I guess.
Curry, who are you gonna play?
Just been DD.
why?
DD or
No,
Phoenix?
just
You meant DD?
Yes.
We can DD.
Not for either or. Why are you curious? What are you trying to do?
No, Ben
no,
DD.
you said
'cause
it was
I
good
wanna.
band.
Oh
What
fuck.
the fuck? They're playing DP, aren't they?
Oh, they're playing DD.
The right heroes
They're playing
can make
one
all
of
the
them.
difference.
It's BP or Magic.
My
Or
mind
Magic.
is
It's one of the two. Yeah, I think
It could be Daredevil.
Daredevil can just deflect out of the Earthbound and fly away.
True.
What is this? Prevent Kingpin from obtaining Tablet of Life and Time and foil the prison break.
Should I just walk out into more?
I don't know why they'd write that instead of just saying
mean?
offensive
Bucky?
defense. I hate the fact that they write that.
It's defense. It's defense.
Is there? Can I
It's
throw him off the map?
No.
Here? No.
Crap.
You only can at the end. Of
Yeah, last part.
It appears some
Yeah, no Jeffrey yet. Last point, you can
thanks.
Jeffrey. Play Bucky.
Right, I can't get that dumb Spider-Man theme out my head. That shit's so bad. They were playing it on repeat earlier. Ugh.
I'm excited to see more of this.
Would you rather hear that or the JP theme on repeat?
No, 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 no.
You literally just like what? That's like
That's a good one, isn't it? You don't know
same
sick
thing.
map.
DSD, I hate
It's like
that
the
song. I
same
hate that song
thing,
so
bro.
much.
The JP theme.
Wait a minute. Somebody sing it. Somebody sing it.
They played it the whole Capcom. Did you guys go to that or?
Wait, what about Silver Scrapes though? You guys like Silver Scrapes?
They're not even on DP. Why'd they ban Thing?
They're on Deadpool.
Ah.
What Deadpool?
Deadpool counter Thing?
Only one thing, by the way.
Deadpool is
Deadpool
dodge.
mean?
It's like a melee dodge.
No diamond.
I have shift in 3, then we can walk maybe.
They're soul tank, by the way.
Go, go, go.
Walk up, walk up.
Walk, go. Kill that monkey. Kill Sergeant Barnes.
Fourth.
I'm going for a trick shot. 360 freeze. Hold on. Oh my
Get it a
god, I
victory?
hit it.
Can't be that bad. It is that bad. If I play it, you guys will bleed. There's a Luna flanking. Or who is that?
Deadpool.
That's
Don't let her get a tick. Don't let her get a tick. Go.
I'm so slow. Oh my
Got
god. Nice. That was pretty close. But no cigar.
I have walls. I'm cheating.
Looking road. Catching my walls, guys. Do you guys see the walls?
Yeah.
You can go first, Wani. I think you're gonna get yours before mine.
Yeah, I don't have it yet.
More me.
Strange is pinned down.
My game.
No!
Uh-oh. That's not good. Yo, give up sight. Give up sight. Give up sight. Oh, get him on.
No!
We got a pick.
No! What's going on?
Wait, they don't realize it. Don't worry.
Oh no.
On the back line, they're in some trouble.
Wolfed.
Oh, I tried. Damn, he does so much damage.
I definitely overextended as well.
So we're stalling.
Oh no! Star Wars 3 is just running in our spawn.
Oh, Scary died.
No, your PC might be fried, brother.
Oh no. That sucks. Maybe, is it a little dusty? I'm just guessing anything.
Raining or something.
The temps are fine though. Like watching temps right now.
Are you back?
Is it Vanguard?
Why the hell did she do that?
What the? That's
they want
weird.
space right now, I guess.
I mean, well, they're gonna die after that. Or not.
How about all?
Oof. If I didn't be up, I would have died.
I want to go back to this character.
He was chasing.
Oh wait. Come back. Ah. I got you.
Thanks.
What's that guy doing?
You wanted me, I was one.
What the?
I have all. We can retake them all.
Wait. It's somebody. I don't know his name.
Behind.
I'm about to ult him.
Yeah.
Let's Star Wars theory.
Nice.
Nice. Star Wars theory. But what was the theory though?
Mashallah.
What is the theory?
What's your name ever done by?
Tell me the theory.
Darth Vader is not the father.
Oh. You spoiled me?
Yeah.
That actually the Ewoks are the heroes of the story.
I want to play Battlefront 2, man.
Battlefront 2. I kept watching XQC play that.
Dude, that shit is so fun.
Wait, watching him play what?
Star Wars Battlefront.
Back up here. I'm gonna
It's so fun watching him play.
It is hilarious
3,
watching
2,
him
1,
play
ult.
that.
Watch him out. Change
I
one.
was looking out there.
Looking on
I'm
high.
gonna damage boosting. Let's go. Never mind. Ult's over. DP and Bucky are up. You missed on me.
He's one.
I got you.
Magic half.
Fuck did she go?
I was so close. Almost died. That was crazy. Thank you.
So this magic character don't die.
Bucky is frozen.
What's the state of magic right now? Good or bad?
Yeah.
She's decent.
Yeah.
She's decent with team up. She's like pretty decent.
Oh yeah,
You know,
it's
maybe
nice.
counter.
We have no support. We have
Oh,
no
that was
ults,
evil.
but definitely no support ults.
Oh, he's one. Are you guys start backing him out of that?
Yeah, back out, back out.
We got nothing right now. We got nothing right now.
Yeah.
The down one, we can walk. Oh, not.
My game is stuttering. It's gonna fucking crash, dude. I already know it.
No.
Fucking sent it.
Goku off the perk.
It's insane, dude.
Come on, Image is tagged or marked.
He's tagged, yeah. I can see you on the left side if you're over there.
Fucking Bucky is chasing the hell out of me.
The rogue's dead.
Good job, Mr. Soldier.
I'm probably dead though.
Where are you?
I had
He's all
4
that?
on me.
Fucking fried his ass.
Oh.
I had both DPS and both supports on me.
Yeah, I killed their Bucky, but.
We've stabilized. We've stabilized. What is this thing?
In the window, in the window.
So cute.
Venom, what the?
There's someone in the top right.
What support else do they have?
TP, they TP. Get away from the TP. It's probably gonna really crash your computer. Don't even look at the TP.
I have
Oh my
Coco.
god.
Don't even look at the TP.
It's clutch his PC.
No.
No, I didn't crash my PC.
I'm gonna ult them in 3, 2.
That bull's bouncing on it. Wait, I got him. 3, 2, 1. Oh, nice, sticky.
Oh, I'm out.
You can just go crazy. I'm fucking using it. Only on the score though.
Your magic one.
Yeah, where did I put that? What the hell? I don't know.
Shrink.
Oh my.
Oh.
It's everything on there.
I'm blended.
He's back, I think.
We tied? I think so.
I can touch.
Oh,
Oh, the scanner's gonna
Yeah,
be
we
in
have time. We have time.
Star Wars Theory
Right?
is back as well.
It's like
What's that
here.
Magol as well? I'm walking.
You have stuff like on these things. Let's go. Yeah.
Can't really tell where.
Oh, I can't see. If you play on the right side of the cart, there's a Venom bind on me.
I cannot get out. I'm stuck on fire.
Sorry.
I'm dead.
Reloading.
We have to contest it, I think. Oh, you're on it? Okay.
One card.
Oh, slow.
Wait, it looks winnable.
Magic.
That's good. That's good.
You guys have no healers, okay?
Nice.
All dead.
All dead.
Magic.
Oh, I'm dead. I killed 2 though.
It's just magic. Oh my god,
Oh,
nice.
you
I grabbed her off.
What?
2, 1.
Fucking pinned her down.
That's crazy.
Time to
Just
switch
stop
things
resisting.
up,
That's fucked up.
including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
They call me
What the fuck?
Ow.
What the fuck? Ow. Did you update your drivers recently, Curry?
I did when the crashing started to happen. Should I like put it on a lower version maybe? Like get a lower
Maybe
version?
revert, yeah.
I think the last one I had before that was like April.
What GPU do you have?
5070 Ti.
What CPU?
My CPU?
Yeah.
A Ryzen 9 something.
What's your social security?
You can try maybe updating your.
Don't stop now. Keep going.
30 seconds before you
Your
attack. Get
CPU
ready.
and bio, or on the BIOS as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a better idea.
My BIOS? I don't know how to update my BIOS. I gotta figure that shit out.
You just take like a flash drive.
It was our honeymoon, Eric.
Like any flash drive?
Yeah, like a thumb drive. Yeah, you like download the BIOS for it.
Okay.
Take a thumb drive and you put it on there, and then you go to your BIOS, and then in there it says like flash BIOS. You pick the thumb drive.
Yeah, you
and
put it in
click
that.
and then it takes like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. How often
It's
should you
really-
be updating your BIOS?
What to do is capture the mission area.
I only
I
do
mean,
when
if
I
you've
have
never
issues.
done it, if
Yeah.
you've never done it, you should do it.
Yes, we're.
Okay, yeah, I've never done it since I got this PC, and I've had it for like a little bit over a year now.
Yeah, I would probably check.
All the issues can die. Magic, sorry.
Venom in the back. Venom in the
I
back.
hope to win. I hope to Lauden.
Sorry, we're healing guys.
Magic, magic.
Can see you. I got you.
Oh my god, it's fucking
He's
bad.
out there.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Whoa.
Don't worry, guys. I'll support you for like a couple minutes and then I'll crash.
We're okay. We're good.
I'm gonna push up in you.
Oh no.
Oh, hell no, don't want that relief.
I'm gonna go for that.
They got us.
Yeah.
Damn it.
The stranger's on.
Oh shit.
We almost got a second tick.
You're gonna have to be to get this next fight, so.
Look at that guy. Look at him running in that wall.
Uh-oh.
No, they're coming towards you.
No, no, no.
The Star Wars theory. No.
Got you.
They got me?
hidden,
Fuck, I was just
you
about
were
to get
hidden
in.
for a while. You were hidden for a little bit.
We're never gonna know the
I
theory.
just logged back. I just logged back in, man. Fuck.
You got freaking
Bucky.
This fucking map.
We're never gonna know the theory. Oh, what the hell?
What? I told you 2 of them.
Come back, team. Almost back. Don't worry.
That's not the one though.
Oh god, there's a Bucky.
Oh my lordy.
Bucky dead.
That guy's awesome.
Okay, let's go.
How much that guy ain't see that curse?
I can't hit that guy. Oh my god, made me so bad right now.
Let's go on point.
That happens.
They doubled. Oh no, never mind.
Because I got offside, like I was fucking missing like crazy.
By the
Trench jolt.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
You don't support, right?
We are too.
Ow.
How winnable is this?
Winnable, very winnable.
No heals, no heals. Oh my god.
You got him.
His ult, killer! That is his ult.
Why you cheating, bro? We're looking to scan.
I found the hacks.
You cheating.
I actually am turning on my hacks every time I'm logging back
bro.
in.
You're not supposed to know that. The mechanic is so
Oh my god, I'm
stupid.
stuttering. It's about to happen.
No, close the portal.
Fuck it, it's my time.
No, close the portal.
My time has come. My time has come.
Wait.
My time has come.
I have all if you guys wanna.
Alright, guys, I'll do what I can.
I'm about to ult them in 3, 2, 1. Oh, let the devil
Laying it out. Laying the devil out. Let's walk up.
Don't do too many particles, guys. No, not too many particles now.
Is it the
Oh,
particles?
what the hell?
Yo, inshallah, your PC survives this game.
Wait, holy shit. That shit's not crashing anymore.
I'm pretty sure the teleport fucks with your computer.
Booba.
I mean, it messes with mine too.
I just DC'd. What?
Bro, you infected our teammate.
No.
Bro, I
Mag, invisible.
No. They can see you running into the wall.
We only have one healer, man.
I'm here.
We can't see anything. We can't see anything.
I hooked someone out.
Oh, I'm so slow.
We traded.
Dead.
They don't have a Cloco yet. They're gonna get Cloco soon.
Oh no.
Oh, you got a bubble?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm juking him. Let's go.
They're the mommy issues.
That was close. Hold on.
I'm on their back line. They have runners right now.
Oh, okay. Ow, he got me.
Oh, they're on Wolverine?
Wolf is crazy. What the fuck?
I did not fuck with you.
Yeah, they don't fuck with y'all.
I've been...
You've been gripping too much people, bro. Too much people been down.
On. It's okay. I don't mind Wolverine that much.
Feels good.
I'm back.
Nice freeze.
Oh my god, nice freeze.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh my god, this fucking guy though.
Oh, we haven't spoke ult tonight. I'm on the back line.
I'm with you. Look at this wolf.
I missed my ult.
I think.
Whoa!
There's a little bubble somewhere out there.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Wolverine's about to have ult. 94.
Capping point.
You cheats.
Come on, car, get moving!
Wolverine's above.
Before I get the boot. My Megan.
no.
Only 60 seconds left.
I'm about to dive the back on 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Come on. I grabbed into it.
Alright, my mag is being manhandled by the Wolverine.
I pushed him. I pushed him.
Both one.
Yeah, I got it.
One's up top.
Let's get there now.
Up there.
Star-Lord.
I got
Oh
him.
my god. Fucking Jesus.
Please don't use teleportation and let this game is like up to my BIOS. Okay, thank you.
He said your mom.
That wasn't really personal that he just solo ulted you, huh?
Yeah.
Ma'am. Zion.
His parents didn't raise him
Wolverine
right.
players frothing out the mouth when they see a
Oh, Zebo was
fucking
fun.
mag with no bubble.
It was a good watch.
Kingpin's gonna be so sick.
It was a good watch.
Kingpin's gonna be like fucking Blackhead, I
fire.
swear. This character doesn't have like
Ooh,
20 different abilities.
You think he's gonna be moving like that?
He just like spends
Maybe
money.
not moving, but he's gonna be like spending money to fucking just insta-kill you.
Beats you with a wad of cash.
This account's gonna be higher than my man. No, I'm joking.
That's very DC.
Aren't you Celestial 3? Are you sure?
Wow, that's fucked up, man. Nah, it's actually happened before, low key.
Oh. Yeah, I had that
Alright.
too with my ult earlier.
Alright, you gotta burn your PC or something.
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
Wow,
dude.
He's been crashing all night in Overwatch. He crashed like every game.
Oh,
it only started when I played. And Overwatch was fun, but I kept fucking crashing.
That new character fun? Anyone try her?
I haven't tried it yet.
Cammy?
Cammy? Wait, what?
Cammy? Like Cammy or a different one?
No, no, the motorcycle one.
One with the bike?
Oh, Shion? Yeah, she's on. I played her earlier. She's like really cool.
Has like a
the
Reaper
bike.
ult?
Yeah, the bike is fun to ride, and then you get off of it, and you can like throw it into them. That shit is sick. Her right click too.
How do I do this? How do I know what my BIOS is?
You look up your motherboard.
Okay.
Never mess with us. Not that kick. Need to heal fast. Taste, dodge this, mate. Got you good.
TJ's born with Falcon. Hello, Sleepy.
No.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Cheers, mate.
You guys can play one then.
Alright.
Let's figure this out.
I'm lonely. Wait, give me like 2 minutes.
Bet.
I just hit the jackpot.
Just catchy.
Here comes the horde.
This on a flash drive. Do I have to unzip it? Or can I just leave it unzipped?
Something like that. Just remember, just make sure to plug it into the. There's like a slot on the back of your computer that says like flash or CMOS driver or something. I don't remember what it's called. Let me check mine. It's like a specific slot for like the drive spot.
Looking here.
Yeah, it should say BIOS. The USB slot should say BIOS.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, you plug it in there.
Yeah, BIOS USB.
Yeah, because that's the slot where you can access it while you're in the BIOS.
Double kill. Now that's a big gun. Cheers, mate.
And should I? Maybe it won't hurt just to like leave what the file actually in here. Maybe just in that drive.
There is no escape.
is the timing.
That's amazing! 6 in a row! Way to go! Unbelievable!
What's up, Avid? What am I doing? We're playing Rivals. Just chilling. I'm just practicing the timing for Venom ults. The tether.
Double kill!
Looks like we got ourselves a party.
That's 3!
It's pretty easy.
Wow, 4 in a row!
We're going to keep this one.
Ew, it looks so gross. He's on there. See what it looks like on the anti venom. Isn't it the white one? Oh my lordy. Let's play Venom again. Let's get this fun. Cool Venom art.
That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row!
Yeah, it's 3 seconds.
6 in a row! Way to go!
I did it wrong. Can you use your right click while falling? Nope. Penny's anime theme. Penny's anime as fuck. Let me see. Whoa, this theme is crazy. This is Penny's? What the? Yo, Moonkiller, what the fuck? What the hell?
Yo, are we ready?
Thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. I don't respond to your DM. Oh, is that a 6-7? I responded after the stream. Yeah, I appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I've been streaming for a long time. How did your stream go? I'm playing on all right now. We're currently 6 stack. I'm just playing with friends. Wait, who's the host?
Me. I asked if we were ready.
Oh yeah.
Funny here.
Good question.
Wait.
I lost in one of a rank up game. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I lost it after that. I lost it all after that. I am so sorry to hear that. But yeah, hope your stream went well. Other than that, you should have. I was gonna say you should probably get off, but I mean, there's no way you would have known that it would have been bad after that. Have a good stream. Appreciate it, dude. We're currently just chilling. I mean, that's all we're doing. Then one of my other eternity account. They said Eternus. I'm thinking Deadlock.
Wait, I'm back. You can queue.
They lost it all there too. Wait, what the hell? When you do customs again? Probably do customs tomorrow, maybe.
Because I asked.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh yeah, you were locked in.
But
on
yeah, I
that
saw your
shit.
DM. I just forgot to respond. But yeah, I'm down whenever. If I read it right, I'm down whenever.
Okay, Scooby.
I'm down. I mean, I stream every day, so I play this game every day. So yeah, I'm down anytime.
CJ, are you gonna go watch the Odyssey?
Just hit me up.
When it drops?
Yeah.
I might, man.
Customs tomorrow? Yeah, we can probably do customs tomorrow after Evo Day 2.
3 weeks.
Have a good stream. All right. Good night. Or good whatever you want to do. I don't know. Yeah, I appreciate the raid again. Yeah, I'm always down. What time? Evo ends at 11. Evo usually ends at 11. They're 3 hours behind me. It ended pretty late today. Like 10 or 11 p.m. I mean, I'm gonna be live all day tomorrow. Just watching day 2.
My bad.
shivering in my timbers.
My little booties.
Yeah, for customs, I'm down. We can do it
Bro, they got
immediately
Lord Za
after you go.
420 on the
Just be there next
99
stream.
level and he's Grandmaster
Or when it's game
Cleveland.
time.
Lord Za, holy shit.
All right, team, let's go.
Who made you captain?
Huh?
Yeah, that was crazy. Phyrexia!
That's crazy.
Phyrexia! That's what happened. You pulled up, you said Phyrexia!
Phyrexia is crazy. I'm gonna do this for Super Zmina cosplay. Well,
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
we
match?
are getting you pregnant. Oh wow.
Behold my cosmic light.
Bro, I pressed the deadlock channel and that shit just jump scared me. I actually did a good job with the cosplay. Did it Emiru?
I think so.
Yeah, they did a good job. Wow. Just wow. Got the handbag, the gloves.
When are you going to cosplay?
The red under the umbrella. You go first.
Well, I did cosplay.
Did you cosplay? Oh wait, you did. Forgot.
Yep.
I'll probably do Blade for Halloween.
You would look cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I could do that. I have to. I don't know if I'm gonna do. I don't know which Blade I should do. Where you
The thing is,
rivals?
Dress up for Halloween is not cosplay.
Huh?
That's true.
Wait, what? Bro,
That is ridiculous.
That doesn't count?
No, that is a Halloween costume. That's true.
Bro, I'm not going trick or treating or something, bro. I can't wear it
I
all
mean,
shit.
a likely story, bro.
Wait, are you trying to say I'd go trick or treating? Like what? At my age, like. Yeah, you really are unk. You really are unk, bro. When was the last time you were trick or treating?
You're the one dressing up to go trick or treating.
That is the most stolen valor bullshit I've ever heard.
You really are unk,
I'm
bro.
cosplaying by being Blade on Halloween.
Wait, so I can't do it since I'm already black or something? What's that supposed to mean? What does that even mean?
He's talking about a Halloween costume.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking get my hair done and shit and get the fucking costume and all that shit, bro. What? That doesn't...
Bro, this is why I gotta know why this guy's named Griffith somehow.
Oh. What?
30 seconds before you attack.
Cosplaying, listen, if you wear it on not Halloween, then it's cosplay.
I can't. Like, what is the difference? Like,
one is cosplay and one is not.
Halloween
oh my
is,
god.
Halloween is a holiday where you dress up. It's not cosplay.
I dress up as Santa on Christmas.
Okay,
and it's fucking
so if
cosplay.
I'm
What are you
Blade for
talking about?
like, what, it doesn't fucking matter the day. Like, why does it matter? Like,
Wait, Juani's not here.
Juani?
2, 1.
Bro, I waited until he was here to queue.
You guys scared him away. I'm gonna run it down from Black Cat.
Guess it's your lucky day.
Actually, shit, we need a second healer.
Before we had powers, we had each other. That's
I grabbed him now. You can follow me. Oh, he's back. Juani?
He's back the moment you pick heal stage.
My bad. Someone just showed up at the door.
Yeah, it was me. You wanna play DPS or you wanna play healer?
Help yourself, bro.
I'm already on
I can play
healer.
DPS.
Okay.
Actually, no, you can play. I'm already out. Unless you're closer.
I'm already on healer right now.
Oh, okay.
We have a Manta, so Trickle's not bad.
Oh yeah, true.
Okay.
Okay, they have heavy dive. I am going White Fox. Fuck that.
Wait, this Black Panther's insane, no?
He could be cheating if he's not missing dash.
Actually, I think he is cheating.
There's a lot of VPs that are cheating.
He's cheating. He is cheating. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm going to.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Did he miss a dash?
No.
Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if he was cheating.
He hit the most insane 180 flick on.
Okay, I'm gonna report him and see if it ends the match.
Black Panther behind us.
Because last time we did this, it instantly ended the match.
Phoenix is on the far left.
Holy wow.
And I killed the Panther.
Nice. I'm dead as well.
Needed that boost.
Fox on the run.
Check this place out.
They do have a point. No, they don't. They're trying to rage bait me. Why are you guys taking this side?
There is a difference between
You guys are
cosplay
rage
and
baiting.
Halloween. No, it's not rage baiting. It's,
Oh my
there is a
fucking
difference.
goodness. Like, I'll do it. Fine. I'll do it on not Halloween. Like, jeez, if that's just to prove the point, it doesn't fucking do anything though.
That's fine.
It's like fucking trolls, bro. What is this? What's this damage?
Yeah.
Or their Phoenix is cracked, by the way. Like giga fucking cracked. Like she's not missing a single bullet. I'm like giga confident she's murdering. Oh, we double split.
Oh fuck. That's okay. Fuck it. Run it.
That is probably our top round just because holy shit, she is not missing a single shot. Was broken healer in the game right now? Gambit? Is that even a question?
Only 60 seconds left.
Come on.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Well, look who's up
He's up
to
here.
no good.
I will,
By the eye of Agamotto!
Yeah, I can't save that. Multi-CC. It might not even be to beat Peachy. It might be to Phoenix.
Bro, I
This
don't
Phoenix is
even know.
destroying me.
Where is it?
We're also on Mantis White Fox heals.
That is true.
That is tough.
I don't think a silver cherry guy wants to switch. I think he wants to play Mantis.
Yeah, I mean, we can get on triple maybe.
You should at least play like. Touching. I'm fucking getting lit up though. I can't see you. Oh my god, this Phoenix.
I can probably touch her.
Fuck.
The current score
Oh great, the
is
bots are here.
0-2-0.
In a second.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Agent up one. I'm going in.
Okay, okay.
Oh, pick me! Pick me!
Yo, let me turn my mic on. This is ridiculous.
Either way, bro, Mantis is like top 1 on supports. Why would I not?
It's fucking
Not play
trolling.
Mantis.
Yo, there you go.
He's off it. He's off it.
Like I was about to say, like, can we like play the team up? Because anti-dive, like I don't know why he's still on me.
We also have Hawkeye into.
Fuck is he on Hawkeye for? The carrier's so ass right now.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay
That is a
strong.
GG.
He's got a vision right now.
It's a GG.
That's alright. It's alright. I can lock in. Oh my gosh.
After all I've
My
seen
Phoenix
out
is crazy.
there. Life alone in the cosmos can have quite an effect on one's mental state, I imagine. I hear you haven't been lonely with a certain gal.
Did we watch the Marvel 20? Yeah, we did. We watched
That
some of the
BP
20 and we
actually
watched
is
Eva
most
at the same
insane
time.
fucking clip.
The battle starts in 5,
Mm.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Just the idiots I was looking
They should probably drop down. Yeah. Wait, this guy's lagging. BP's lagging. Oops.
Yep. I'm gonna grab the back.
Phoenix on hide on my thing.
Yeah. I don't really have a good angle. Shoot her.
Oh my god, this Phoenix does so
my God,
much
fucking
damage,
one.
bro. What? How is that character still this broken? I don't get it.
And I'll be more slide this time.
Your powers are mine!
Okay.
They're portaling our spawn room.
We are undefeatable.
Yep.
Yeah, these guys are. Yeah, they got it, bro.
They're the greatest, I think.
Yeah, they just wanted more. I don't know.
This Phoenix tracked me through the wall, fucking fried my shit. Was a goat.
It's unfortunate.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Just gotta be like a top 500 Phoenix player or something. I tore my head off repeatedly. Heals, what?
I don't know.
I might go to sleep, guys. DJs. I'm not slept since yesterday.
Good night,
Gotta
brother.
wake up. Yeah, good night, lads. Thank you for the games.
GG's, bro.
GG. I gotta wait for shaders.
Be shaders.
Yeah.
W shaders. Is Phoenix post nerf still better than Osa? What would you say, Curry? I'll say yes, probably. I'll say yes.
What?
Is Phoenix post nerf still better than Elsa? I'll say yes. Phoenix just
Like
gets
current Elsa?
Yeah. It's like I don't know. It's so close. It's like I don't know. I would say Phoenix.
I think Phoenix is better than Elsa. Yeah, I'd say so.
Her ult is just so good, bro. Gets rid of the deployables, blue life, like a nuke.
You just drop a nuclear bomb on their backline, they almost get one shot.
Yeah, and like if you just tell anyone, oh, I'm dunking on this person, that person just dies. Like, Rogue's counter. It's just anti-dive. What is it? Kurt, what's Rogue's counter? Isn't it just C-Singer? It's like just anti-dive, no?
Yes, you see.
Yeah. Damn. All I see on Twitter is everyone complaining about the World Cup. These tournaments are hilarious, bro.
Vamps gave me my powers. I'll make them regret it. Somebody's
but
always
it's like
trying to ice
insanely hard to balance a tournament like that.
Double KO.
Taste cold steel. Snack time already?
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Next time, put up a fight.
My shader's at 40%. Is that good enough?
I would just go to 100. Just not risk crashing. The game's gonna run like shit if you don't go to 100.
You might want to stay down.
W shaders.
W shaders.
W shaders indeed.
I'm like downloading the game while I have the game. Every time I fucking launch it, man.
Lock in?
Oh.
I'm just playing Black Cat. Ah, Boo Skater's so fun.
Yoink! Give me that luck.
Doesn't kill no more.
Fortune for me. Double KO. This cat has you crossed my path. He will catch ya.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing. You won't be needing that.
You crossed my path.
6 in a row. Way to go. Unbelievable.
Gotcha. We can't all land on our feet. Good fortune for me. Gotcha. Cat's claws. This cat has claws.
Why'd you rank Black Cat F tier? Because she's fucking garbage, bro. She can get kills, but she can't get out.
Well, well, who do we have here?
I think she's up tier. Yeah, all these old accounts are still getting hacked, yeah. I have to keep the chat in follower mode, I don't have a choice. I don't want to keep it in follower mode, but I don't have a choice. Bro, look, it says following 10 minutes ago. This is fuego. Let's go. Like, what? This is lit, bro. Keep it up. Like, what are these messages? Like, these guys are like, I don't know, man. Account created 2021. Yeah, these are just old accounts getting hacked. 2021. This one's from 2022.
Are the shaders?
2017. Yeah, these are all old accounts. It was in fuego like that.
That's 66%.
Who do we have here?
68. It's going. Just doing its shader things.
What is this, Wani?
Hmm?
What did you just?
Little hidden gem.
You're so dumb. What is this?
Can't do that.
So I left my baby girl a message. Said I'll be coming home. I better be alone. She said I won't be
coming home.
Now Ellie.
Why does he know how to sing? It's so random.
I don't know, man.
For no reason.
Man, she wants inside me. Been together since
I just like the fact that they're all like under 1 minute.
Oh my lord.
But when you love someone, you just don't treat them bad. Oh, I feel so sad. Now
That's hilarious. Oh man. What percent are you at?
86. Almost done.
Nice, nice, nice.
Well, well, who do we have here?
Boy, you came into.
House. Oh man.
What day's the Avatar beta?
You gotta pre-order it.
Next Thursday.
It's the 3rd.
You gotta pre-order it to be in it though.
Yeah, I have the pre-order. It says when? Thursday?
Yeah. Thursday was supposed to be the original launch, and then they pushed it back to give more time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if it was the 2nd or the 3rd, but dude.
Curry, you know what we do gotta play? We gotta play Resident Evil.
Which one?
Which one?
5 or 6, I think, are the only co-op.
Yeah.
I legit can't run 5 either. I don't know why.
Bro, what?
When I open it,
He was old
it's
as
for
hell.
the longest. I know, but for some reason I can't launch the game. No, I can launch it, but then it'll go on a black screen.
My man's
it
computer has
closes.
bonitis.
Dude, that was like the first thing my computer had trouble running was that game, and then now all this bullshit. Hey, maybe now that I updated my BIOS, maybe it'll work. Who knows? Maybe also if this doesn't work, maybe I'll just go with like a old version of NVIDIA. I don't know which version to get though. It's like I remember I had to update it for Rivals, and then it started working again. So I don't know. I'm fucked.
Oh man.
I like I have a bad PC. My PC's like relatively new still.
This is my island. Like every day.
That video is so fucking funny, bro. Oh man.
Well, who do we have
Our shares are done.
Bet.
Nice.
We go on the range, see what happens.
Cracking you up. Don't worry about it.
It'll fuck me over.
Oh,
On the range.
man. In fucking tears, bro. Oh, God.
You only delay the inevitable. The machines will rise.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Make your extermination.
I probably just the fucking B-hop. I can't like get it consistently.
That shit easy, bro. You gotta just do it really
Well,
far.
not like that, but like I can't like I'm bad at B-hopping.
Really?
Yeah.
You're boosted by
Why
cap.
don't you scroll to jump? What?
What?
That's crazy.
What'd you say?
What did you say? I didn't say none.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything. You okay?
Nah, you're weird, bro. You're weird. You're weird. you just be doing shit.
Saying
No,
shit,
dude.
doing shit.
Say fuck me
Saying
for.
shit, doing shit.
Say fuck me for.
He's probably got a
Won't
gallon.
say why your name is Super Senpai. Like, come on, man.
Say fuck me for.
You said fuck me for. You said something about me. You started talking shit. I don't want to hear what you said. You started talking.
How would you
shit.
know if I
say
talked
what you
shit if
said?
you didn't know what I said?
Let me know what you said.
I didn't say
I
anything.
go back in the VOD.
Go back in the VOD. So extra for no reason.
Yeah.
Cat boys, ooh. Oh, he wants you.
My game crashed.
You're fucking lying. You're lying.
I'm not lying.
Oh my god. Yo, yeah, alright, bro.
What is
Bro, that shit was frame 1. Like, we loaded into Heart of Heaven. Yeah, my shit crashed.
Yeah, instantly, like, what the fuck?
No, as soon as the deadass, as soon as the game loaded us in, my fucking game crashed.
Bro.
Your devs don't fuck with you anymore, man.
It has to be a
Did I get
driver's
the new
issue.
Blade
Yeah,
emote?
it just,
Nah,
it
I
just say
didn't.
GPU.
I didn't get it
something
yet.
Here in the crash report.
I saw it. It's like, I mean, I guess, but like, why
Did
is he
you
only
get
getting
the new
emotes?
Blaze
top
emote?
screens?
Also have a good match.
I don't know what to do.
Have you done a fresh install, like taking it down to like 0 on your
Like
drivers?
get rid of the driver and then reinstall it.
Yeah, like DDU it.
No, I haven't tried that yet.
You should probably DDU your driver.
Okay. Am I still in the game?
The game
No,
didn't
I'm
even
loading
load.
screen.
It's gonna kick you. I mean, it's gonna end the
Fuck.
match and give you the penalty, or end the loading screen and give you penalty.
Now it says I can't even load in the fucking. Alright, how do I do this DDU? I'm gonna fucking do this thing.
Oh, DDU uninstaller? Or whatever it's called.
Yeah. How do I do this?
Yeah, you just look up DDU, whatever it's called. And then you can go into safe mode before you do it, but I don't. You don't have to, but it's up to you. It's advised to go into safe mode with your computer before doing it.
Okay.
I just link you a video real quick. Alright, I'll link to it. Or not. Wait, what the hell? Oh, there we go. It's like, that's a 2-minute video.
Fire.
Yep, match didn't end. Match is canceled, player will be penalized.
They better penalize his ass.
Oh.
Oh.
Damn. So evil. That's your boy.
They're fucking
Yeah, I
getting
don't
ass.
know.
I'm taking a break while he figures this
Report
out.
him.
Bro, we
Alrighty.
played with him in Overwatch when this was happening for like 4 hours.
Oh.
You've been subjected to
Damn,
torment.
you've been
the
doing
last
this to
4
them for
hours.
the...
We won
Damn,
a lot
Curry.
of games while he was disconnecting, to be fair.
It's crazy that we actually won a lot of games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Click this.
Good time
Petty
for a
actually
little
looks
break.
cool too.
This dude Ross.
Get some water.
Water. Oh, he's going to the fucking well.
Oh, no, yeah, he's not coming back for a while.
GG.
Oh, GG. Good night, dude.
I'll
Good
be right
night.
back. Well, also Emily is packing, so I'm gonna go see.
Oh, yeah, now he's definitely not coming back. Good night, dude.
Okay.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Can like 3 hours. Like what's?
Dude, I'll be in bed in 3 hours.
What's the poly
Which is why you're not coming back.
What's the poly market bet on Kalshi? I got like a 40%.
Going back to the main.
I mean, if there's no one else that wants to play with us, I mean, as well. Current paid actor. Nah, he paid off half my chat to leave that custom. I'll never forgive him for that. I'm never gonna forget that. That shit was evil. Leave the chat right here. Oh, I know. I know Ross was at Evo. He fought a he fought the king. Well, king in 2x. This dude Ross.
We gotta start getting Toki on the 2xKO wave. He's been playing a little bit.
Oh, has he? I didn't know Toki was at Evo.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I didn't know until like yesterday.
How about you?
Thank you.
Oh wait, I didn't listen to Penny thing. I got sidetracked. What does this sound like?
You're also talking a game right now.
Oh. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's an anime girl theme.
Curry should be Q1.
This theme is interesting. Nah, Curry's cooked, bro. He's definitely.
Oh, he's locked in.
Yo, Huntress, thanks for the raid. Freedom. I was getting botted, so I had my chat in follower mode. Turn it back off though. I'm tired. Tired of what? Lock in? Ain't it a Friday? You even had work today? What happened? Oh, there's just a bunch of bots in the Rebels category right now.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Had work? Wait, what? Since when do you work on Fridays? What the hell? Wait, where's the team at? Oh shit.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh, we're not banning us. Oh, we did ban something. Yeah, she really does have an anime girl theme. What the fuck?
Who does?
Penny's theme. I linked it in chat.
Oh
shit. It's like Ingrid's. I mean Friday, like a normal person. What the? What are you mad at me for?
Why you so fucking?
Yeah, this is 1,000,000% Penny's theme. This shit probably copyright.
Oh, Uma Musume fucking.
This is yeah.
It's not bad though.
It's not bad, yeah. It's just hilariously anime as fuck.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Hey. Let's put the LeBron dance into this shit.
Hearing Magic's majestic ass theme and then going to this is just something, that's for sure.
A fight to end the darkness that spawned.
Oh, shit, we got tank. Come on.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
This shit sounds like oh, Cyclops open, by the way.
No way. No way. No way.
Just letting you know.
No way, bro. Nah, I'm not playing tank then. What the fuck? Thanos is open. No way.
I'll never turn down a shield.
Thanos is open. I'm not playing tank.
Stay strong.
Like playing Cyclops is actually better than playing a second tank. This character's too broken.
I imagine it's equally difficult fighting for a world that hangs on your every move.
How so?
They want us to make mistakes. And when we do, everyone is watching. And they're ready to tear us down.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh, they're gonna add Thanos eventually, 100%. It's probably gonna be in November since Endgame is November. Or no, Infinity War. I don't remember which one they said is November. The roadmap
already, man.
For this game.
Make Doom a tank too.
I mean, it's probably gonna be December if I had to guess. Is it a Doomsday movie?
Is Doomsday December?
Yeah.
Oh, the Bang Bros.
The what? Oh,
thing.
Bro, why did you? You know what you just did. Why did you do that?
What are you talking about, bro?
Son. Son, you know. Sonny Marie. Sombrero. Is that a Groot? What the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
He jump scared the shit out of
I don't
me.
do it though. You're on.
Oh, shit, the rolls. I have ult. I can go for an early ult here. It was fucking good. Oh, he's dead. Okay, that was kind of overcome my bad. My bad, OG.
OG is insane.
The fucking meme. The guy
My
said,
bad, OG.
Look at you, little Rodney. What is that dumb meme?
I don't know.
Bro, I'm not gonna fucking say this. Chat, what is that dumb meme? Are you little Rodney, son?
Thanks for the boost. Someone scratch my back. Perfect angle.
Thanos gonna power creep probably. I'd be surprised. But you can't power creep more than whatever Cyclops is right now.
Chill.
Fuck. What is this match?
I don't know. What's going on right now?
It's not even like they don't have a normal comp. They're just like not doing anything.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh, nice. Wait.
A nice deep freeze.
Fuck off my side. Boom. Ooh.
Only 60 seconds left.
Luna's actually fun as hell. Yeah, maybe I can play this guy.
Feels crazy damage. Oh wow, that's crazy. I got shot by Cyclops after getting pinned.
A little protection goes a long way.
I'm back.
We have wall. Love it.
Oh hell no. Got him.
Nice.
Propulsion beam.
Oh, portaling.
Opening a portal.
Portaling.
Wait a minute.
Portaling. The portaling. Turn around. Turn around. Buffy one.
Red Fox is one too. Red Fox is one. Cyclops.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Tore his head off.
The current score is 0.
Let me go turn off the AC.
0.
More.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
W ult as always. Might have had a lapse of
Just gonna
judgment.
portal, like off the gate.
Oh wait,
I'll give you guys a
what's
sniping
coming from
point.
Huntress' stream? Did you guys see the exhibition? The exhibition. Mission of X. That shit was hilarious.
This guy's on BP and Black Widow.
Round 2, go!
Relay deploy. It ain't cheap.
It was hilarious.
30 seconds before you attack.
Wait,
Get
what?
ready.
Whoa, that skin is. Wow, I be forgetting this in the game. That skin is ridiculous.
The Black Widow.
Our nation seemed to have built quite the
Yeah,
alliance
that's
while I was out of
a
play.
skin.
Indeed. We have found ourselves in
It's a skin.
mutually beneficial relationship.
Those sound like Emma Frost's words.
The battle starts in
Those were
5,
her once.
4,
He is in the background of the stage.
2.
You just
Apparently.
keep me covered, okay?
All you need to do is capture the mission
Portaling
area.
in 5,
Got it?
4, 3,
Y'all a bunch of
2,
deadweights.
1. It's
I can
right
do
behind
this
us.
myself.
That should make a difference.
I'll patch you up.
Your devotion to nameless sees your
Extreme force. Maximum impact.
A nice deep freeze.
Busting through.
Bravo, team.
W.
Have a great day.
Good job, GG.
You too.
0.
W Catboy. Pick rate went up. No problem.
Another epic victory. Big win.
I don't know what more I could do. This guy's like on his fucking knees right now.
What?
Wait,
Wait,
not
what?
like that. Wait,
What are
pause,
you
pause,
talking
pause,
about?
pause,
I don't know
pause,
what you're
pause,
talking
pause.
about.
Chat. Poppy's bunny. This guy's like lamenting.
Oh,
Yeah, hold on.
you just said that, right? I'm like, what is he talking about? The match is
There's
over.
context,
So,
bro. There's
what could he
important
possibly
context
be
here.
talking about?
Chill on me. Chill on
What
me.
type of context?
Chill on me.
Interesting. That's for sure.
Okay, well, we won that. Plus 25.
I got 16. You got 25?
Yeah, you
got
gotta hold that.
homeless. I'm getting homeless games. What the? This is, I can't eat. Oh my god, it's a full GM lobby. If I lose this, I'm losing so much.
Let's go.
Yo, wait, I MVP too, and I only got 16. That is ridiculous.
Maybe it should have been me.
Jesus. So if I didn't MVP, I probably would have got like 14.
Who am I gonna banish from this
Or
match?
13 or 12. I don't even know. Something ungodly low. That's bad eats. That was still good. Really good.
Wait, how's Cuphead going?
Oh, that game? Bro, that game is something.
What do you mean?
We're almost
Okay.
done. We're almost done. We're at third world. We're like next to the end of it. We have like, I think a few more bosses left. I don't know where we
Did you
left
beat
off.
the robot?
Oh, that's where we left off at actually.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Yeah,
no.
left.
Chad, did we beat the robot? I gotta check my VOD.
Did you beat Egypt?
Egypt. Which
Oh
one
yeah,
is-
never mind.
Egypt.
Yeah, you're cooked.
What? What? What the?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Do we beat the robot? Oh, we beat this shit out of robot. Hold on. Oh yeah, we bodied that robot. That's where we left off. We beat it and then we stopped.
We bodied. Chat, how long did it take this guy to beat the robot?
We
He said we
destroyed
bodied it.
the
That shit's
robot.
cap.
Chat, we beat the robot
That
in like.
shit is cap.
No. We actually obliterated that robot. That robot was free. I can check. Turbo was easy.
That shit's cap.
And we're playing hardest difficulty, bro. Lock in.
I don't know.
Or hardest we have unlocked at least. I don't think you get nightmare until you beat the game. Hold on, let me see. Okay, it says 15 minutes. We beat it in 15. That's free.
15? Oh wait, okay.
That's free.
Get ready. A girl ever get a bloody day off.
LTG played Cuphead. Oh my god.
LTG?
That
Boy, you
sounds like a
came
hilarious.
into
That sounds like a hilarious playthrough.
So sweet.
That video is too good. You can literally use it for any fucking meme, bro. It was like you can use it for anything, dog.
Battle starts in
And I
5,
knew back then.
3,
You just
Like for no reason, he's actually hitting that shit.
all you need to do is capture the mission
He
area.
puts his arms together. Oh, wait, I gotta learn the lyrics. Hold on. I'll learn that shit up after.
This shit is ridiculous, bro.
And it's frozen.
Yeah, good thing I'm not
I was
playing
playing
that.
many.
I don't know.
Did you want to make a new video or what?
Oh my god, that goes one.
No more. Stop. Cap on me in the back too.
Oh, ZT is spotted. Where's Curry?
Where's half?
Cap's
Cap
low.
also.
Good penny. I'm gonna shoot the squids. Okay.
These guys are getting fucking fried.
Whoa, that almost killed me.
Diablo's hungry. Jump to the side.
We've got trouble.
Got you good.
A nice deep freeze.
Yeah, Ludwig was definitely nervous because he was just yapping at the end of that. He told the audience to die like 90 times after that.
Talking again.
Oh yeah, that's whatever.
Yeah.
That dude was tweaking clearly.
Go, peek. Nice.
You call those monsters name or
I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh man.
You can just get this. No support.
Yeah, force the portal. That's not bad. That's because a lot of people talk shit saying that he hasn't been practicing. Or I mean, they're talking shit because of the rival stuff. It's not because of the that event.
Did you get to fight? Coming back.
Put a trap down.
Select fine.
got you good.
Portaling. Turn on. Come on.
Dead.
Yeah, same. Wait, how am I still alive? I'm still alive for some reason. It's kind of weird. But you guys are frying them. Look. Oh fuck! No, you guys are not.
Control lost.
Next month is dangerous, right? There's so many good games.
Rack is getting rage baited by his chat. For what?
Just next month we got Grand Blue Relink, we got fucking Avatar.
Avatar.
Shortly after we got.
You see the characters?
I did, yeah. I might put Relink too.
I'm actually so mad. I wanted Sandal fun and Seal fun and Versus. I haven't gotten. But actually, I got Sandal fun. Oh fuck!
I got Lucilius though, so I'm
Lucilius is cool. Oh my god! I keep almost killing the penny.
I can't see you. I feel like I feel it.
I got Walk Slush on my team. Walk Slush.
I got the walk.
Slush. His chat just goes too far and he ended stream. Aww. Why did he be trolling him?
I don't think we played DD here.
I don't think we do either. Not at all. Oh, they're down. Should load.
I have to back it right back up. You're gonna need that.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
W.
Nice. What do you guys say? Agnes Ragnarok? And you guys kept telling me you guys would never get another Grand Blue game.
Bro, you gotta hop on that shit. That shit's so fun.
I played the demo.
Did you play the original?
Why can't a girl ever get a
really?
bloody day off?
Yeah.
Nope. I played no,
like
no.
ARPGs, that shit's fun.
Yeah, the original Relink demo is what I played. Did I play on Xbox?
Oh yeah. I had like 80 hours in that shit.
I don't have it on. I played it on PlayStation. My bad.
I like it.
How we doing with it? Pretty good. It was fun to watch. We'll do it again tomorrow. 75 on them. That's it.
275?
That's it. You need more.
Who has 275?
Huntress.
Damn.
That's it.
Huntress again, endless? Gotta put out the party.
She said, "Oh yeah."
I'll take a shield.
Oh yeah. I can hear them getting close. Hey, nice, you gotta get it, bro. Got a little three side.
Oh fuck, my ult bar. No, say about that. I will. I'm gonna go for another ult. Oh, big chungus.
It is.
Big chungus. Big chungus ult. What? What's wrong, yes part?
Namor might ult here while we're walking back.
Shield? Oh, why not?
So that's what it is too. I'm not gonna see the fire really.
That's
How did that kill me?
Holy shit, mine is us.
I should didn't even direct me. I died. I'm on the way. I got directed.
No. I was about to save. She got away. I'd be pissed.
Oh, nice.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I can ult. Let me ult first. Oh, wait, this fucking nest has to go. Hold on, let me destroy this nest first.
I'm used to cobwebs, but these seem different.
Alright, I'm gonna go for a big chungus. Alright, big chungus. Oh, wow, she insta died. That was awkward. Alright, walk up. Can't see you in there. Hey, walk with our DD. Nice. Force their ult. That still hit me. What?
Shit. Do you want to swap the DD? You're nuts with it, but I think they just have.
Yeah, I don't think you can play DD into this. It's just way too hard.
One more time. I believe you.
Bet.
Yeah. That's just strongest fucking will, man.
Brute forcing that shit. Type of shit that makes you lose matches. Whatever.
Oh yeah. One more. Is it one more?
Just one more. Like we're going overtime now. No, we're definitely going to the third point.
Does he even have ult? We don't have to yet. We don't have to like force it yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh shit.
Wait, look at me.
Oh, I got a big ult, but Psylocke was on me.
Probably ult here. It's fine. I'm dead though. I can't make it in. Wait, hold on. I made it in.
I don't know. I wasn't getting healed. I think I dodged the heal mistake or something. I don't fucking know. Whoa, that shit just killed me.
Good, Penny on point.
Maximum. Hold on. He's cooking with the one more. That shit actually worked for some odd reason. So I guess to put relief on still, it probably will. Any else tips? I want to say tons of videos, but I don't. I have a few. See the combo I just did? When you do that combo, just hold it. Don't click. You want to do it as fast as possible. Not a short mess for this guy. Holy shit. That's a tip I can give you.
Pause.
Hey, yo.
No. Do we have anything? No, we don't. Can we try to escape this?
They portal, wow.
Okay, I carry you.
Just stay alive, I will stay alive.
I have a silent.
It's big, kinda. Alright, kill these guys.
I throw the fuck.
Keep me alive. Got her.
Wait, I'm actually fucking flying right now. Holy shit.
I killed her right when she ulted.
Bro, I popped a 180 freeze on Psylocke.
180? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
If you self snowflake, you do ridiculous damage. Oh, this is horrible. I only had 4 finals. Where my finals go? I think it's because I kept pulling them. Like I was running away from my thing.
Washed or what?
Nah, you guys kept killing them when they were inside my ult before it even got to me.
Nah, it's cap.
Nah, that's fact. I pulled like 4 people.
That's cap.
I only got 4 finals. You thought I was doing nothing that whole match.
Oh shit. Oh wait, whoa. Yeah. Our surveillance picked up cheating from a player in a recent match of yours. Justice has been served. Through investigation, the account Asian Girls Hit Me Up has been banned. Yeah,
wait,
I told you.
he was cheating.
Dude, that shit was. Can we pull up the VOD on that? That shit, the clip he hit, and like,
I'm checking your replay. That guy actually was cheating then. Wow.
Bro, this guy hit me with.
Wait, what about the Phoenix though? Because he was dueled with.
I don't know. Probably.
I
think the Phoenix was probably also cheating.
That was our first loss, like in ages on that account. Like my first loss in ages on that account. Because the other day we didn't lose a single match.
I'm pretty sure that he was cheating too. Yeah.
Like this, like I looked at the history of the Asian girls, and he was dueled with the flank guy. I think they were both cheating.
Oh, then yeah.
I think they were both cheating.
I just reported the other guy too.
Because that guy's aim was ridiculous. I'm checking the replay.
Bro, I went, got the door, I came back, and this guy hit me with the fucking hung assist combo. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Curry, did you fix your game?
I am limit testing right now.
Okay.
I'm doing 18v18 right now.
Dude, that mode is so fun.
Can we see this?
Yeah, this is the clip.
Oh no, he is cheating. Oh no, you can tell this. Look at the way his camera just. No, he's cheating. He's cheating. He's cheating. He's cheating.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, he's cheating. Bro, look at the way his camera just jerks upward.
That's exactly what I said. I was like,
Like he
the
doesn't
second
even
hit this
track.
clip- No.
What? It's insta tracking to whoever has mark. What
I
the
should play this
fuck
shit
is
as
this?
18v18. Look at the way he flicks here. Like,
It's just
what
insta
the
tracking to whoever has mark. What? What?
Yeah.
No, he's cheating. He's cheating. It's insta tracking to whoever has mark. Like it won't miss. Nah, that shit's crazy. What?
Hey, watch the Phoenix. I wonder if the Phoenix. I feel like the
Phoenix
Phoenix
probably
had walls.
fucking cheating too.
I think she had walls, 100%.
She probably did. Hold on, let's Phoenix up.
Yeah, she's shooting.
You just fucking tear my head off.
I didn't stutter or crash, so that's a good sign. And we did 18v18.
Oh my god, this
Testing the
is.
limits.
Yeah, hop on, bro.
Oh my god.
He's I think he's helping Emily pack, and then he went to the well, so it should be like another hour.
So well.
And bro, just alted for a full heal. No,
It's like how
no.
we keep adding like amenities to his house every time you leave.
We've seen cheese on no, I've seen hella cheese on BP. Remember that time, chat? Me and Ella were queuing, and then like we ran into like. Remember the yellow screen popped up like 3 times that night? We were on our ults. That shit was crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, his is more softer, that's for sure. But he's
got a soft block.
Yeah, he's soft. Damn, this BP though is fucking cheating his brains off though.
He still sucks.
Wait, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at the way the camera jerks upwards instantly on the first one. What is that? Oh, it's too smooth. It's smooth, but like it's not like he's not even lowered or champion or nothing, bro. Let's see this one. What?
Yeah.
Yo, look at my
Yeah.
stream. Look at my stream. No, this one's bad.
Bro,
this one's
He
bad.
hit me with that. I know what you're talking
This
about. 'cause
one's
that is
bad,
me.
bro. This one's bad, bro.
You're
No,
saying
this
this shit
guy's
like-
cheating his brains off, bro.
Bro, you're saying this shit like it wasn't me.
Bro, he's aiming at me before he even gets to the fucking spot, bro. What? Look, he just knows I'm in that corner standing there right there. He just knows. He's already aiming at me. What?
Oh, you're not on Star Wars.
Nah, this guy is such a fucking scumbag, bro. Nah, when Jake goes back, we need to tell him, look at this shit, bro. Nah, this shit is bad, bro. That is a fucking loser, bro. Like, look at his camera, bro. Bro, even... Oh, no, bro.
I have enough to finish everything on the battle pass.
So he's getting an ult right there. Oh, he doesn't have dash. Oh, wait, it doesn't
We are undefeatable!
Wait, look at his last one. No, we do we queue.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I'm buying all the BP shit.
Okay. No way he goes in for like a 1v6 right here, right? Talking about some Asian girls hit me up. Bro's cheating his brains off.
They're not hitting you up.
They are not hitting you up. What the fuck?
So fucking.
Like when he does a shift and does a mark on someone nearby, it just tracks. It just automatically tracks to them. He's probably using that with like wall hacks or some shit.
I unleash the
I think so.
Vishanti's power.
Oh my goodness. Bro, look at the tracking. Look at this tracking.
It's just fucked up because like I just got back from getting the door and I get hit with that shit like off rip, man.
Like, bro, this guy's a fucking loser, bro. Oh, you killed him though. You killed him. Hold on.
I did. I fried his shit. Yeah, this guy sucks.
Yeah, you killed him, bro. Fucking hell. Like I was like, I'm like, bro, even if I'm fighting a Smurf, like there's no way we're losing this hard. Like, there's just no way.
So funny, man.
Tag me when he's back. I'm gonna try out some other games, see if it crashes.
Ooh.
Okay.
Say jam? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know you're ready, Q.
I'm ready. Yeah.
Nah, that shit's like, what happened to Shame? God damn. Like, whatever happened to Shame?
I was like, oh, all right, man. Oh, with the black and yellow Cyclops and stuff.
Yeah, that one's just sick. It's a must buy.
Yeah, I might. I might empty my bank account. What does that list drop?
This is my best galaxy. I don't use that toilet seat. Shit has me in tears, bro.
Endless Ragnarok. There we go. Wait, it comes out July 8th?
That's bad, no? July
Yeah,
8th.
I'm kind of drunk. Let's get horny.
Wait, what?
What?
I'm drunk. I'm
Great
drunk,
way to
bro.
start
I'm
this
a
game.
healer main. Fuck, I can play any healer. What do you want?
What?
What do you want from me? You want heals or not?
Oh, I do, but like, you need to get on Rocket.
There's the second part of that sentence that caught us off guard.
No, I'm a healer main. Fuck.
I just didn't expect that.
Ban Gambit. Fuck get mad. Actually, ban Rocket.
Why would we wait? You're drunk. You need to play Rocket. What?
Yeah, no. I'm not drunk. I'm horny.
What?
Bro, if you're not horny right now, let me know what you're doing.
Oh shit.
What?
Are y'all scared to talk or what? AR?
I'm intimidated right now. Oh shit.
Bro,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Listen, Ben Rocket, hear me out.
This guy needs to get on Rocket. Excuse me, like
Oh,
what's
ban Rocket?
I'm scared. I would have ran a bad.
Okay, thank you.
Man, that was so wow.
Again,
Wow,
man.
so-
2 games in a row.
The right hero could make all the difference.
My order.
Everyone's dropping their TTVs.
The
Hold
higher
on
the
now.
pressure, the more dazzling.
Damn, before the match even starts, we plug in? Like, damn.
Well, yeah.
I can play any healer. Let me know.
Please. I mean, you play what you need to, baby.
I like him,
girl.
man.
I love him.
Hey, I got all healers unlocked. Don't make me horny and shit.
We have Invis for the team up, please.
Oh shit.
You're lucky I'm playing this character. Wait, actually, hold
Someone came
Gets what she wants
into my
at
life.
any cost.
Humans are so funny, bro.
I outnumber you.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh yeah, I was gonna try out Tito's Crosshair.
Y'all are different.
I have to get back to the 8th city. My people need me to lead them through this dark time.
Oh, whoops.
You know what it sounds like they really need? A benefit concert. Count me in.
Ooh, thanks, but
Let me try this out.
music, and I think they're already suffering enough.
As you came
Battle
in,
starts in 5,
and back
4,
in,
3,
you came into my life.
You have to stop them and secure the mission area.
Hey, I would like y'all to stay right there.
Shut the fuck up.
Why you hit it? Why you hit it though? Why you hit it though?
There they are.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
Get the dino, get the dino.
Dino dead as shit. Boom. What's that shit you say? Yickety.
Let's go. We're so locked, guys. Double flower comp.
Oh my god.
Ring.
Yo, Mr. Fenty?
He can die.
Yeah, dude.
Gotta back up from that.
That's 3. Bro, our teammates are probably so fucking confused as to what the fuck your reference.
Back up, I'm playing Tiger.
Why'd you time that guy out? You timed the wrong guy. That guy. Oh wait. Wait, is he the one that said that? Oh no. I don't know.
Sorry, brother. I have to talk to you.
I don't know, bro.
I got their invis.
Green. I might wait till I don't know. Fuck it. We use it. We go. I fucked up.
Nice.
I fucked up.
That's okay, man.
Hell back up in here. In here.
Nah, it was the right person.
The foe is here.
Yeah, that's a good timeout. So I go on vacation. That guy's too free.
They have one take now.
Enemies on approach.
I hope y'all didn't hear me cough. I just took a rip.
Oh, you're good, baby. Touch it.
Fantastic coming back line.
There's a hello. Okay. Look at die, got it.
Get the strange.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, forced her ult. Oh shit, kill this guy. What the fuck? He's unkillable.
I'm gonna get off strange. Take strange.
Nah, that's crazy. He took the health pack, bro. This asshole.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh nice. Oh fuck. Go not. I should I get back.
Yo, chill out putting it down. They might come through and kill you guys. Run away.
Give me the flame.
This is from 7 Deadly Sins. You need a what?
Nah, he's asking for flake.
Thank you.
Oh. They said.
Careful. The Punisher
Give me the flame.
Yeah, well, if you guys want to. Oh.
Wait.
Oh, it's kind of fat. Never mind.
A nice deep freeze.
The fuck did she just ult?
Wait to know.
That was great. That's not good.
Six, 5, 4, 3, 2. What the hell? Nice!
Go, good
Bucky.
gamble.
Thank you, you're such a daddy.
What?
Why is this guy calling you daddy? What did you do? Why is he calling you that?
Hey, but like, are you the like Infernasu that plays Roblox?
What was that?
Oh, you're not.
Turnaround's quick.
fuck is that?
I don't even want to win anymore. You ruined it.
Huh? I'm so confused.
It don't matter, bro. You ruined my drink.
I ruined your what?
I got green behind y'all. I already green.
Down a healer.
Give me the play.
I'm coming with you. Wait, healer, don't leave me. It's okay.
I'm strengthened for battle.
30 seconds.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Y'all fun games they say they pull out to the stream? That's when you hit them with Ash. How we lose that?
Yeah. Come back.
We're running like.
Give me the play.
This comp is ass. Which is the? I mean, it's alright. Could be better though.
What value is Loki though right now?
Not really much. Yeah, can we on a better comp? Can we switch characters when it comes to Loki?
Say it.
I just did.
We've not like mag ulted this once either.
Yeah, you gotta save your mag ult for Punisher ult.
Let's walk hard, bro. Let's walk hard. 3, 2, 1. Can we kill the people on point?
Yeah, I was Support Taylor.
Green.
There's a fucking car.
Fantastic!
That's bad. Want to pop ult here?
I am ready to put on
Are you fucking kidding me?
Come to me, Luna. No, Luna.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Green is protected.
Oh my god, I feel like we never have ult.
You are restored.
Yeah, I don't know. Not now. Torch is actually like playing really well too.
Yeah, he is, yeah. He's dying a lot though, but it is what it is.
I think he's just dying because we have Luna, or not Luna, Loki.
Oh, he just so good to me. But he switched off Mac.
I have many faces.
Judge, jury, executioner.
You got OT. That's alright.
The current score is 0.
Give me the flay.
3. Time to switch things up,
You saying
including
that?
which side you're on.
What's up?
Why does he keep saying that?
I
You'll
don't
need
know.
a top-notch team to win this one.
Wait, didn't you have getting Elo compensation then? Since that guy got banned for cheating?
Yeah, I did. I got like 25.
Oh, okay, good. I was about to say, because what the fuck?
I'm like 1 game off GM1, I think.
Can y'all lock the fuck in? What the fuck's up?
I'm good. It's just like I
Give me the flay.
You came into my life.
Round 2.
Pick me, please.
Yep.
Small offense. See if this guy's got console tank, bro. I don't know if I trust him.
My
Left the
30
voice
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
different version of me.
You don't fuck with the loads here, God, or what?
It's our world too.
Do we do MRC? Hell no, I'm not interested in that. Hell no. I love the BZ, the torch that kept saying, give me flip.
5, 4, 3.
You don't fuck with me, I guess, man.
My order is sharp.
Hey,
need to do is
if the
capture
healer
the
is
mission.
the fucking MVP, I don't know. Somebody did something wrong.
No, I'm just fragging, bro. Chilling me.
Bogey's incoming.
Don't PM me off, because I'm about to be MVP after this right now.
Oh shit, okay.
Right now.
What do you say?
Okay. He said don't PM on me.
Oh my god.
Nice! Go! We gotta go with the pick. We gotta get horny and shit.
What the fuck is my aim so ass right now? My aim is so bad with Psylocke, by the way. Just can't hit shit with this sword anymore.
Nice team. Y'all are making me horny, I'm not gonna lie. No portal?
That's got a
Actually,
problem,
portal.
man.
Actually, they might portal. Nah, we're good.
Out of
sight.
Step aside, guys. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Step on lava.
Push point. Keep him live.
I am ready to put on a show.
Luna, you're first.
Right like a stone. Judge. Execution.
Pop.
Hold on.
Multi through the back line. Wait, why are we dying? Why are we down the ball?
I seem to be unprotected.
Wait, why did we
Yeah,
die?
they all missed us. We got
How did we? Yeah, how did we lose that? What happened?
Why did we die to Mo?
The stream built to those.
I have step aside.
Oh.
My stream told y'all to die?
Did they use Luna?
The stream.
Yeah, they use
stand
both.
still.
Yeah, we can retake them out. Come use them out. I'm about to use them out. Just go, come on, out.
Healer, fuck you. About to throw a bubble on us. Bubble on us.
Wakanda has given us this.
Hey, that team not dead.
My aim with Psylocke is so bad lately. Holy shit. This is actually insane. I cannot aim with this character in my life anymore.
Get off.
More faster. Oh, lucky.
Oh, there was one.
Step aside.
Oh my fucking god! If I don't get a heal, bro.
I can hear you, but
I'm going.
You're gonna get open my mag.
I'm going to the back line.
Oh, they doubled.
They doubled.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Come over here. They have no healer ult. Y'all win. Kill the healer. Somebody. I don't know. Do something. At some point. Embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god, he just came back up the spawn room.
My support still fucking supporting. Ain't he?
I'm back.
Back out of there.
What was my ult again?
I can't.
I don't know. Y'all are embarrassing me.
Where you going with Bucky ult? They have no squad ults.
Nicely.
He doesn't know that, bro. He's not really a DPS.
Hey, we're down. Chill.
He said, what am I doing there? He just spawned in.
Dude, they're double shields. If you want to go Blade, honestly, I think it's kind of the
Yeah,
Yo!
so
Iron Man!
Fucking raw, dude. I've never seen more kills in my
Iron
life.
Man, dude. You're telling me, dude. You're telling me.
Dude, you notice how your DPS is at the most best because you're not healing? Yeah, it's on you, brother.
Embrace the dock.
Healer. I swear to God, fuck those guys. Fuck those guys. They're more important than they are. They're ass. You know why you're SCP? You know why you're SCP? It's because me and you.
Bro, you're playing.
Me and you get the world.
One final and you
Me
get
and you get the world. Me and you get the world. Me and you get the world.
what am I hearing?
Keep up the momentum.
I'll push down. Just carrying him. I don't have heals for you. Heals.
Enemy has arrived.
I'll go up there if you're always there.
A nice deep freeze.
Is Iron Man to play here?
Nice. One dead. Holy moly.
What's up, sometimes?
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh my freaking goodness! This guy's gonna kill me. Oh brother, I'm dead as fuck. I'm actually gonna blaze you now.
Yeah, you go first. Oh, never mind. Okay. We just let him.
I was born
ready.
There's an ult there.
There's no way we let him bid or above.
Get that vehicle moving again.
We're down 2 ults, we're fine.
Oh my lordy, these guys are so annoying.
Oh, I got first. I'll go take the damage. I'll go take the possibility of dying.
Bro, where is this damage coming from?
I'm a cut.
Yeah, this. I don't know how people enjoy playing that
Cloak
character.
is,
It was like one less if we surrender. I think it's worth.
We can still win this. We're good.
Why are we surrendering? What? This is winnable. Walk in.
Because they're cut. They just use 2 DPS ults. They just use 2 tank ults.
You wanna walk? I'll ult.
I'm gonna ult this in a couple seconds.
No way we just
Luna's
died
dead?
through our fucking Luna.
Oh yeah, I got fucking nuked.
Yo, hit the FF quick. We lose one less.
What? That's not a thing.
Not how that works.
That's not how that works, bro. What's? Bro said one less. Like what? Yes, the game's gonna give you one less.
Get the fuck off Iron Man. What the fuck are you doing? You think you're
That was so low. No one killed that guy? Oh, brother.
No winner yet.
What's this, rank 3 Iron Man?
I guess so.
Okay.
Somehow.
Ready to catch a spear Magneto? Hold on.
I'm gonna stay on point and shit like that. Stay on bubble. Leave the bubble on.
I got bucket.
Ulting.
I can't
Ult!
There's a big
I gotta support, I gotta learn.
Why are we dying to my ult?
Too much damage, bro. Too much damage.
Too much damage through my ult.
Just DP.
I've never seen people die to my ult. I don't know that.
Oh, that's
It's 'cause you're on
insane.
cloak. Yeah, you're on cloak form. That's why. It does less healing.
That's not true.
What? That's not a thing. What type of ramble is that? That is not a thing. Yo, I'm hearing everything today, bro. That's not a thing.
Avoid boat support.
What the fuck did I just hear? Yo, that's not a thing. That isn't a thing. What are these lies? He said the cloak hole heals less if you're in cloak form. Oh my fucking god, bro. What? That's not a thing. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? That's not a thing. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? That's not a thing. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never heard of some shit like that. What? There's no way. I've never We're just making shit up. Did you avoid them? Wani?
Wait, what's up?
Did you avoid them?
No, I didn't avoid it.
I'm avoiding them. Like what? This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard, bro. Oh my god. That's gotta be racist. I don't know, bro. What?
One of the games of all time, for sure.
That's not a thing, bro. What are you saying? Oh my god, I'm in tears, bro.
Oh,
What?
you're also talking a game.
Oh, I just pressed the button mistake. It's not a thing. What? Oh man. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh man. This shit was funny, but at what cost? Like what?
That's all me, bro. I think the voice changer got to him. He wasn't fucking with it.
Motherfucker was yapping. Like, what are you saying?
I don't know. That shit was wild, man.
I'm gonna go watch that match. That fucking BP cheat more or something.
Watch him cheat more is crazy.
Motherfucker's a fucking loser. Motherfucker's cheating his ass off. Their Phoenix was tearing heads off too. Like, what is this?
There's so much going on that match.
Oh my god! Oh no! I want to watch that. She was just hitting straight headshots. I should look at her accuracy. That's just probably crazy.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What am I playing? This fucking game. What a day it's been of Rivals, man. What the fuck?
Most Looney Tunes ass game, bro. You just meet the most dumbest shit. You just run into the dumbest shit. You just meet the stupidest people on this game, bro.
Vanish from this match.
So many damn trolls. It's hilarious, bro. I have never heard that shit before. So deep in love. Above 60 definitely cheating. I didn't get to look at it. I'll look at it next match. Try red. Oh, this game, bro. This fucking game.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Good day. What am I playing? Am I back on the support? Bet.
This game is too funny, bro.
I'll fight to end the darkness.
This shit is not real, man. I've been playing support like nonstop.
Especially this late at night, you just run into like just tomfoolery. It's like this every night, bro. You just never know what you're gonna run into next match.
I thought they would fuck with like the singing. I guess not. Man.
No, that shit turned them fucking crazy.
Yeah, that was my bad. Hey, whoa, this guy's sick.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You know that if you're on a map with water, Jeff heals more type shit.
Okay, what's the like percent buff here?
Type shit.
This isn't a pop song, Luna. Real life is complicated.
I gotta hire that guy onto the team.
Like what the? I have never heard some shit like that before.
Yeah, you know if there's a map with grass, Groot does more damage.
Literally, like what?
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Alright, win.
Got it?
Let's see what I get called this game.
Real tip, Jeff's bubbles increased the amount of healing taken. Does that work for my lifesteal? Probably not. Is that Phoenix? Oh, brother. Not again.
Good luck up there.
I'm fucking dead, bro. This girl, I can't 1v1 Phoenix together. It's Thanos. Oh my god, get shit on.
You got him. No one's looking at you right now. I'm just here.
Like she's so grippable without her dash. Like she's like literally a pack.
You saw what?
What?
Oh, Stranger's one.
What the fuck? Damn, where'd my kills go? I mean, I did my job. I killed the Phoenix. Most of those killed it. Does increase healing receives? It does work really well.
I'm spinning! I'm spinning!
Help get that vehicle
What
to
the-
its destination.
Sorry, all out to see them.
Can't wait to play with Magic until one.
Damn.
Oh, I just got pulled.
Damn, yeah, they were shielded too.
The hunt is on.
Does that die?
Sorry, walking in rocket.
Shooting his toes.
I have ult already. I'm missing a cart. Look.
Amplifier in preparation. Show some patience.
Okay, I see.
Actually, you got ult here. I'm gonna have stuff for you.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I killed her.
Boy, it's crazy. It's crazy.
You let dark child.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh shit, I actually get recognized every match on this game. What the fuck? This much y'all play this game? This much you guys play this game? Holy fuck.
Oh, I got needs ult here.
He's killable. Man, I'm
just gonna pop it. Dude, can we kill the dino? I don't know. Damage thing? Bindy. Okay.
Armed and dangerous! Assemble!
Oh, hell no.
Again!
You guys gotta get out of there.
As good as new.
Get that vehicle moving again. A nice deep freeze.
Slice and dice!
Okay, rubber band, let's get it. I'm about to ult them.
Excellent.
Slice and dice! You're not in this alone. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Okay, one. Here.
The hunt is on.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Man, I'll be the rando. I'm a rando.
Still have work to do.
I'm pretty
Clogs to clogs in 3 generations.
Silver bullet.
rando.
Hell yeah. This is the perfect place to cut loose. The beast inside of me. Look,
Rock, he's on. It's like middle.
as good as new. Open season.
Armed and dangerous!
Slice and dice. I had you covered this time.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
I'm pushing guard. If you guys want to start backing up.
I'm backing up. Do I play sports? Look like you're fit. I'm fit, but I don't play any sports. I stream daily.
Sorry,
I can't
I
play
backed up.
sports. No time for that. I used to play soccer. Just play instruments. Play violin and piano.
Okay, fellow violiner. Popping out 3, 2, 1.
I can't do that
I
shit
can't
anymore. I'll
play
tell you
that shit
that.
anymore. My wrist's fucking hurt now. I'm trying to play.
1,000 gods!
Played that shit for like 15 years.
What?
Violin?
15 years? Holy shit, I only played it in middle school.
Yeah.
Well, my music teacher was racist, so I quit.
Okay.
I'm dead ass.
That's
I'm
a
dead
big-
ass, dude. That's the crazy part.
The current score is 3, 2.
Yeah, like, I tried to play the other day, and I had a
You have one? Damn.
Yeah,
I went to a shop and like rented one out. For
Well, I used to own one back at home. Yeah.
All the difference.
I have like an electric one right now. But that
That's
shit,
cool.
like, hurts my
Oh, I
wrist.
want to try that. I've tried electric violin before.
They're nice, man.
Electric piano, I've tried that. Violin, nope. Okay, I probably played Blade and Psylocke, but play a lot of characters actually. If you want to see the Lords I have, these are the Lords I have.
Yeah, like I don't think I ever bought my own violin. It was for my school. Like I played in middle school, and eventually they were just like, "Yeah, you can keep it." I was like, "I'll bet."
Can keep it, damn.
I mean, I was concertmaster, bro. I'm fucking frying on that shit.
The best of me.
Is it true you can absorb
Mm.
people's memories?
Afraid so.
Like Moon Knight on my board, it's nighttime. Get a damage boost.
Better refrain from petting me then.
Get that damage boost.
Pretty ugly.
Noted. But if we're being honest,
Cannot believe that guy said that shit, bro. What?
The battle starts in 5,
That was like premium grade yap.
2.
Like special grade yap.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Like a domain expansion.
Like what the fuck?
Oh my, yo, they got a Spidey fucking flying.
That Venom? Why is he walking? First time I've seen a fucking Venom walk.
I bet. Oh, we're playing this now. Okay.
Oh, they're full dive.
Yeah,
Like,
they did not fuck with me.
what did you guys do to them?
DD's one, DD's one.
Oh, they're getting kicked off site though, like high key.
Spider-Man's one as well.
Wait, they actually got cooked. Nah, they're getting fried. They're getting fried. What? I don't know where
I'm
you
gonna
guys
play
went, but
dive, just letting you guys know, I can only heal here on this building. I'm not dropping from up here.
Your dog is suffering.
I got Spidey, I got Spidey. Don't shoot Venom, do not shoot Venom, please. Yeah, I'm owning her now. Hold up.
let's go. What's that guy's name? Magic's baby daddy? Oh wow.
I was born ready.
Play mutants Krakoa, you get a 20% damage boost. Defense boost? Oh, not damage? My bad. I have ult. Get ready to walk up.
1,000 gods!
You're lucky I was here.
Slice and dice.
got Spidey.
Who was that? I was also.
Let him on, let him on. No we. You guys have healers on point right now fighting.
That's awkward.
That's good. Yeah, the Spidey's gotta give it up, man.
Bro, he's running it down. Oh, he got
I've
off
killed
of
him
it.
solo 3 times. Okay, he's on 2 units. That's my bad.
Well, fancy seeing you here.
Your god is suffering. Back in the game.
Oh my god, I just got deleted.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me. I put you on.
So damn many of them.
I'm ready.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yeah, we need to drop labs sooner. I don't want to like spend all. Like, Loki's also just a master though. Like they triple dove me and he just did not pop lab. I can't hear you. Venom's half line, Venom's half line.
Oh, Magic's one. Oh, not Magic also.
Let the devil
I'll just pop all here.
Go.
Spell more.
You got him seeing red now.
This crosshair sucks, chat. This is not ideal. What color? It blends in. I just changed the color to red.
Oh.
But the enemies are red.
Yeah, use yellow, trust. Yellow's attack.
Yeah, yellow's peak.
Yellow's insane.
Oh, nice
I can't put the ult,
Ready to put on a show.
Venom can dive on, Venom can dive on.
These guys just ran. I'm gonna ult these kids. Oh, he died before he did it. Nice. Bro, this fucking dino. Oh my god. Leave me alone.
Yo, our other healer cannot aim, man. I don't know who we gotta put him on.
Yeah, we killed both of those. She thought I left. I'm right here. Where does this guy come from?
Scare, back up.
Not green. For contrast. Green's not bad.
Be careful over here.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
That one hurts.
Better stop that vehicle.
And Val, I use blue.
Only 60 seconds left.
That's
You lit the charge.
I was born ready.
You stop them in their tracks. Down to 30 seconds.
My lethal pet.
Point. Back up.
Slice and dice. Back in the game.
I don't have to be.
Taste cold steel.
Final 10 seconds.
let the devil out! 1,000 gods!
Not there yet. Going to overtime.
He's 72 anti-you.
Oh, he's not dead. I'm damage boosting.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Taste cold steel.
Portaling. Nice, good.
Bring on the final score. 3, 2, 1.
It was tanky as hell, I guess. I don't know. Definitely should have been done.
You're fucking this.
Victory! Big win!
KVL. The hell does that mean? GLMN?
Good luck next match.
You got it like that?
I just guessed. Sounds about right.
Where are we at? Let's see.
I think we're up. Well, no, we're definitely up.
Oh, we're 100% up. Yeah.
I changed the UI colors, chat, for like the actual icons on matches. Where do you do those at, chat? Oh, here it is. Enemy color. Warning color. You put it pink? Why is it orange? Why is it orange? Or whatever this is. It's like an orangish red instead of just red. We try enemies red. Ally color red is crazy. Yeah, you're trolling if you do that. Oh fuck! No! Oh no! Wait, is that gonna apply? Yo! If that applies and I cannot change him in match, I am fucked. Yo!
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Okay, no, it's here. That'd be fucked. Oh, there's more? Oh, there's a score wheel. I didn't see that part. Oh, I remember. I used to play on this for Valorant. Blue.
I'm just gonna ban Daredevil. I'm keeping a buck. I think they have a really good GD.
Yeah, ban that shit. I'm gonna put enemy color red. Shield bar. I saw someone with a red one of those. This looks pretty funny. Red blue life. It wouldn't be blue life anymore. It's already blue. Oh, is my camera blocking it? Fuck, it is. There you go. Now you guys can see it. It's like, that's blue. And then look at this blue. Oh, wait, that's the health bar. Hold on. Wait, what if you put this red? Okay, you're trolling if you do that. Warning color. How is that not already red? Look at the difference between this red and this red, chat. That's like not even, this is orange. This is like reddish orange. And this is red. Like damn near not even different. Red HP bar. Little shield bar. Not shit, the match started.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me. My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
This is the first person I've seen with the mech dino.
Whoa. Wait, why did this apply? Oh. I was confused for a second. I'm like, whoa, why is my team red? That's like trippy, bro.
That's insane.
You guys look like enemies. Because it's red for when like they're low HP and Blade sees them through walls.
The battle starts in 5.
You
4,
die.
3, 2,
It's so trippy.
1.
Ooh.
You have to stop that
Well,
from securing
yellow.
the mission area.
Oh, hell no. I gotta change the UI, because I never understood why the UI is, for the ME team, is like orange. Why is it blue versus orange team and not like blue versus red team? I never understood that.
Why we stop, fighter?
Yeah, you said so. Like, why would you pick orange? Like, oh, orange is red, not just red. I'm dead as hell. What slowed me like that, chat? Oh, was it Plucky?
Yo, I'm not gonna hold you. Our Punisher sucks.
Double KO.
Excuse me?
Punisher?
Ow.
Buns.
I like the cold.
Look at that team. That's what Punisher be like.
Oh my gosh, she's 1 HP.
I'm pocketing me. I'm dead though. I have to jump out first.
Oh, look at this portal. Run, just run.
Yeah.
You need to stop that vehicle in
Yeah.
Yo, we lost their fucking minds.
Fuck. Bro, it's Venom Groot. And you're playing Punisher and that thing's dying. Hey, come on.
I roll, but... Oh, they want me dead. Okay, I'm out of there. Fuck that. These guys are crazy. Holy shit, he got slammed. Oh, guys, CJM slammed. What the fuck was that? They wanted his ass gone. Oh my god.
I'll do this myself.
But they're still here.
It's all here.
Yeah, we need tank shredders ASAP. I'm playing that also. Like, what's...
Gem once again. Shot to the soul. Psionic surge.
Bro.
I like the cold.
Shot to the soul.
Until I feel I'm trying to help. Stop that
Trap set. Weakling. Dodge this way.
You have an Angela?
Cheers, mate.
Do we have an Angela?
Yeah.
She just helped them. Okay.
Shot to the soul. Got you good.
Did I just trap myself? Oh, wow, I did.
Oh, I can't see you.
A nice
Dodge this way.
I'm doing this my way.
Disappear. Oh, much better. Dodge this way.
You stopped them in their tracks.
Shot to the soul.
Again!
Release the Glowdrop! Shot to the soul. Fear blossom. Got you good.
Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to unfreeze him. Where's one? Are you serious? Why are they not dying, Lawrence?
This is real
No.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Cheers, mate.
You belong to me.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sound.
Cheers, mate.
Hey, these walls are up. You can't do shit. Our Punisher's fighting. Nope.
Cheers, mate. Shot to the soul.
They hit a checkpoint.
Yo, Punisher, you wanna solve with me? I just get on bunny.
Yeah, you do think that's close.
Okay. Color blindness. It probably was for that. I don't know, we're streaming. Yeah, we've been live for a while. I didn't get to play any games today, so. What the? Wow, vault. I fucking missed. Who's that hiding behind the point?
Got him. See if I can bait it all here. Yeah. Oh my god.
Shields are more.
What's up, AJ?
Back from the grave, better than cheers, mate.
You get any value off Angela here? I think.
Oh my goodness.
Root's one.
Only 60 seconds left.
Suspicious. Nice.
Dodge rocket. I vault if they portal.
Nah, they're still holding him.
I'm gonna get in position.
What is zoning right now?
I'm in position just in case they do. Or I can flank with my ult if they're trying to touch.
Hang on for just a while.
This is real firepower!
Popping it. Fuck. Come back.
Oh, that's so annoying. I got invis.
The team backed up like way too early.
Oh. I really got
It was just,
invis.
it was literally just me. Yeah, I killed her, but. Okay. Sorry, I'm on DPS now. You and I can fry.
0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Okay.
You'll need a top-notch team to win
They
this
make
one.
it might not work. What the fuck?
Hunting.
What is wrong with this thing?
Round 2, go!
Come on then, if you think you're
It's a
hard
thing?
enough.
Control Shift C?
For what?
Hides chat.
30 seconds.
Straight up doesn't show it.
Get ready.
That's cool.
Wow, I didn't know it was a bind.
I know exactly what you are, Angela. And I've got loads of info about angels.
You mortals should not believe everything in your sacred texts.
I don't. Thor clued me in. He said you were raised by a nasty lot.
The battle
Oh,
starts
let's
in
put
5,
pink.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, Wabbin.
Here comes the horse. Oh, much better.
Oh wow, I'm dead as fuck. I got headshotted. Yeah, Rocket needs to be banned.
Yeah, our comp is just worse. Like, they have Rocket, we have Angela.
Trigger is busted.
Imagine we have Thing.
Got one. Got two.
Okay. Wolvie's one. Top four.
That guy's so low. Wow.
A bit too close for comfort.
Oh my god, that pin is so annoying.
Not while there are still monsters. Got you good.
Surely I get a heal from like either of our supports right here, man. Holy fuck, man. No burst damage either.
Oh, we can't destroy it because Magneto.
Shooting her now, but
yeah, I can't even fucking like the game. Yo, team, can we get a rocket?
There are still monsters on the loose.
For some reason, my in-game mic is not working, but we need a fucking rocket. Like,
yeah, we do.
Like, can we get a rocket? This character is so broken. Oh, he's 1 HP.
Currently fighting
yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm going crazy right
This character gets ult so fast. Like, I feel like not having this character is pretty cool.
Big?
No. Well, it was, but fucking Venom. Oh my god, that's so annoying. That fucking Venom wasn't that good. So if him to come out.
My hunt's not
Again!
I guess none of them want to play Rocket. Like, I don't know why we're still not on Rocket yet.
Did we get a Rocket?
Oh, he got it.
Wait. Bro.
Oh my lordy. I'm getting headshotted like crazy.
This Venom is actually just like digging in them, man.
He's only have 10 kills. What the fuck is he doing?
I don't know.
In like 20 minutes. How's he only have 10 kills?
Yo, can we drop Mag? We just need to make some team adjustments. Like, I don't think we need Mag. Mag isn't shielding anything on that team. And we just get like Thing or some shit. Or Emma. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. and just like backdooring the fucking payload.
Only 60 seconds left.
Look at this at him.
Armed and dangerous.
He just gets out every time.
I will. That sucks.
Okay. We're holding that shit.
Yeah, we use like literally everything.
Yeah.
That's not
Use
good.
both support ults. Damn.
Yeah. Rocket was good, but
I don't think we have anything because they're gonna have all their shit right now.
yeah, it's 1 HP. This game's over.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
It's unfortunate we had the worst here tanks. Happens.
Yeah, our tanks are bad, and like honestly, our supports are bad too.
Unlucky.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah, like dude, the guy I swapped with had 2 final kills from that first half.
Unlucky.
How do you have 2 final kills on Punisher against Groot Venom, bro? I gotta avoid that guy. That's just gotta happen.
Yeah, it was a big ult, but Invis ulted, so. Yeah. I wasn't gonna do anything. I pulled him back. Yeah, you missed Evo day 1. Yeah, we did that already. It was fun. I'm gonna run ads real quick before the match starts. Shot.
Chop, chop. I didn't bring all these bullets.
Right from one cosmic disaster to the next. Story of my life.
That's 3.
Booyah!
Wow, 4 in a row.
I can't wait for Avatar, man.
That shit gonna be sick.
Toph
The
looks so
exhibition was so
sick.
cool.
That's what I'm watching right now. Even Korra. Like, Korra looks really fun, too.
Yeah, Avatar State shit is sick. I was hoping they were gonna show a trailer after,
Same.
but I guess it's gonna be today. I guess later today or tomorrow.
Yeah, no way they don't show off Zahir and
They need to show off Ozai or Zahir or Avatar State, Aang and Korra. I mean, they gotta show someone soon because, I mean, the game is dropping very soon. They gotta show these characters quick. They're taking too long to show these characters.
Toph is, oh my god, man.
Yeah,
Oh, wait,
that
yeah,
Toph was crazy. Like, that shit was OD. That Toph was actually insane.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
That's what I'm planning on playing. Either Toph or Kyoshi.
Land Azula.
Of course.
Of course.
Oh, is that a serious name, bro? Who am I gonna banish from this match?
They're definitely a bad Phoenix. We're gonna have a rocket. Oh, if we need a support, I'll go up. Hold on, we're back.
Alright.
The right heroes could make all the difference. Round one.
Oops. There you go. I'll go Dino since we have a mag. If they go Punisher, it'll just suck
Coming in
roll.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
That mean they most likely will have a Punisher. I mean, oh, that might switched off. Okay, I'm fucked. Alright. He switched that. You gonna play Granblue tomorrow? What do you mean? Comes out tomorrow?
The battle starts in 5.
What do you mean?
I don't think so.
3.
Does it go until like the 8th?
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Please, I've faced greater challenges in the danger room.
I suck.
Yeah, but Daredevil. They're all on the right side.
Need some help.
Someone scratch my back.
Wow, I fucking hate Domino mirrors. They're actually so annoying.
Yeah. I've been having to deal
Really
with
just
that
who
too,
grabs
so.
them first is so annoying. Versus? What is there for me to do on Versus? What do you mean?
Pull out.
Because of work? I mean, the bot will be up.
Moon Knight now. Moon Knight Punisher. How much really low?
Gotta look behind you.
It's fucking Moon Knight. It's hard for me to peek because of this guy.
Yeah.
The moon.
Oh, he has ult already? What?
He just swapped, yeah.
Yeah, he just swapped. What the fuck is that? Bro just swapped and he already has that shit. What was Tyler? That shit was Looney Tunes. Little Looney Tunes exhibition.
Does this give you anything?
No. Oh, I think it just makes my health bar a little bit bigger, but I think it doesn't really. I don't like doing it. I think it usually gets Punisher killed.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Put on a show.
Oh my fucking god, their damage form.
Holy shit. Is Angela fucking kidnapped me? That shit's kind of rough.
That shit's gone, yeah. Well, I gotta switch. I got fucking hard counter at frame 1. Like, what?
Yeah.
60 seconds left.
Moon Knight and fucking.
They went Moon Knight and Punisher, not even just Moon Knight.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Buggers in person ranked. Yeah. Dude hasn't had the proper like Street Fighter experience. He's just one and running.
He's really low.
Oh my goodness, y'all.
Diamond
That shit was not necessary. Thoughts? What? Bro.
Holy shit, that guy tore your head off.
Yo, Punisher, you did the shit last
My bad, bro.
You just
My bad,
used
bro.
it all on cooldown, bro? You just see it.
What do you mean that shit last game? Whoa, whoa, what do you mean, bro?
Oh.
You did that shit so fast against that.
He was lying.
Bro.
Get out of here. What are y'all waiting for?
Alright, we up. More random, more probably ass, and more plays the game like 24/7. Oh yeah, what I say about Sajam? I told you he wasn't gonna come back. Is he here?
Oh, I knew it. Nope.
Yeah, he went to the well, he's gone, bro. He's still in VC too, he gone. You do this shit every night, bro. That guy is not coming back.
Only 60 seconds left.
Papa, what the fuck? What the fuck are you saying?
Out here. I'm back up.
Rocket is so busted this patch. What is this dumb character, bro? This game is easy mode with this character. Like, what is that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Like, if you just play poke with him, it's just disgusting, bro. This meta is so ass.
You stop them in their tracks.
This meta is ass, bro.
The final 10 seconds.
You just play poke or rocket, you just do disgusting damage, bro. Easiest picks in the world. What is that? Oh, what?
Zero, chill on me, chill on me.
Nah, you're not bad, but you gotta chill on that.
Honestly, I pressed that shit the same second that this boy will do. That's on me.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure.
Wait, do you remember us though from last time?
Oh, yeah, you were digging at me. That shit was rough, man. You were going crazy on the Venom.
Bro, that man popped like 14 Punisher ults.
Bro, I had to fucking get this TGZ guy off Punisher. He was playing it like the first entire half, and I was like, bro, get off that shit. Let me do
They're
it.
4-stack.
Yeah, I avoided them, and now this shit's
back to where you came from, damn.
Money can't buy happiness.
Are you and Paulsock duo?
But I can afford everything
It's
else.
me, Rocket, Impact, and Paulsock, yeah.
Oh, well, you're a 4-stack. Okay, bet.
Yeah.
30
You guys are
seconds
owning.
before you attack. Get ready.
Do not fuck with the
We
DD
kinda
Venom,
are
bro.
first.
Do
I
not
saw
fuck.
that turret thing you do. How much you want for it?
I haven't played the shit in a minute, so
What are you
just
kidding?
let him back up.
Everything's for sale.
Maybe for other people, not for me.
Bro, you're fucking role playing over
Battle
here.
starts in 5,
I'm chilling.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm not gonna say that. Nah, say it there. Shit, I would. Y'all would take her meds.
Take her back.
Oh, that guy's super dead. Oh, get this guy too. Hold on. No! No! Who did that? Mag, why don't you push him? Why'd he push him?
I'm gonna go left here and take an angle. Oh, sure. Rocket's one on point.
Yeah, rocket all. We can set it up somewhere.
Yeah, look at the strange. Look at the strange. Look at the strange. Strange one. Strange one.
Yeah, we have lucky. The moon haunts you. This is real. I'm dead. I'm getting power.
I shot the ult. Yeah. This is fine. This is fine. We haven't used shit.
Yeah, we gotta look up, bro.
No, I'll shoot at supports. I'll shoot at supports. They have the ults now. When I'm back, I just pop all. We win.
Way off first.
Name more still up top.
I have to pop it now.
Pop it all. 3, 2, 2, like.
Moon Knight up there.
Right up top. There you go.
That's some trash for Monday. What the? I don't even know what that means. Oh damn.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Every time I hop on stream, he's on some white woman. What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, whoa.
What's that supposed to mean? It's not true.
You wanna fuck me or I'm just gonna fucking walk in shotgun? Just kill the strange.
Oh shit. Oh, Halo's there. What the fuck?
The moon haunts you.
It's not really aggressive. Took that.
I got it.
Oh my god.
Tap more.
What? He just dashed through my dash. That was cheese. He dashed through my dash. Oh, I got dead.
Still hasn't said why his name is Infernasu.
Oh my god, he's
He
actually
came back from the well.
What the fuck?
Holy shit.
Bro, that guy was cheating, Say Jim. He got banned. The BP?
The Panther or the
Yes, both. Check the replay. Like, look at what he was doing. He was actually like cheating.
Do you have a clip?
Oh, well, no, but I don't know. You're in the match. Like anyone that's marked, it just tracks. Yeah, I looked at it on stream. I would timestamp. Hold on. Go to my VOD. Nah,
It wasn't like right after the match, right?
You should have got refunded. If you get on, you should see you got point compensation. Like,
that's crazy.
Like anyone marked, they would get like.
I feel like I killed the Panther though. Like I don't think.
Yeah, I was cheating. Cheating.
You'll see.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that shit was cringe.
First death. Yeah.
I am limit testing right now.
10, 32, 38. What the? Oh, those dudes got cooked, by the way. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Oh, you got it?
Are you playing?
Yeah, it's crazy. He just snaps.
Yeah, anyone marked, his camera just snaps to them when he dashes.
Yeah.
Like that shit is evil.
The Phoenix wasn't cheating though, right?
I'm pretty sure she was. She was just like soft aiming. I didn't report her though. I should have. But they were duoed. Cause I checked her history. Her history was hidden. His wasn't.
Are you playing? Say, Jim.
Oh, I want to see her accuracy. That's what I wanted to look. Bro, her accuracy was 64%. Yeah. Yeah, alright, bro. She was cheating. She was cheating, chat. It was 64. Bro, what the fuck? I gotta report her. 64% on Phoenix is ridiculous. That's not normal.
I'll be right back. You can queue up whenever, though.
I bet. Oh, you should look at what I tagged you with on Twitter. But did you see it?
This guy's cheating his ass off.
Yeah. Does Cloak have a brother? What is wrong with you? What?
That's a crazy ass cheat though.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of low key, but like, it's obvious if you check the replay. Like, anyone marked, his dash insta snaps to them. Like, his dash don't miss. Like, that's the main skill check about BP. Like, because you won't get the dash cooldown back if you don't dash someone that's marked. But since the dashes can't mix, it's like, oh shit.
What a weird character to cheat on.
I mean, I've seen it a lot. Like, when I was playing with my friend, we got the yellow screen like 4 times in one night. Like, I'm just reporting DPS mid-match. Oh, do you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Those kitchens behind me. On H2D is now my domain.
Straight down there. He's like, what was I supposed to do? Not just go straight down there?
You should look at what I tagged you on Twitter. I'd actually cook you on. Yes, thank you. Oh, yep. Want a fighting? I'd whoop you in.
They call
My
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
It's off the flames on.
Would you like? What is it, some YouTube poop or something? What the fuck is this?
I don't know what it is, but I'd whoop your ass in if I could. That shit doesn't look heat.
Poop is crazy.
I'll show you a warning.
Yeah, this guy's cheating though like crazy. It's true. All right, I'm asleep. I'll be on tomorrow game.
See ya. Later. Alright, look what I tagged you with warning.
Take it. Tag me with. Oh, yo, this shit is so funny, man.
I'd bake anyone in this game.
Nah, it's cap.
What do you mean it's cap? I'd give you belt to ass.
Nah, I boot it up, bro. Where is it?
It's not. It's not PvP. It's not. At least not yet. He's only got boss.
This shit looks like a fucking Naruto. Ultimate Ninja Storm, bro. Come on.
Joe's probably joined the stream so fucking confused as to what is on their screen.
Dude, I saw a clip of that on Twitter. Someone was like, bro, what the fuck are you playing?
Oh, the parry. Hold on. Oh, staggered. That shit's ass. What is this? Dude, what is this? Peak. I don't know. Ball. Oh, shit. Damn.
Is this how frogs fight?
I mean, it's gotta be, no? I'm not playing. I'm watching a video. Alright, last match too, by the way. I've been on for 12 hours.
Round 1, go!
That is far beyond quota.
aside, you
That is
kids.
way
I'll do
beyond.
this myself.
This is far beyond quota. I do 8 hours. Why am I at 12? Yeah, I gotta still watch Evo tomorrow, so should not be on right now. It's just some BS. Yeah, you saying that because you get whooped. That's why you saying that.
Who's ready to go?
You antagonizing people for a fucking PvE game is so bad. Say, yeah, I'ma smoke your shit. The game's like single player.
I don't want to sell out the store right now.
It's okay, monster.
4, 3,
That was ridiculous.
2, 1.
What's this guy talking about?
I have no clue.
Capture the mission area.
We have a fucking Penny Parker, but I'm switching characters.
So if the timelines are all entangled, how many MJs are there?
Let us shoot this stupid nest.
An endless universe, but somehow I keep finding the worst parts.
He's counting? What the fuck? What are you counting right now, bro? You're just scaring me. Oh,
That's so fantastic. What? Why? Oh my fuck. Fucking busted ass characters open again. Oh my god, the nest is 1 HP. Got it.
A nice deep freeze.
Penny's one. Too good. Oh my god, I got 2.
Gotta reload.
You're good.
Solar Bond.
Oh, he's fucking trapped. He's good, dude.
Solar is one. Solar's one top right.
Wait, his crosshair looks like I'm aimbotting. Holy shit.
Yo, I'm just hearing this guy mumble numbers, bro. What does he fucking know?
Excuse me?
Listen to this guy.
And on the mic? Someone's miking?
Yes.
Oh shit, he is miking.
Just bro, you're fucking freaking me out, bro.
Yo, are you
What
good?
saying right
No, I guess, oh my god. There's no way this guy's good, bro. What the fuck is he doing in my ear, bro?
Bro, it sounds like we're grooming. Oh, what's it do? That's it.
Yeah.
He's in there 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, we got the fucking accountant on our team.
Bro, you good?
This shit is not real, man. Oh, that's on me.
Pretty good.
You did not just pop that.
That's on me, bro. That's on me. I didn't see a roll. Didn't give me a sound.
Pull back. Holy sh! I gotta switch to Cyclops. Holy shit. Thanos is open.
Also, what Cloak and Dagger pops ult for fucking Starlight? It's always like that's a Luna shit.
We're doing fine, but how fucking dare you?
Bro, my bad. Nah, I did not hear it.
No. How dare you?
That skin got like a different voice line.
That's game.
It was like giggle. Yo, man, this game is fun. I hate mine.
They also
Yeah,
get that's fine.
I was gonna say, I also get heals.
Yeah. We need to probably turn on their Starlord.
I had a bed.
We just got ults. That's it. We have every ult. They've been blasting theirs.
Yeah. No, I mean like the Starlord's just popping mine each time though.
Right.
We just turn on.
Nah, but
You know something when y'all are fighting?
me and Spider-Man can go and clean up.
You know something when y'all are like starting to like get close and fighting?
We're about to do it like right now. Yo, Spider-Man, whenever you all, I can all.
Yeah, well, let me know when you are fighting and getting close.
I'm ready when you are, Spider-Man. All low. In that room.
Heavy.
Oh my fucking god, you.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Did he get you?
There they are.
No, stop
He
it.
did.
Oh, weak.
How much juice does he have on his fucking fly?
A lot. If he does it right, like if he does B hops with it, he can.
I want to pop on 3, 2, 1. I'll take.
Works for me.
Alright, 4 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll do it.
I was just about to say, you better hope I get my own.
Oh fuck!
I thought we killed the Star Lord. I'm not gonna hold you.
I just ran. This ass is all over you. What?
I'm back, baby.
I don't know that. Oh, there was one. Fuck.
We're still waiting on one.
I got reload here. 3, 2, 1. Reloading.
Cyclops on speed, ain't he? They're all low in you, all low in you. They're panicking like crazy.
Nah, that's huge. Our score girl. No, really.
Fine, you gotta win that one.
Damn, they're so low.
Final 10 seconds.
What's up, J3?
That vehicle moving again. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
God, I can't help this. I'm taking damage for you to. Oh.
I can't hold it in time.
That does Cyclops. Oh.
The current score is
You watched JoJo yet?
2,
I'm LARPing on JoJo was already.
Time to switch things up.
I watched all of JoJo already.
Which side you're on?
Said LARPing.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Shit, use it.
Star Wars just get away for free, honestly.
Yeah,
you
because
heal,
of
yeah,
the-
you got it. If you want to heal, you just say that shit up front. I understand people like that. Like play tank. Like, you know, if you want to support, just say you want to support.
Round 2, go!
Propulsion beam.
Womp, womp, womp.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Blasting through.
At last, the prodigal son has returned.
You
Thanks for
are
taking
my
point while I
mind.
was out of commission, Eric.
What
I
the?
can handle things from here.
You on my
What the fuck?
But I was there when his dream
You asked that a lot.
You on my
I
mind.
suppose the professor
Battle
wants
starts in
Jesus.
peacefully
4,
coexist.
3,
Fine.
2,
Do this together.
1.
He's saying that shit.
You have to
Should I
stop
sing back to him?
securing the mission area.
I'm gonna go ahead.
After what Alchemax did to me,
Boys.
I'm more than ready
Got his
for
ass.
maximum impact.
Help. Oh, it hurts.
You on my mind.
Oh my god. Look at my aim is ridiculous right now. I don't know why.
Right on target.
My aim is ridiculous after fucking a 12-hour stream at 5 a.m.
Gotta lock in.
Oh my god, I tore that guy's head off.
I'm trying right now too.
You on my mind.
This character's so busted, bro.
Man, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, if you have good aim, this character is just Thanos, bro.
That's why I should play.
It's actually so fucking disgusting, bro. Oh man, they all camp the corner. Yo, who is shooting me this hard? Oh, it's their Cyclops. Oh, he's one. No.
I have a shot on him.
Yeah, he hit.
They'll portal eventually. Just call it out if you see it. Since, you know, you're up there.
I'm gonna say that portal for later. And then I went in the corner. I'll ult in this.
Get him, man.
Nice.
I still got it on the mag.
I still got it.
You got follow back here.
Oh, fuck you. Woo! I'm dead as fuck.
Well,
I'll lose that one.
We should save Moon Ult for Star-Lord. And then use Cloak.
You do mention other games, what do you mean? Oh, fuck.
I mean,
Most broken? Yeah, because they do it on every character.
Don't need to pull it back. Oh, we got it.
I think we're holding.
We look white fox. All very cool. Nice. Yep.
That was behind.
Oh my fucking god, yo. Son. yeah, this character fries, bro.
Spidey, can you look to pull the TP?
I'm gonna ult the TP as well. You fucking TPs.
I don't know if they're gonna do it right now, though.
Nah, he's walking right now, but if he fucking does, I'm ulting his ass.
He's gonna waste like 40 seconds anyway, so I don't know why you didn't follow.
He's just walking on the right. He probably has ult. Just kidding.
Spider-Man got one here.
They're all over there.
Yo, he's changed alive.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Push their spawn.
No, Starlight. It's my game.
They're TPing.
I couldn't get it.
Starlight's gonna touch. Spirited.
Oh, they did some slow. That guy's a troll. What the fuck?
That was fine. He just watched Luna.
Nah, that guy trolled. Like, actually, I don't know how he didn't touch there. What the fuck? No, he definitely should have touched. What? How did he fuck that up?
I was like, that's what I was saying. No. But this guy just.
He jumped out so slow.
God.
GG's, bro.
GG's.
This session.
Let me see. Nice. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, shit.
You should be Celestial too soon, right? Like a game?
Like a game or two, something like that. I don't like about that nope. By that nope. Alright, GG's, dude. See ya.
I'll catch you tomorrow, man. Peace.
Alrighty, chatters. Yeah, damn. That was a 12 hours. That was obviously not supposed to happen, but consider that a makeup for the other days I missed quota by 1 hour. Okay? I don't want to hear shit about when I end at 6 hours sometimes, okay? I don't want to fucking hear shit. Okay? Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. I will catch you guys later. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Hope everyone had a good night. And yeah, I'm going to see you guys in a few hours. Okay, nah, there's no way I wake up at 1 again. I'll see you guys per around the same time, like 4 or 3. No eternity. Whoa, what the? I'll see you guys at 4 because the top 8 for Strive is at 5 p.m. EST. So I gotta start at 4. Assuming they do announcements before top 8. So yeah, I'll see you guys then. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Good night. Boom.